On the mist-shrouded peak of Jindingshan, the tranquil atmosphere was suddenly shattered by the sound of a heated argument. Four people were arguing in the distance. That damn Righteous Path Alliance is getting way too cocky. To think they'd attack when we're vulnerable. Let me go down there and wipe them out. Third brother, don't be reckless. You can't fall for their scheme. Fifth junior sister is right. We can't afford to panic. Even if Master can't act with the four of us here, that mob down there can't do a damn thing to us. But his voice was laced with worry. But we're up against the 10 great nascent divinity tribulation realm experts from the righteous path. They're all here, and Master's condition is. Amidst the chaotic chatter, Ji Mo Tian Ji frowned. His brow twitched, his hands stirring slightly. Hearing the nearby commotion, a powerful curiosity urged him to open his eyes. He was himself, and yet he wasn't. A question echoed in his mind. Where am I? What happened to me? The conversation nearby continued, and a commanding voice cut in. Be quiet. Can't you see Master is resting? A horrifying realization flashed through his mind. It can't be right. Have I become the great demonic ancestor, Ji Mo Tian Ji, who sat there completely stunned, as a massive flood of memories rushed into his consciousness? From this day forward, he, Lu Zhou, a senior manager from the modern world, had transmigrated and would now inhabit the body of the great demonic ancestor. Ji Mo Tian Ji. 1 month ago, the 10 top experts from the Righteous Path sects laid a trap and ambushed the demonic ancestor. Ji Mo Tian Ji fought 1 against 10, sparking a massive war. Now the Righteous Path experts have brought their forces to the foot of the mountain, preparing to launch their attack. Jindingshan was facing its greatest crisis ever. In his lifetime, Ji Mo Tian Ji had taken in 9 disciples, and every single one of them was a major demonic figure who ruled their own territory, causing chaos wherever they went. The first disciple, Yu Zhenghai, founded the Youming Jiao after betraying the sect. He's now the leader of the Youming Jiao, a force to be reckoned with, and is known as the head of the #1 demonic sect in all of Dayun. The second disciple, Wu Shangrong, is a master of the sword, and has now become the Sword Devil. The mere mention of his name is enough to strike fear into people's hearts. He wanders around challenging other masters, ready to start a massacre at the slightest provocation. The sixth disciple, Ye Tiangxin, is the master of the Yanyue Gong, a leader revered by female cultivators and goes by the nickname Jade-Faced Asura. The seventh disciple, Siwuya, has an intelligence network spanning the entire world. He's a secretive and sinister schemer, a real piece of work who once started a massive war with a simple plot to sow discord, which resulted in countless casualties and immense suffering. The eighth disciple, Zhu Honggong, earned the title King of Vile and Wicked within a few years of descending the mountain. The ninth disciple, Shi Yini, was the last to be accepted and the old demon's favorite. For now, she's the only one with any conscience left, so she has stayed on the mountain. Too bad, Ji Mo Tian Ji had already lived for nearly 1,000 years. This was practically the limit of a cultivator's lifespan. With his advancing age, Ji Mo Tian Ji's ability to keep his 9 great disciples in line had been continuously weakening. Year after year, his power to intimidate them faded away. Out of his 9 disciples, a total of 5 had already betrayed the sect, proving just how much his authority had crumbled. Inside this hollowed-out body, Lu Zhou remained surprisingly calm. Faced with this weakened state, all he could do was accept Ji Mo Tian Ji's body and all his memories. Ji Mo Tian Ji felt a tickle in his throat, and he instinctively coughed a few times. Cough, cough, cough. He seemed to have a rough idea of the situation he and the body's previous owner were in. Hearing the coughing, his precious disciples whipped around. Master's awake Shi Yini, the youngest one, was the first to rush to his side. Master, master, his 5th disciple. Zhao Yue asked worriedly, Master, how are you feeling? The 4th disciple, Ming Xian, whose handsome face held a hint of danger, said respectfully, Master, it won't be long before the Righteous Path experts break through our defensive barrier. The 3rd disciple, Duan Mu Sheng, stepped forward, cupped his fists, and respectfully suggested, should I go out and ask eldest senior brother to come back and help? For old time's sake. He probably wouldn't just ignore this. Right now, eldest senior brother is the leader of the Youming Jiao with tens of thousands of demonic followers under his command. The 5th disciple, Zhao Yue, frowned. 7th junior brother would work too. He's smarter than most. Shi Yini peeked out. Master Ji Mo Tian Ji sat imposingly on his throne and cleared his throat. Silence. The Jindingshan barrier can still hold for a while, so what's the big deal? But he knew damn well that he was all bark and no bite at this point. He tried to calm himself down. What's there to panic about? Stay cool. Don't lose it. After all, I'm still the master of these little monsters. He continued speaking. Back in the day when your master was ambushed by 10 top experts, I barely managed to fight them to a standstill. You think no one's pulling the strings behind all this? If it weren't for the Jinding Shan barrier holding them back, they would have already stormed this place. Wouldn't they? He knew perfectly well that the eldest understood him best, while the seventh was a master strategist. Those two are definitely involved. I can't let them find out. My cultivation is completely gone, or I'll be a sitting duck. By then, I wouldn't even need the righteous sects to make a move. These four disciples right here would be the ones to take my old life. The more he thought about it, the more menacing his voice became to assert his dominance. You think I don't know what's going on in your heads? I bet you're all just wishing for me to kick the bucket, huh? Hearing this, they all dropped to their knees in a panic. We wouldn't dare. We wouldn't dare. You're all already experts at the divine court realm, and in just a few more years, you'll probably reach the nascent divinity tribulation realm, just like your eldest and second senior brothers. By then, how could a master like me possibly keep you in line? Ji Mo Tian Ji smirked, flipping the script on his wicked disciples. They all answered in unison. A teacher for a day is a father for life. Even if we had 10 times the guts, we would never dare to betray you, master. From his high seat, Ji Mo Tian Ji commanded, all of you leave. I have a plan to deal with the enemy. Yes, sir. And just like that, the four of them disappeared in a flash. Only then did Ji Mo Tian Ji dare to breathe a sigh of relief. They're finally gone. Huo, Ji Mo Tian Ji, Ji Mo Tian Ji. What kind of mess did you get yourself into? That I have to be the one to clean it up. But what now? I've got enemies on the inside and invaders on the outside. Plus, this frail old body that makes even moving a chore. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. System ding. The host has completed the mission. Time elapsed 1,000 years. Inheritance and teaching mission complete 9 out of 9. The merit system is now officially online. Seeing the system finally online, Ji Mo Tian Ji thought with satisfaction. My golden ticket has arrived. A status panel appeared in his mind. System name Ji Mo Tian Ji. Race human. Cultivation body tempering, 9th level. Merit points, negative 100,000. Can be used to exchange for lifespan and lottery draws. Remaining lifespan 3 days. Items, none. Techniques, none. Other functions, lottery shop. Ji Mo Tian Ji's eyes went wide as he read the notice, negative 100,000. Is this some kind of mistake? A whole negative 100,000 merit points. And what's this about only having 3 days to live? The system announced again, re-verifying, incorrect information has been corrected. Ji Mo Tian Ji has been changed to Lu Zhou. Ding initiating the first main quest, repel the enemy. Complete this initial mission on your own. To reset your merit points to 0. Detecting host is too weak. Awarding 1 newbie starter pack. Do you wish to open it? Ji Mo Tian Ji nodded. Open it. Now this is more like it. It makes sense for the system to give me a starter quest. After all, there are some things that the original Ji Mo Tian Ji did that have ruined his name forever. But hey, this system seems pretty reasonable. It knows this old body is useless, so it gave me a starter pack. System ding. You have received 1 reversal card. It can be used to restore a portion of your lifespan. Ji Mo Tian Ji couldn't help but sigh. Too bad all of Ji Mo Tian Ji's cultivation has vanished. This body has grown old, and its power has dropped all the way down to the body tempering realm. System peak form card. ×3. Each use will grant you Ji Mo Tian Ji's peak state for 30 minutes. Fatal blow. Block ×5. A passive item that can block 5 fatal attacks on behalf of the host. Ji Mo Tian Ji clicked his tongue. Lu thought Ji Mo Tian Ji's peak state was when he was at his absolute strongest. How could Ji Mo Tian Ji fight on par with the 10 great masters when his cultivation level was weakened? So if he were in his peak state, beating them wouldn't be too difficult. He took the card and thought the reversal card could be used to regain some life force, and he wanted to test it out. So he flipped the card to use it, and a green light enveloped him, radiating an extremely powerful life force, causing his disciples outside to stare in awe. Such powerful energy. Looks like there's still a lot. Master hasn't taught us. Ever since the betrayal, no matter what Master taught, he always held something back. Zhao Yue frowned. But just now, I clearly felt no aura fluctuations from Master. The cultivation world is buzzing with rumors that he's severely injured. Ming Xian crossed his arms and shot back. Hiding your aura fluctuations isn't that hard. Don't be fooled by what you see on the surface. Judging by that display just now, everything is still under his control. As he spoke, he glanced over at Shiyini Little Ninth. Master usually dotes on you the most. What was that move that caused such a massive energy shockwave? Shiyini's eyes widened as she replied, How would I know? The old man is unfathomable. Suddenly a voice echoed from outside the barrier. Listen up, you devils of Jinding Shan. You're surrounded, come out and die. Ming Xian glanced up and said coolly, "It's Zhu Jifeng, the first disciple of the Tianjian men. Heard he just broke through to the divine court realm. Not too long ago. Just a fresh-faced rookie. If it were a one-on-one, he wouldn't even be a match for our little junior sister. Too bad they've got numbers on their side. These grunts aren't the problem. The 10 great masters are the real pain in the neck. They're all at the nascent divinity tribulation realm." Duan Mu Sheng also sneered, "Guess we can't count on our eldest senior brother anymore. Right now, we can only hope the old man actually has a plan to drive them back." Ming Xian pointed and said bluntly, "Let me say something totally out of line. If the four of us wanted to bail, who could possibly stop us?" Duan Musheng shook his head. "Master still hasn't given me my weapon. How can I just leave like this?" Zhao Yue chimed in. "What's more important, your life or that sword? Seeing them act this way?" Shi Yini spoke up. "Senior brothers, senior sister, are you really not going to fight alongside Master? The old man worked so hard to teach us his techniques. How can you guys be like this? Little junior sister, you joined late, so there's a lot you don't get. Although Master taught us his techniques, he also tormented us countless times, didn't he?" Zhao Yue explained coldly. "But we also grew stronger because of it." Shi Yini felt her reasoning wasn't wrong, but Ming Xian just laughed and said, "You're so naive, little ninth. Just look at Jin Dingshan's terrible reputation, and then look at the reputation of us 9 great demonic disciples. A fish rots from the head down. Like master, like disciple." Shi Yini still insisted. "No matter what, that can't be an excuse for you all to betray the sect." Elsewhere, Ji Mo Tian Ji stretched his arms, groaning slightly in pain. "Still a bit old. In my past life, even though I pulled a lot of all-nighters and worked overtime. At worst, I felt like a 30-year-old man. Suddenly being in this body feels really strange. Luckily, my remaining lifespan has been restored to 313 days. In the system shop, you can exchange for techniques, weapons, and all sorts of experience cards, including the reversal card, which means he can become young again. Too bad the reward items are a bit scarce. To solve the current crisis, I'll still have to use my head." He stepped outside to take a look. Are the cultivators about to break through the barrier? Jin Dingshan truly is a sacred ground. The formations here are incredibly powerful, and thanks to the home field advantage, their power is multiplied. Even someone at the nascent divinity tribulation realm would have a hard time breaking through. Just then, his beloved disciples showed up again. "Master, master, master," Shi Yini said with a laugh, "wishing you eternal peace." "Master, you look even younger." Ji Mo Tian Ji called his 9 disciples and waved his hand, saying, "Come here." Shi Yini playfully ran over, and Ji Mo Tian Ji patted her head. "You're still my best girl." Duan Mu Sheng scowled at the sight. Who knew this old fiend could be so gentle? He immediately said, "Master, I request a fight to the death. We have to slaughter them until nothing's left." Ji Mo Tian Ji shot him a glare. "I already have a plan to deal with these clowns. Follow me out to face them." "Yes, sir." A ton of righteous sect disciples had surrounded the barrier, and a shout echoed. Everyone hit it harder. Jin Dingshan is about to collapse. The old demon of Jin Dingshan must be seriously wounded. He's just hiding in his shell like a coward, too scared to show his face. Back in the day, there's no way Jin Dingshan would be this messed up. Yeah, he's definitely too chicken to fight. "Keep up the attack," Zhu Jifeng from Tianjian Men yelled. "Watch out, the old fiend is coming out." Sure enough, Ji Mo Tianji stepped out with an icy expression, but he stopped just inside the barrier. His disciples behind him were confused. Why'd he stop? Outside the master of Tianjian Men, Luo Changfeng chuckled. "It's been a month, and the old demon patriarch looks younger." Ji Mo Tianji was unfazed. "Luo Changfeng, you've got some nerve." Luo Changfeng stood on the opposing side. "Cut the act. You might fool your little band of villains, but you're not fooling us. Putting on a brave face is useless. Just give up quietly. The righteous sects of the world will grant you a clean death." Zhu Jifeng sneered. "You 4 must be this old geezer's last remaining disciples. Right? He's been seriously injured for a while now. It can't be easy keeping up this charade. I can give you guys a chance to switch sides. Help the righteous path kill him." The righteous army roared, brandishing their swords. "Kill him! Kill him!" Ming Xian let out a big yawn. "So damn noisy. Master, I'm begging you. Let's fight. I can't stand it anymore. I really want to skin these arrogant punks alive." Zhao Yu commented coolly. "Your flying sword is trash. If you can take 1 hit from me, then you'll just lie down and die. How about it?" Ji Mo Tian, Ji still as cold as ever, said. "That won't be necessary. You're supposed to be a dignified, righteous sect. So why would they give you a fair one-on-one fight?" Ming Xian said respectfully, as the master commands. Hearing Ji Mo Tianji's calm but cutting words, the righteous sect members yelled in anger. Yu Jifeng started to charge, but was stopped by Luo Changfeng's command. Jifeng backed down. He immediately stopped. Yes, sir, Luo Changfeng explained with a smirk. Everyone knows the 9 villains of Jin Dingshan are all powerful experts at the divine court realm or higher. Picking on a junior is something only you fiends would stoop to. Today, the masters of the righteous path have teamed up to wipe you out because you brought this on yourselves. You reap what you sow. You can't blame anyone else. What goes around comes around. Stop your pointless resistance. Ji Mo Tian Ji spoke pensively. Righteous or evil, right or wrong. I'll be the judge of that, even if my disciples mess up. I'm the one who punishes them. It's not your place to stick your nose in it. Luo Changfeng let out a loud laugh. This old geezer. You know what's right? You're kidding me. By the time you punish them, the whole world will already be in ruins. What about you, Zhenghai? His Youming Jiao is taking over sects left and right. Did you do anything about him? And Wu Shangrong, who brazenly stole thousands of treasures from the second capital of Dayan. Did you do anything about him? Let me ask you this. The betrothal gifts from the Dayan dynasty for the western region's princess were stolen. Was that Wu Shangrong's doing? Ji Mo Tian Ji calmly replied, yes. Luo Changfeng got even more furious. 30,000 cultivators were left for dead in Rongbei. Wasn't that a scheme cooked up by Si Wuya to stir up trouble? Also yes. Again, Ji Mo Tian Ji didn't deny it. Luo Changfeng pointed right at him full of confidence. So you admit it. A student's failure is the teacher's fault. What else do you have to say for yourself? Ji Mo Tian Ji's brow furrowed, his voice booming with authority. So what? If they're not our people, they're bound to have ulterior motives. The western regions are foreigners. The northern Nung are foreigners, and you sympathize with them. Pitying these outsiders and trying to take out your own kin. Does that make me the one who deserves to die? Lak Chungfeng was stunned silent by those sharp words. You old demon? Enraged, he roared, if you've got the guts, then step out here and prove it. All this pretending is pointless. Ji Mo Tian Ji stood his ground unmoving. Fine then. This seat will grant you a fight. Behind him, his disciples were growing impatient, thinking their master wasn't exactly a smooth talker. He was the type to kill his opponent if they said one wrong thing. Yet here he was lecturing this righteous sect, a truly bizarre sight. He felt something was weirdly off and watched his master with suspicion. This was completely out of character for their master. If he really had the power to take on 10 of them, why would he waste time arguing and lecturing them? This could only point to one thing: their master was injured. Over on the other side, Lak Chungfeng pressed on. Old demon, let's see how long you can keep up this charade. Take this. Ji Mo Tian Ji calmly stepped forward. All right, let this seat see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Seeing him step out, the righteous sect members unleashed their power. This was the ultimate technique of the Tianjian Men, the Tianjian Men Zen. In an instant, it unleashed an attack 100,000 times more powerful. Even a peak nascent divinity tribulation realm expert wouldn't dare face this move, which could also be used to gauge the old man's cultivation level. Even if he could take it, it wouldn't change anything. People were saying that demon is asking for death, so he can't blame anyone else. Seeing the terrifying power of the attack, Shiyin worriedly cried out, Master. In contrast, Ming Xian was rather calm. Don't worry. Master wouldn't just go looking for death. He probably still has a trump card he hasn't played yet. It's fine to let these guys test him a little. But Master is facing the Tianjian men's most powerful ultimate technique. Even a peak, nascent divinity, tribulation realm expert wouldn't be sure. They could block this move right. This is obviously a trap set by Lak Chungfeng. Shi Yini became increasingly worried. But out there, Ji Mo Tianji had his own path. When the time came, he would have to use the peak performance card. The suspicion from his 4 great disciples was growing stronger. It seems he had enemies both in front of and behind him. The system's voice then sounded in his mind. System Ding side quest triggered the unfathomable heart. Make the disciples reveal their true faces. He couldn't help but sigh. Being this kind of master is so damn frustrating. Lak Chungfeng's sword shot forward as he sneered, Die. But Ji Mo Tianji remained rooted to the spot, causing Shi Yini to scream in terror. Master, move. Ming Xian, however, remained terrifyingly calm. Even if Master weren't injured, it would be incredibly difficult to block that move head on. Yet the closer the sword came, the stiller Ji Mo Tianji stood. He was shocked. Why is he doing that? Instantly, Zhao Yue moved to block the attack. The old geezer can't die. If he dies, all those techniques and weapons will be buried with him. Ji Mo Tianji finally understood. A villain is a villain. You're just afraid I'll take my treasures to the grave with me, aren't you? No matter how careful one is, there's always a miscalculation. Master, get back. And just like that, Ji Mo Tian Ji actually retreated at Shi Yini's shout. He quickly noticed cracks appearing in Jin Dingshan's barrier. It probably wouldn't hold for much longer. He still had 5 fatal blow blocks left, and it hadn't even been triggered. This meant the last attack wasn't a threat to his life, but these damn disciples ruined my perfect plan. On the other side, the arrogant disciples of the righteous sect were gossiping. I can't believe the great demonic ancestor has fallen this low. I knew that old demon was faking it. He sure ran fast. Yeah, I saw it too. What a disgrace. Lak Feng also laughed boisterously. So these are your grand tactics. You've really opened my eyes. From behind, Zhao Yue retorted. Lo Changfeng, you're completely shameless. You expect our master to just stand there and take that full-powered attack of yours. Do you take us for idiots? Luo Changfeng stroked his beard and said with a sinister smile. Zhao Yue, I was exchanging blows with your master, and your master said nothing. So why did you all suddenly interfere? Ha 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 ha. It seems the status of your demonic ancestor isn't what it used to be. Jiang Yuanshan of the Zhengyi Dao sect also rushed forward, old Demon Ji actually needing protection from a few disciples. What a joke. Ji Mo Tian Ji was busy with the system, paying no mind to the boring taunts. 3 peak form trial cards, each lasting 30 minutes. In other words, once used, it has to be a quick battle, a quick victory. Ming Xian frowned, looking at Ji Mo Tian Ji with a sinister glint. Master, don't waste your breath on them. You are overwhelmingly powerful, as long as you make a move to restrain the 10 great masters. The rest are just small fry. Leave them all for the 4 of us to handle. Wouldn't that be easier? Are you questioning my decision? Ming Xian, sorry, won't cut it. No, this disciple wouldn't dare. Ji Mo Tian Ji spoke Duan Musheng. Your disciple is here. Ji Mo Tian Ji understood that to eliminate external enemies, he must first quell the internal rebellion. If he can't make these villainous disciples behave, it's likely the next task will be hard to accomplish. The peak form trial card has a time limit. Once it runs out, the crisis will return. He then spoke in a harsh tone. You are very bold. Who gave you permission to interfere in your master's affairs? Duan Musheng knelt and replied, This disciple knows he was wrong. I was just worried for master's safety. That old scoundrel, Luo Changfeng, is deliberately trying to lure you into a trap. You must not fall for his trick. Ming Xian sneered. Master, why the need for this putting on such a tragic act? 3rd senior brother, get up. Duan Musheng followed suit and stood up casually. Zhao Yue stepped forward. Master, just give up as long as you hand over the complete cultivation techniques and weapons, and pass them down to us. Then today, your disciples will do everything in their power to get you away from here. You will forever be our master. Senior brother, senior sister. Shi Yini ran up in a panic, her innocent eyes wide, saying, Senior brother, senior sister, what you are doing is... The Righteous Path members saw this and wanted to exploit the weakness in the demonic sect. Truly the heavens have eyes. One who commits evil cannot live. This is karma, raising a bunch of villains like this. You must have been prepared for this, right? The 5 villains who left before are the best example. I think there's no need for our righteous sects to even make a move, as this old demon is bound to meet a terrible end. Ji Mo Tian Ji just stood there, his posture proud and indifferent. This was his plan all along, so what was there to fear? Shi Yini, and what about you? Shi Yini stammered, Master. Ji Mo Tian Ji acted very much like a master. It's all right. If you have something to say, just speak your mind. Your master has lived for so many years. What haven't I seen when your eldest and 2nd senior brothers left Jin Dingshan? They were far more carefree than you are now. The system dinged again, system ding. Side quest completed. The unfathomable human heart reward. Eyes of truth, permanent effect. A status panel appeared in his mind. Shi Yini Divine Court Realm, loyalty, 60%, and is continuously increasing. Her eyes turned red as she said, Master, your disciple wouldn't dare. System Ming Xian, Divine Court, Realm, loyalty, 15%, and is continuously decreasing. Duan Musheng, Divine Court, Realm loyalty, 23%, continuously decreasing. Zhao Yue Divine Court Realm, loyalty, 30%, and is continuously decreasing. Reminder, when loyalty drops below 0%, the subject will become an enemy and betray the sect. When loyalty is above 80%, betrayal is impossible. Loyalty above 90% means absolute devotion. Ji Mo Tian Ji frowned. The continuously dropping loyalty of those 3 villains was expected. But little Shi Yini's loyalty was actually increasing. He then announced loudly, Since it has come to this, your master no longer needs to pretend I am indeed injured. But that does not mean you are allowed to be defiant towards your master. As soon as he said that, His disciples' loyalty dropped by another 5%. Ji Mo Tian Ji waved his hand, and the three villains were swept away as if by a whirlwind, so severely injured that they coughed up blood. Everyone stared in utter shock. The wicked disciple immediately dropped to his knees, still in shock. This disciple knows his mistake. Ji Mo Tian Ji's entire body was blazing with power, and man, it felt good to be at his peak. A terrifying power erupted like a fiery tornado, its scorching heat spreading everywhere. The righteous path cultivators started whispering to each other in fear. His aura just shattered the barrier. Wasn't he supposed to be injured? How can he unleash such a powerful aura? I swear I saw him struggling just to get through that barrier. I've got a really bad feeling about this, man. Just shut up. My legs are shaking. Meanwhile, on the other side, those sinful disciples were spitting blood as they knelt, trembling and begging. This disciple was wrong. I know my mistake. I admit my guilt. Ji Mo Tianji's body glowed as he frowned. Defying your master deserves a heavy punishment. I'll deal with you punks when we get back. He then checked the system. There were still more than 29 minutes left. Teaching those three wicked disciples a lesson would be a piece of cake. It wouldn't take much time at all. All that was left were these tens of thousands of cultivators and those 10 great masters of the nascent divinity tribulation realm. He glanced coldly at the righteous path crowd. Righteous or demonic? It's hard to tell the difference in the end. Let this venerable one see just how much you've all improved in the past month. As he spoke, a halo of light from the sky expanded, threatening to swallow the world. 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar. The 10 great masters frantically yelled at each other to stop the avatar. They were terrified by his swift and decisive attack. Oh my god, is he seriously using his ultimate move right from the start? This is one of Ji Mo Tianji's strongest techniques, the 100 Tribulations Insight 8-leaf Avatar. Chongfeng ordered all disciples to fall back and hide behind their own avatars. Zhu Jifeng reassured everyone while holding his ground. Don't panic. Absolutely. Do not panic. The 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar is powerful, but it consumes a massive amount of vital energy. As long as we can block this one move, that old geezer is done for. But in the end, with their meager strength, trying to fight back against that powerful technique was completely impossible. None of them could hold out for more than 5 seconds before they were sent flying, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. Ji Mo Tian Ji himself knew all of the original's techniques, and the 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar was one of the strongest among them. So why use an ultimate move right from the get-go? Because this was just a trial card. Once the time was up, the power would vanish, so he might as well go all out and use it up without holding back. He glanced at Chang Feng. You like to use a sword, huh? Fine then, this venerable one will use a sword too. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a divine sword materialized in it. The pressure was immense. Tianke Yuke. His disciples watched with wide eyes. Tianke Yuke, one of the strongest moves of the Tianyi Jue. The Tianyi Jue consists of both spear and sword techniques, and I've always wanted to master all the sword techniques of the Tianyi Jue, but unfortunately Master was always slow to teach the final move. I never thought I'd get to see it in a situation like this. Master can not only effortlessly unleash the 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar, but he can also cast Tianke Yuke right after without a single sign of fatigue. A battered Zhao Yue stared at her master. Is this move also an ultimate? Were we all wrong? The righteous path cultivators were screaming at each other while fleeing. Retreat, don't retreat. Chang Feng was the first one to bolt, because he knew that Tianke Yuke, when empowered by the Avatar, would have its power doubled. If they didn't retreat, the 10 of them would definitely be severely injured. This old scoundrel isn't injured at all. In fact, his strength is even greater than it was a month ago. So, when the 10 of us masters fought Ji Mo Tian Ji before it wasn't this damn difficult, that battle definitely injured Ji Mo Tian Ji. So how is this possible? He remembered that moment a month ago when the old demon used the 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar to fight 1 against 10, but he basically couldn't unleash any more powerful techniques after that. But now it's like he's recklessly unleashing his techniques as if his life depended on it. Changfeng frowned. He really couldn't figure it out. The key thing was the old demon made it all look so damn easy. He watched Ji Mo Tian Ji's moves, and yeah, they were so effortless. Only Ji Mo Tian Ji knew the key point of the peak state experience card. It was the word peak. Every time he used energy, the energy in his body would be completely refilled again in just an instant. Letting him stay at his peak, it totally lived up to the name Peak State Experience card. Ji Mo Tian Ji's attacks reached countless demonic path disciples and the 10 great masters. Ah, I'm so dead. I'm so dead. The 10 masters are bailing. Let's get out of here too. Everyone split up and run. Ji Mo Tian Ji saw them scattering like rats and thought I should be a bit more conservative with this. After all, I've only got 3 of these experience cards, so I can only make the most of the time. With that thought, he attacked with even more power. You want to leave? Too bad you're way too late. Flash Step. His disciple's face is twisted in shock, a grand divine ability. The reason they call Flash Step a grand divine ability is because when you use this move, you can pop up somewhere else in practically no time. Whether you're trying to off an enemy or make a run for it, it's the perfect move. The only catch is that it burns a ridiculous amount of primal chi. Ming Xian was completely floored, quickly, shaking the guy next to him. Third senior brother, snap out of it. We got a bolt. Duan Mu. Xing's eyes were wide in disbelief. Master's been spamming ultimate moves, and I can't believe he can still use this kind of divine ability. A storm of thoughts raged in his head. He's clearly this strong. So why the hell did he hide it? Why did he just let those losers at the foot of the mountain humiliate him for a whole month? Why did he let those senior brothers who betrayed the sect off the hook? A trembling Zhao Yue said, "If we don't run..." Just then, Shiini's clear voice cut through their panic. "Senior brothers, senior sister, please take my advice and just wait here, quietly. Master has a grand divine ability. You guys can't escape even if you try." The other 3 felt like they'd been struck by lightning. Their minds went blank and they dropped to their knees. A horrifying thought hit them. The old man is one crafty bastard. So Master was just acting this whole time, deliberately playing us for fools. Don't tell me he got bored of his old tricks. So now he's trying a new one. In some random corner, Luo Changfeng's face was ashen as he ran for his life, thinking to himself, using a grand divine ability to escape, even though it burns primal chi, I'm finally safe. But before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, a familiar figure loomed before his eyes, completely blocking his path. It was Ji Mo Tian Ji. Ji Mo Tian Ji's calm voice echoed, like a death knell. "I've been waiting for you. What took you so long?" The old demon lord frowned, his razor-sharp gaze locked onto the man before him. "Where'd all that arrogant swagger you had earlier disappear to?" Luo Changfeng stumbled back in terror, his face drenched in cold sweat, his voice shaking. "Don't push it. You've already spammed that grand divine ability dozens of times. If you keep this up, you'll... Truth was, he was scared out of his wits, and couldn't figure out why, out of everyone, this old geezer didn't chase anyone else, but time and time again. He was only gunning for me before he could even get his bearings." Ji Mo Tianji crossed his hands, unleashing thousands of powerful strikes, forcing Luo Changfeng to desperately dodge while screaming in despair. You think grand divine abilities grow on trees, the 100 tribulations. Insight Dharma Wheel, another ultimate move. Ji Mo Tianji's voice boomed back, dripping with absolute contempt. "I only know how to use ultimate moves." And just like that, Ji Mo Tianji's ultimate move slammed hard into Luo Changfeng, seriously wounding him and making him cough up a mouthful of fresh blood. Blood dripped from his mouth. But that pain was nothing compared to the bitterness in his heart. The number of cultivators who can master the 100 tribulations insight, Dharma body, can be counted on one hand. Just reaching the 8-leaf golden lotus means you can already stand proudly at the very top. He couldn't accept this. He refused to believe it. And yet that 8-leaf golden lotus was showing signs of splitting once more. This meant the 8-leaf golden lotus was about to become a 9-leaf golden lotus, and if it opened again, it would be 10 leaves, and a 10-leaf Dharma body is qualified to roam the heavenly realm. I'm only at the 7-leaf stage, a world of difference. From 8-leaf plus, I used the Tianjian Yi Jiantai Yi and Tian Yi techniques. The gap between us wasn't small at all. Getting this far already took everything I had, but that old demon was just messing around. His clothes were already in tatters. Endless ultimate moves. Take those cheap tricks somewhere else? It was over his heart, was trembling with fear. He silently begged for it to stop, but Ji Mo Tianji coldly replied, "Sorry, can't stop." And finally, Luo Changfeng was defeated. With a deafening explosion, his body turned to dust. After the battle, Ji Mo Tianji checked the system and saw there was still a little time left. There was no need to chase after the others. He had to save time to deal with those wretched disciples of his. Even if he gave chase, he'd only kill a few more people. Once the trial card's effect wore off, he'd be screwed. Just then, a mechanical voice from the system rang in his head. Ding! Initial mission complete. Merit points returned to 0. Activating main quest, discipline the evil disciples. A teacher for a day is a father for a lifetime. Betraying one's master is the ultimate treason, and those with rebellious hearts are worse than pigs and dogs. Discipline your disciples and increase their loyalty. Mission 1. Increase disciple. Shuyini's loyalty to 80% or more. Mission 2. Punish 3 evil disciples. Ji Mo Tian Ji was a bit dissatisfied. This system was so damn stingy, repelling tens of thousands of cultivators, and yet there was no extra reward. Even a peak state trial card would have been fine, but there was nothing. This is ridiculous. As if reading his mind. The system chimed in with a reminder. 1. The peak state trial card is a precious item provided only because the host is too weak. As a novice gift, please use it with caution, host. 2. Please strive to increase your own strength. 3. The effect of the peak state trial card has ended. Ji Mo Tian Ji felt a bit dejected hearing that. That feeling of immense power was so damn good. Who knows how long it would take to reach that realm by cultivating on his own? He couldn't help but sigh. An item card is just an item card after all. It's not one's true strength. Who could a washed up old man like him even fight? Maybe he could pull off one of those fake a fall scams. He glanced over and saw his disciples kneeling in the distance, their limbs trembling. Gotta stay composed, steady as a rock. He called out, "Little Yini." Shi Yini immediately replied respectfully, "Your disciple is here. You may rise." Yes. Shi Yini carefully got to her feet. Ji Mo Tian Ji frowned as he looked at his disciples. Duan Musheng's loyalty was at 30%, Ming Xian's at 20%, and Zhao Yue's at 40%. They were all starting to rise again, but this level of loyalty was still far from enough. With that thought, he said, "Your master is tired. Help me back." Hearing this, Shi Yini obeyed and quickly went to help the old master back, leaving the 3 disciples to whisper among themselves. Duan Musheng started blaming the 4th disciple. "You really screwed me over." Ming Xian, kneeling beside him, quickly tried to explain. "How can you blame me for this? I only concluded that Master was injured after careful analysis." Meanwhile, Zhao Yue couldn't help but pout and mock him. "That's what you call analysis." Yeah, real spot-on analysis there. Sighing softly, Ming Xian hadn't expected things to turn out this way. "Who the hell knew it would turn out like this? I planned for everything but missed one thing." "What did you miss?" Ming Xian continued his reasoning. Maybe the old master got tired of his old tricks and wanted to try something new. Xiao Yu trembling suggested, "How about we escape now?" But Ming Xian had lost his nerve. Escape? How the hell are we supposed to escape? Didn't you just see Master's godly display of power? Duan Muxing, on the other hand, seemed to support the idea. Just now Master chased after the 10 great experts, and it seems he used his avatar and Tianjuan Yuke many times. Junior Sister's suggestion is worth considering. We could even build on it. Hearing this, Ming Xian cursed loudly, reminding the other 2, "Consider my ass." If Master wanted to kill us, would he have waited until now? At the Yushan Hall, Ji Mo Tian Ji asked gently, "Little Yini, how long have you been on the mountain?" Shi Yini said respectfully, "Master, I've been following you for 5 years now." Ji Mo Tian Ji casually sipped his tea, but inside his mind was reeling. The disciples, this old geezer, Ji Mo Tian Ji took in, were all heaven-defying monsters, reaching the divine court realm in just 5 years. He spoke up, "Do you know what you did wrong?" Hearing this, little Yini hurriedly knelt down, kowtowing repeatedly. "Master Yini knows she was wrong. I shouldn't have listened to my senior brother. Master, please believe Yini. I'm always very good, and I always listen to you." Seeing his little disciple's terrified reaction, Ji Mo Tian Ji was so surprised he choked on his tea. "I'm not talking about that. At the end of last year, you left Jinding Shan without permission to steal the cultivation manuals of 2 major sects, is that right?" He had searched his memories but couldn't find a motive for Yini's actions. So he asked, "Why did you do that?" Shi Yini nodded and said, "I know I was wrong. 4th senior brother said that anyone who isn't on the blacklist isn't a true disciple of Jinding Shan. So, that's why I went." Ji Mo Tian Ji frowned, as there seemed to be no information about this matter in his memories. He then asked, "The blacklist?" Shi Yini lowered her head and replied, "It's a ranking list created by the cultivation world, and all the cultivators on it are people who do evil deeds. My senior brothers and sisters are in the top 30, and Master, you're ranked number 1. Ji Mo Tian Ji instantly froze, spitting out his tea. He said sorrowfully, "So be it. A child's misdeeds are the father's fault, and a lack of discipline is due to the teacher's laziness. It is my fault as your master, that I failed to teach you all properly." Shi Yini was a bit surprised, her eyes widening, as she thought, "What's wrong with Master?" Ji Mo Tian Ji continued, "Yini, you are my most beloved disciple. From now on, no more evil deeds, do you understand?" "Yes, I understand. You may stand up." "Yes, hehe. Master, you're the best. Let Yini massage your shoulders for you." Ji Mo Tian Ji sipped his tea again, originally intending to think for a moment. Although this old geezer, Ji Mo Tian Ji, raised 8 villains. Thankfully, there was still one with a conscience who knew how to be filial. If I hadn't transmigrated in time, the youngest disciple would have surely turned evil as well. You become like the company you keep. Although little Yini is mischievous, her disposition is very simple, making her easy to lead astray. He also knew how to enjoy life. As his disciple massaged his left shoulder, the system chimed again. Ding. Mission complete. Shuyini's loyalty is now at 80%. Reward 100 merit points. Ji Mo Tian Ji thought for a moment. 80. In his past life, he was a senior manager at a company after all. Ultimately, the reason these villains were so wicked was all a result of Ji Mo Tian Ji's teachings. The harsher the punishment, the more it would lead to resistance. He then signaled, "Bring the other 3 here." "Yes, master." Just a few minutes later, the others appeared before him. They knelt down one by one. "Master, spare our lives. Master, forgive our sins. Master, have mercy." Their loyalty levels had increased. Duan Musheng loyalty, 40%. Ming Xian loyalty, 35%. Zhao Yue loyalty, 42%. Ji Mo Tianji frowned upon seeing these results. He was obviously not satisfied. The loyalty levels were still very low. With the slightest disturbance, they would be like grass on a wall, swaying to the other side. Then Zhao Yue spoke with great sincerity. "Master, it was a moment of foolishness on my part. Ever since I joined the sect, I have never once thought of betrayal. I hope Master understands." Duan Musheng also spoke up. "Master, I have been your disciple for 100 years. In these 100 years, even if I have no great achievements, I have still toiled hard. I beg you, Master, for the sake of the several hundred years I have followed you, spare my life." Ming Xian also dared not be careless. "Master, I have been your disciple for 65 years, and in these 65 years, I have never once defied you. It was because I was blinded by personal gain that I made such a grave mistake. I beg you to spare my life, Master." Ji Mo Tianji couldn't help but sigh, which surprised all 3 of them. A sigh. Ji Mo Tianji stroked his beard and said, "Third disciple. Yes, I am here." "All right, what's your rank on the blacklist?" Duan Musheng stammered slightly. "Well, I am ranked 18th. As for 4th brother, he is not as good as his senior brother, he's only ranked 25th. Zhou Yue also spoke up. "Your disciple was lucky enough to be ranked 28th. Hearing this, Ji Mo Tianji frowned. "Lucky, you're truly my prized pupil. Since when is being on the blacklist something to brag about? You all have completely shamed me." The others remained kneeling. This disciple knows their mistake. Ji Mo Tianji calmly stroked his beard and said gently, "If you know you were wrong, then you must change." But inside his mind was racing. "Aren't I the one at the top of the list? Awkward as hell, but whatever. I've already started, so I have to see this through." His disciples, of course, didn't understand. Change. How do we change? From now on, you are not to commit any more evil deeds. Can you do that or not? The 3 villainous disciples widened their eyes, staring at their master with shocked faces. Is this really our master? The 4 of them couldn't understand at all, but in the end, they still answered in unison. "This disciple will humbly obey master's command." Ji Mo Tianji stroked his beard gently, explaining the biggest mistake of my entire life was only teaching you how to cultivate, and not teaching you how to be decent people. I was wrong, which is why I raised a bunch of treacherous, ungrateful disciples like you. Duan Musheng Ming Xian, hearing their names, the 2 of them, hurriedly spoke up. "Disciple is here. Right now the barrier of Jindingshan has been broken. I am punishing you to guard Jindingshan and restore the barrier. You are not to leave even a single step. When the restoration is complete, I will forgive you." He had his own calculations. Grounding them was no different from tying up their freedom and restoring the barrier. It wasn't something that could be done overnight. It would be difficult to finish in less than 8 to 55 years. This kind of punishment seemed reasonable, much better than killing them. When the 2 of them heard about forgiveness, they said excitedly, "This disciple will humbly obey master's command." Ji Mo Tianji continued, "Zhao Yue disciple is here. Your 3rd and 4th senior brothers must stay on the mountain, so I'm punishing you to go down the mountain to atone for your sins. Do you have any objections?" A thought flashed through Zhao Yue's mind. Atone. She immediately said respectfully, "This disciple will humbly obey master's command and dares not have any objections." It's just, seeing she had something difficult to say. Ji Mo Tianji gestured and said, "You have my permission." Zhao Yu spoke a bit hesitantly. This disciple doesn't know how to atone. Ji Mo Tianji stood with his hands behind his back, thinking to himself, "These villainous disciples have followed me for years. So their moral compass has been completely destroyed by this old demon, and they've also lost the ability to judge right from wrong." He then asked Shiyini, You tell me what is good and what is evil. Shiini stepped forward and answered confidently. Helping others is good. Harming others is evil. Hearing this, Ji Mo Tian Ji ignored her, silently blaming himself. It's all my fault. Number 3, you tell me. Duan Musheng answered respectfully. Doing good deeds and accumulating merit is good. Murder, arson, and robbery are evil. Number 4. The master continued to quiz his disciples. Ming Xian frowned slightly, then answered, serving the country and its people is good. Being a traitor to the cause is evil. Ji Mo Tian Ji directly ignored him, truly unsatisfied. Their answers are way too fake, that's not the answer I want. So he began to explain gently in one's life, you don't necessarily have to do good deeds to accumulate merit or serve the country and its people. You don't need to please others, you just need to have a clear conscience. His 4 disciples were a bit surprised, their eyes wide, as they thought, suddenly we feel that Master is very different from before. A month ago, Master said that no matter who it was, if you didn't like the look of them, just kill them. Now he's saying things that make people think twice. Zhao Yue then said loudly, a clear conscience. This disciple understands now. This disciple will definitely slaughter that whole gang of arrogant fools who humiliated you, Master. Hearing this, Ji Mo Tian Ji was helpless, thinking to himself after half a day, who knew it would be all for nothing. Damn it, forget it. Then you should just stay on the mountain and be punished with your senior brothers. Disciple obeys. Ji Mo Tian Ji glanced over, seeing that Duan Musheng's loyalty was at 50%, Ming Xian's loyalty was at 45%, and Zhao Yue's loyalty was at 52%. He thought with disappointment, the issue of good and evil can't be solved for now, but their loyalty must be raised to 60%. Using the carrot and stick approach, he said again, from this day forward, I don't care what you've done in the past. I will let all bygones be bygones, but if you repeat your mistakes in the future, disloyal, unrighteous, and rebellious, I will show no mercy. Sure enough, each of their loyalty points immediately increased by 5%. We wouldn't dare, Master Ji Mo Tian Ji continued. You are my disciples, the people of Jindingshan, and so I will protect you. The others knelt down, thanking their master. Zhao Yue, Duan Musheng, and Ming Xian's loyalty increased by 10%, while Shi Yin's increased by 2%. The system chimed in Ding mission, punish the evil disciples, complete. You have gained 100 merit points. Ji Mo Tian Ji nodded to himself, thinking that this protector title really boosted their loyalty. He then signaled for his disciples to leave. Your disciples take their leave. As they left, they discussed among themselves, treasonous, rebellious, and disrespectful. Yet the old master only punished us with confinement on Jindingshan. If this were before, we would have definitely been beaten half to death. Enough talk, let's go. And with that, they vanished. Ji Mo Tian Ji checked the system. Name Lu Zhou race, human cultivation, 9th level body tempering, avatar, none merit points, 200. Remaining lifespan, 320 days. Items, Ji Mo Tian Ji's peak state card, times 2 fatal blow, block card times 5. Passive cultivation methods, none. He gaped in disappointment. Only after experiencing his peak state did he realize just how pathetic this body was. Only 200 merit points. Should I try the lottery? The system responded. Ding, each draw costs 50 merit points. A failed draw will grant you luck points. Hearing this, Ji Mo Tian Ji frowned. What a ripoff. The shop even sells avatars. The system explained. When a cultivator reaches a certain realm, they can condense their divine sense to form a massive avatar. The stronger the cultivator, the more powerful the avatar, which really surprised Ji Mo Tian Ji. A beginner-level Taiji beginning avatar costs 300 merit points, and a nurturing 2 forms avatar costs 1,000 merit points, while the myriad supreme avatar's price is just a question mark. What's with the hidden price? In the current cultivation world, even a powerful old demon like Ji Mo Tian Ji had only reached the 8-leaf, 100 tribulations insight realm, with signs of breaking through to the 9-leaf stage, but was still a long way from roaming the heavens. The myriad supreme is an avatar that only exists in legends. Forget it. I shouldn't get ahead of myself. Gotta stay grounded. He then said, lottery draw. The system went ding. The draw begins, consuming 50 merit points. You've obtained 1 reversal card. Would you like to draw again? Ji Mo Tian Ji got the card he wanted, and his mood instantly improved. Are the odds really this high? I can't believe it wasn't a better luck next time message. I only have 150 merit points left. I should save them to buy an avatar and raise my cultivation level a bit. The normal cultivation process starts with the 9 levels of body tempering, then breaking through the bottleneck to enter the mystic enlightening realm, and after that, mastering the use of a basic avatar. Since the system is selling them, that must mean there's no bottleneck. Let's check the missions. The system updated the mission list. Side quest 3, Discipline, Ju Honggang, in progress. Side quest 4, Eradicate the root of the problem, change of character in progress. He thought to himself, I have to discipline 8 disciples. That means I have to find him. But with my current cultivation level, the odds are stacked against me. I'd better think this through carefully. If I don't keep those 3 scoundrels confined and instead bring them along, they'll just be a liability. You can't hide the truth forever. Only little Shiyini is trustworthy. Shiyini is in the divine court realm. Her loyalty is the highest, and she's the youngest. Keeping her by my side is the perfect choice. I can teach her some life lessons along the way, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I still have 1 reversal card left. Might as well use it now and figure things out later. First, I'll head back to Motiangai. Meanwhile, at the Fierce Tiger Gang's mountain stronghold, Zhu Honggong frowned and asked his lackeys, What's the report? A subordinate replied, We sent someone on a flying chariot to Jin Dingshan overnight, but the fighting there was too intense. Our men didn't dare get close. But some cultivators said they saw an avatar with their own eyes. Zhu Honggong's face turned pale as he asked, What kind of avatar was it? That avatar was over 100 feet tall and 20 feet wide, surrounded by a golden light with an 8-leaf golden lotus at its base. Hearing this, Zhu Honggong hit the dirt with a thud. Master, what the hell happened to him? What do I do now? At Motiango, the system announced remaining life 613 days. Ji Mo Tian Ji thought about a card that would grant him 300 days. The effect is a bit weaker than the first card, and I only have 150 merit points left, which is pathetically low. The jumbled mess of cultivation techniques in my mind are impossible to cultivate, so I have to get a new technique from the shop. I really don't want to repeat the same mistakes as the original Ji Mo Tian Ji. Although good and evil are subjective for even his own disciples, to want to betray someone like Ji Mo Tian Ji, it definitely has a lot to do with his character. For someone to be this evil, it's inevitably linked to the cultivation techniques he practiced. Suddenly a voice came from outside. Master Shiyini requests an audience. Come in. Shiyini entered excitedly, praising him with a bright smile. Master, you look even younger again. Ji Mo Tian Ji, acting like a good master, patted his disciple's head. You sweet talker. Shiyini continued her praise. Master, you're so amazing. Is that so? Shiyini nodded, her eyes sparkling. To single-handedly force back 10 of the world's top masters. Right now, only you could do that, Master. You once said that as long as you're powerful enough, you can kill whoever you want. So why didn't you kill my senior brothers and sisters? Hearing this, Ji Mo Tian Ji gave a forced smile. He broke into a cold sweat, thinking, I can't believe this kid already has such dangerous ideas. He then said, Shiyini. Yes, Master. All the principles I taught you before, forget all of them. It's best if you forget every single one. Ji Mo Tian Ji suddenly felt that cleaning up the old man's mess was harder than ascending to heaven. Shiyini didn't quite understand, but obeyed without question. Yes, your disciple understands. Seeing his disciple's hesitation, Ji Mo Tian Ji looked up at the sky and said gently, If you have something to say, just say it. I won't blame you. Master, you once promised me something. Should I forget that too? Ji Mo Tian Ji frowned, feeling a bit frustrated. What kind of random promise did that old demon lord make? It seems that when I transmigrated into this worn-out old man's body, I didn't get all his memories. He asked back, a promise Shiyini recounted with an innocent face. Master said that as soon as I reached the divine court realm, you would give me the jade horsetail whisk. Ji Mo Tian Ji tried to act normal, although he didn't remember the promise he knew about the jade horsetail whisk. It was a heaven-grade treasure that could greatly increase a cultivator's power. But when I transmigrated here, all of Ji Mo Tian Ji's items were already gone. So how could I possibly give it to her? Telling her the truth would be a huge letdown. So he said, casually, Of course you should forget it, but I will give you a different heaven-grade treasure instead. The jade horsetail whisk is only suitable for older Taoist cultivators. It would look pretty awkward for a little girl like you to use it. As expected, the naive Shiyini was successfully fooled. Her eyes sparkled as she said gratefully, Thank you, Master. After dealing with that little detail, Ji Mo Tian Ji got down to business. Little Shiyini, I have a mission for you. Please give me your orders, Master. Near Jindingshan, there are still some cultivators from the righteous sects, secretly investigating us. Go and take care of them. Your disciple obeys. Go on. And so she left quickly, her face full of excitement and vigor. This time, Ji Mo Tian Ji had made the right decision. Just 10 minutes later, the system announced, Killed an evildoer, gained 10 merit points. Killed an evildoer, gained 10 merit points. Seriously, Ji Mo Tian Ji didn't know whether to be happy or sad. His disciple could also complete system missions, and he, the master, could gain a lot of merit points through it. Makes perfect sense. The system wasn't done yet. Killed an evildoer gained 10 merit points. The merit points had already accumulated to 300. Ji Mo Tian Ji immediately said, "Shot by the primal Tai Chi Dharmakaya." System Ding acquired the primal Tai Chi Dharmakaya. Receiving the treasure, Ji Mo Tian Ji was very satisfied. I've broken through, truly stepping from the body tempering realm into the mystic enlightenment realm. Ugh, body tempering is just about training your muscles and bones. You can't use energy like a real cultivator. His power multiplied and the system chimed in again. Killed a villain, gained 10 merit points. Identity, Lu Zhou. Cultivation, mystic enlightening realm. Heart aperture. Race human. Merit points, 0. Remaining lifespan, 613 days. Items, Ji Mo Tian Ji's peak state experience. Card times 2, fatal blow. Block times 5. Passive. He stroked his beard and thought for a moment. The reversal card needs 1,000 merit points. What a ripoff. Reaching Ji Mo Tian Ji's level isn't as easy as I imagined. Not to mention, I don't even have a suitable cultivation method for now. Regarding the old methods, there are plenty of cultivation techniques in my mind, along with Ji Mo Tian Ji's insights and the cultivation methods, strengths and weaknesses of his disciples. The problem is those methods were all tailor-made for them, not for me. As for Ji Mo Tian Ji's own cultivation method, it seems that because his body is so old, his cultivation has been stagnant, unable to progress. This means I have to increase my lifespan before I can consider cultivating again. I can't rush this. I guess I'll just have to wait. The merit points don't seem to be going up anymore. After all, little Yini is in the divine court realm, so handling these small fries is a piece of cake for her. I'll have to give them more tasks to do. If my disciples can also help me rake in merit points, then I have to make good use of them. Unbeknownst to him, Zhu Jifeng had been lying in ambush outside. He seized the chance to jump in and stab him from behind, and even though he missed, he arrogantly shouted, "I did it." He frowned. The first disciple of Tianjianmen, Zhu Jifeng. Zhu Jifeng was terrified and retracted his sword, recognized in just a single glance. He calmly thought to himself, "With my current strength, I can tell which expert has arrived with just a single glance. Should I call for backup?" The system announced, "Fatal blow block activated." Humiliated and furious, Zhu Jifeng rushed to attack him again. Die. But he just stood there indifferently, and Zhu Jifeng couldn't even lay a finger on him. How is this possible? You want to keep going? Zhu Jifeng slumped to the ground. The difference in their strength was just too vast. In reality, he was just pretending to be calm. After all, the mystic enlightening realm is the weakest realm in the world of cultivation. So how could he possibly fight? Zhu Jifeng, who was already in the divine court realm. This Zhu Jifeng dude was obviously here for revenge, a total lunatic with balls of steel who didn't even value his own life. Gotta stay cool. I can't lose the intimidation game. So he said, "You overestimate yourself." Zhu Jifeng refused to give up and attacked again. "You killed my master. I'll get my revenge, even if it kills me." He was about to use a precious experience card, but his 9th disciple returned and quickly came to her master's aid. What blind bastard dares to ambush my master? One move from Yini sent Zhu Jifeng flying. She growled, "I'll chop him into 8 pieces to vent your anger. For you, master." Zhu Jifeng coughed up blood and laughed bitterly at her words. The 9 great disciples of the Mo Tian Ge are just as vicious as the rumors say. Even a pretty and adorable little girl like you is this terrifying. He calmly said, "Yini, stand down." But inside he was freaking out. That was a close call. I almost kicked the bucket. Good thing my little disciple showed up when she did, otherwise those 5 blocks wouldn't have held out for long. Then I would have had to burn another experience card. The system announced, Identity Zhu Jifeng. Race human. Realm divine court. Realm early Dao constituting stage. Status hostile. Hatred value 85%. He was a bit surprised. The system works in mysterious ways. System Ding hidden side quest triggered Go Zhu Jifeng. Reminder. Any of your actions can trigger a hidden quest. Seeing this, he casually walked back to his seat. I killed your master, so it's only natural for you to come after me for revenge. But being so reckless is just a death wish and completely pointless. You reached body tempering at 8, entered the mystic enlightening realm at 9, advanced to the condensing consciousness realm at 13, the Brahman Sea realm at 18, and entered the divine court realm at 20. You could have just waited a few more years to come get your revenge. But why are you so determined to die right now? Ji Mo Tian Ji's words really got to Zhu Jifeng, and he frowned suspiciously. Is it too late to regret it now? Shiini stood aside with her arms crossed, saying contemptuously, "And you call a master like that a rare genius? I became his disciple at 10 years old, and now at only 15, I've already reached the divine court realm." Ji Mo Tian Ji warned her in a low voice, "Don't butt in," before turning back to the other guy to continue. "Shu Jifeng, do you know why I haven't killed you?" Zhu Jifeng shouted impatiently. "Old demon, stop with the holier-than-thou act. If you want to hack me to pieces or flay me alive, just do it. Do you really think that Luo Changfeng is some kind of righteous hero? What are you getting at?" Seeing that he had sparked the other's curiosity, Ji Mo Tianji continued seamlessly. "Young people are so naive they don't know how vast the world is. I knew Luo Changfeng before you were even born. What the hell are you trying to say?" Zhu Jifeng still couldn't figure out what the man was getting at. "What if I told you that the one who killed your father was none other than Luo Changfeng? Would you believe me?" Ji Mo Tianji's expression was dead serious, showing he wasn't joking. Zhu Jifeng shot back angrily. "Don't even try to sow discord. Everyone knows that the seventh disciple of Jin Ding Shan Yu Nai was a despicable villain skilled in mind games. Too bad for you. Your cheap tricks won't work on me." Ji Mo Tianji paid no mind to his childish outburst and continued. "Back in the day, I was passing through X Prefecture and stopped at the Zhang residence, right as the young mistress of the house was giving birth. I noticed the newborn had a peculiar aptitude, an exceptional talent, so I decided to take him as my disciple. I gave the Zhang couple 3 days to think it over. Whether they agreed or not, I was going to take that child. But by the next day, the entire Zhang family had been wiped out. By the time I got to the Zhang residence, it was too late. The entire cultivation world assumed I was the murderer who slaughtered the whole family. I've killed countless people in my lifetime. One more or one less accusation doesn't matter to me. All the so-called righteous sects in the world believed I did it, but no one knew it was all Luo Changfeng's handiwork." Zhu Jifeng's face was still full of suspicion. "Yeah, right. Keep spinning your lies." However, the man's next words hit him like a bolt of lightning, leaving him speechless for a moment. "You have a birthmark on your shoulder. When you were born, your body had a cold constitution, and it was I who stepped in to save you. This is also the reason your body has always contained a trace of demonic qi. Your real surname is Jiang. You are that child from the Jiang family." Zhu Jifeng froze his mind, reeling. The secret of his birthmark was something almost no one knew. Ji Mo Tianji paused there, looking profound. "I see you're still too young. If I told you the whole truth, I'm afraid you couldn't handle the pressure. Fine, you can go now." But deep down, the old man knew this push and pull tactic would easily pique the boy's curiosity. At some point, Zhu Jifeng's eyes had unknowingly turned red. He roared, "I don't believe it. You damn demon, don't think your shameless, dirty tricks will work on me." Seeing someone dare to disrespect her master, Shayini flew into a rage and clenched her fists. "You dare curse my master again. Believe it or not, I'll kill you right here and now." Zhu Jifeng instantly shut his mouth. He thought to himself, this old demon isn't as terrifying as the rumors say, but this little girl beside him is ridiculously fierce. Ji Mo Tianji frowned deep in thought. "Looks like going easy on this stubborn kid won't work." With that thought, he let out a smirk. "Huh. Your master Luo Changfeng wiped out the Zhang family, dishonored your mother, and then took you away. 35 years ago, Luo Changfeng broke through to the nascent divinity tribulation realm. This realm is divided into 3 major stages, Daoyuan Hunyuan, and Hidao. Within them, the Hidao stage offers a path to advance even further." Hearing this, Shiyini excitedly showed off what she knew. "Oh master, I know this one, Hidao. In the Heidaio stage, you can use your powerful cultivation base to devour another person's cultivation essence, merging 2 into 1. That's why it's called Hidao. Right, Master Ji Mo Tian Ji continued his explanation. "In this entire Tianjian men, you're the only one who cultivates the same great Dao as Luo Changfeng, and you still think there's nothing wrong with him. I know you don't believe me, so go back and ask your grandmaster." The old man turned to Shiyini. "Little Shiyini, see him out." Shiyini looked unconvinced. "Master, are you just going to let him go like that? He sneak attacked you." Ji Mo Tianji just sternly reminded her with one word, insolent. That one word made his 9 disciples tremble slightly, only daring to pout. Just like that, she took her anger out on someone else, dragging Zhu Jifeng like an animal, grabbing him by the collar and throwing him out. "You pig, does my master need to lie to trick you? Wouldn't it be better to just kill you, you pig brain?" A system notification popped up. Hidden side quest. Instigate Zhu Jifeng, not completed. Ji Mo Tianji remained calm, having already expected this in his heart. This mission couldn't be finished right away, but it was only a matter of time. Unless Zhu Jifeng was a real idiot, Otherwise, as long as he had half a brain, he would definitely investigate. Just then, Shiyini returned and curiously asked, Master, why didn't you kill him? Ji Mo Tian Ji's face darkened slightly, thinking to himself, this girl's killing intent is too strong. Just like her senior brothers and sisters, they've all been influenced by me. He then patiently explained, killing people isn't the only way to solve a problem. Shiyini innocently asked back, but master, you just sent me down the mountain to kill quite a few righteous path cultivators. They dared to set an ambush on Jin Dingshan. They deserve to die. Ji Mo Tian Ji reminded her, don't be a smartass. Did I say you couldn't kill people? Killing isn't the solution, but it's always one of the methods. This time, Ji Mo Tian Ji looked very serious, when suddenly the system announced, Ding, your disciple, has committed an evil act. Corresponding merit points will be deducted. This is really unsettling. What the hell merit points can still be deducted? What the hell? This can happen too. He then signaled to Shiyini, go call your senior brothers and sisters here. I'll go right away. Meanwhile, Tianji was still haggling with the system. System, I only have this many merit points, and they still have to be deducted. This means merit points can be gained when disciples do good deeds, and they can also be deducted when they do evil deeds. But what exactly counts as an evil deed? Soon his villainous disciples had all gathered. Master, Ji Mo Tian Ji frowned and said, well, what were you all just doing? Ming Xian innocently replied, yes, master. Your disciple listened to you. I've been patrolling the area around Jin Dingshan and haven't done anything at all. You all should know my temperament well. I hate liars the most. Ji Mo Tian Ji's face darkened, emphasizing every word. Seeing this, Ming Xian was a little scared, and hurriedly said respectfully, a hunter appeared at the southern foot of the mountain. What kind of place is Jin Dingshan? How could we let them hunt here? Disciple, I know I was wrong. I should have killed them all. As he explained, he was about to go take care of it immediately. Our Jin Dingshan is famous throughout the cultivation world, yet these hunters don't even know that. Maybe they're spies from the righteous sects? Master, let your disciple go kill them all, huh? Stop. Yes. Hearing his master's command, he froze in place. Ji Mo Tian Ji calmly stroked his beard and explained, the barrier of Jin Dingshan hasn't recovered yet, so it's normal for people to wander in by mistake. Just chase them out. If you find someone intentionally causing trouble, it won't be too late to act then. Disciple will obey master's command. Ming Xian obeyed, but a big question mark hung in his heart. This isn't master's usual style, is it? Normally it should be to kill their entire family, right? Xiaoyu was surprised and discussed with her senior brothers. Master suddenly becoming so gentle, I'm really not used to it. Senior brothers, do you feel that? Master has become different from before. Ming Xian's loyalty is 65%. Duanmu, Sheng's loyalty is 62%. Xiaoyu's loyalty is 68%. Ming Xian put his hand on his chin, looking thoughtful. Don't panic and don't make wild guesses. You learn from your mistakes. Perhaps Master is just trying out a new style. That's right, we just need to obey Master's orders. Don't ask about other things. So that afternoon, Tianji, while lying around at home, doing nothing, also received a system notification. Saved 15 innocent lives, rewarded with 150 merit points. Gained 14 merit points from the worship of 14 people. Gained 10 merit points from one person's sincere worship. Reminder, sincere worship grants 10 times the merit points of ordinary worship with no additional bonuses. Second reminder, this cannot be farmed. Third reminder, deliberately staging worship events will not grant merit points. Ji Mo Tian Ji shot up instantly. There's a catch like this. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Where's little Shiyini? Shiyini appeared at once. Your disciple is here. He ordered, go tell your senior brothers and sisters that they must treat the innocent well. His mind was racing. Merit points, merit points. Getting worshipped by people means getting merit points. Little Shiyini was still a bit confused. Treat them well. But she was very obedient. Yes, I'll go right away. Go on. At the Fierce Tiger Gang, headquarters in the mountain stronghold. Chieftain, we've received a reply from Yanyue Gong. What does the letter say? Zhu Honggong asked urgently. The palace master of Yanyue Gong said that the old demon of Jin Dingshan was able to kill the sect master of Tianjian Men, Luo Changfeng. So his cultivation must have recovered. Palace Master Yi is unable to assist, and Chieftain, your strength is the lowest. You must escape at once. Hearing this, Zhu Honggong collapsed into his chair with a thud. His subordinates cried out in alarm. Chieftain, how did it come to this, master? How can that old geezer be so damn strong? Though anxious, Zhu Honggong tried to compose himself. Don't panic, get a grip. With me here, what's there to be afraid of? The system sound chimed again. Ding. Disciplining Zhu Honggong gained 50 merit points. Ji Mo Tian Ji was surprised. I haven't done anything to Honggong. How did I earn merit points related to him? System identity, Lu Zhou race, human cultivation, mystic enlightenment, realm, deep orifice, stage, merit points, 244. Remaining lifespan, 610 days. Items, Ji Mo Tian Ji's peak form trial card times 2, fatal blow, block times 3 passive. Seeing this, he thought glumly. It's still as pathetically low as ever, even though I've discovered a new way to rack up merit points. But I only have just over 200 points. For a shop that sells items for 1,000 points and up, this is just a drop in the bucket. With this many points, I can only spin the lottery a few times. And that's it. He said again, system lottery draw, system ding. This lottery draw consumes 50 merit points obtained by Z. What an eye-opener. Mount by Z unique permanent use. I can't believe I actually pulled such a rare mount. Ji Mo Tian Ji was extremely pleased, thinking with a hearty laugh. This lottery system is absolutely insane. Back in Ji Mo Tian Ji's day, he must have had all kinds of techniques, weapons, and even rare mounts like this. He thought to himself, he was an old demon who dominated for 1,000 years after all. But now that I've replaced Ji Mo Tian Ji, I'm left with nothing totally broke. In the fantastical world of Dayan, those who couldn't capture demonic or fierce beasts as mounts would try to build flying chariots or forge flying swords to ride. But none of those are as badass as having a mount. If you compare it to modern times, the Baizel is basically a luxury supercar, a symbol of status and power. The higher the class of the tamed beast, the stronger its master is naturally. With that thought, he summoned the Baize and dismissed it. This mount was truly satisfying. It vanished into the void right on the spot. So magical. His disciples, watching from a distance, saw it too, their eyes shining with admiration. Am I seeing things? I think a powerful wave of auspicious energy just appeared. Right? Ming Xian stared at the sky. It's a new trick. Master, that old geezer is obviously trying to hide his evil. Aura. Let's just pretend we didn't see anything. Zhao Yue puffed her cheeks and nodded. I don't think your eyes were playing tricks on you. I felt it too. Let's just pretend we didn't see a thing. After hitting the jackpot once, Ji Mo Tian Ji kept drawing. However, this time things didn't go his way. Draw, draw, draw. System ding. This lottery draw consumes 50 merit points. Better luck next time, plus 1 luck point. Ding, this draw costs 50 merit points. Better luck next time, plus 1 luck point. Ding, this draw costs 50 merit points. Better luck next time, plus 1 luck point. The system only has 44 points left, not enough for another draw. Ji Mo Tian Ji's eye twitched, so it really is rigged. All in all, the rewards, this time, were pretty damn rich. Getting a Baizi mount in 4 draws is a huge win. Outside, 3 people on horseback galloped over. Ahead of them was Jin Dingshan, the lair of the most infamous old demon in the cultivation world. It was a place that struck fear into everyone's hearts. The person in the back asked fearfully, Steward, why did the clan leader have to send Shiyini to Jin Dingshan to become a disciple? This place's reputation is anything but good. The third person, who was slightly bald, spoke up. Do you think the clan leader wanted to? That old demon kills without batting an eye. The clan leader had no choice but to make the decision for little Shiyini, to become his disciple, hoping the old demon would help our clan through this disaster for Shiyini's sake. The steward sighed. I can only hope so. I heard that a few days ago. The old demon single-handedly forced 10 great masters to retreat and killed the sect master of Tianjianmen Luo Changfeng in a single strike. If that old demon agrees to help our Zai family, might just survive this disaster. Suddenly a loud voice echoed down the path. Who dares trespass on Jin Dingshan? The 3 of them quickly dismounted, kneeling in respect. The Z family of Anyang City pays our respects to the esteemed masters of Motiange. Ming Xian appeared from above. The Z family of Anyang City. Duan Wusheng appeared behind them with his arms crossed, saying nonchalantly, Fourth brother, the Zai family from Anyang City, our little junior sister's clansmen. Ming Xian put a hand to his chin, thinking for a moment. I get it. Good thing I'm so sharp. According to Master's new playbook, we can't kill them, we have to treat them well. Besides, they're little junior sister's family. Fourth senior brother makes a good point. So Ming Xian put on a friendly and enthusiastic act, saying, No need for formalities. Quick, quick, get up. This only made the men even more terrified, thinking he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. The nicer he was, the more they dared not act out of line, bowing even lower. We wouldn't dare. We wouldn't dare. Ming Xian smiled. You're wrong to say that. Since you're little junior sister's clansman, that makes you family. Behind him, Duan Musheng and Zhao Yue nodded vigorously. Family doesn't need to be so formal. Come on, get up. The men were getting scared out of their wits. This lowly one wouldn't dare. This lowly one wouldn't dare. This lowly one wouldn't dare. You're really trying my patience. Ming Xian's face darkened as he tried to remain calm and said, You refuse a toast, only to drink a forfeit fine. Get moving, all of you up the mountain to await my decision. The men immediately scrambled to their feet and followed. Yes, seeing them pale as ghosts. He sighed to himself. Don't look at me like that. I'm just being forced to do this. Master's new playbook is a real pain to follow. In the Great Hall, Master the Z family from Anyang City requests an audience. The Z family, little Shi Yini's clansmen, let them in. Ji Mo Tian Ji searched his memories. The Z surname actually originated from the Shu surname. They were once the same clan. The three men entered and knelt respectfully, greetings, pavilion master. Ji Mo Tian Ji sipped his tea and looked at little Shi Yini. I once established a rule that anyone who joins Mo Tian Ge is forbidden from associating with their former clan and friends. Little Shi Yini, do you remember this? Shi Yini replied respectfully. This disciple remembers. I will send them away at once. The steward was crying silently and stammered. Young miss, it's me, Xuan. Little Shi Yini's eyes widened. Xuan. Xuan felt a wave of despair, thinking sadly. Young miss, I've finally found you. The Z family is in danger. The master and madam are in danger too. Ji Mo Tian Ji frowned thoughtfully, recalling when little Shi Yini had left home. She was only 10 years old. 5 years have passed, so it's only natural that her memories from that time are a bit hazy. She also misses her parents often, and the old master dotes on her, without spoiling her. Duan Musheng reminded, How dare you? This is the Motiange, not a place for you to be whining and crying. Zhao Yue stepped forward and said softly, Little junior sister, if I wasn't giving face, because these are your clansmen, this big sister would have already sewn his mouth shut with a golden needle. Shi Yini instinctively knelt down. She couldn't bear it. Master, seeing this, Ming Xian's gaze softened a bit before he spoke up. Master, the rules are set by you. Little junior sister's family is our family too. When family is in trouble, if we don't step in to help, wouldn't that make us worse than pigs? Duan Musheng cupped his hands and added, Fourth junior brother has a point. I think so too. Zhao Yue agreed. Ji Mo Tian Ji nodded gently. There's some truth to that, but the Mo Tiange doesn't meddle in just any affair. He glanced over and saw their loyalty levels. Each of them had increased by another 5 points, basically about to hit 70%. Ming Xian cleverly replied at once. That's right. Master's divine might is unmatched. If it were just some trivial matter, it would be far too easy for you. Ji Mo Tian Ji didn't react, but thought to himself, Old Fourth is good at analyzing, always taking advantage of the situation, and his bootlicking skills are on another level. The steward also spoke up, the Z family in Anyang City has always followed the rules, only doing business with ordinary folk, and they've been peaceful for years. The Z family has over 1,000 mouths to feed, all depending on this for their livelihood. They started wailing even louder after getting a wink from little Shi Yini. 1 month ago, the Z family's trade caravan was passing through the Hegu region when it was robbed by a gang of bandits. The Z family didn't want any trouble, so they paid off the bandits to settle the matter. But who knew those bandits would get greedy, bringing their men overnight to Anyang City to take over the Z manor, and took over 100 members of the Z family hostage. Zhao Yue frowned confused. It's just a bunch of bandits. Why not go to the local officials? The man immediately replied respectfully. The old master wanted to, but as soon as the officials heard it was the Hegu bandits, they just shoot him away, not daring to get involved. I heard those bandits have a cultivator backing them. Zhao Yue pondered for a moment, based on the old man's old habits. The Motianga would absolutely never get involved in this kind of mess. But things are different now. Plus, this involves our little junior sister, and Master really dotes on our little sister, so she sighed. Sigh. No wonder. Ming Xian quickly stepped forward. Master, please leave this matter to me. These bandits dared to take little junior sister's family hostage. How can we let them run wild like this? Both Duan Musheng and Zhao Yue were speechless, so shameless. Ji Mo Tian Ji sat on his high seat. Also thinking, with my current strength, getting involved with other cultivators is just asking for trouble. Ming Xian, however, was very enthusiastic. Please, master, let me atone for my past sins with this deed. My past transgressions were heavy, and now little junior sister's family is in danger. As her senior brother, how can I just sit back and do nothing, even though you've grounded me? Master, this is a special situation, so I beg for your permission. Duan Musheng whispered to Zhao Yue. Since when did Old Fourth's acting get this good? Ji Mo Tian Ji didn't answer immediately, thinking to himself, if my disciple does the job, I can earn merit points, killing two birds with one stone. He said, this matter should have been handled by little Shiyini herself, but she's still young and doesn't know how to hold back. Since you, her senior, brother, are so eager, I'll leave it to you to handle. Mingxian cupped his hands and replied respectfully, your disciple will definitely complete the mission. You have 3 days. Hearing that, Mingxian asked in surprise, huh, 3 days? Master, isn't 3 days a little tight? We're all on the same side. Why the rush? Trying to trip me up like this? Zhao Yue frowned. Senior brother, you're a divine court realm expert. If it were me, I'd only need 2 days. Since when did you become so insecure? Just get it done. I will obey. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Ji Mo Tian Ji watched his disciple's retreating figure, thinking to himself, the reason I gave a 3-day time limit is so these disciples don't get too comfortable and forget what's important. If this drags on for too long, it'll cause a whole mess of problems that won't be easy to clean up. A mission panel appeared. Rescue the Z family executor. Mingxian countdown. 2 days and 23 hours. Ding gain 3 sincere kowtows, rewarding 30 merit points. Note actively staging events to solicit worship will not grant merit points. He then spoke to reassure them a bit. Little Shiyini, take them down the mountain. Your 4th senior brother might be a sucker for the glitz and glamour of the outside world, but he's always serious about his work and likes to use his brain. With his personality, he'll have the problem solved in less than a day, so don't worry. Yes, Shiyini quickly led her relatives out. This disciple understands. The other 2 disciples understood immediately. Master clearly knew that Old Fourth would mess around for another 2 days. Everything was already in the palm of his hand. Old Fifth, this disciple is here. Ji Mo Tian Ji gave the order gently. I'll give you 2 days to go to Tianjianmen and investigate the situation with their head disciple, Zhu Jifeng. Zhao Yue respectfully listened. This disciple obeys. I will definitely complete the mission. If we're going to instigate something, we naturally have to investigate thoroughly. The next day, Ji Mo Tian Ji was resting, enjoying the morning sun. After the assassination attempt by Zhu Jifeng, even though they thought they were strong enough to stop any assassin, the fact that these scoundrels managed to sneak into Jin Dingshan made them feel guilty, I guess. Both of his disciples diligently stood guard for him, like door gods. Occasionally, little Shiyini would turn her head and ask Master, will 4th senior brother really be okay? Ji Mo Tian Ji casually sipped his orange juice and replied, don't worry. Duan Musheng, who was beside them, also said little junior sister. Old Fourth might be playful and seem unreliable at times, but when it comes to work, he always gives it his all. You can rest assured on that point. I'm just worried 4th senior brother will get too caught up in playing and forget about his real mission. Duan Musheng said bluntly, his voice cold. If he dares to forget, he won't even need Master to deal with him. I, his senior brother, will definitely not let him off. Hearing that, Shiyini nodded in support. She sighed unconsciously. It would be great if 7th senior brother were here. Hearing this, Duan Musheng immediately lowered his voice. Little junior sister, don't talk nonsense. That's the one who betrayed the sect, a treacherous and unfilial disciple. You'll get a scolding if you dare mention him in front of Master. On the contrary, Ji Mo Tian Ji was quite indifferent. It's fine. Old 7th is skilled at scheming and planning. Truly a rare talent, but he loves to play with people's hearts and gets hung up on trivial matters. As expected, intelligent people are always so cunning. Suddenly, a flock of birds flew over. They were messenger birds, but these weren't ordinary messenger birds. They were raised by Jin Dingshan, and having been nourished with spiritual energy, they had long since mutated. Some of the more powerful messenger birds have even evolved into one of the countless types of fierce beasts in this world of Dayan. Caw, 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 Shiyini said excitedly. Messenger birds. Senior sister sent a message. She quickly took the letter. Read it. Yes. Obediently, Shiyini quickly opened it. And Master, after the 10 great sects besieged Jin Dingshan and Luo Changfeng of Tianjianmen died in the fight to become the next sect master. Tianjianmen has fallen into chaos. After Zhu Jifeng returned to Tianjianmen, he did not succeed as the sect master. The previous sect master, Luo Xingkong, is temporarily in seclusion. This disciple speculates that Luo Xingkong probably wants to use this opportunity to break through to the Heidao realm of the nascent divinity Tribulation realm. Last night, when this disciple went to investigate, I discovered that Zhu Jifeng harbors treacherous thoughts. Ji Mo Tian Ji stood up, his movements a bit slow. Tell Zhao Yue that she can help him if necessary. Yes. Hearing this, Duan Muxing frowned in confusion and said respectfully, Master Zhu Jifeng is just a cultivator who has just entered the divine court realm. and he's my mortal enemy. Why should we help him? Ji Mo Tian Ji glanced at him, thinking to himself, it's basically to cover up the truth. As long as their loyalty hasn't reached 80% or more, I have to act carefully. Duanmu Sheng was too embarrassed to say anything else. System Dingming Xiyin has completed the mission issued by the host. This time, he saved 105 members of the Z family, earning 1,050 merit points, received 105 sincere kowtows, gaining 1. 50 merit points for killing 82 bandits yielded 820 points. Ji Mo Tian Ji was a bit surprised. Such a simple mission brought in so many merit points. Adding that to his previous balance, his grand total was now 2,904 points. The messenger bird appeared once again. Chirp, chirp, Shiyini spoke up. Master Fourth Senior, brother sent a letter back. Read it. Shiyini read, your disciple was fortunate enough not to fail his mission. I have rescued the Z family's clansmen and slain the bandits. Furthermore, during my investigation, I discovered the cultivators backing these thugs. It seems to be connected to Old Eighth's Mahu stronghold. Your disciple will investigate this matter thoroughly. Ji Mo Tian Ji instantly figured it out. The first half was the mission report, but the second half was clearly just an excuse for him to slack off for another 2 days. Since he was in a good mood, he let it slide. Shiyini puffed out her cheeks and said, Master Fourth Senior Brother said this involves Eighth Senior Brother. How could Eighth Senior Brother do something like that? Old Eighth Duanmu, Sheng calmly said. He's a divine court realm expert. After all, he wouldn't get his hands dirty with worldly affairs. It's probably just those cultivators using your senior brother's name to do their dirty work. Ji Mo Tian Ji just walked inside, leaving them with a few words. Whether it's true or not, just let Old Fourth look into it. In the Motiange that afternoon, shop purchase Liangyi Huasheng Avatar. System merit points 2,904. Consumed 1,000 merit points. Obtained the Liangyi Huasheng Avatar. A surge of energy filled his body. Ji Mo Tian Ji was satisfied as the energy flowed through his dantian and meridians, like a never-ending river. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation jumped from the mystic and lightning realm's mouth aperture to the nose, aperture, and then leaped straight to the eye aperture. Of the 5 apertures, heart, mouth, nose, eye, and ear, he had instantly cleared 4 of them. This rate of progress was probably unprecedented in history. He then bought 2 reversal cards. The system consumed 1,006 merit points, obtaining 2 reversal cards, leaving him with 90 merit points. Used Ji Mo Tian Ji pulled out a mirror to check himself out, thinking I've gotten so used to the slow pace of this old body that becoming 6,000 days younger feels incredibly refreshing and amazing. Back on Earth, nobody could even imagine what it's like to experience this kind of reverse aging, huh? Just like that, he'd blown through 2,000 merit points. Guess money really does burn a hole in your pocket. He decided to try the system lottery again. This draw cost 50 merit points, and he got thank you for playing. Luck points plus 1. System lottery. This draw cost 50 merit points, and he got thank you for playing. Luck points plus 1. System lottery. This draw cost 50 merit points, and he got thank you for playing. Luck points plus 1. System. This draw cost 50 merit points, and he got thank you for playing. Luck points plus 1. 1 system. This draw cost 50 merit points, and he got thank you for playing. Luck points plus 1. Thank you for your 5 consecutive draws. Looks like his luck had totally run out. The system panel appeared. Name Lu Zhou. Race human. Cultivation mystic. Enlightening realm. Eye aperture. Avatar Liangyi Huasheng. Merit points 654. Lifespan 1,209. Days items peak state trial card. Ji Mo Tian Ji peak state times. 2 fatal blow. Block times 3. Baizi's passive. He frowned. Looking back, even though he got a lot of merit points, the mission rewards weren't as great as he'd hoped. The cheapest techniques and weapons in the shop cost almost 1,000 merit points. He'd have to give these disciples a few more missions to increase his own lifespan, then save up from a few more to buy a decent technique or weapon. With his current cultivation level, it'd be tough to protect himself if he left Jinding Shan. So for now, he could only hunker down on the mountain. Having this crew of disciples to protect him wasn't a huge issue, but he still had to watch his back in case they decided to turn on him. With that thought, he called for Shiyini. She appeared in a flash. Master, go get the 4 treasures of the study from the Motiange and bring them here. Shiyini is such a little troublemaker. Master, you've never written before. I've always written for you. You want to write by yourself today. What a pain this little brat is really asking for it. Does Master need to be stopped while he works? I'll go right now. I've already got it. She was really quick placing the inkwell on the table in a flash. Master, let me grind the ink for you. Ji Mo Tian Ji couldn't help but sigh. After all, he was a genuine literature major in his past life. When he had nothing to do, he just loved to practice calligraphy, and even won awards at school for it. He picked up the brush and wrote Yu Zheng Hai Wu Shang, Rong Duan Mu, Sheng Ming Shi Yin, Chao Yue Ye Tian Xin, Siwuya Ju Honggong Shi Yini. These were the 9 disciples infamous for their countless crimes who shook the world, all raised by the great villain Ji Mo Tian Ji using his system. Even the youngest disciple was already a divine court realm expert. So just how powerful were the cultivation realms of his senior disciples? Had they already surpassed Ji Mo Tian Ji? If they had, with the murderous nature of Yu Zhenghai and Wu Shangrong, how could they let this old villain, Ji Mo Tian Ji, continue to exist? In this world, besides Ji Mo Tian Ji himself, must have known that every villain he raised was like a wolf or a tiger, and they would inevitably betray him one day. From the very beginning of their training, couldn't he have left behind some tricks or an ace up his sleeve to crush these villains? The lost memories were just too crucial. Oh, Ji Mo Tian Ji, what life-saving tricks do you even have left? Seeing Ji Mo Tian Ji lost in thought, Shiyini couldn't help but break the silence. Master, your handwriting is so beautiful. Why are you writing our names? I am reflecting on myself. Reflecting? Shiyini's eyes widened as she repeated her master's words. I reflect on myself 3 times a day. I have taught you 9 disciples, only for you to go around causing trouble everywhere, stirring up widespread resentment and grievances. Perhaps in the past I was truly wrong, although he said that he wasn't entirely convinced. What did I do wrong? The one at fault was the original Ji Mo Tian Ji. A fish rots from the head down, and he was always looking to wipe out entire families over nothing. Master, then, why did you have to take us 9 disciples, and why only 9? With your power, if you just expanded the Mo Tian Gi, you could have had tens of thousands of disciples and grand disciples on Jinding Shan. Who would dare to defy you then? As she spoke, Shigini made a mischievous martial arts pose. Those so-called righteous sects wouldn't dare come up the mountain to challenge us anymore. If anyone dared to disobey, you could just give the order and your disciples would crush them. Those who obey me shall live, those who defy me shall die. Wouldn't that be great? Ji Mo Tian Ji reached out and placed his hand on her forehead. The girl was quick on the uptake, thinking she was about to be punished, and waited obediently. But contrary to her expectations, her master's hand just gently patted her head. Little girl, why is your head so full of killing? Have you forgotten everything I've taught you? I wouldn't dare. Ji Mo Tian Ji let out a long, weary sigh. Sigh. I've told you before. Killing isn't the only way to solve a problem. I'm not saying killing is always wrong, but we have to consider if it's necessary. For example, those unarmed commoners, they work hard their entire lives not fighting for power. They just want to live peacefully. So what reason would you have to kill them? Take, for instance, when Old Fourth went to save the 100 members of the Sea family. If those bandits were like you and just slaughtered the entire Sea family, would you have had the chance to go back and save your own people? Or not? Ji Mo Tian Ji patiently explained. Those bandits were indeed despicable. But their goal was just to get money, not to kill. So what is it that we seek? Hearing the question, Shiyini's eyes lit up, and she answered brightly. Cultivation breaking through to the nascent divinity tribulation realm, to enter the highest state and achieve eternal life. Very good, so shouldn't you just focus on your training? I think I'm starting to get it, Shiyini said, nodding. Hearing her answer, Ji Mo Tianji just gently stroked his white beard and nodded. It's good that you understand. Master, are you going to take on more disciples? Ji Mo Tianji stared at the text, thinking to himself. So that's what this is all about. He spoke up. Little Yini, you just asked why your master takes on disciples. What do you think the reason is? Because we're all super talented. Every one of us is a cultivation prodigy. Hearing that Ji Mo Tianji's face fell. Take a good look at this paper. What do your names imply? The bright moon rises from the sea. We share this moment from the ends of the earth. Shiyini naively clapped her hands in praise. This poem is so beautiful. Then she suddenly froze her eyes wide with shock. Hey, aren't these 2 lines made from the names of us 9 disciples? U.S. Master, did you accept us as disciples just because of this poem? But it looks like there's still 1 character missing. Ji Mo Tianji knew that too. That's right, 1 character is still missing. If Ji Mo Tianji was really picking disciples based on this poem, then it's obvious his reason for taking us in was not for some stupid talent, but for our names. But wait, This world doesn't seem to be the one from his past life. So where the hell did this poem come from? Could Ji Mo Tian Ji be a transmigrator, too? Down below, the curious crowd on the ground started buzzing, all of them staring up at the strange object, flying across the sky, and they couldn't help but gossip. Look, what is that? An immortal, a birdman or something? Turns out, it was just a guy. Mingxian was cruising through the sky, hauling a sack stuffed with gold and silver treasures. It was a rare chance for him to finally get away from Jin Dingshan. I've got to live it up, he thought, looking down as he flew, a frown on his face. A bunch of ants are getting all worked up over this. Whatever, I'm in a good mood today. Yeah, I should go find some hot girls to have fun with. But then an image of Ji Mo Tian Ji flashed in his mind, and his smile died instantly. Forget it. Master's into playing his little games right now, so I'd better just play along with the old geezer. I guess I'll just have to be a good guy and give away this pile of gold and jewels I took from those bandits to you all. With that thought, he opened the sack on his back and started making it rain. This young master wants to feel what it's like to be a big spender. For once. The people below were stunned. Something's falling. Get out of the way. It's golden banknotes. Thank the Bodhisattva. Thank the living Bodhisattva. Thank the heavens. Meanwhile, back with Ji Mo Tian Ji, the master and his disciple were chatting happily. What did you just say? Master kids really are easy to teach. At that moment, the system announced, receive the devout worship of 35 people. Gain 350 merit points. A short while later, in a place of breathtaking beauty, serene and elegant, a hazy mist drifted about, hinting at a hidden danger. This must be Tiger Ridge. Ming Xian landed on a nearby tree, pondering for a moment. Old Eighth, your senior brother, is here to pay you a visit. Inside the cave hideout, a guard ran in to report. Chief, there's a cultivator outside asking for an audience. Zhu Honggong was fast asleep on his throne. He grumbled for him to scram. Don't bother me while I'm sleeping. I haven't gotten any decent sleep for days, been paranoid all day long, and I finally get a chance to crash peacefully, he said. Before the guard could even finish, Zhu Honggong roared, Said what? Who cares what he said? Go castrate him and feed him to the beasts. Suddenly a laugh echoed, ha ha. It was a chilling sound. Old Eighth was so scared he fell right to the floor. Ming Xian strolled in nonchalantly. Old Eighth, what's with the scaredy cat act? Zhu Honggong quickly plastered on a smile to greet him. Senior brother, you scared the crap out of me. I thought it was the old geezer himself. So it was fourth senior brother. Ming Xian casually walked over to the throne. You still have the nerve to call me senior brother. Zhu Honggong just chuckled awkwardly. Heh heh heh. Senior brother, you came all this way. Are you here to join me? I told you Jinding Shan is a total dump. It's no place for humans. Just say the word, and I'll make you my second in command. Cut the crap. Hearing the serious tone in his brother's voice, Zhu Honggong was taken aback. Yes, sir, Ming Xian scoffed. You really think I'd join this crappy little hideout of yours? Not a chance. Zhu Honggong's clueless goons were blocking the way. Move it, seeing the scene. Zhu Honggong hurried over, shooing them away. Move it, which made them panic. Yes, yes. Then he turned back and said obediently, Yes, have a seat, senior brother. Ming Xian said casually, I'm on a mission, and I came to your place specifically to investigate. What mission? The kidnapping and extortion of the Shu family in Anduong City. Was that you? Ming Xian asked, narrowing his eyes. Hearing this, Zhu Honggong broke out in a cold sweat. No way it wasn't me. It really had nothing to do with me, I swear. The Shu family are little junior sister's people, and no matter how much of a scumbag I am, I'd never mess with little junior sister. Ming Xian clicked his tongue and said, I already wiped out those bandits, and their accomplice was a cultivator at the Qi condensation realm, and before he died, he ratted out Manhu gang. So am I framing you? Zhu Honggong quickly tried to defend himself. He was scared witless. Ever since he established Manhu gang, he'd pissed off a lot of righteous cultivators just to make a name for himself. I think someone's trying to frame me. Ming Xian said nonchalantly, I don't give a damn about that. You're coming back with me to face Master. Hearing that, Zhu Honggong's face turned red as he whined. Come on, fourth senior brother. Isn't the old man, Master, already injured? Just look the other way and let me off. Will ya? Why do you have to be so serious? You're gonna have to leave Jin Dingshan eventually. Anyway, Ming Xian immediately roared. Shut your mouth. A traitor like you. How dare you stand here and spout such disrespectful nonsense to my face? Get on your knees. Feeling the killing intent pouring off his senior brother, Zhu Honggong's legs turned to jelly and he scrambled to his knees, his voice trembling. Fourth senior brother, I was wrong. At the same time, over at Ji Mo Tian Ji's place, the system awarded 200 points for disciplining. Please continue disciplining. He felt a bit proud. This fourth disciple is kinda interesting. Back with Ming Xian, he growled, "A few days ago, Master defeated 10 top experts of the nascent divinity tribulation realm. You must have heard about it. Based on that alone, how dare you still disrespect Master?" He thought confidently, his words carrying a hidden meaning, warning Old Eighth that Master's cultivation hadn't regressed, but had actually improved. "Your cushy days are over," Zhu Honggong explained with a tremor in his voice. "Fourth senior brother, this is a letter from seventh senior brother. Maybe he can give you a heads up. Old Seventh said that Master's realm is the nascent divinity, tribulation realm, at the peak of great perfection. 2 years ago, he tried to break through a few times, but failed. When he faced those 10 top experts, someone saw Master get hurt with their own eyes, so how could his cultivation have recovered?" Ming Xian frowned. "Are you saying Old Seventh thinks Master used some kind of secret potion?" Zhu Honggong nodded. "Exactly. Fourth senior brother, we all know how strong eldest senior brother is. He's almost on par with Master, but after all this time, why hasn't eldest senior brother dared to move against him? Master has a ton of hidden aces that nobody knows about, but that can't last forever. No matter how many aces the old man has in the end, he can't escape the great tribulation of his lifespan. He's going to kick the bucket sooner or later." Facing his junior brother's sinister attitude, Ming Xian retorted, "Heh, Old Eighth. Old Seventh didn't write that in his letter. So who told you? How could a blockhead like you come up with that?" Zhu Honggong pouted, feeling wronged. "Fourth senior brother. It's not cool to insult me like that. I've got a brain too, you know?" Ming Xian rolled his eyes and sighed. Yeah, cut the crap. Calling you a blockhead is an insult to actual blocks. Was it sixth junior sister or second senior brother? I really thought of it myself." Ming Xian got up to leave. "All right, don't tell me if you don't want to. Look at you, scaredy cat. I've thought about the stuff in that letter too. I'm just not like you. I still respect the Master, you know. He's been in seclusion on the mountain this whole time, and I doubt he's coming down anytime soon. You just behave yourself in the fierce tiger stronghold, and stop causing trouble everywhere. You're lucky the Master didn't order me to off you." Zhu Honggong strikes a special pose to show his gratitude. "Thanks a bunch, fourth senior brother. Also, you better investigate that whole bandit thing properly, so I can report back to Master." Ming Xian vanished, leaving only his words behind. "You've got a point, senior brother. I'll definitely get to the bottom of it. See you off, senior brother." "Chief, are you all right?" One of his men stepped forward to ask. "It's nothing. Everyone stay calm. Don't panic. That was a close call." Seventh senior brother was absolutely right. Ji Mo Tian Ji sat, cultivating in the main hall. He realized his meridians were too old, and his Dantian's sea of chi was dim and filled with deathly energy, making it incredibly hard to condense primal chi. Even though the cultivation techniques were etched into his mind, he couldn't use his nascent divinity. This was because all cultivators eventually face an incredibly tough problem with their bodies, which is that as they get older, their meridians age and weaken, and the vitality of their Dantian's sea of chi declines. Their strength declines as a result. It was because of his age that Ji Mo Tianji's power had been constantly dropping, and his hold over his disciples had slowly weakened, which ultimately led to his disciples' betrayal. Ji Mo Tianji suddenly felt indignant. "Damn it, I'm a guy in my early 20s, yet I'm stuck in this old geezer's body. This sucks, but I have to keep up the act. It'd be totally weird for an old dude like me to be jumping around like some punk. First things first, I need to rack up a ton of life points." The system panel appeared. Identity, Lu Zhou. Race, human. Cultivation, mystic and lightning realm, eye aperture. Merit points 1004. Remaining lifespan, 1209 days. Items. Ji Mo Tian Ji peak. Form card times 2. Deadly strike block card times 3 by Z passive. Seeing this, Ji Mo Tian Ji felt a bit frustrated, thinking I only have a little over 1000 merit points. That's not nearly enough. At this rate, getting my youth back is going to be tough. Old Fourth taking out those bandits gave me a good chunk of points, plus the sincere worship from others. Those rewards gave a ton of merit points. He called out loudly, "Shiyini." Instantly, little Shiyini appeared. "Disciple is here. Is there any news from the outside world recently?" Little Shiyini clicked her tongue and answered innocently, "Master, I'm on Jinding Shan all day, so I have no idea what's going on out there. Seventh senior brother is the one who knows best about this. The information network he built spans the entire world with contact points set up everywhere." She was a little surprised. "Master, you never ask about worldly affairs. So why the sudden interest in what's happening in the world? Ji Mo Tian Ji walked out and said gently, here's the deal. The closest town to Jindingshan is called Qingzi. It has a post station where cultivators often stop to rest, and they usually share information. Some people even pay for news. You can go there and see what you can find out. Hearing this, little Shiyini got all excited and asked Master for real Ji Mo Tian Ji frowned. You look way too happy. Has it been that miserable for you on the mountain? Little Shiyini cheerfully clarified, no way, no way. It's just that I haven't been out in a long time, so I'm a little stir crazy. Then go. But remember, don't just reveal your identity to anyone, and don't go killing people for no reason. With his precious disciples, he couldn't help but remind them. But what if someone tries to bully me? Kids really know how to get on an old man's nerves. Ji Mo Tianji lightly bonked his little disciple on the head. I said you can go, so just go. What's with all the nonsense? You getting bullied, is that even possible? Heh. Ha, now go. Your disciple obeys, and just like that, little Shiyini zipped off like the wind. Ji Mo Tianji watched her go with a look of admiration, wondering when he'd be able to fly through the air like her. Now what's next? Even though Jinding Shan is the lair of a great demonic master, there's no guarantee that more punks like Jujifeng won't show up. Duamu Sheng suddenly flew over. Master, I've restored 3 sectors of the formation arrays. There are still 5 sectors left to restore, Master. Ji Mo Tianji clicked his tongue and frowned. 5 more sectors. At this rate, I'm afraid I won't be able to finish it alone. Duanmu Sheng replied respectfully. Ji Mo Tianji's voice was calm, but carried an invisible weight. I punished you by making you restore the array. Are you telling me you have a problem with it? He thought to himself, all I did was punish them by making them restore the array, and they're already whining. I absolutely can't go soft at a critical time like this. Duamu Sheng immediately cupped his hands respectfully. I wouldn't dare. Ji Mo Tianji glanced at his disciple. Disciplining disciples is just like managing subordinates. In my past life, it's basically the same thing. If 1 year isn't enough, then 2 years, and if 2 years isn't enough, then 3. If you keep objecting, I will show no mercy. Duanmu Sheng broke into a cold sweat after hearing that. It was my fault for being lazy. I know I was wrong. I'll get back to restoring the array right away. He immediately flew off sighing to himself, wondering when he'd ever be done. After dealing with that, Ji Mo Tianji opened the system to draw a prize. The system announced this time 50 merit points were consumed. Better luck next time. Luck points +1. Draw prize. The system announced again, this time 50 merit points were consumed. Better luck next time. Luck points +1 draw prize. The system still announced, this time 50 merit points were consumed. Better luck next time. Luck points +1. The system finally announced, thank you for drawing 10 times in a row. Merit points -500. Ji Mo Tianji was frustrated and resentful. System, can't you have a conscience? Sucking up so many of my merit points. Don't you feel even a little bit guilty? With only 504 merit points left? He bought another teleportation card. After using it for a bit, only 4 merit points remained. He lay on the ground and sighed, great. I spend it as fast as I earn it. Now that it's all gone, there's nothing left to worry about. Am I just supposed to lie here and wait to die now? It's so hard for this old bag of bones to do anything. He couldn't help but think. Unlike in his past life, old folks could at least play chess in the park, play cards, walk their dogs, or whatever. The system suddenly announced successfully instigated Ju Jifeng to rebel, reward 200 merit points. Ju Jifeng's hatred value is now 0 loyalty at 10%. Killed 2 elders, reward 200 merit points. Ji Mo Tianji was a bit surprised. But he quickly understood. Zhao Yue was the mole. Just then, Ming Xian also flew back. Master, I was fortunate not to fail my mission and have returned to report. Ji Mo Tianji glanced over and saw his loyalty had dropped to just 58%. His loyalty actually dropped to 58%. Something's up. Ming Xian was a great actor. After I killed the bandits, I immediately sent a carrier pigeon back with a message. After that, I went to Tiger Ridge and met 8th junior brother, the traitor, Zhu Honggong. I taught him a lesson. After he finished speaking, he saw his master's grim and silent expression, so he trembled and clarified every single word I said is the honest truth. I wouldn't dare lie in the slightest. You did a good job on your mission. Ji Mo Tianji praised him with a frown. Ming Xian said respectfully, thank you for your encouragement, master. But how's the investigation into the kidnapping of your youngest junior sister's clansman? Going Ji Mo Tianji's probing question really made Ming Xian freeze up. That's still under investigation. Zhu Honggong said he wasn't involved. I thought about it, and it makes sense he has no reason to do it, especially since they're the clansmen of our youngest junior sister. Even though he betrayed the sect, I don't think he'd dare to do something so beastly. What you said makes sense. So is there anything else? Ji Mo Tian Ji enunciated each word. Anything else? Uh, you went to see Old Eighth. Surely it wasn't just to talk about this, right? Could it be that master that the old man has some kind of all-seeing eye and saw everything? How is that possible? Ming Xian was kneeling on the ground, but his heart was on fire. I can admit to anything else. But this thought of betrayal is something I have to hide even if I die. He insisted firmly, Master, there's really nothing else. Ji Mo Tianji turned and walked into the hall. Fine. If you don't want to talk, I won't force you. You did a good job on this mission. Go help your 3 senior brothers restore the array. If I need you, I'll call. This disciple obeys. Ming Xian respectfully asked, and what about little junior sister? Ji Mo Tianji, pretending to read a scripture, just said dismissively, none of your business. Don't ask. Hearing that Ming Xian got up to leave, I understand, Master. But after a few seconds, Ming Xian unconsciously stopped. Ji Mo Tianji sipped his drink thoughtfully. The loyalty level is indeed dropping again. Is this punk up to no good? He then asked Ming Xian, is there something else? Ming Xian knelt down. Master, your disciple has cultivated the azure wood heart art to the final level. But no matter how I practice, I can't seem to grasp the essence of this final stage. Please enlighten me, Master. Ji Mo Tianji understood perfectly. So he's deliberately testing me, huh? It's because Ji Mo Tianji intentionally didn't teach the complete key verses of the azure wood heart art. If he taught them everything with the talent of these villains, they would break through in no time. He then said, fourth, the greatest taboo in cultivation is impatience. Those who have reached mastery, which one of them hasn't gone through 100 years of tedious cultivation, who hasn't endured years of hardship. I recall you just broke through to 65. Being so hasty, are you trying to reach the heavens in a single step? When the time comes, the only one in danger will be yourself. He felt a lump in his throat. The words of the man before him had truly struck a nerve with Ming Xian. Moreover, the closer one gets to the final turning point, the more cultivation relies on comprehension. Your comprehension is decent, but absolutely do not be too hasty, lest you go astray. Ji Mo Tianji added as a reminder. Ming Xian said respectfully, thank you for your enlightenment, Master. This disciple was foolish, but he hadn't achieved his goal yet. And asked again, disciple also has a fist technique that has felt off lately. I still ask for a pointer or two from Master. Ji Mo Tianji frowned, reading his disciple's intentions. This villain probably heard some nonsense from Old Eighth, which is why he's become suspicious. That's why he came back here to test me. If I refuse, it will only make him more suspicious. But if I agree, how am I supposed to give him pointers? A divine court realm practitioner giving advice to someone in a higher realm is ridiculous. I can't just waste a precious peak experience card just to show him some fist techniques. Ming Xian, on the other hand, was getting impatient. Master, Ji Mo Tianji said calmly, what feels off? I always feel like this fist technique can't unleash its greatest power. When I execute it, it always feels like something is holding it back. Ji Mo Tianji ordered, stand outside the pavilion and let me see how you practice your fist technique. This disciple obeys. With that, he leaped into the air. He unleashed a powerful green energy vortex. With a mighty fist, he aimed it right at Ji Mo Tianji. Master, this is the fist. The strong wind blew back Ji Mo Tianji's hair, but he remained sitting there, completely unfazed, to see if you actually have the guts to strike me. In the end, Ming Xian knew to stop at the right moment, Master. Please point out the mistake. Ji Mo Tianji felt like he was almost blown away by the gale. He sat there thinking, to be honest, I couldn't see a damn thing clearly. This fist technique was indeed taught to Ming Xian. Of course, Ji Mo Tianji had also held back the key verses for the final level of the technique. There was nothing wrong with Ming Xian's fist technique. It was just missing the final key verses, which was why its power was greatly reduced. Ultimately, this was a deliberate choice. If you teach your disciples everything, the master starves. Although he couldn't see any clues in his heart, he still put on a profound act, slowly stood up, and calmly declared, yes, you have practiced this fist to its essence. There is no problem. Ming Xian was surprised. Ji Mo Tianji's footsteps drew closer and closer. Fourth, give me your hand. Ming Xian hastily pulled his hand back. Disciple knows I was wrong. Ji Mo Tianji stroked his beard, sighed and said, as your master, I taught you how to cultivate. But did I not teach you how to behave? These little tricks of yours might be fine for fooling those brats, but you dare to try and deceive me, your master. Ming Xian kowtowed repeatedly. It's all been seen through. Everything I did at Old Eighth's place was completely seen by master. He spoke up. Disciple knows his mistake. I would never dare to deceive you, master. Ji Mo Tian Ji spoke again, glancing into the distance. Old third, Duan Musheng immediately flew out. Disciple greets you, master. He was breaking out in a cold sweat, thinking that, sure enough, if you're going to show up, you should do it out in the open. Did you really think I wouldn't know you were hiding in a corner? In the minds of both Duan Musheng and Ming Xian, their master was a terrifying figure, with terrifying power. So both of them knelt down. Disciple knows his mistake. Seeing the two of them prostrated and trembling, Ji Mo Tian Ji couldn't help but click his tongue. Should I be happy or sad about this? Ji Mo Tian Ji had planted so many seeds of fear in their minds. If they were just ordinary demonic cultivators, they probably would have rushed up to fight back long ago. He then said, Old Third, it's good that you're here. Old Fourth has some questions about his fist techniques. You should help him work through the problem. Cultivation matters cannot be taken lightly. Duan Musheng bowed his head. Disciple obeys. I will definitely help Old Fourth find the problem. Ming Xian, on the other hand, was crying on the inside. What the hell is this? I'm no match for him at all. Master, you old geezer. You're getting more and more cunning. You used to beat people up yourself, but this time you're having my senior brother do it. Duan Musheng was super into this. Old Fourth, let's go, let's go. Ming Xian was crying without tears. Senior brother, go easy on me. Ji Mo Tian Ji sat with his chin in his hand, lost in thought, still feeling a sense of doubt. If this keeps up, Ming Xian will sooner or later find a reason to challenge me, and when that happens, it'll be unavoidable. I'll have to waste another peak experience card. If it happens once, it'll definitely happen a second time. For Ji Mo Tian Ji to reach such an unparalleled level, it couldn't just be because of his profound cultivation. It was probably by relying on the system that he obtained so many trump cards. This is what his 9 disciples and the righteous sects of the world feared, but it's a shame that now, besides the 2 peak experience cards, he had no other trump cards. This can't go on. In the afternoon, little Shiyini finally returned. Master, I waited at the Zijin City post station for half a day and actually got some intel. Her voice arrived before she did. A few seconds later, she landed. Ji Mo Tian Ji nodded for her to continue, and she said, After you repelled the 10 great experts, Master, those 10 major sects are all regrouping. I heard they don't even dare to recruit new disciples lately. Ever since Luo Changfeng died, the Tianjian men has been in turmoil, and the first disciple Zhu Jifeng has already left the sect. Little Shi Yini continued, The other sects are behaving themselves. Its eldest senior brother and second senior brother. At this point, she couldn't help but spit. 2. The leader of the Youming Jiao has sent people everywhere to scout for news about Jin Dingshan. The Youming Jiao leader seems to be very wary of you, Master. Ji Mo Tian Ji said indifferently, his voice imposing. I taught him so many things, enabling him to become the leader of the Youming Jiao. You might be in awe of his cultivation, especially since he's at the peak of the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Even so, he can't do anything to me. Little Shiyini was fully supportive. Master, your divine might is unparalleled. Ji Mo Tian Ji casually reminded her, Don't learn to be a bootlicker like your senior brothers. Continue. Oh, I also heard that Auntie Zhang from Genzaku's house had a chicken stolen, and Chen Bohong's wife is feeling much better now. You really don't give your master any peace of mind, Ji Mo Tian Ji reminded her again. Stick to the important points about the cultivation world. Oh, the Huashan sect was wiped out. They were doing pretty well, but their territory was taken over by another nation, by a self-proclaimed flower-plucking expert. Ji Mo Tian Ji listened, as little Shi Yini recounted everything, sighing to himself. This little girl is still so young. Yet she has a surprisingly good memory and is extremely proficient. Luckily, she hasn't gone completely bad yet. 20 minutes later, he finally finished listening. Ji Mo Tian Ji signaled, Call your senior brothers over here. Yes. The system then announced the completion of the mission to discipline Ming Xian. The reward was 200 merit points. The two of them walked over. Master. Ji Mo Tian Ji frowned. Ming Xian's loyalty was still at 58%. Although the recent lesson made him feel a bit resentful, for the moment he still had his doubts. Duan Musheng was a bit better. His loyalty remained at 65%, which was relatively stable. Only little Shi Yini's loyalty remained relatively high. He said gently, I've called you here because I have a few important tasks for you. Master, just give the order. Your disciple will carry it out with all his might. Duan Musheng replied instantly, his voice clear and strong. Ji Mo Tian Ji's tone was steady. Zhu Jifeng of the Tianjian men has turned traitor. You're in charge of investigating him. With his current status and position, it shouldn't be hard to infiltrate his new sect. Once you have news, you can report to me anytime. 4th disciple. I have a special mission for you. In my life, I've committed countless sins and also trained 9 world-renowned disciples. You all are cursed by the world, so I want you to clean house. Ji Mo Tian Ji's words, clean house, struck Ming Xian like a bolt of lightning. He was stunned, immediately dropping to his knees, his voice filled with anxiety. Master, although I'm at the divine court realm, I'm still far weaker than first senior brother, Yu Zhenghai, and second senior brother, Wu Shangrong. I'm not even a match for sixth junior sister. She wields the heaven-grade treasure the amorous hoop has killed countless people, and her cultivation is already at the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Ji Mo Tian Ji frowned and thought. What he said was true. Back then, those traitorous disciples relied on the weapons in their hands, plus their terrifying cultivation levels. They rampaged across the world, seized their own territories, and became the infamous demonic masters they are today. Duanmu Shengming Xian and Zhao Yue only stayed because Ji Mo Tianji held back, not giving them the best weapons or the complete cultivation methods. The eldest, Yu Zhenghai, has the heaven-grade treasure, the Jasper Saber, which cuts through metal like mud. The second, Wu Shangrong, has the heaven-grade longevity sword. The sixth disciple, Ye Tiangxin, wields the heaven-grade amorous hoop. Compared to these 3 villains, Ming Xian really doesn't stand a chance. So he said, the eighth disciple is only at the control Dao stage of the divine court realm, while you're at the transformation Dao stage. Just start with him. Ming Xian was shocked again. Huh? Ji Mo Tianji also understood that the divine court realm has 3 stages: foundation, Dao control, Dao, and transformation. Dao with transformation, Dao being the highest. He frowned and asked, have you met the 8th disciple before? Ming Xian, still kneeling, replied, I did go to Tiger Ridge, but the 8th disciple is a bit of a blockhead. I suspect he was just misled by 7th junior brother into betraying the sect. His crime doesn't deserve death. Ji Mo Tianji returned to the pavilion and ordered, come here. Ming Xian's limbs went weak. Master. Ji Mo Tianji frowned, reminding him softly, look into my eyes. Your gaze is shifty. You're very tense. There's a faint flow of protective energy around you. Hearing this, Ming Xian felt like a fish on the chopping block. He prostrated himself in fear. Please forgive me, Master. Master's cultivation is unfathomably deep. I know I'm no match for you. Being on guard is just an instinct. Unexpectedly, this action gave Ji Mo Tianji a moment of pause. He was really scared out of his wits. The old demonic master used to have only one way of teaching his disciples, and that was to beat them. Fear and hatred coexisted, until one day the disciples gained enough power to fight back. They would most likely kill their master. It was inevitable that things would end up this way. As if reading his disciples' mind, he spoke gently. I know what you're thinking, so now I will give you a chance. With that, he held out a piece of paper. On it was written the final mantra of the Azure Wood Heart Art. I'm giving this to you. With this heart art, your cultivation will progress rapidly, and you might even break through to the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Ming Xian looked up, stunned. He instinctively remembered the old days. If he dared to accept, he'd lose an arm at the very least. But ever since the great battle with the 10 Grand Masters, it seemed his master's temperament had changed. Even his habits were different. This meant he could actually accept it. Once he was sure of his thoughts, he dared to reach out and respectfully take it. Thank you, Master, for your grace. I will do everything in my power to clean house for you. Instantly, a notification popped up in his mind. System loyalty increased by 10%. For disciplining Ming Xian, you have earned 200 merit points. He waved his hand. You may leave. Ming Xian smiled and replied, yes, then retreated under the admiring gazes of the other 2. With his sharp senses, Ji Mo Tianji obviously noticed. Those 2 were clearly lusting after a weapon, but unfortunately his heavenly Dao props were gone, so he couldn't just pull one out. He could only say, I hope you do your duties well. Don't disappoint your master. Your disciples obey. The 2 of them replied respectfully in unison. Duanmu Sheng immediately marched off with a powerful stride. Master, I'll go repair and restore the formation. Meanwhile, Shiyini was a bit shy. Clasping her hands together, she puffed out her cheeks and said, Master, I want to go out on a mission too. Ji Mo Tianji shook his head and explained, you're still young and inexperienced. Just stay by my side. Shiyini playfully walked closer to Ji Mo Tianji. Master Zhu Jifeng's mission. Wasn't senior sister Zhao Yue supposed to do it? Zhao Yue's methods are too erratic and not reliable enough. She completed the mission 2 days ago, but she still hasn't returned, so she can't go on any missions. Ji Mo Tianji replied nonchalantly while sipping his orange juice. Huh, Shiyini exclaimed in surprise. You mean senior sister? Senior sister, She's not coming back anymore. How could senior sister Zhao Yue be that kind of person? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Her anger flared, and her breathing grew heavy. In contrast, Ji Mo Tian Ji remained indifferent. Don't bother with her. He knew full well that ever since that letter was sent, there had been no news from Zhao Yue. His fourth disciple, Ming Xian, had only gone out once, and his loyalty had already dropped to its lowest point. That means Zhao Yue must have been tempted by something even stronger, which is why she chose betrayal. Managing these disciples was truly not something that could be accomplished overnight. So many lost memories prevented him from figuring out the reason. The priority now was to quickly recover his vitality and raise his cultivation level. Shi Yini stomped her foot angrily. Master, that's betraying her. Master and sect. How can we just ignore it? Ji Mo Tian Ji gestured. If that's the case, then you can stay at the relay station for the time being and listen for any news about Zhao Yue. Your disciple understands. I need to calm my mind alone for a bit. Go and cultivate on your own. Yes. Outside, Duan Musheng flew over to Ming Xian, patted his shoulder, and said, Fourth brother, you really got lucky this time. Master didn't just let you off the hook, he even gave you the final level of the Greenwood Heart Art. Ming Xian, however, seemed a bit pensive. I don't know what the old master is thinking. It's possible I was just overthinking it. Duan Musheng frowned in confusion. You're overthinking it. Only then did Ming Xian dare to recount. I went to carry out the mission and completed it successfully, so it's only natural for the master to reward me. But Seventh Brother said that Master possesses some kind of secret art that can temporarily conceal his true strength, so I wanted to probe him. After hearing that, Duan Musheng was horrified. You've got some nerve. Ugh, it's too late for regrets now. Ming Xian sighed, blaming himself. Seeing his junior brother like this, Duan Musheng gently reassured him. You're usually a smart kid, so how could you dare to pull such a crazy stunt at the entrance of Jinding Shan? Today, I don't even need Seventh Brother to tell me. I can figure it out myself. If Master wasn't injured, his cultivation at its peak, would he need to hole up on this mountain? With Master's personality, if he were in peak condition, he probably would have gone out long ago. He used so many ultimate moves during that great battle and still came out unscathed. A normal cultivator would never dare to waste their vital energy like that. Seeing that his words were incredibly logical and reasonable, Ming Xian could only nod. Senior brother, this Greenwood hard art is something I've always wanted. With it, I believe it won't be long before I can reach the peak of the divine court realm. Who knows? Maybe I'll be like eldest brother and second brother and enter the nascent divinity tribulation realm. But now that I've actually got it, I have this feeling I can't quite put into words. Duan Musheng pondered for a moment, then said, Ever since junior sister Ye Tiangxin left the sect master, stopped teaching the final level of the hard art for all the cultivation techniques, and he stopped providing advanced weapons. He made an exception for you this time. You're afraid Master has some other motive, right? That's exactly it. What do you think he means, senior brother? My advice is, Duan Musheng paused for a moment, then smiled and put an arm around his junior brother, to honestly and sincerely complete the missions the old master assigns you. Think about it. The old master is seriously injured right now, and the end of his lifespan is fast approaching. I've got to complete the mission the old master assigned. Let me think. He's seriously injured right now, and his lifespan is about to run out. Won't be ruthless with us. Besides, the 10 great sects suffered heavy losses, so they won't dare to just show up at Jinding Shan anymore. I'm sure for a long time, Jinding Shan will still be our safe haven. Ming Xian found it made sense, treating it like gospel, as he said respectfully. Makes sense. Senior brother is a real genius in disguise. Hearing his senior brother's words was like a revelation. Another notification popped up. Disciplining Ming Xian earned 200 merit points. Ming Xian's loyalty increased by 5%. Duan Musheng's loyalty increased by 5%. At this moment, Lu Zhou was sitting in his chair, just thinking about life. Ji Mo Tian Ji was at the end of his rope. That's why he needed all these tricks to keep his disciples in line. But my journey is just getting started. The merit point cost for the 3 flowers, condensing crown, is nearly 3,000. I only have 1,006, that's way too little. Should I just wait? Identity system, Lu Zhou, race, human cultivation, mystic, enlightening realm, eye aperture, dharma, body, 2 energies, manifestation, merit points, 1,004 remaining lifespan, 1,509 days. Items, peak Ji Mo Tian Ji state card, times 2. Fatal block, card times 3, Ji Mo Tian Ji's passive. Stroking his beard, he shook his head and muttered, No way, I can't wait. This body is in terrible shape. I can't go down the same path as Ji Mo Tian Ji. He knew Ji Mo Tian Ji's cultivation base slowly deteriorated because of his dwindling lifespan. The reversal cards are way too expensive. 500 merit points for just one. Screw it, he decided to try the lottery first. Let's spin the system's wheel this time. Consumed 50 merit points. Thank you for playing luck value plus 1. System lottery draw, consumed 50 merit points. Thank you for playing luck value plus 1. System lottery draw, consumed 50 merit points. Thank you for playing luck value plus 1. Draw. He drew 5 times in a row, spending a total of 250 merit points, and all he got was, thank you for playing. This is enough to drive a guy insane. System counting the 18 previous draws, that's 23 consecutive. Thank you for playings. Are your drop rates completely busted or what? He thought in frustration. I still have 754 merit points. I can draw 2 more times and still have enough for a reversal card. With that thought, he immediately initiated another system draw, consuming 50 merit points. Thank you for playing luck value plus 1. This system really knows how to mess with you. Ji Mo Tian Ji was absolutely furious and initiated another system draw, consuming 50 merit points. Thank you for playing luck value plus 1. I'll draw one more time if it fails again. I'm done. This time the system consumed 50 merit points. Thank you for playing luck value plus 1. One more pull. This gacha game is more toxic than actual gambling. Ji Mo Tian Ji was so blinded by rage that he just kept on pulling, until his luck value hit 33 points, and every single pull was a thank you for playing. With only 104 merit points left, he walked away in despair. I think I get it now. This isn't a luck stat, it's a bad luck stat. Fine, you win, I give up. With this little amount of merit points left, he couldn't do anything, and couldn't buy a thing. He tried the system lottery one last time, consuming 50 merit points, and all 33 of his luck points. Obtained Heavenly Book. Cultivation method, 3 volumes, reversal card. Times 10, 3 flowers. Condensing crown movement technique. Ji Mo Tian Ji couldn't believe his eyes. He was overcome with joy. Jackpot. Total jackpot. Merit points. 10 reversal cards would cost 5,000 merit points. And I even got 3 volumes of the Heavenly Book. Satisfied, he opened the Heavenly Book system. The first Heavenly Book, the Human Volume. Its 3 parts are basically called the 3 Lives Covenant Book. Cultivating it to the highest level can shatter the cycle of life and death, and control reincarnation. Ji Mo Tian Ji wasn't high level enough to understand the rest of it. It just looked like a bunch of chaotic scribbles he couldn't make sense of. Whatever. I guess I'm just not heavenly enough to get this heavenly book. He moved on to the 10 reversal cards. By his calculations, each card was worth about 300 days, so 10 cards would get him nearly 10 years of life. This reward was an absolute steal. Use life force flooded his body lifespan 3,000 days. Finally get to the bottom of it. Ever since he transmigrated, he'd never felt this good. Whoa, this feeling of youth, the energy from the 3 flowers, condensing crown dharma body was overflowing in his dantian. Although the primal chi couldn't compare to the energy from the peak experience card, it was still way stronger than before. The 3 flowers at the summit, dharma body, also raised his realm to the 2nd stage of condensing consciousness, refining spirit. System identity, 6 continents, race human cultivation. Condensing consciousness realm, refining chi into spirit. Merit points, 54 dharma body. 3 flowers at the summit, remaining lifespan, 4,509 days. Items peak, Ji Mo Tian Ji, status card, times 2 lethal block, times 3, Baize's passive. Cultivation technique, 3 scrolls of the Heavenly Book. Reminder, cultivating the Heavenly Book is unlike any other technique in the cultivation world. You gain insane power based on the host's enlightenment while reading it. Ji Mo Tian Ji frowned enlightenment, so this is how you cultivate the Heavenly Book. Even though he can't cultivate the techniques from his memories, all that experience and knowledge is still there. This Heavenly Book's cultivation method is seriously the first time he's ever heard of anything like it. In the Dayan Empire, cultivators start with body tempering, entering the body tempering realm. They cultivate their muscles and bones. After the 9th level, they break through to the profound, opening the mystery of the 5 apertures, heart, mouth, eyes, nose, and ears. Then they can enter the condensing consciousness realm. A complete breakthrough of its 3 stages leads to the Brahma Sea realm, and starting from the divine court realm is when one becomes a true great cultivator. Great cultivators only have 3 levels: divine court realm, nascent divinity, tribulation realm, and mystic heaven, saint realm. To this day, anyone who actually reached the great mystic heaven saint realm is just a legend. No one's ever seen it happen. They say only by reaching the mystic heaven, saint realm, can you break the limits of your lifespan and live forever. Ji Mo Tian Ji was just one step away, before he suddenly croaked in that pavilion. What a shame, a real damn shame. Now that I think about it, transmigrating like this ain't so bad. Let's pull up the mission. System current main quest: School the villainous disciples. Side quest 1: School the 8th disciple, Zhu Honggong. Quest 2: School Zhu Jifing, to be carried out by Duanmu Sheng. Ji Mo Tian Ji suddenly got it. So schooling these wicked disciples and getting missions is the main way to rack up merit points. The 8th disciple, Zhu Honggong, is pretty dumb. Logically, he should be the easiest one to handle. So why isn't his loyalty up at all? According to Mingxian's intel, the one pulling the strings behind the 8th disciple is probably old 7th. That guy is a scheming snake. He wants to get his footing back in the cultivation world, so he'll probably try to get on good terms with the oldest and the second oldest. Just schooling one disciple is nowhere near enough. He's got to power himself up to keep his disciples and those righteous path hypocrites in line. But his current cultivation level is way too low. Jinding Shan is still a huge target, making things pretty tough. First, I'll try to get a handle on this heavenly book, then figure out the next move. 2 days later, at Yanyue Gong. Senior sister, it's time to leave Jinding Shan. The palace master of Yanyue Gong, the great demon, the 6th disciple, Ye Tiangxin, ranked 9th on the blacklist, spoke up. Why wait until now? Zhao Yue sighed. Junior sister, I'm not as lucky as you. It's obvious. You managed to get something out of that old bastard. I can't believe that old fossil just wouldn't give it up. Ever since you left, he doesn't trust any of us anymore. Xiao Yu said, sounding pretty bitter. What did I tell you from the start? Ye Tiangxin floated down from her high seat. Senior sister, even though you got here before me, you're still clueless about some things. Who knows how many treasures that old bastard has stashed away? It's just a damn shame. All those treasures are going to be buried with him. Ha ha ha. But hey, I've got an idea. Zhao Yue frowned. What kind of idea? That old man and our little junior sister. He's always had a soft spot for her. You can use our little junior sister to test his limits. Old third and old fourth have their own agendas, so the old man will never fully trust them. Only our little junior sister can stay by his side and keep him safe. Ye Tiangxin's voice was light as a feather, but every word she dropped was pure venom. Even if the old man has secret potions and trump cards, those things can't ever compare to a living person. Zhao Yue, on the other hand, looked a little worried. If we really pissed that old geezer off, he might play his final trump card. Just like when he offed Luo Changfeng to make an example out of him. Then we're totally screwed. Well, senior sister, are you scared? No. Ye Tiangxin's tone was still light. Yes, you are. Senior sister, just think about how that old bastard used to treat us. You have to be ruthless. You can't afford to go soft. Zhao Yue just didn't have the guts her little junior sister did. I get what you're saying, but the thing is, even eldest senior brother wouldn't dare pull a stunt like that. If I do it and piss him off, wouldn't I just be asking to die? Senior sister, you've gotten dumb from staying on the mountain too long. Who said you had to do it yourself? Ye Tiangxin spoke casually, which clearly had a huge impact on Zhao Yue. Little sister is senior. Sister still scared. Look at eldest senior brother. Second senior brother and me. Aren't we all still alive and kicking? I'll admit that old bastard has an ace up his sleeve, but he's super careful and won't just whip it out for no reason. If he would, why would he have let us off the hook so easily? This just proves that whatever ace he's holding is limited. On top of that, the old man is only getting older, and his sea of chi is just going to keep drying up. When that happens, he's going to get desperate and hateful, and he'll use everything he's got. Sticking around him is a death wish either way. Every word from Ye Tiangxin fueled Zhao Yue's ambition, like never before. She nodded. You've got a point, so the most pressing thing right now is to pull some strings and force the old man to show his hand. Hearing this, Zhao Yue thought it over, taking a huge step back. Even if he finds out it was us, we can just ghost him, right? Isn't that enough? Gotta admit, for my 6th junior sister to get to her position today, it wasn't just about her cultivation level, but also her sly intelligence. No wonder back on the mountain, even that punk 7th would praise how sharp she was. Besides, even though I'm her senior, my cultivation is way weaker, and on top of that, my 6th junior sister has a heaven-grade treasure, the amorous hoop. When it comes to raw power, I'm no match for her. Senior sister, just crash at Yanyue Gong for a while. Now that you've made up your mind, I'll back you up. On the 4th day, Ji Mo Tian Ji was in his room. He was trying to cram soaking up all the knowledge he could. By attaining the wisdom of others' minds, one knows their past. In the 3,000 great thousand worlds, the minds of all beings are without difference, like one world. By attaining the unobstructed, pure divine power of the heavenly eye, one sees all the worlds in the 10 directions, and the endless sentient beings passing from this life to the next, the good realms the evil realms, the signs of fortune, and the signs of sin all become crystal clear. Reading up to there, he clicked his tongue and sighed. Besides the summary on the cover, which he could actually get, the rest of it was just a bunch of gibberish that made zero sense. This stuff was way harder than the classical literature section on the SATs and like 100 times more painful. But this is kind of similar to the Taoist schools of thought on Earth. Could this be it? Suddenly a voice calls from outside. Master, you've been in seclusion for 4 days. Fourth senior brother came to see you yesterday, but I didn't dare disturb you, so I told him to leave. Ji Mo Tian Ji sat up and said casually, he must have hit a bottleneck with the final level of the Greenwood Heart Sutra. He sighed to himself. Man, time flies. Reading was such a drag, but somehow 4 days just flew by. Nope. Ji Mo Tian Ji opened the door. The second Shiini saw him, her eyes lit up. Whoa, master, you look younger. Such a flatterer, Ji Mo Tian Ji said while stroking his beard. My seclusion wasn't just for leveling up my cultivation, but also for dealing with this old body of mine. You've worked hard these past few days. It's what a disciple should do, Shiini said with a grin. Master, may you live forever. You'll definitely break through to the nascent divinity tribulation realm and become a mystic heaven holy realm cultivator, the best in the world. This master and disciple duo are just a mutual admiration society. Any word from your third brother these past few days? Shiini replied, Senior brother hasn't sent any word. Hearing that, the smiles on Ji Mo Tian Ji's face became forced. Duan Musheng should have sent a letter to report back about the recent situation. Why the radio silence? With Duan Musheng's cultivation investigating Ju Jifeng should have been a piece of cake. I haven't gotten any system pings these past few days. Weird. Master, you don't think third senior brother is pulling a senior sister Zhao Yue, do you? Shiyini asked innocently, but Ji Mo Tian Ji just casually shook his head. No way. He thought to himself, Duan Musheng's loyalty is over 70%, not as low as Zhao Yue's. The system would have notified me if he betrayed me. But there's been no notification so far, which proves Duan Musheng hasn't turned traitor yet. So is there another reason? Master, I also don't think third senior brother would ever betray you. He's usually a pretty straight-up guy, not that type of person. Hearing Shiyini say that Ji Mo Tian Ji became even more skeptical. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. He can't rest easy unless their loyalty is over 80%. Xiao Yu's loyalty was at 60%, and didn't she still betray me? In this world, people's hearts are hard to predict. Can't be too careful. Master, it's fourth senior brother. He has grasped about 70 to 80% of the final level of the Greenwood Heart Sutra. Ji Mo Tian Ji frowned at his disciple, but he couldn't get a read on him at all. He couldn't help but marvel at the raw talent of this bunch of villainous disciples. It's enough to make anyone jealous. The second Ming Xian landed, he noticed something was off. He stared in shock. Is that, Master, his old, Master, you've gotten younger. And that aura, it's enough to give you chills. He immediately dropped to his knees. Congratulations on coming out of seclusion, Master. Ji Mo Tian Ji stroked his beard and said calmly, Get up. You've grasped about 70 to 80% of the final level of the Greenwood Heart Sutra. However, your entire cultivation technique is wood-based, which gives it a lot of life force potential. You must make good use of this advantage. Don't waste it. Hearing this, Ming Xian's face lit up. He had been thinking for many years that ever since sixth junior sister left Jin Dingshan Master, hadn't given pointers to any disciple, not even his most favored ninth junior sister, Shiyini. He just tossed a few technique manuals at her and rarely said anything. He never expected that while being completely isolated, Master would be so generous and give me pointers. Sure enough, his loyalty went up by 2%. He said gratefully, Thank you for your guidance, Master. This disciple will take it to heart. Master, while I was cultivating the Greenwood Heart Sutra and flying near in Yang, I heard some news. Spit it out. Given the go-ahead, Ming Xian reported without delay. The Ce family, which is our little junior sister's clan, seems to have been captured by someone. Just then, Yini also appeared looking a little worried. Seeing his little junior sister's downcast face, Ming Xian immediately said, This disciple is willing to go investigate. And this time, I'll definitely catch whoever's behind this and pull them out by the roots. Shiyini, on the other hand, was also anxious and knelt down, Master, please let this disciple handle it this time. Ji Mo Tian Ji was a bit pensive. After all, they were Shiyini's clansmen. It was only natural for the girl to be worried and anxious. But when it comes to handling this stuff, Ming Xian is definitely more experienced, and his cultivation is a bit higher, so it's probably better to let him deal with it. He then said, Shiyini. Suddenly a messenger bird flew in. Master, a letter. Shiyini quickly took it and said briskly, Master, it's a message from third senior brother. Reading the letter, Shiyini quickly opened it. Master, a few days ago, I went to Tianjin Men to investigate. The position of Tianjian Men's sect master is temporarily vacant, and Zhu Jifeng has left Tianjian Men. After some digging, it turns out Zhu Jifeng has now joined the Zhengyi Dao sect. He was accepted by its sect master, Tang Changyuanshan, and became one of the four elders. Zhu Jifeng is the youngest elder of the Zhengyi Dao sect. Considering Chang Yuanshan's profound cultivation, I couldn't find a way to infiltrate Zhengyi Dao any deeper. But after gathering intel from various sources, it's clear Chang Yuanshan has publicly insulted you many times in the cultivation world, and has made it known that he's your sworn enemy. On Jindingshan, the Times have forged Ji Mo Tian Ji into someone with a terrifyingly calm presence in this world. You hate me this much, so what's a guy like him? Little Shiyini continued reading. During the time I was investigating at Zhengyi, Dao Jiju Shan fought a great battle of a few hundred rounds against two of Zhengyi's elders, the Fang Tutuos. From Zhengyi Dao, I won a great victory, but unfortunately, I still couldn't kill that deceitful scoundrel, Fang Totuo. I'm waiting until my investigation is complete. I plan to infiltrate Zhengyi Dao late at night to assassinate Chang Yuanshan and erase the hatred from your heart, Master. After reading the letter, Shiyini asked in surprise, Master, Feng Tutuo is a divine court realm expert after all. Third senior brother is probably injured. Ming Xian couldn't help but speak up. Third senior brother is really putting his life on the line. Ji Mo Tian Ji himself knew that Feng Tutuo was the strongest expert in Zhengyi Dao, besides Chang Yuanshan, at the peak of the divine court realm, the great perfection stage. He was just one step away from entering the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Back when the 10 great masters besieged Jiju and Ji Mo Tian Ji Feng Tuo had led hundreds of cultivators, they ganged up on him. Ji Mo Tianji's third disciple, Duanmu Sheng, has always despised that guy, but trying to assassinate Chang Yuanshan is seriously overestimating his own strength. Then he said, Old Third seems honest, but he's actually brave, cautious, and very determined. The sect master of the Zhengyi sect, Chang Yuanshan, entered the nascent divinity tribulation realm 100 years ago. Even though your third senior brother is in the divine court realm, he's a whole major realm below him, which is an insurmountable gap. Him going for an assassination is no different from a suicide mission. Hearing this, Shiyini asked worriedly, Why would senior brother say that? Ming Xian casually explained. After Zhao Yu had betrayed the sect, third senior brother is now trying to show his loyalty. He then chuckled at his little junior sister. Master, you're so right. Actually, I'm way more honest than him. Ji Mo Tianji frowned. Listening to the conversation between these two, my perception of Old Third was still stuck on the image of the original Ji Mo Tian Ji. If the original Ji Mo Tian Ji were still here, he would definitely let Duanmu Sheng take the risk and infiltrate the Zhengyi Dao Tower. But even if he really let him go, Duanmu Sheng would find a way to protect himself first, probably by faking an injury, and the rift between master and disciple would just get bigger. A vicious cycle. Thinking this, he gave an order. Old Fourth, I was originally going to punish you all by making you repair the barrier at the foot of Jinding Mountain. The barrier formation can block even nascent divinity tribulation realm experts, but right now, Old Third is on a mission. You go give him a hand. After this is over, try to stay on the mountain and cultivate. I will gift you all heaven grade treasures again. Hearing this, Ming Xian's eyes went wide. He said excitedly, Your disciple obeys. His loyalty score also went up by a whole 5%. He was totally satisfied thinking for a heaven-grade ultimate treasure. Forget staying on the mountain for 3 years, even 55 years would be no problem. Most cultivators could go their whole lives without ever getting a single heaven-grade ultimate treasure. Eldest senior brother, Yu Zhenghai, wields the Bu Dao, and with that blade, he's beheaded countless cultivators, making a name for himself that shook the world. It's said that a cultivator without a heaven-grade ultimate treasure can only get stomped on by others at the same realm. The difference between a cultivator who has a heaven-grade ultimate treasure and one who doesn't is like a grandfather schooling his grandson. The power gap is just that massive. For all these years, Master has always been so careful with heaven-grade ultimate treasures, I never thought he'd be willing to just give one away at such a critical time. He then asked his master, So what about little junior sister's clansmen? Ji Mo Tianji replied gently, This matter isn't simple. After I discuss it with little Shiyini, we'll make a decision. I understand, Master. I'll go support my 3 senior brothers right away. And after completing the mission, I'll return to Jindingshan immediately to reinforce the protective barrier. Go. Shiyini asked her master in surprise, a hint of scorn in her voice. Isn't it just Ju Jifeng, you seem to take him pretty seriously. Ji Mo Tian Ji's expression softened as he explained calmly, that kid tried to assassinate me in the past. The only reason I spared his life was so he could see the true colors of the Tianjian men. If he can grow up and deal with the Tianjian men, it would be a huge help. Even if he doesn't submit to Jinding Shan, he and the Tianjian men are bound to become mortal enemies. I just want to confirm whether he's still alive. Shi commented boldly. Master, you used to just go and finish things with one strike, but now you've become. Ji Mo Tian Ji heard this and immediately guessed his favorite disciple's cheeky implication. Using my brain right. She wasn't wrong, though. This move kills two birds with one stone. First is to manage my villainous disciples, using both kindness and authority to win them over. Second, it's to preserve the strength of Jin Dingshan. As evil as my disciples are, without them, Jin Dingshan's power would be greatly diminished. Not letting them leave the mountain is like being a toothless tiger. It's still too early to talk about dealing with the 10 great sects. He calmly turned and walked away. You little rascal, I'm not blaming you. Shi nodded and added, Master, so about the Shu family's matter, should I go take care of it? This isn't as simple as it seems, which is why I didn't let your senior brother handle it. I was afraid he'd just rush through it. He knew it himself. Ming Xian's methods were basically a carbon copy of the old Ji Mo Tian Ji. Just kill the bandits directly. Save the people and consider the job done. Investigating the mastermind behind it all would be done even more carelessly. Shi eyes welled up as she knelt and pleaded with her master. Shi begs you to find a way. Since it has come to this, I will personally make a trip to Anyang. Hearing this, Shi was taken aback. Huh. Master, you're going to go yourself. Her master had been on Jinding Shan for a very long time and had never left. Even though no one ever said why, everyone vaguely guessed it was due to his health. No one expected he would personally make a move for the Shu family's sake. Because of this, little Shi loyalty increased by 5%. This must not get out. Also leave a letter for your senior brother telling him to keep this a secret. If anything else comes up, I'll send orders by flying letter. While giving instructions, Ji Mo Tian Ji began to make some preparations. As you command, master. Ji Mo Tian Ji smoothed his hair, altered his appearance, and thought to himself, this way, not only can I command my disciples from a distance, but I can also ensure my own safety. It's perfect. With my appearance slightly altered, no one will recognize me, and no one would believe I'm the demonic master of Jinding Shan. He gave a signal, and Bai Zi, the divine beast, appeared in an instant. The sacred beast, with its majestic white body and overwhelming aura, made Shi eyes widen in awe. Master's mount has changed. Ji Mo Tian Ji walked over and gestured to Shi, get on. Seeing this, Shi was naturally a bit surprised and intimidated. I wouldn't dare ride Master's mount. Ji Mo Tian Ji said gently, it's all right, just sit in front of me. We can reach Anyang in less than 1 hour. He thought to himself, the flight speed of a divine court realm expert is actually pretty slow, far inferior to a mount that specializes in flying. Besides, cultivators waste a ton of primal chi when they fly. To outspeed a flying mount, you'd have to use a grand divine ability, like the 1,000 Li divine movement technique. And that kind of method burns even more primal chi, let alone having to rush on the road every day. For most cultivators, forget about taming a mount like Bai Zi. Just being able to start the taming process means you're already at the nascent divinity tribulation realm. A mount like Bai Zi, if you're not born with one, then you'll never have one in your entire life. Hearing her master Shi climbed on, Ji Mo Tian Ji gently reminded her, hold on tight. But when Bai Zi took flight, it was a whole different story. Thanks to Shi Ji Mo Tian Ji barely made it to Anyang City alive. An hour later, looking all pale and woozy, Ji Mo Tian Ji forced himself to speak. We're finally in Anyang City. He turned back to look at Shi who, far from looking sick, was gleefully petting the Bai Zi. Master, this disciple didn't do it on purpose. It's just that this Bai Zi is so beautiful a fact that truly baffled the old man. So beautiful. I've never seen such a gorgeous mount before. Ji Mo Tian Ji chimed in with a reminder. We're in Anyang. To keep a low profile, I'm going to put away the mount first. Besides, your outfit and your whole vibe are pretty unique. You got to change them up a bit. Disciple understands. At the gates of Anyang City, some kids were playing together. Bye-bye. Remember to visit often when you have time, Shi said with a bright smile. Hey, master. I look just like a farmer. Now, both of them had changed to look more like ordinary people. It's fine starting. From now on, we'll be grandfather and granddaughter. Disciple gets it. Huh. Oh, Gramps. Grandpa. Grandpa. Shiyini's boundless energy was a real test. The little girl was a blur of motion, running and jumping everywhere like a little whirlwind, eagerly exploring every nook and cranny of the streets, leaving the old man behind, breathless from exhaustion. Little Yini's mischievous spirit flared up again with every other word out of her mouth being grandpa. Thinking back, in his past life he was a young man of just 27 or 28, but now he was being called grandpa. It was a bit awkward at first, but he gradually got used to it. He silently thanked the age reversal system in his body. Without it, he'd rather not have transmigrated at all. Lost in his thoughts, he looked around and couldn't help but marvel at the bustling, lively atmosphere of Anyang City. Grandpa, this is so much fun. As she finished speaking, Shuyini casually snatched a stick of Tonghulu from a roadside stall. The stall owner saw this and shouted indignantly, "Hey, hey, little brat, why'd you snatch my Tonghulu?" Shuyini couldn't care less already halfway through the stolen stick. The girl had some serious guts. She shot back with a smirk. "Me eating your junk is a blessing for you. Keep whining, and I'll tear your mouth off." That's when Ji Mo Tian Ji stepped in, reminding her in a low voice, "Yini, pay the man." Little Yini hurriedly finished the Tonghulu stick and then turned to look at Ji Mo Tian Ji with the most innocent expression she could muster. "Grandpa, Grandpa, he's so mean. I listened to you and didn't even hit him." The little girl then turned back to the vendor. Squinting her eyes, she threatened, "You want to see me mess you up?" Ji Mo Tian Ji calmly lectured, "If everyone just grabbed stuff, like you who would bother making Tonghulu anymore." Inwardly, he was screaming. These villainous disciples are so used to robbing and snatching, it's become a habit, they don't even understand the most basic rules of conduct. It's a good thing they've come down the mountain. So these problems are gradually being exposed, giving him a chance to teach them slowly. The system chimed in, discipling system. Little Yini has earned 100 merit points. Hearing her master's lesson, Shiyini nodded obediently, yes. Then the little girl turned and threw a whole pile of silver at the vendor. "Here's your payment." There was so much silver that the man joyfully hugged it, stammering, "So much." With that settled, the grandfather and granddaughter continued on their way. Arriving at a crowded area, Ji Mo Tianji signaled for his disciple to go check it out. Shiyini immediately scampered off. "I'm on it." When she got there, the crowd was packed tightly. Being small, Shiyini tried to squeeze through. I'm squeezing. But eventually her patience ran out. She threw a kick that sent everyone flying, shouting, "Get out of the way!" The crowd looked at each other in horror. A light stomp had created a deep crater. This strength must be at least the 5th level of body tempering. My god, even a little girl is this powerful. She's a body tempering expert. Ji Mo Tianji could only close his eyes and pretend he didn't see anything, not daring to acknowledge that he knew her. The little girl's temperament was even more audacious than when she was on the mountain. No wonder these villainous disciples always wanted to leave Jinding Shan to carry out missions. Out here it was indeed much freer and more comfortable. The sword-wielding people sitting inside witnessed the scene and sneered, praising her with a mocking tone. "Not bad, not bad. Hey little lady, you want to join our sect too? Your foundation isn't bad. That one kick had the power of the 5th level of body tempering. How about this sign up here, and from today on, you'll be a member of our Andung branch of the Qinglong Guild." Shiyini frowned in annoyance. "What? When did I ever say I wanted to join your stinking Qinglong Guild?" The man felt humiliated, scowling as he cursed, "Hump you brat, you've got some nerve." "You dare to insult the Qinglong Guild?" Without another word, Shiyini sent their table flying with another kick. She asked impatiently, "Qinglong Guild, what's that? What are you guys doing here? Spit it out." "My grandpa is getting impatient. Waiting." The man grabbed his sword, his face darkening. "Where did this wild brat come from? Are you here to trash the place? You don't even know of the Qinglong Guild." Just then, Ji Mo Tianji stepped forward with a calm demeanor. "Stop." One of the goons looked at him and sneered, interesting an old man at the 7th or 8th level of body tempering. The whole group burst out laughing, looking at Ji Mo Tianji with arrogance. Ji Mo Tianji paid them no mind and simply reminded his disciple, "Shiyini, we can ask the Qinglong Guild in Andung City to help investigate the Zai family's matter." Shiyini immediately beamed and replied, "Grandpa, I get it. Grandpa." She spun around to face the group and ordered loudly, "You guys get over here." Seeing her attitude, the group grew angry and threatened her. This wild brat probably doesn't know who's backing the Qinglong Guild. It's the Youming Jiao. You know, upon hearing this, Shiyini's face went blank. "What, the Youming Jiao?" "Scared now, are you?" Seeing her stunned expression, the man laughed heartily and arrogantly. Shiyini just glanced at her master, thinking to herself, "Isn't the leader of the Youming Jiao my eldest senior brother, disciples and grand-disciples, wanting to recruit their own patriarch?" At this moment, Ji Mo Tian Ji finally spoke up. You mean to say the Qinglong Guild is backed by the Youming Jiao? That's right. A man stepped forward, speaking with a magnanimous air. Old man, I think you're not bad. Join our Qinglong Guild. You can be a cook and eat well. Drink well, and the Qinglong Guild will protect you. He looked over at Shi Yini, clicking his tongue as he sized her up. Old man, is this your granddaughter? Tisk tisk tisk. She's got great potential, and she's pretty too. But I can put in a good word with the branch master to let both of you join the Qinglong Guild. Shi Yini glanced over inquisitively. Ji Mo Tian Ji was silent. Seeing her master say nothing, she guessed he must be furious, and her hands and feet started to itch for a fight. Master taught me not to kill recklessly, but he never said I couldn't beat people up. With that thought, Shi Yini excitedly threw a kick, sending the two guys flying into the air before they crashed back down, their faces swollen. She scolded, You dare call him an old man? The people around them started to criticize. Is there no law? Are there no rules? Starting trouble and even daring to hit people. Ji Mo Tian Ji stood to the side and sighed nonchalantly. If this little girl understood the law, she wouldn't be my little Shi Yini. Shi Yini stood with her arms crossed and casually declared, This lady not only dares to beat people, I dare to kill them too. Only then did the goons realize they had eyes but failed to see. Mount Tai and hastily recognized her as a divine court realm expert. The body tempering realm is purely physical strength, but the divine court realm means one has opened their 5 apertures, able to channel primal ki to form a protective aura, and is considered a true entry-level cultivator. At this thought, they fearfully knelt down, crying, Young mistress, spare us. Young mistress, spare us, humph. Whatever. Ji Mo Tian Ji spoke up to remind his little girl, Shi Yini, well done. Hearing her master's words, Shi Yini turned back and said with a giggle, Hee, they called you an old man, so I couldn't hold back for a moment. I had to teach them a little lesson. Ji Mo Tian Ji didn't argue and got straight to the point. Where's the headquarters of the Qinglong Guild's branch? His tone wasn't demanding at all. Yet it made the men tremble without the cold. It's in Hebei Valley, 3 miles from Ndung. Ji Mo Tian Ji was about to refer to himself as this seat, but quickly realized it was inappropriate. He paused for a moment before continuing. This old man has just arrived in Ndung and is unfamiliar with life here. Go back and tell your branch master that this old man will personally pay him a visit tomorrow. Yes. Shi Yini praised him with a bright smile. Master is still the most thoughtful, finding out their den's location, so we can wipe them out in one go. Ji Mo Tian Ji felt a bit helpless. You little troublemaker. Your master wants to make use of their influence. To look into what happened to the Z family. Hearing that Shi Yini just giggled. Whatever you say, master. Ji Mo Tian Ji turned to her. You left home years ago. Do you even remember where your house is? Shi Yini scrunched up her face, thinking hard. Her memories were all fuzzy, like some old drawing. Finally, she said, I just remember there were 2 stone lions out front. Dad's favorite thing was playing with his spear, and Mom loved to embroider. And she loved me more than anything. Looking at the kid, Ji Mo Tian Ji's heart ached a little. Of all the disciples he'd taken, some were forced to join him, and some came willingly. When little Shi Yini was brought to Jinding Shan, she was just a little kid too young to get it. Why her parents would send their own kid up a mountain, straight into a freaking death trap. What kind of parents would ever want to do that? Finding the Z family wasn't going to be a walk in the park. There weren't many rich families named Z around here, but Anyang City wasn't huge. All they had to do was ask around a bit, and they'd find the place. Sure enough, it didn't take long for them to get there. Shi Yini, being the little troublemaker she is, ran up and started tossing the 2 stone lions around like they were toys. This kid's idea of fun is insane. Master, these are the lions. I remember it all now. Ji Mo Tian Ji was dying inside, and quickly snapped, Put those down. This little punk. She finally gets home and she's still causing trouble. Once that was over, they both went inside. Some guy sweeping the yard saw them and asked, Who are you looking for? Shi Yini immediately started running around yelling, Where's my dad? Where's my mom? The guy didn't recognize her and said hesitantly, Where'd you come from, kid? Your parents ain't here. Shi Yini's face went dark, and just a second later, the guy was flat on his back. You asking for a beatdown? Get lost. Don't get in my master's way. Ji Mo Tian Ji was used to this kid's crap. He just clicked his tongue thinking, well, that's one way to handle it. It's actually pretty efficient. Being all polite just slows things down sometimes. He looked around. The whole place was a wreck, and muttered, looks like what your 4th brother said was true. Shi Yini, fresh off of knocking the guy down, yelled, You get over here. The dude, still totally confused, knelt and asked, Where are my parents? Ji Mo Tian Ji figured it out pretty quick. Girls change a ton when they grow up. Little Shi Yini didn't look anything like she used to. She was a completely different person now. No way the steward would recognize her. He asked, "What's your name?" I, I'm the Zai family's steward. My name's Wang Fugui. Ji Mo Tian Ji casually asked, "Where's Shuan the manager?" The guy answered, They, they were all taken. Ji Mo Tian Ji pointed to Shi Yini and said, "This is Shi Yini from the Z family." The guy heard that and just broke down crying, "What young miss, you're finally back." He bowed down all emotional, "It's me, Wang Fugui, Wang Fugui." Yeah, yeah. Ji Mo Tian Ji said, "Let's go inside and talk." After they heard the whole story, Ji Mo Tian Ji sipped his drink thinking. According to Wang Fugui, pretty much everyone in the Z family, young and old, had been snatched by some gang called the Lin Hu Gang. They had no clue who these guys were who was calling the shots, or even how to track them down. The Z family got hit twice in a row, so who in their right mind would stick around? The few servants that were left grabbed whatever valuables were left and bailed, leaving only Wang Fugui. He asked, "Why didn't you go to the cops?" Wang Fugui said miserably, "We did, but the officials couldn't find a thing. That day, except for the servants who were out working. Everyone in the Z family was taken. I was in the bathroom at the time, so I got lucky, and they missed me." Buzz buzz. Shiyini asked, annoyed, "So why didn't you bail too?" "The Z family was good to me. I, Wang Fugui, was born a Z family man, and I'll die a Z family ghost." Wang Fugui answered respectfully. Ji Mo Tianji nodded. "You're a loyal guy. Good thing Shiyini didn't actually hurt you." Shiyini just swatted at a buzzing mosquito, making Wang Fugui freak out and yell, "It is my master's right to hit me. It's only natural." Ji Mo Tianji warned him, "Keep Shiyini's return on the down low. As for the Z family, I'll handle the investigation myself." "Yes, sir." Ji Mo Tianji's brow furrowed a bit, just like it always did when he was deep in thought. Although he looked much younger, he still had a frail and weak appearance, like he had one foot in the grave. "Yes, Wang Fugui only knew that the old master took Yini away, but he didn't know where or for what reason, and he certainly didn't know that little Yini's master was the old demon. He said, 'You're dismissed,' then signaled to Yini, 'My disciple. Tomorrow morning go to the Azure Dragon Association and have them investigate this gang called the Lin Hu Gang.' Your disciple obeys." He still felt uneasy about this kid. Ji Mo Tianji added a reminder, "Remember, don't reveal your identity. Your disciple understands." That evening, Ji Mo Tianji was lying in bed, thinking to himself that the times really wouldn't let him rest. The system chimed in. Mission to support Duan Muxing completed, rewarding 200 merit points. Mingxian completing the support mission means he must have gone to restore the barrier before leaving Jindingshan. I assigned the mission for the two of them to restore Jindingshan's barrier together, but the mission log only shows Mingxian. There's only one possibility, and that is that Old Third is injured. Meanwhile, at Jindingshan, Mingxian was beside Xing, holding the letter left by his ninth junior sister, and said, "Master actually left the mountain. What the hell is that old man thinking?" Xing lay beside him, his body bandaged here and there, and he coughed weakly, ahem, 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 before saying, "He's probably been cooped up on the mountain for too long, so he went out to blow off some steam. And he doesn't want anyone to know his identity." Mingxian shot up. "What you said makes sense. Lately, Master has been acting so unpredictably. I can't figure out what he's thinking anymore." He mumbled while wringing out a towel. Back in the day, the old master had absolute power, so he never bothered with scheming. All tricks and plots in the face of absolute power are just pointless struggles. Duan Musheng closed his eyes slightly. "Perhaps." He shifted unconsciously, a pained expression on his face, then said, "About restoring the barrier. I'll have to trouble you to handle it alone, junior brother. This injury of mine, I'm afraid it won't heal for at least a few months." As soon as he finished speaking, the towel in Mingxian's hand slapped forcefully onto Duan Musheng's face. "Nice try, but you can drop the act now. Don't push your luck. You and I, we've both been beaten up since we were kids. We've suffered way worse injuries than this." Duan Musheng sat up, took off the towel, and sighed. "Junior brother, you truly are sharp." Mingxian pouted and said, 10 days. If you still want to lie around after 10 days, I'm quitting. When Master gets back, let's see if you're screwed or not." Completely different from his weak demeanor earlier, Duan Muxing smirked powerfully, saying clearly his acting was top-notch. 10 days is too long. 7 days is enough. Junior brother, you may leave now. I need to heal my internal injuries. It's not very convenient for two single men to be in the same room." Hearing this, Mingxian's limbs went weak. I'm gonna puke. He quickly stepped outside, wondering, "Oh, Master, what on earth are you thinking?" Suddenly a messenger bird flew over, and he was surprised to receive a letter from it. He quickly opened it and read, breaking out in a cold sweat. How did Master know? Third senior brother was injured. Immediately, he used his astral chi to scan a 100-mile radius, but it was useless. His astral chi swept out his perception, covering a radius of several hundred yards. But aside from a few flying birds and some startled resting beasts outside, he couldn't sense any other living beings. But it felt like the old master was watching him from somewhere nearby. Being scared like this a few times had made him more timid. Just like that, he dropped to his knees, regardless of whether anyone was there or not. Master from on high, your disciple meant no disrespect. Please rest assured, Master your disciple will definitely do his best to restore the barrier and watch over Jinding Shan carefully. He reassured himself internally. Don't panic, as long as I follow Master's new playbook, there won't be any problems. Meanwhile, over at Ji Mo Tian Ji's place, he was getting rewards for doing nothing. The system announced, disciplined Ming Xian obtained 100 merit points. Ming Xian's loyalty increased by 2%. He was sitting and comprehending the heavenly writing, using the supreme purity divine power to understand the future, only to realize that the future is something that cannot be predicted, even for the fate of a mere speck of dust. With the divine power of clairaudience, you can hear every sound in every land. But whether you choose to listen is up to you. Using the divine power of Dharma, knowledge one can preach well, without being hindered by any school of thought, but to spread the Dharma like clouds and rain, using wondrous sounds to awaken enlightenment and achieve pure transcendence. He frowned, remembering when he read the human scroll of the heavenly book. The first time only the cover had writing. The rest was just chicken scratch. Now he could read 2 more pages. Could it be related to his lifespan and cultivation level? My realm? I was supposed to cultivate the heavenly book to increase my cultivation, but now I have to increase my cultivation just to be able to read the text. Seems like I've got it all backward. Since entering the condensing consciousness realm, I've indeed absorbed a good amount of primal ki using my Dharma body, but all of this is nothing but an ant when facing a divine court realm expert. Is this thing messing with me on purpose? The night was long, and it seemed there was nothing to do but read the heavenly book. The next morning at the Qinglonghui branch, Master Lu Zhengfeng stepped out and asked in surprise, "You mean the person who beat you guys up was a little girl, only about 15 or 16 years old?" His subordinate respectfully added, "There was also an old geezer, 70 or 80 years old." Liu Zhengfeng sneered contemptuously. "An early-stage mystic enlightening realm cultivator and a 7th or 8th level body-tempering cultivator. What gives them the nerve to provoke my Qinglong Hui? I don't know, sir. I was recruiting disciples on the streets of Anyang City when that wild brat suddenly showed up and seriously injured Steward Zhang with one kick. That wild brat's grandpa also said, he said," Lu Zhengfeng lost his patience. "Said what?" "He said he would personally pay us a visit." Hearing this, Lu Zhengfeng growled. "Today you take 20 of our brothers and find the one who hurt Steward Zhang you got. That." Suddenly someone came to report, "Branch Master, there's a young lady outside asking to see you." Already angry, Liu Zhengfeng was in no mood. "Not seeing her," the man continued. "She says her patience is limited, and that while she's trying to follow her grandpa's previous orders, you'd better just cooperate." Just as he finished speaking, the adjacent wall exploded, sending many of their brothers flying. Lu Zhengfeng was horrified. He asked, "What the hell just happened? Go check it out." Shiyini dragged in a guy who was barely conscious, who whispered weakly, This person is crazy strong. Her cultivation is at least at the divine sea realm. What do we do now?" Shiyini casually tossed him inside and said, "I told you my patience is limited. You should be glad I didn't just beat you all to a pulp, yet you dared to make me wait outside. The branch master is here. Branch master. That's her. That's her. She's the one who hurt Steward." Jiang, Lu Zhengfeng, stepped out, narrowing his eyes at Shiyini. "So she was an expert." Shiyini sneered, standing before their gang, and said loudly, "So you're the big shot of this Qinglong Hui." The others looked at each other in shock, then at the little kid in front of them. Their leader, Liu Zhengfeng, frowned and chuckled contemptuously. "Young lady, you should know that there's always a bigger fish. Don't think that just because you're in the divine sea realm, you're untouchable." Shiyini pointed at the pile of bodies on the ground and said casually, "What's with all the chatter? I'm asking, are you the boss of these losers or not? I am the branch master of the Qinglong Hui Anyang branch. Lu Zhengfeng does what you say actually matter around here." "Of course it does." "Good. This young lady has some business to discuss with you." After getting her answers, Shiyini wanted to resolve the issue quickly and not waste any more time. Seeing this little girl order him around the moment they met, his face darkened and he growled. He had planned on figuring out what this opponent was capable of, and why she dared to offend the Qing Long Hui. But this whole conversation was like talking to a brick wall, wasn't it? Enough, get her. Instantly, a man behind him drew a bow and fired an arrow at Shi Yini. Whoosh! Shi Yini saw it in a flash, and without moving an inch, she said calmly, "Your boss isn't playing nice." The moment she spoke, a terrifying wave of power erupted, sending the Qing Long Hui members flying in all directions. "She's opened all 8 meridians of the Divine Sea Realm," Lu Zhengfeng exclaimed in shock. The Divine Sea Realm is divided into 8 meridians, and only after opening the first 2, the Ren and Du meridians, is a cultivator considered to have truly mastered the basics of the Divine Sea Realm. If you open the other 6 meridians, you'll reach the peak of the Body Tempering Realm, and once all 8 are open, you can use the primal key in your meridians to attack. Opening all 8 meridians in the Body Tempering Realm basically makes you invincible to anyone in the Divine Court Realm, and if the Anyang branch of the Qinglong Guild, no matter how badass they are, there's no way they'd station a Divine Court Realm expert here. He yelled, "So strong, hold on, wait." Shi Yini lost her patience. Wait for what? Lu Zhengfeng dropped to his knees, scared out of his mind. "I can't believe you're a body tempering expert who's opened all 8 meridians. Please forgive me, I was blind not to see a master. Please, miss, show some mercy. Whatever it is, we can talk it out. I've got a job for you." Shi Yini hadn't forgotten her main mission. "Please, miss, go ahead. Help me look into the Lin Hu gang." The moment he heard Shi Yini, Liu Zhengfeng broke into a cold sweat. The Hu gang never heard of him. Shi Yini held up 3 fingers, giving her command. "The Shu family was kidnapped, and those guys are the ones behind it. I'm giving you 3 days to find out where they are." The Lin Hugong dared to kidnap the Shu family. "The Qinglong Guild can't handle this," Liu Zhengfeng stammered, trying to argue for some justice, but Shi Yini always ignored the rules. Her voice turned cold. "You want to say that again? My lady, I'll definitely find the Lin Hu gang's location within 3 days." Satisfied with his answer, Shi Yini turned to leave. You learn fast." But she wasn't finished. She walked up to one of the Qinglong Guild's goons. "You're the one who shot that arrow at me, right?" The guy shook his head, trembling. No. It was you." Wham bam. After settling her personal grudges and the main business, she swaggered off, sticking her tongue out. Nya, you wimps, remember to do as I say or else I'll wipe out your entire Qinglong Guild." Liu Zhengfeng was crying on the inside. When the hell did a young expert like this show up in Anyang City? It's weird. If some other sect came here to cause trouble, they would have just killed everyone. But this girl only injured them. And on top of that, she gave us a mission. I just don't get it. The Lin Hu gang, is there really a force like that in Anyang City? The injured Qinglong Guild members were moaning over there. "My ass hurts so bad." "You all right?" "I'm fine." The system notification rang out. "Mission complete, mobilize the Qinglong Guild's forces. Reward 200 merit points." The Shu family was the same as always. Back when Ji Mo Tian Ji came to Anyang and stumbled upon little Yini, he wanted to make her his disciple, but her parents were against it. Later on, for some reason, little Yini's parents personally brought her up the mountain. Ji Mo Tian Ji couldn't make sense of it, so he asked Wang Fugui, "Did anything happen to the Shu family over the years? Did they make any enemies?" Wang Fugui answered casually, while sweeping the yard. Ji Mo Tian Ji frowned. "Not even 5 years ago." 5 years ago. Suddenly something clicked for Wang Fugui. "You mean the Murong family?" "Keep talking." 5 years ago, the Murong and Shu families didn't get along. Back then, both families had businesses all over the place. The master was focused on trade, so they were pretty well off. Later, the Shu and Murong families became bitter enemies. Great cultivators of the world usually don't meddle in mortal affairs, but there are always bad guys. The master and madam faced several assassination attempts. Ji Mo Tian Ji guessed, "Probably the Murong family's doing." We all knew it was them, but with no hard proof, the officials wouldn't do anything. So this kidnapping was also the Murong family's work. Ji Mo Tian Ji was a little skeptical. The Shu family originally sent little Yini to the mountain to protect her. Hearing that, Wang Fugui said nervously, "This old servant wouldn't dare to make wild guesses." Ji Mo Tian Ji kept analyzing the situation. A cultivator capable of this must be at least at the 4th meridian of the body tempering realm. Doesn't the Murong family have any cultivators? Not openly, but who knows what they're hiding. Suddenly, Shi Yini flew back, using a flight technique, and the flames trailing her feet instantly scorched a part of the Shu family's courtyard. Ji Mo Tian Ji put his hands on his hips and yelled, "Why do you keep climbing the wall when there's a perfectly good front door? Grandpa, you have to knock to use the front door. The wall is way faster." Shi Yini cheekily promised not to do it again. Yes, the system announced that he had earned 100 merit points for disciplining little Shiyini. Ji Mo Tian Ji sighed, letting the trivial matter slide and getting to the point. How did things go? Shiyini's eyes went wide as she answered. They were super obedient. They'll definitely be able to find the Linhu gang. Oh, you didn't beat them up, did you? Ji Mo Tian Ji eyed his little disciple suspiciously. He noticed she answered without even blinking, all while cracking her knuckles. I didn't hit them. That branch leader was super friendly. He said, Little miss, I will absolutely find the Linhu gang's location within 3 days. That's Shiyini for you. He kept staring until she got fidgety and looked away. Master, don't look at me like that. I swear everything I said is true. He said it exactly like that, word for word. Ji Mo Tian Ji wept on the inside. Looks like she needs to be taught from scratch slowly. After all, Rome wasn't built in a day. In the blink of an eye, 3 days went by. A nervous Wang Fugui asked Venerable Sir, the young miss went to the Green Dragon Gang all by herself. Aren't you worried for her safety? Ji Mo Tian Ji replied nonchalantly. If I were you, I'd be more worried about the safety of the Green Dragon Gang members. Gulp. Wang Fugui was completely speechless. He then added, over the past few days, this humble one has also heard some news that the members of the Green Dragon Gang are frantically trying to get information on the Linhu Gang, causing a huge public uproar. Ji Mo Tian Ji understood. It was perfectly normal for Wang Fugui to be worried. After all, the Green Dragon Gang was backed by the Youming Jiao. Its leader, Yu Zhenghai, was the #2 expert on the blacklist. That title alone was enough to strike fear into people's hearts. System notification. Killed 1 evildoer plus 10 merit points. 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 Ji Mo Tian Ji sighed involuntarily. Little Shiyini's personality has always been wild. The system displayed his status. Name Ji Mo Tian Ji. Race human. Cultivation condensing consciousness. Realm chi refining and spirit forming. Merit points 1,254. Dharma body 3. Flowers gathering at the summit. Remaining lifespan 4,505 days. Items. Ji Mo Tian Ji's peak. State card. ×2. Fatal blow. Block ×3. Passive buys a cultivation method. 3. Scrolls of the Heavenly Book. He thought to himself, the merit points from disciplining his disciples, rewards from previous missions, and little Shiyini killing at least 50 more villains all added up to over 1,000 points. He couldn't expect little Shiyini, who was still so naive, to handle things perfectly. She was still just a kid who didn't know right from wrong. However, over the past few days, he had learned from Wang Fugui that the Green Dragon Gang regularly committed evil deeds, bullied commoners, and caused the people immense suffering. The people were furious, but dared not act. With the Youming Jiao as their backer, even the local officials were too scared to get involved, allowing them to become a major menace in Anduang. So what if she killed them? They deserve no sympathy. He then said, Fugui, go to the Murong family and ask if there's been any recent movement. Wang Fugui was as obedient as Shiyini. I'll go right away. Wait, do you have any other orders? Venerable Sir Ji Mo Tian Ji held out a token. Take this token with you. No one will dare to stop you. Now go. Yes, sir. He himself understood. Although the items Ji Mo Tian Ji had gotten from the system had vanished, the treasures he had plundered while dominating the world were still with him. This royal token was one such item. The other things were too cumbersome to carry, so he'd left most of them back at the Motiangye. That afternoon, Master Shiyini flew back, tearing up another patch of the courtyard. Neil Ji Mo Tian Ji shot to his feet and roared. Shiyini knelt smiling as she said, this disciple knows her mistake. I shouldn't have killed those people. But she was not prepared for what Ji Mo Tian Ji said next. I'm not blaming you for that. Her eyes widened in surprise. Huh. Ji Mo Tian Ji pointed to the door. I told you, this is a house. You are to use the front door. Do my words just go in one ear and out the other? Master, I was wrong. Shiyini apologized with a huge grin on her face. I was in such a rush to get back that it just slipped my mind. Your disciple promises to never do it again. But this time, Ji Mo Tian Ji wasn't going to let it slide. Lie down, yes. It's good that you're naturally honest, but you can't be completely without discipline. Your parents aren't here, so as your master, I'll teach you in their place. With that, Ji Mo Tian Ji spanked Shiyini. Smacked surprisingly, Shiyini took the hit with a giggle. Heh. It doesn't hurt, but how could a little trick like that get past her master? You dare use your protective energy. This little brat is playing tricks. He then ordered, dispel your protective energy. Only then did Shiyini shrink back in fear. Master, spare me. Your disciple won't do it again. Dispel it. Obeying Shi Yini had no choice but to remove her energy, at which point little Yini would be completely like a normal person. As Ji Mo Tian Ji spanked her, he thought it's not wrong to have a free-spirited nature, but you can't be completely without discipline. It's one thing to act like this on the mountain, but to be so arrogant in Anyang City. Aren't you afraid of being seen and word getting back to other villains? I must punish her properly so she'll never forget. Smack, smack. Ow, ow. Master, it hurts. This time I have to be harsh. After the punishment, he looked at his sniffling, crying disciple. In his memory, only little Yini had never tasted Ji Mo Tian Ji's rod. From the first disciple to the eighth, not a single one had escaped a beating from Ji Mo Tian Ji, getting bruised and swollen, some even suffering life-threatening injuries. Each time he would use medicine to heal them, tormenting them, like this from childhood to adulthood. Since she was a little girl, she never had her parents by her side. The love from her senior brothers and sisters had its limits. It could never replace that of a parent. The only person she could rely on was her master. And now the master she respected most had just struck her without hesitation. How could she not feel wronged? He walked over. Get up, Shi Yini whimpering and wiping her tears, said Master. It really hurts. Ji Mo Tian Ji explained gently. It's supposed to hurt. As your master, I've told you to forget all the principles I taught before, but from now on, you must carve my words into your very soul. I understand. Eat this candy, the pain will go away after you eat it. Yes. The system's mechanical voice rang out. Strictly disciplined. Disciple Little Yini, rewarding 300 merit points. Little Yini's loyalty has reached over 80%. As long as you don't do anything to disappoint your disciple, her loyalty will basically not be damaged. Thinking of this, Ji Mo Tian Ji couldn't help but sigh. Little Yini is still easy to teach, but just thinking about those other 8 brats is enough to give me a headache. After that, Shi Yini began to recount what happened. The Azure Dragon Society said there's no such thing as the Linhu Gang. It was just a bunch of cultivators in disguise. Intentionally disguised? Ji Mo Tian Ji asked with a frown. Shi Yini nodded her head vigorously. They dared to make things up, and even invited people from X province to try and kill me. Your disciple was so angry I couldn't hold back, so I attacked them. Attacked? More like slaughtered. Ji Mo Tian Ji felt helpless with this disciple. All right, without a divine court realm expert who would dare to bully you. They invited experts over. If your disciple hadn't fought back, I'm afraid I would never have seen you again. Suddenly remembering something, Ji Mo Tian Ji looked towards the door and calculated the time. Wang Fugui should have been back by now, but there was still no sign of him. Wang Fugui still isn't back from his trip. Come with me. Yes. Suddenly, Shi Yini noticed something stuck to the back of Ji Mo Tian Ji's robe. She said, Master, there's writing on your back. He just gently brushed it off. At Yanyue Gong, Zhao Yue paced back and forth restlessly. She was so worried that Ye Tiangxin had to speak up and remind her. Senior sister, there's no need to be so anxious. Things have already come to this regret. Is useless now, we can only see it through to the end. Ye Tiangxin, junior sister, you don't understand. Zhao Yue clicked her tongue and quickly explained, if this were a month ago doing this wouldn't be a cause for concern. That old man has always had a fiery temper, and everything he does is for his own benefit. But recently, his way of doing things has changed a bit. How has it changed? Zhao Yue fell silent, not knowing how to describe it clearly. I'm not sure, I just vaguely feel that his methods are a bit gentler, and it seems his fiery temper isn't the same either. Hearing this, Ye Tiangxin just smiled reassuringly. Your fear has really reached a whole new level, sis. To survive so many years of torture and still be alive. It hasn't been long since we left, and you're already this scared. Sighing, Zhao Yue could only nod. Maybe I'm just overthinking things. I had someone kidnap the Shu family members. You think that old man will take the bait? With that old geezer's personality, it's probably going to be tough to get him to bite. Pausing for a moment, Ye Tiangxin added, but little junior sister is a different story. She's still naive and has only been away from home for 5 years. If she finds out about this, she'll definitely return to Anyang. When that time comes, all we need to do is capture our little junior sister. Once that old man leaves Jindingshan, and once he's without the protection of his 3 senior brothers, 4th senior brother, and the barrier, I have countless ways to wear down all of his trump cards. Zhao Yue frowned a little surprised. How are you going to wear down his trump cards? Ye Tiangxin was unfathomably deep, she said sinisterly. The righteous sects in this world are numerous, and the number of them who have suffered at his hands is too great to count. If I spread this news, what do you think the righteous sects of the world will do? Especially Tianjian men, whose sect master Luo Changfeng died at that old man's hands. Zhao Yue thought back to that terrifying scene. She had witnessed with her own eyes 10 great masters and over 10,000 cultivators fleeing in chaos. a sight that probably only Master alone in this world could cause. Could make thousands upon thousands of cultivators flee at the mere whisper of his name. She then asked, what if they're all too scared? Ye Tiangxin, on the other hand, was quite confident. I've already told the 10 great righteous sects about the old man's secret elixir. The 9 great masters aren't idiots once they've had time to think it through. They'll be back sooner or later. Just then, a subordinate rushed in to report Palace Master. A message from An Yang reports that the Azure Dragon Gang has been wiped out. A royal guard token appeared in An Yang City. Ye Tiangxin frowned. The Azure Dragon Gang was wiped out. Who was responsible? The subordinate replied respectfully. It's unclear, but judging from the traces of the fight left at the scene, we can confirm that the opponent was a mystic enlightening realm cultivator with all 8 meridians opened. Zhao Yu rushed forward. Could it have been little Yini? Our little junior sister is a divine court realm expert with her personality. She's more than capable of wiping out the Azure Dragon Gang, but she wouldn't need to hide her cultivation level to do it. What if she left Jin Dingshan with that old geezer? Ye Tiangxin shook her head. The chances of that are slim. But to be safe, I'll immediately send someone to the Shu residence to investigate. Guards, yes, my lady. Ye Tiangxin tossed out 2 portraits, one of Shi Yini and one of an old and frail Ji Mo Tian Ji with white hair. Then she ordered, take these portraits and hide inside the Shu residence. The moment you spot these 2 people, report back immediately. Yes, ma'am. But Ye Tiangxin was a bit puzzled. What about the royal guard token? Zhao Yu clicked her tongue and said, that thing can mobilize the imperial guards, and in the royal family, it's always been under the control of the Daiyan Emperor. It's engraved with a unique dragon pattern, a detail that allows everyone to recognize it. Why would it show up in an Yang Ye Tiangxin? Nodded. This isn't a big deal. Although the imperial guards will act when they see the token, they aren't that easy to mobilize. When the token appears, there are only 2 possibilities. One, someone faked it just for show. 2, the emperor is traveling incognito. But in recent years, the Daiyan dynasty has been plagued by constant warfare, so the emperor would never risk traveling south in disguise. That makes sense. Ye Tiangxin smirked as if she had just come up with a brilliant plan. She reassured her senior sister. Don't worry, everything is under my control. Meanwhile, Ji Mo Tian Ji and Shi Yini were walking down the street eating ice cream. Little Yini, you acted way too recklessly. I'm afraid you've drawn too much attention. From now on, you will do exactly as I, your master, say. Your disciple obeys. Shi Yini was very obedient, replying while taking a bite of her ice cream. Ji Mo Tian Ji then tested her Yini. If the mastermind behind the Shu family kidnapping turns out to be your senior brothers and sisters, what would you do? Hearing this, Shi Yini immediately shook her head. It wouldn't be my senior brothers and sisters. They were so good to you. How could they just snatch your parents like that? You're still so naive. The 2 of them reached the gate of the Murong estate. Let's go in, Ji Mo Tian Ji said. Shi Yini, remembering her old lessons, said, Master, let me knock first. But this time Ji Mo Tian Ji just shook his head. He growled, just kick the door down. Inside, a bunch of guys were training 1, 2, 1, 2. Suddenly, a rock from the wall came flying in. What the hell? Who dares to kick down the Murong family's main gate? The goons inside started shouting and cursing, glaring daggers at the 2 newcomers who had just busted their door. Shi Yini glanced over at her master for his take. Ji Mo Tian Ji said, just one word, fight. Now that's what I like to hear. Shi Yini grinned, stepping up. With a single stomp, she sent the goons flying into the air, and they came crashing down like falling fruit, screaming all the way. Ji Mo Tian Ji just smirked, a wolf and a flock of sheep. Shi Yini let out a sigh, complaining, Grandpa, they're so weak. Ji Mo Tian Ji casually replied, you're a big shot in the divine court realm, beating up on a bunch of house guards. What's there to brag about? Murong Hai, the head of the Murong family, finally came out. Who are you? Ji Mo Tian Ji cut right to the chase. Is Wang Fugui at your estate? The man frowned. Wang Fugui forged an Imperial Guard's token. He's already been arrested and taken to the palace. Ji Mo Tian Ji closed his eyes for a second. This guy wasn't even worth looking at. Yini, make him talk straight. Yini cracked her knuckles. Got it. Behind Murong Hai stood a few cultivators who looked at Shi Yini with contempt. And where did this little wildcat crawl out from? Shi Yini's temper flared. She took a step forward, growling, watch your mouth. Everybody on the ground. The moment they felt her aura, their legs gave out, and they all collapsed. The Brahma Sea Realm experts, the 8 meridian cultivators of the Murong estate, were no better than regular people in front of this little girl. Shi Yini strode over, grabbed Murong Hai by the hair, and asked, Oh, you seem a little tougher than the others. He dropped to his knees, trembling and begging. Please don't let me go. Wang Fugi is fine. He's perfectly fine. Sure enough, Wang Fugui was released, but his face was all bruised and his clothes were torn to shreds. Shiyini growled in fury. You should know who you're messing with before you lay a hand on someone. She looked at Ji Mo Tian Ji. Do what you want, Ji Mo Tian Ji said, unable to restrain himself either. And just like that, Shiyini was a tiger unleashed. Who hit Fugui? She went after them, one by one, to teach them a lesson. It was you. No, it wasn't me. It was you. The guy was crying his eyes out. We have no beef with you. Please don't do this. Ji Mo Tian Ji then asked, Do you know anything about the kidnapping of the Shu family? Don't be in a hurry to answer. If I get the feeling you're lying, little Yini, you'll break his legs. Shi Yini loved this game. Yes, Grandpa. Muronghai answered instantly. I know about it. I don't know who did it, but I know they have powerful cultivators backing them up. Even though the Murong and Shu families have an old feud, it's not bad enough to kidnap over 100 people from their estate overnight. Powerful cultivators. Ji Mo Tianji frowned. Old sir, take a word of advice from me. Don't provoke these people. Muronghai stammered. You know them? Ji Mo Tianji asked. Not really. I just know that this group of cultivators is connected to Jinding Shan. Old sir, do you know of Jinding Shan? Ji Mo Tianji nonchalantly shook his head. Not really, you tell me. While rubbing his bruises, Muronghai thought, he's never even heard of Jinding Shan. Judging by his aura and demeanor, this old sir must be a reclusive expert, the kind of cultivator who's cut off from the world, right? He then explained, on Jinding Shan there lives an old demonic patriarch. He has a total of 9 disciples, and every single one of them is a world-famous demonic master. The cultivators who kidnapped the Shu family are most likely connected to those demons from Jinding Shan. They kill without blinking an eye, and there's no evil they won't do. I'd advise an upstanding and kind gentleman like yourself to not get on their bad side no matter what. Hearing this, Shiyini couldn't help but burst out laughing. How can you be cracking up over something so serious? Ji Mo Tianji said, giving Shiyini a pained look before telling Muronghai, Pay her no mind, just continue. So Muronghai went on with his story. This Lin Hu Gong is in fact a phantom sect. 2 days before they kidnapped the Shu family, they gathered more than 30 people in Anyang. Ji Mo Tianji frowned. The other party was a phony sect. Their main goal was to keep their identity a secret. But for the Murong family to find out so easily, wasn't that a huge contradiction? He continued, not daring to hide anything, saying that among the kidnapped hostages were members of the Murong family. Hearing this, Shiyini cursed under her breath. Shameless. Ji Mo Tianji raised his hand to stop her. Very good, your answer is correct. The man said respectfully, I hope the old master will be lenient. I guarantee you from now on, we will never treat the Shu family as an enemy again. Ji Mo Tianji slowly turned around. Last question. Can you track the hostages? This? Muronghai hesitated, but Ji Mo Tianji growled. On the side, Shiyini cracked her knuckles loudly. Crack, crack, crack. Muronghai immediately nodded. Yes, I can. Leave. Ji Mo Tianji walked outside and Shiyini playfully ran over. Grandpa, let me help you. Ji Mo Tianji reminded Fugui, Bring him along. Don't forget the royal token. Grandpa, this royal token. Shiyini took it out. Ji Mo Tianji sighed, looking at the little kid. Put it away quickly. This dragon pattern is really beautiful. Behind them, Wang Fugui quickly dragged Muronghai along. Hurry up, Ji Mo Tianji calmly explained. This is the exclusive dragon pattern of the royal token, the only sign to verify its authenticity. Put it away. Don't wave it around like that. Hearing this, Muronghai fell backward onto the ground. That token is real. Wang Fugui pouted and cursed at him. Duh. Shiyini then reminded Muronghai, Hurry up and get up. You're sitting in a dirty puddle. Yina, send a letter to your senior brother. Tell him to be on guard against cultivators with unknown identities, coming to Jinding Shan. Yes, sir. First thing tomorrow morning. Take Muronghai with you and figure out a way to rescue your clansmen. Thank you, Grandpa. That evening, Ji Mo Tianji sat alone in a chair as the system's sound rang out. System this time consumed 50 merit points, obtained reversal card times 13. Ji Mo Tianji continuously drew prizes, draw, 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 draw. He thought to himself, are reversal cards this worthless? Now before, when I bought them in the shop, one reversal card cost 500 merit points. Now I can get 3 cards for just 50 points if this isn't a scam. What is system this time? Consumed 50 merit points, obtained block fatal blow times 5. Continuously drawing prizes draw. System this time consumed merit points, better luck, next time plus 1. These 4 times consumed 10 merit points, better luck next time plus 1. This time consumed 10 merit points. Better luck next time plus 1. Finally, Ji Mo Tian Ji had to remind himself to hold back and stop drawing. If he drew 10 times without getting a single reversal card, it would be too much of a loss. He used them again, thinking to himself, 3 cards at once, increased by 1,000 days. A bit interesting. I still remember the first reversal card added 310 days, and after that, it was basically 300 days. But now there's one that gives up to 303 days. His whole body felt much stronger. Although his cultivation was low, this body had a deep foundation, and his eyes became sharper than before. He raised his hand to rub his eyes, slightly surprised. What's going on? The light pouring in from the window was like the shimmering reflection on the sea surface. Everything had been restored. Could this be the extraordinary power mentioned in the 3 volumes of the heavenly writing? If it's real, how do I use it? The system had reminded him before that the cultivation method of the 3 volumes of the heavenly writing was different from the past, or in other words, his experience and insights would become worthless, and he could only explore it on his own. After thinking, he opened the heavenly writing interface. The next morning. Grandpa, you seem to have gotten younger again. Shigini's eyes widened as she looked at Ji Mo Tian Ji. Kids don't lie, and her words served as a reminder. Nonsense, Ji Mo Tian Ji said coldly. Murong Hai, lead the way. Yes. Murong Hai obediently channeled his energy to point out the direction. It's about 10 miles north from here. Those petty cultivators who kidnapped the Shu family said that within a 10-mile radius, they wouldn't bother with anyone who came to the rescue. Seeing this Wang Fu Gui who was behind them, clapped in admiration. Clap, clap, clap. Hearing what Murong Hai said, Ji Mo Tian Ji asked again. 10 miles? He then glanced at the little kid at his feet. If it's really related to those evil folks, and we just let Shigini go over there like that, something feels way off, but screw it. Let's just do this. Shigini was totally pumped for the rescue mission. So, Grandpa, what's on your mind, huh? It's nothing. Let's head out. Wang Fugui has no cultivation, so we had to leave him at the Shu residence. Yeah, soon after the Murong family finished their mission. This must be the place. He pointed inside and explained, this is the Qingyang stronghold. The mark is unmistakable. The cultivators from the Linhu gang must all be stationed here. Ji Mo Tian Ji gave the signal, Yini go save them. Got it. With that, Shigini wasted no time and dashed inside while Murong Hai watched in utter disbelief. 8th Meridian Brahma Sea Realm. So young yet so damn powerful, you just don't see that these days. Every step she took left a mark inside. 10 cultivators were already standing by. We've been waiting for you a long time. This situation, there must be more than 10 cultivators. Old master. They're all experts at the 8th Meridian Brahma Sea Realm. Murong Hai's face went pale with fear. I told you it was a trap, and now look what's happened. Ji Mo Tian Ji just let out a cool, making Murong Hai want to cry his eyes out. How can he just, at a time like this? My Murong family are just regular businessmen. We thrive in the world of commerce, but in the eyes of cultivators, we're nothing more than ants. I'm just at the 5th Aperture Mystic Enlightening Realm, a level that doesn't even give me the right to stand in front of a Brahma Sea Realm expert. He quietly urged Old Master, we need to run. He glanced at Shiyini. She's an 8th Meridian Brahma Sea Realm expert. If we let her hold them back, these cultivators, we'd have a chance to get away. But Ji Mo Tian Ji just stood there, casually making Murong Hai feel utterly helpless. Why is he so focused on the fight? He's insane, totally insane. Over there, Shigini was busy counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Murong Hai was getting more freaked out by the second. He was losing all faith in these two. She was just counting them off. The cultivators in front of them spoke with cold, sinister voices. I never kill nobodies, so state your names. Shigini cracked her knuckles, looking unimpressed. The 12th Brahma Sea cultivator. The opponents conferred for a bit. That senior said it doesn't matter who they are, just kill them. Hearing that, they all charged. When you take someone's money, you gotta do the dirty work. I see you're young with a high cultivation level. It's a shame you're mixed up with the Shu family. Ji Mo Tian Ji asked, whose orders are you following? Those guys frowned. Who are you, old man? One at the Qi condensing realm, and one at the mystic, enlightening realm. Ji Mo Tian Ji clicked his tongue. The principles and rules of this world are ultimately decided by whose fist is stronger. Yini. Hearing the command, Shi Yini stepped forward with a cold expression. A terrifying aura erupted from her body, making the opponents nervous. This aura. This isn't right. Just a few moments later, the system chimed. Killed a villain received 10 merit points. System killed a villain received 10 merit points. Shiyini only needed a few moves to wipe out all her opponents. Their bodies lay scattered on the ground with one guy left hanging in the air, need a hand getting down. The man was terrified. No, I can get down myself. He was kicked to the ground where he lay, clutching his head and crying for help. Who am I? Where am I? What was I trying to do? I remember now I accepted a gold bounty mission to kidnap the Shu family and then kill, kill anyone who came to rescue them. Ji Mo Tian Ji praised her. Not bad. Shi Yini ran over. Hee grandpa, finally praised me. Ji Mo Tian Ji looked at the little girl with pride. Little Yini deliberately left one person alive and killed the rest, which was beyond my expectations. He immediately asked, who is the mastermind? I don't know. Where are the members of the Shu family? They've been taken away. Who took them? I don't know. Did you see what he looked like? I didn't see him. Feeling it was pointless to talk to this guy, Ji Mo Tian Ji slowly turned around and said nonchalantly, kill him. The man was horrified when he heard that. Aren't you going to interrogate me anymore? Just ask a couple more questions. Hey. Shi Yini approached him, step by step. The guy immediately learned his lesson. I'll talk. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. Shi Yini pouted. Why didn't you just say that earlier? The man quickly spilled everything. Everyone from the Shu family is on Qingyang Mountain. The old master of the Shu family was taken away by our client. I really don't know the client's identity. Shi Yini laughed and said, Grandpa, you're the best. You just had to scare him a little, and he spilled everything. Ji Mo Tian Ji said calmly, I wasn't trying to scare him. His mind was busy figuring out how to find these cunning villains. He only had 2 peak experience cards left, and he couldn't just keep searching for them in this state. Seeing Ji Mo Tian Ji's serious expression, Shi Yini said, Grandpa, this is definitely a trap. The mastermind behind this intentionally left information behind, so even if he didn't talk, someone else would. Ji Mo Tian Ji said coldly, what's the use of keeping him alive? If he had any value left, it was to contribute some merit points. That's just the cost of doing business. At Yanyue Gong, the palace master received a report by carrier pigeon that an old man and a young child were approaching the Shu residence. Hearing this, Ye Tianxin frowned. Have you confirmed their identities? The young woman replied respectfully. They look a lot like the portrait, but I can't be certain. A lot like, Ye Tianxin clicked her tongue and said, from what I know, 3 of my senior brothers are injured, and the Zhengyi Dao has already sent 2 experts toward Jin Dingshan. On top of that, after Luo Changfeng, the sect master of Tianjianmen, died there still isn't a successor. The previous sect master, Luo Xingkong, is like a prowling tiger, just waiting for a chance to avenge his son. 4th senior brother alone can't possibly stop a nascent divinity tribulation realm expert. This is the perfect chance to weaken Ji Mo Tianji's trump card. Zhao Yue asked worriedly, but what if those 2 aren't imposters? Then wouldn't they be walking right into our trap? Another report came in. Reporting to the palace master, a carrier pigeon message has arrived. All the cultivators of the Linhu gang at Qingyang Mountain have been annihilated. The Shu family members at the foot of the mountain have all escaped except for old Master Shu. Hearing the new report, Ye Tianxin knew instantly. Only their little junior sister could wipe out the Brahma Sea realm Linhu gang in one fell swoop. She immediately ordered, send a message to the evil king. The plan is unchanged. Prepare to depart. Yes, Zhao Yue sneered. Old Eight's cultivation is barely stronger than little Shi Yini's when you get down to it. But little Shi Yini has only been a disciple for 5 years. It won't be long before her strength surpasses his. With that pathetic level of cultivation, Old Eighth actually dares to call himself the evil king. The outside world's knowledge of the old demon is limited to his so-called glorious achievements, and the old demon's rampage across the land. Yet Tiangxin shook her head. It's not that Old Eighth is too weak, it's because of that old geezer. Only we disciples truly understand what it's like to be around the old demon. What that feeling is really like. He's just too strong. Elsewhere, Ji Mo Tian Ji sneezed repeatedly while drinking orange juice. The entire Su family knelt down again and again. Thank you for saving our lives, old sir. He thought to himself that he had gained merit points from the worship of over 100 people. Besides, they had already knelt several times, and the merit points hadn't increased, proving that repeated worship wouldn't generate any more points. Little Shi Yini and her mother, Madame Shuchang, had also reunited. Everyone was overjoyed and radiant, but unfortunately they didn't have time to catch up. Before someone came to spoil the mood, Ji Mo Tian Ji reminded them, get them to safety. Yes, Ji Mo Tian Ji frowned. Little Shi Yini's father was still in the hands of some unknown, powerful cultivators. And so they set off. As they walked, Murong Hai praised, Old Sir. Your granddaughter is probably the youngest cultivator I've ever seen to reach the 8th meridian of the Brahma Sea realm. In no more than 3 years, she'll break through to the divine court realm. Shiini pouted. Humph, I remember you were so scared earlier, it was pathetic. This left Muronghai, choking on his words, unable to reply. Shiini's foot started twitching. Still got a problem? If you weren't still useful, believe me, I'd kick you into orbit. Muronghai was scared witless, thinking to himself in a cold sweat. This moody little brat, even compliments can set her off. It's better to just shut my trap. The old sir is way more gentle and easygoing, so much more relaxed. So he went to talk to Ji Mo Tian Ji instead. Old sir, even though the Shu family is safe for now, what if someone kidnaps them again? Wouldn't all our effort have been for nothing? Shiini couldn't take it anymore, and had to curse, "You idiot grandpa has an Imperial Guard token, and I already gave it to them." Ji Mo Tian Ji said calmly, "No worries. The target of those cultivators probably isn't the Shu family. It makes sense if they were kidnapping them for ransom, but they don't want money and haven't killed anyone. They must have another motive." Shiini shot back, "What makes you say that?" Just then, a messenger bird appeared. Shiini leaped up and snatched the letter. Fourth senior brother wrote back. She handed it to Ji Mo Tian Ji. "Grandpa, what's it say?" "Just some minor stuff." The letter from the fourth disciple was about waiting for a senior brother's return. Ji Mo Tian Ji casually folded the letter, and Muronghai watched him looking thoughtful. Judging by the way this old man and his grandkid talk to each other, could they be from some sect? The Daiyan Empire is huge, so it's not weird for a couple of hidden masters to be kicking around. He spoke up again. "Old sir, there's no tracking mark on old Master Zhu. We've got no way to trace him. Shouldn't we just head back?" Ji Mo Tian Ji totally ignored him and asked Muronghai, "You recognize this royal command token?" Muronghai heard that and shot back, "It's the Daiyan Emperor's personal token. It can mobilize 100,000 Imperial Guards and the 8 commanders who protect the capital from all 8 directions. Word is, there are 4 nascent divinity tribulation realm masters stationed in the east, west, south, and north, forming the capital's strongest line of defense. Those 8 commanders report directly to the Daiyan Emperor. Besides the Emperor himself, only this token can mobilize them. Telling if it's the real deal is super simple. It's the unique dragon pattern on the token." Ji Mo Tian Ji just stood there, saying nothing. He was basically right. Ji Mo Tian Ji had heard rumors about how special this token was way back, so he snuck into the Imperial Palace and jacked it. After all this time, even a total moron wouldn't let a lost token keep its power to command the Imperial Guards. But the symbolic meaning of the token is definitely still there. He growled, "If you can recognize the token, you still had the guts to kidnap Wang Fugui." Wang Fugui just laughed awkwardly. "My bad, I was blind and didn't recognize greatness. I didn't even notice the dragon pattern at first." Shiyini, who was up front, said, "Grandpa, I think we're close." Ji Mo Tian Ji looked forward. "Yeah." Then he yelled, "Come on out." All of a sudden, a creepy cackle echoed out. "Ha ha ha he 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 he." Muronghai was scared out of his mind. That aura is insane. A divine court realm expert, some dude with long hair, with sharp, sinister eyes, was holding Old Master Shu. Heh heh heh. Muronghai was trapped by the energy field. This is bad. It might be one of those Jin Ding Shan fiends. Run old. Sir, help me. The creepy new guy frowned, trying to run in your dreams. Both Ji Mo Tian Ji and Shiyini just stood there totally unfazed, gauging the dude's aura. This guy is way stronger than someone at the 8 meridians of the Brahma Sea. Probably a divine court realm powerhouse. Still not strong enough to make me use a peak experience card, though. The creepy dude started cackling. "You managed to survive that mess at Qingyang Mountain, so you must have some fight in you. 2 apertures of the mystic, comprehending 8-fold body tempering. 8 meridians of the Brahma Sea. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Guess this deal is fair after all." Shiyini sneered and rolled up her sleeves. This dude must be asking for a beatdown. Muronghai lay on this ground. "Naive old sir, you look so gentle, but you talk so cocky. Isn't your granddaughter only at the 8 meridians of the Brahma Sea?" "Sao? Old man, do you even know who you're talking to? There are tons of cultivators in this world, and every single one has their own secrets, especially the weaknesses in their own cultivation techniques. For 25 years, I busted my ass cultivating the 3-yin body to become a divine court realm powerhouse that everyone looks up to. But every reward has its price. The price for the 3-yin body is a body that's always freezing cold. But how the hell does this old geezer know?" The guy growled, "I'll ask you one more time, who the hell are you?" Ji Mo Tian Ji didn't answer, just casually said, "Back in the day you betrayed your sect, and only learned the 3-yin body without the 6-yang art. With all that extreme cold, and no yang energy to balance it out, it's a damn miracle you're still alive." The guy looked totally clueless. 6 Yang art. Ji Mo Tian Ji sneered. What, you've seriously never heard of the 6 Yang art? The guy flew up into the air, laughing like a maniac. Ha 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 ha, unleashing a crushing wave of power, and threw a punch down at Ji Mo Tian Ji. You've got some nerve, old man, spouting that crap to trick me. But his punch was blocked by Shiyini. He was shocked. Huh. But before he could even react, he got blasted by a painful blow and was sent flying. How? You want to fight my grandpa? You gotta ask me first, right? The long-haired dude's eyes went wide with shock. Isn't that Fan Hai of the 8 Meridians? Murong Hai, sprawled on the ground, was also stunned. How is that little girl so strong? She's totally a wolf in sheep's clothing. What an actress. Shiyini's full aura finally erupted, revealing her true cultivation level as a genuine divine court realm expert. She was itching for a fight, Grandpa. I want to fight him. Ji Mo Tian Ji covered his eyes with his hair and replied indifferently, Do as you wish. The moment she got permission, Shiyini charged at her enemy like a ferocious, hungry tiger. It's been a while since I've met an opponent this strong. You better try to last a little longer. Seeing this, Murong Hai couldn't help but worry for the long-haired guy. For some reason, something felt off. How could a little kid make such a provocative challenge to a massive monster? Soon after, the long-haired guy was relentlessly attacked in the head, arms, and legs. There wasn't a single spot on his body left unscathed. He had absolutely no time to fight back. So fast this power, Ji Mo Tian Ji just chuckled, nonchalantly. That kid's just got a bit of a temper. Murong Chi's jaw dropped to the floor. You call that a bit of a temper? She's a straight-up demon that's broken its chains. Ji Mo Tian Ji turned to check Old Master Shu's meridians. Luckily, he had only fainted and had no internal injuries. Murong Hai was still confused about something. Old Master, with a granddaughter like this, did you really need to do that? Why pretend to be weak? Ji Mo Tian Ji calmly explained. The hearts of men are treacherous. One must always be on guard. He glanced over at the rubble and the guy lying unconscious from the beating his little girl gave him. Perhaps it's because little Yini has been on the mountain for too long. She couldn't hold back her pin-up fists and feet, and today she found an evenly matched opponent. Murong Hai exclaimed respectfully, Old Master, you see through the ways of the world. No wonder you were so confident about saving the Shu family. Ah, I really underestimated you, Old Master. Old Master, I have a question, but I'm not sure if I should ask. Speak. Murong Hai asked, full of admiration and curiosity. You're also intentionally hiding your cultivation level, aren't you? He thought to himself. To be able to control that little demon. There's no way it's just based on personal charm and family affection, right? Only a ghost would believe that. Even his granddaughter is a divine court realm expert, so this old master must be at least at the divine court realm too. He continued to praise him. Old Master, you truly are a hidden master. Hitting a nerve. Ji Mo Tian Ji blushed and covered his face. Calling me a master is a bit of an exaggeration. Seeing Ji Mo Tian Ji's reaction, Murong Hai thought again, that little girl is so moody and hot-tempered. I never expected her grandfather to be so magnanimous and speak so humbly. He spoke again. Old Master, forgive me for being talkative. Murong Hai continued. This child's talent is astonishing. Her cultivation has reached an extremely high level, and her future is limitless. It's just a pity she doesn't yet understand how to deal with people. You're right, I've actually been thinking about how to teach her these principles lately. Ji Mo Tian Ji shared sincerely, This is even harder than cultivating. Old Master, you truly have a discerning eye. This child is so blessed. Ignoring his words, Ji Mo Tian Ji looked again at Shiyini, who was excitedly beating up the guy over there. I'm the one who best understands little Yini's personality and temperament. To teach her well is not something that can be done in a day or two. Right now, Shiyini looked just like a defiant street punk, rolling up her sleeves to continue. Hey, that sky gaze move you used earlier, show it to me. Hurry up and fight. The long-haired guy, flattened on the ground, weakly begged, no more fighting. No more, Grandpa. Shiyini lost her enthusiasm. No fun, Grandpa. Ji Mo Tian Ji calmly walked over. It seems they've had enough. Murong Hai's spirits lifted. That's great. Congratulations, Old Master, the Shu family is saved. This trip is finally over. This isn't over. On the contrary, the story has just begun. Ji Mo Tian Ji walked up to the long-haired guy, still collapsed on the ground. His words made Murong Hai's jaw drop, and he sensed that something was wrong. Huh. Ji Mo Tian Ji spoke coldly. Panzhong, you tell me. The man on the ground's eyes widened, not understanding. How do you know my name? Ji Mo Tian Ji indifferently got back to the point. You originally could have lived for another 3 months. You want to die that bad? Fan Trong was sent flying, stumbling to his feet and sputtering, never expecting this chick's cultivation to be so damn high. But if you think you can kill me, you're dreaming. Ji Mo Tian Ji wasn't even surprised, saying casually, the 3 yin physique has to be used with the 6 yang art to really max out its power. You only learned the 3 yin physique. You haven't even scratched the surface. Van Trong yelled back, pissed off. This 6 yang art you're talking about. How come I've never heard of it? Shiyini scoffed. It's just some busted 6 yang art. What's the big deal? My grandpa has a whole library of better techniques. Van Trong's mind had been blown way too many times today. Little junior sister, it's been a while. She's here. Shiyini clung to Ji Mo Tianji's arm. It's senior sister's flying ride. Ji Mo Tianji told her, don't be scared. Hearing that, Shiyini nodded, looking at her master with total trust. Yeah, that's right with master here. Who the hell am I scared of? Whoa. Meanwhile, Mo Donghai's eyes were about to fall out of his head, too scared to even breathe. It's a hallucination, I must be seeing things. A divine sea realm expert with less than 8 meridians is already considered a top-tier cultivator precisely because they can not only fly, but also soar through the sky. But now all these high-level flyers are gathered here, like a swarm of locusts. Our divine sea realm experts, as common as fallen leaves in autumn now. Then he saw the flying chariot in the sky, and his mind was completely blown. On top of that, anyone who can control a flying sword has at least all 8 meridians unlocked, and there are even divine court realm masters in the mix, which isn't even that rare. And then there's a flying chariot, a total status symbol. Usually only the big bosses get to own a ride like that, especially a legendary ride that you can't get without a perfect combo of power luck connections and timing. Miss one and you get nothing. Nothing else can compare. Back in the day when the 10 great masters surrounded Jin Dingshan, the number of people who owned a flying chariot was limited to just those top masters. So who the hell is this big shot sitting in that crimson flying chariot? A voice came from inside. Little junior sister, you've really blossomed, haven't you? Fan Trong's brow furrowed. Little junior sister. He was a little taken aback. Who could possibly scare this little hellion? The owner of the Crimson Ride. Oh, I remember now. Shiyini stuck her chin out. You big traitor. I'm not your little junior sister. A wicked laugh came from inside. Ha ha ha, little junior sister. You're still as innocent and cute as you've always been. Trailing behind her were divine court realm experts from both the righteous and demonic paths who arrogantly questioned Palace Master Yi. You said the old devil only survived that catastrophe because of some secret potion, and you sent me a secret message about it. So how come the demon patriarch shows up here? But all I see is some little brat. What the hell is going on? Ji Mo Tianji cupped his own cheek, thinking smugly. Just a little demon brat. I've only de-aged by 10 years, got a decent amount of my black hair back, and my skin's tightened up. But my face hasn't changed that much. Am I really that hard to recognize? Tiangxin up there? Open your damn eyes and take a good look. Huh. System Yi Tiangxin, Nascent Divinity, Tribulation Realm, Hatred Level at 45%. She said with a wicked grin, Master, you walked right into my trap. Ji Mo Tian Ji was indifferent, recalling his memories. The 6th disciple, Ye Tiangxin, currently the palace master of Yan Yuegong, famous in her own right. It is said that the people of Yan, Yuegong are all female cultivators, each with their own unique beauty, perfect in every way, and they hate unfaithful men the most. No one knows why. His memories didn't have the answer either. There weren't many female cultivators around, so it was obvious she wasn't using her own people, just manipulating others, to achieve her own goals. This aura and appearance, on the contrary, remind me of a saying, golden stamens, white petals, green leaves, like a lotus that grows in the mud but doesn't stink of it. The first, 3rd, 5th, 7th, and 8th disciples haven't shown up. The peak experience. Card only works for half an hour once I use it. I have to take down all these scumbags while the card's effect is still on. Yet Tiangxin called out softly, Master. At that, everyone around stared at Ji Mo Tian Ji in shock. That's the old devil. He once wiped out 80,000 cultivators from the Northern Rong tribe. This is the legendary, world-renowned Grandmaster, a man whose sins are piled sky high. Is he for real? He looks a bit different from his portrait, but Ye Tiangxin confirmed it with her own mouth, and who is Ye Tiangxin? She's the old demon's 6th disciple, so if she says it's him, it's him. Murong Hai also fell to his knees, his face turning deathly pale. He's the world-renowned Grandmaster. Just kill me and get it over with. They're all a bunch of phonies. Ji Mo Tian Ji remained calm. His voice wasn't cold, but it sent a shiver down your spine. Since you've called this master master, I will give you one more chance to return to Jin Dingshan. The seat of the great disciple has always been reserved for you. Ye Tiangxin just smirked. Master, the only reason I call you that is out of respect, but as for returning to Jin Dingshan, You'd better ask them. The crowd sneered arrogantly, oblivious to the titan standing before them. Well, well, you old demon. You got lucky winning the last battle at Jindingshan, but it won't be so easy this time. A secret drug is still just a secret drug after all. Any secret drug that provides a short-term cultivation boost has side effects, so there's no need for anyone to worry. No wonder this old demon was so willing to waste his primal chi last time. Old demon, today you die, so just give up. Ji Mo Tian Ji frowned. How are you so sure I would show up here? Tiangxin pulled out the portrait and laughed. It's really hard to believe that the demonic grandmaster,
Wunpam,
who once dominated the world without a rival, would now be in disguise. Master, if I told you it was just a guess, would you believe me? Ji Mo Tian Ji pondered silently, using a peak experience card just to catch one traitor. What a complete waste. But facing an ambush like this, was there any way out? It didn't seem like it. He stroked his beard and softly called out to Ye Tiangxin. I passed down the Azure Sea, tidal arts to you, and gave you the amorous ring, hoping you would have the power.
what the
To protect yourself in this treacherous world of cultivation, not to betray your master and bring ruin to your lineage, showing me such disrespect. Hearing those words, Ye Tiangxin just burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. She gave him a cold look. Old man, you think you're the same as you used to be. Then Tiangxin spread her arms wide and declared, You're old. Now you're no longer the Ji Mo Tian Ji from the era of the stormy slaughter. This place will be your grave, that I personally designed for you. The onlookers glanced around, and one whispered, Something about this place feels off. Seeing this, Shiyini glared, You dare insult my master. Watch out, or you'll get struck by lightning. Ji Mo Tian Ji flicked his sleeve, his voice growing stern. Who told you where to find me? Was it old seventh, or old fifth, or that useless old eighth? Behind him, Shiyini stood with blazing eyes, her aura surging with spiritual power. The ground beneath them trembled slightly, signaling the start of a battle. Over on the other side, Ye Tiangxin's eyes narrowed into a smile. What need would I have for them? Then her expression darkened as she glared and said, I don't mind telling you the truth. The kidnapping of the Shu family was all meticulously planned by me. The whole point was to lure out little junior sister and an old man like you. A guy named Pan Zhong couldn't help but chime in. So you were the one behind the mission? Tiangxin affirmed. I was. Pan Zhong pressed. And what if the old demon didn't show up? At this, Ye Tiangxin shot him an annoyed look and warned, You're asking too many questions. Just do your job and you'll get your reward. Then Ji Mo Tian Ji slowly stepped forward. Very well then. These hands are already stained with countless lives. I don't mind adding a few more. Tiangxin shot back without a shred of respect. Old man still trying to act tough. The demonic origin elixir. Each use triggers a short-term burst of primal chi, but the side effect is that your cultivation is halved for 10 days, and you cannot use the demonic origin elixir a second time. He thought to himself, recalling the information. The demonic origin elixir, come to think of it, this was a secret drug that the Medicine King had painstakingly created long ago, but it was later banned by the world's righteous path for being too domineering and wicked, eventually fading into obscurity. I just didn't expect them to connect it to a secret elixir. The crowd in the distance couldn't help but butt in, saying if it were anyone else with a secret elixir, they'd never believe it. But this old devil, I believe it. They all agreed. Yeah, yeah. Yet Tiangxin stood there and spoke up. Also, there's some extremely bad news I have to tell you. This whole area is covered by a formation that weakens vital energy everywhere. So even if you have an elixir and try to force it, it's totally useless. She frowned. All right, I've said my piece. Master, this is the last time I'm calling you that. After you're dead, I'll have someone. Take care of your funeral and sort out Jindingshan properly. Then Ye Tiangxin looked up with a big smile. Oh, right, the masters, from the Zhengyi Dao, have probably reached Jindingshan by now. Your 3 senior brothers are wounded, and your 4th senior brother has likely already surrendered. At that, he fell into deep thought. She didn't even plan on getting her own hands dirty. Her deep-down fear of Ji Mo Tian Ji made her unwilling to strike first, letting everyone else be her meat shields. Not a bad plan, really. That's also why she didn't bring her own crew. Shiyini started freaking out. A formation master. What are we going to do? Ji Mo Tian Ji spoke up. Don't be scared. Seeing that, Ye Tiangxin couldn't help but think. Senior sister Zhao Yue was right about one thing. This old geezer's style seems totally different than before. He's not getting pissed, not freaking out, not cussing anyone out. Not Qi. Out of nowhere, Fugui came running over in a panic. Old master, he quickly explained, Madame, she's worried about your safety, Ji Mo Tian Ji asked Fugui. What are you doing here? Shiyini asked Old Master. What's wrong? Then the guy dropped to his knees and begged. Venerable sir, please save Old Master Shu. I'm begging you. Then he slowly pulled out a sword, his face twisting with killing intent. Fugui lunged, and by the time Shiyini noticed, it was already too late. She screamed. Master Murong's face went completely white. Wang Fugui is a divine court realm expert, Panzhong thought to himself. He's way too close. There's almost no way to dodge this hit. Yet Tiangxin couldn't hide her excitement, and the rest of those guys were clearly thrilled. Even someone at the nascent divinity tribulation realm couldn't take a hit like this without getting hurt if they were caught off guard. Fugi smirked victoriously. Gotcha. Then he was like, why won't the dagger go in any deeper? He remembered. This is a freaking earth-ranked treasure, laced with deadly poison, plus my full-powered divine court realm strike. Why doesn't it feel like I'm stabbing into a body as a top-tier assassin? You gotta have every single detail down cold. It's like an expert archer who knows if their shot hit the bullseye the second it leaves the bow, without even needing to check. Right now, no matter how hard that Fugui guy pushed, he couldn't get through. He was blocked by some kind of invisible force. Ji Mo Tian Ji growled, if I wanted to kill you guys, why the hell would I need a secret elixir? As he spoke, he exploded with power, sending dust flying everywhere. He took out a whole bunch of people with just one move. Oh crap, the old devil did it on purpose. The one who got played wasn't the old devil. It was us, Ye Tiangxin, you, and your brilliant plan. Even Ye Tiangxin was stunned, just staring at the scene. Why didn't the formation work? How could the old geezer still use an elixir? Was this all on purpose? What went wrong? Ji Mo Tianji's power exploded, ripping his robes. It was like he was back in his prime, like he'd just woken up from a 100-year nap. It was like a dam breaking after being held back for ages. His aura cultivation energy, everything hit its absolute peak. If only he could always be like this. That would be awesome. This feeling of being at the top is amazing. He then spoke, his voice booming like a storm, Ye Tiangxin. He went through all that trouble to plant a divine court realm assassin, disguised as the Shu family's butler. You think I wouldn't know? Ye Tiangxin was frozen to the spot. She tried to play it cool to calm herself down. It had been years since she'd felt scared, but today, that old feeling of dread and fear was back. Her whole carefully crafted plan, gone, wiped clean from her mind. A lot of people were seriously hurt, old man. Ji Mo Tian Ji grabbed the barely alive Wang Fugui by the head. The royal token. The whole world knows about it, so how could Murong Hai not? You shouldn't have gotten in my way. This dude Wang Fugui was actually hit up by Ye Tiangxin to stick around the sea residence and act as an assassin. When he first ran into Lu Zhou and Little Yini, for the first time he wasn't sure if they were the demon head and grandmaster of Jin Ding Shan. But the moment the token was pulled out, he totally confirmed everything and just went along with Ye Tiangxin's plan to make sure it all went down smoothly. He even thought about offing Lu Zhou in the middle of the night, but he always had this gut feeling. The old geezer wasn't the demon head of Jin Ding Shan, so he was hesitant and even more scared of screwing up Ye Tiangxin's plan, so he held back. Wang Fugui, impaled on the tip of a spear, still managed to choke out, You can't kill me. Panzhong was also freaking out. He couldn't believe it, not in his wildest dreams. Every divine court realm expert has some powerful faction backing them up, but who cares about that now? I mean, is there any power in this world that could scare the great demon head? No way. How could there be? Ji Tiandao took out an opponent with just one finger. System prompt, killed a divine court. Realm villain earned 200 merit points. Ye Tiangxin scrambled onto her flying chariot and bolted. He can't hold out for much longer, don't be scared. Ji Tiandao coolly called his name Panzhong, making the guy freeze for a full 5 seconds. I'll give you one chance, Panzhong stammered. Senior. I was just following orders. I never meant to be your enemy. Please spare me. The blood drained from his face. When you're facing a top-tier master like this, once he's got his eyes on you, there's no way to escape. Begging for your life is pretty much your only shot at living, even if he's a wicked demon who kills without blinking. Ji Tiandao spoke with a flick of his hand. The body-tempering realm cultivators. Leave no one standing. I'll reward you with the Luyang art. Live or die you choose. Clang at the signal. Baizi flew over. Everyone stared in shock at the legendary mount. The rumors about the old demon grandmaster of Jin Ding Shan have dominated the world for almost 1,000 years with countless treasures, techniques, and weapons. Seeing it today proves it's all true. Ji Tiandao gave the order. Yini, take your father back to Qingyang Mountain and wait for me. Yes, master. With that, little Yini and her dad climbed onto the mount and took off. System prompt, Gained a subordinate, awarded 100 merit points. Panzhong Divine Court, Realm Vanguard. Loyalty 5%. Cultivation method 3 yin style. He dropped to his knees and declared loudly, I will serve you, senior. From high above, Ji Tiandao nodded, excellent. Then he unleashed his 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar. The Righteous Path disciples started freaking out, yelling, Yetiangson bailed on us. Let's get out of here. Use your avatars. Use your avatars to block his power. Let's go fall back. Fall back. Yetiangson totally screwed us over. I can't accept this. I just can't. Too bad for them. They had zero chance to escape. Ji Tiandao's whole body transformed into a giant statue, glowing with a brilliant golden light. Panzhong looked up terrified. So powerful. The old demon, no senior's cultivation is this insane. Why would he even need to lie to me? He got to his feet remembering his past. The world scoffs at me for turning to the demonic path, so I'll embrace it. Thinking this, he went all out attacking the righteous faction. Just die already. The righteous path disciples scrambled to escape in a total panic. The same divine court realm expert who just a moment ago was trying to stop the old demon was now turning on them. Who cares why, let's just get out of here. That move from old demon Ji, the heavenly one art. The grand monad sword art, the heavenly art, the righteous art. Ji Tiandao hadn't even made a second move, and those guys were already shaking in their boots. Spread out, spread out. It's that straight down slash. Don't clump together. It was just like the siege on Jin Dingshan. All over again, Ji Tiandao's moves were getting more and more powerful. Energy swirled clouds and dust gathered. Everyone was horrified. This is... The sword's gleam turned black as dark clouds rolled in. It's the sword devil's destiny. Everyone stood on the ground completely helpless, staring up with wide eyes. It's no use. It's way too fast. Those black moves were like a heavy downpour. Even a nascent divinity tribulation realm expert would find it hard to survive this attack. There were no screams of agony, no resistance, and absolutely no way to retreat. Morong Hai was stunned. Those showers of black swords were like arrows piercing through their chests, perfectly illustrating that saying. In the face of absolute power, all schemes are useless. The dark clouds gradually cleared. The dead lay scattered on the ground like mud and straw. A mountain was reduced to a desolate, shattered, and horrifying ruin. Ding killed 15. Divine Court realm targets, earning 3,000 merit points. Ji Mo Tian Ji wasn't done yet. Grand Divine Art. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Flash Morong Hai blurted out another ultimate move. Panzhong nodded and looked up. Yeah. Ye Tiangson had already gotten quite far away. She finally came to her senses. With the flying chariot going at full speed besides a grand divine art, it would be basically impossible for anyone to catch up. Dropping the protective energy shield was necessary to push the flying chariot to its maximum speed. She looked back, no one was chasing her. Looks like that old geezer just used his 100 Tribulations Insight avatar. He'll need a lot of time to recover. Whoosh! Suddenly she saw something blocking the flying chariot. Who's there, wicked disciple? It's actually Ji Mo Tian Ji, master. The 100 Tribulations Insight avatar was 10 zhang tall, 2 zhang wide, sitting on an 8-leaf lotus. No, it's 9 leaves, the 9th leaf has bloomed. Demonic hand seal. Ye Tiangson's pupils widened, she was too scared to even move. Just how much power has this old geezer been hiding? He used his strongest move right from the start. Ye Tiangson forced herself to calm down and used the amorous hoop. Ji Mo Tian Ji frowned. For Ye Tiangson to be able to reach her current position, her biggest support was this heaven-grade weapon, the amorous hoop. He spoke in a deep, steady voice, but it sent a chill down Ye Tiangson's spine. I was the one who bestowed this weapon upon you, and I can just as easily take it back. As he spoke, he coolly reached out his hand, retrieve. With just one word, Ye Tiangson's lifeline in this battle was nearly severed. She cried out in panic. No Ji Mo Tian Ji himself understood the amorous hoop's name was just as it implied, forged in the shape of a ring. 360 degrees of it were sharp blades. It had a total of 2 rings, and touching any part of it would result in injury after a cultivator infused it with primal ki. Its power would become even more terrifying. But the amorous hoop didn't symbolize love, it symbolized hatred. It meant that whatever it latched onto, it would immediately tighten its grip and never let go, just like a fickle, amorous woman. Right now, Ye Tiangson was no different from an ant. She had to get her weapon back. Once she lost the amorous hoop, even if she managed to escape now, her strength would be greatly diminished. She decided to fight Ji Mo Tian Ji to the death. Azure Sea. Title art, too bad for you. The opponent you're facing understands the Azure Sea title art even better than you do. Ji Mo Tian Ji waved his hand. Azure Sea title art. Ye Tianxin was frozen in place, taking the full force of the fatal blow she had just unleashed. This old geezer really leaves no room for hope. After dealing with one wicked disciple, Ji Mo Tian Ji used his divine sense to scan the area. He couldn't sense any other wicked disciples here. This was a bit strange. Based on his previous thoughts, if it were just Ye Tianxin alone, she shouldn't have had this much courage. Flash in no time. Ji Mo Tian Ji had captured the wicked disciple. System captured. One wicked disciple, sixth disciple. Ye Tianxin rewarded with 1,000 merit points. Rumble, 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 rumble. Ye Tianxin, you betray your master and ancestors. A great offense against me. As Ji Mo Tian Ji was speaking, a frantic Ye Tianxin interrupted. Old man, what are you trying to do? While speaking, Ji Mo Tian Ji began to channel his energy. A stream of power entered the wicked disciple's body. I will take back everything I have given you. As her body grew hot, Ye Tianxin swallowed nervously. Swallowed. She didn't dare to breathe too loudly. Ah, pfft. Just like that, everything was gone. Her Dantian sea of qi shattered her cultivation, completely wiped out. It was as if all the light in her life had vanished. Ji Mo Tian Ji looked down coldly at Ye Tianxin. To become stronger, you fearlessly and willingly joined Jinding Shan, going through countless hardships. You paid a great price and put in so much effort to achieve the status and accomplishments you have today, enjoying the reverence of others, and basked in endless glory, but now all of that has vanished into thin air, along with her Dantian Qi Si. Obviously, her hatred level has risen to 60%. She gave a hollow laugh. Old man, just kill me. Go on and kill me. Ji Mo Tian Ji stood there, indifferent. The original Ji Mo Tian Ji. Despite his brutal personality, his evil deeds, and his habit of beating and cursing his disciples, at the drop of a hat had never done anything that could provoke such immense hatred. Why on earth did Ye Tianxin hate Ji Mo Tian Ji this much? But none of that mattered anymore. He yelled, "You wretched disciple, hopelessly foolish." And as he yelled, he slapped the villainous disciple as a lesson. She, however, insisted, "Chop me, kill me, flay my flesh for my bones. Do whatever you want." Ha ha ha! My poor third and fourth senior brothers, they could have escaped with their lives. Why did it have to turn out like this? She glared, her hatred burning brightly in her eyes. It's a hatred that runs bone deep. It's all your fault. You're the one who got them killed. From this day on, there will be no more Jinding Shan in this world. Ji Mo Tian Ji remained unfazed, but a thought crossed his mind. With only 5 minutes left, even if he used the 1,000-mile teleportation, now he probably wouldn't make it in time. However, the system hadn't notified him that anything had happened to his third and fourth disciples, which meant their lives weren't in danger at the moment. The fourth one isn't an idiot. Why would he fight to the death? He yelled again. Foolish girl, you dare curse me. Ye Tianxin found it a bit strange. The old demon never used to scold people like this. Her fifth senior sister once said that Master had changed. Ji Mo Tian Ji slowly raised his hand. As long as I am alive, no one will dare to trample on Jinding Shan. Ye Tianxin closed her eyes as the hand drew closer. She was ready to die. He had become harder to read, to grasp, more profound and unpredictable. But she was wrong. Ji Mo Tian Ji didn't kill her, but took her away. I'm not dead. The great divine ability, instant 1,000-mile teleportation. How is this possible? How can that old man continuously use the great instant teleportation ability without mobilizing any primal chi? How is he doing it? Ye Tianxin's mind was racing. This wasn't some demonic secret medicine, and it definitely wasn't any kind of secret power, even though she had lost all her cultivation. Her experience told her that there were no signs of concentrated primal ki on him, and it went against the principles of using explosive secret medicines. This meant all the primal ki came from himself. Although cultivation can grant a longer lifespan than ordinary people in the last few decades or centuries before death, one's cultivation level tends to decline. Starting from the body tempering realm, the physical body is the cornerstone for a cultivator's journey. From Tongshin to Ningxi to Fanhai, opening the 8 meridians, none of it is unrelated to the physical body. Once the body ages the meridians, Dantian and Qi Si all lose their vitality and the potential for further expansion, making it difficult for one's cultivation to advance. At this point, combat experience, worldly wisdom strategy, and external forces are key to maintaining one's strength. Then Ye Tianxin asked herself, the question is, Ji Mo Tian Ji is so old, why is he even stronger than before? Then Tianxin turned and said decisively, why, I admit I miscalculated, but if you capture me, you won't be any better off. Ji Mo Tian Ji said in a low voice, had enough. At that moment, she let out a gasp. A protective astral windshield appeared, and a stream of power shot out from her body, causing Ye Tianxin to cry out, ugh, ugh. Ugh! The two of them then flew off and disappeared. Meanwhile, in some corner of the forest, a large figure was crushing a pig until it coughed up fresh blood. Ju Honggong wiped his sweat and said, "Seventh senior brother, it's a good thing you arrived in time. Otherwise, I would have been cannon fodder." Siwuya asked, "Old eighth, you usually listen to my advice. Why did you suddenly team up with sixth senior sister?" Hearing this, Ju Honggong sighed, sigh. Then he sat down leaning against a tree trunk. "Lately, I've been having nightmares dreaming that Master came to beat me up. I'm so scared. Look at you so pathetic." Ju Honggong rolled over a few times to his senior brother's side. "How about my fierce tiger gang joins your crouching dragon's dark net?" Hearing that, Si Wuya turned away. "You should just forget it. Go worry about that little mountain fortress of yours." Ju Honggong said anxiously. "Don't say that. You saw Master's avatar too. Sixth senior sister will definitely sell me out." "I'll be screwed then," Si Wuya mused. Yetiangson actually thought she could force Master to reveal his trump card, just by relying on those divine court realm experts. She's truly delusional. She didn't even stop to think if that old man really had no strength left. Would it even be her turn to make a move? At this point, the two faced each other, and Ju Honggong asked seventh senior brother, "How many moves did it take Master to kill those 15 divine court realm experts?" "Did you get a clear look?" Siwuya said coldly. "I don't know." He sulked. "Even you don't know." Siwuya continued. "Nonsense. You're the great evil king, so you don't know either." Ju Honggong clarified. "Hey, senior brother, this evil king title is just something I use to scare others. How would I dare show off in front of you?" Hearing this, Siwuya thought to himself, "I'm starting to regret making him leave Jinding Shan. This idiot is such a drag." He then said, "From now on, you must cut all ties with Yanyue Gong." Ju Honggong asked, surprised. "Huh, why?" Siwuya explained. Ye Tiangxin led righteous cultivators to besiege Master and was utterly defeated. Yet Yanyue Gong didn't send a single person to help. What do you think the factions backing those cultivators will think Ju Honggong could only agree? I get it. Then Siwuya turned and added, "Also about the formation array at that place. While Master was chasing sixth senior sister, I did a quick check and found that the formation inscriptions were off." Ju Honggong asked confused, "The formation inscriptions were off?" Siwuya deduced, "If I'm not mistaken, senior sister Zhao Yue must have backed out at the last minute." Ju Honggong said senior sister Zhao Yue was there too. Siwuya continued as he walked. "When senior sister Zhao Yue left Jinding Shan, I received intel that she had gone to Yanyue Gong. Knowing sixth senior sister's personality, she would have definitely roped fifth senior sister into her plans. Senior sister Zhao Yue was the best person to activate that formation array. Also, that guy Pan Zhong, the divine court realm cultivator, is a traitor from Jingming Dao. He only learned the yin mind consciousness, which makes his body incredibly cold. Sixth senior sister controlled this guy as a sacrificial pawn to lure out the little junior sister from Jingming Dao. I doubt she'll let that go easily." Ju Honggong was a bit stunned. Then he asked, "So what about Wang Fugui?" Siwuya looked up at the sky and said, "This is probably where sixth senior sister shows her cunning. Wang Fugui's real name is Shen Yuan, an expert under Tengjin consort Yu, a consort of the Dayan Emperor. This consort Yu is the younger sister of the Princess of the Western Regions, whom the Dayan Emperor married years ago. That Princess of the Western Regions died at the hands of second senior brother, but the outside world pins all the blame on Master." Hearing this, Ju Honggong exclaimed, "This," Siwuya continued, "keep it down. Master's actions this time will displease the Emperor, and if it gets blown out of proportion, it could lead to a war between the two nations. At that point, personal grudges will be a minor issue, while a war between nations that makes the people suffer will be a major one. Besides that, those 15 divine court realm cultivators all came from the three southern sects of Dayan." Siwuya's expression grew stern, his eyes becoming sharp. "Years ago, all the earth grade and lower weapons of these three sects were destroyed by Master's heaven grade weapon. The three sects have yet to avenge that loss. Now the old score isn't settled yet, and a new one has been created. What do you think those three sects will do now?" Ju Honggong shared his thoughts. Sixth senior sister had such a plan. It's just a shame that no matter how clever a scheme is, it's meaningless in the face of absolute power. Siwuya silently speculated. The reason Ye Tiangxin did this, it's also possible that Master was just playing along with her. Or maybe she didn't expect someone to use the Thousand Li tracker. Rumor has it, Master used an ancient artifact to escape, while being pursued by an entire sect of nascent divinity tribulation realm. Experts, though, who knows if that's true or not. That subsequent display of grand teleportation truly shattered all perception. What's more suspicious is Master's fighting style, which was extremely focused on speed. The old man gave Ye Tianxin almost no opportunity to even reveal her plan. Zhu Honggong clutched his head and cried out, I can't do this. I'm not being the fortress master anymore. Anyone who wants the job can have it. I'm going home. I want to go home. I can't mess with you guys. So can't I just bail? Right now at Qingyang Mountain, Shiyini called out from a distance. Master. Ji Mo Tian Ji coldly swung his arm and slammed Ye Tianxin to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and said, Shiyini, watch her. The little girl ran up to her senior sister. Humph, you're not my senior sister, you traitor. At this point, Ji Mo Tian Ji didn't have a single scrap of clothing on him. Ye Tianxin lowered her head, her green eyes flashing with mockery. Never thought an old demon like you would look so pathetic. Shiyini shot back. What do you know? Master is old. Can't he even take a little break? Shiyini panicked and quickly raised her hand, saying, Master, I didn't mean it like that. Let me get you some clothes to change into. Her voice trembled, her face showing a hint of worry. Ji Mo Tian Ji waved his hand and said, It's fine. It's actually cooler this way. Ye Tianxin looked at him, her eyes cold as she said, If I were you, I'd have already rushed back to Jindingshan. Ye Tianxin said coldly, You once said that as long as you were alive, no one would dare to invade Jindingshan. Heh heh, too bad Jindingshan is getting a new master today. And another thing that Wang Fugui you killed was a top expert under Empress Jin Yufei. Those 15 Divine Court realm experts are also disciples of the 3 southern sects of Da Yun, and my Yan Yue Gong has thousands of sisters. If I don't return, they'll team up with the royal family and the 3 southern sects of Da Yun to deal with Jin Dingshan. If you regret this, then let me go. At least I'm still the master of Yan Yue Gong. The naive Shi Yini suddenly asked, Sensing? Where's your cultivation base? Faced with the little girl's question, Ye Tianxin just answered calmly, It's been crippled. This answer seemed to piss off Shiyini, who put her hands on her hips and yelled, Huh, your cultivation's crippled, and you still dare to act all high and mighty with me. Ye Tianxin deliberately taunted her. This is all thanks to that respected master of yours. Listen to your senior sister. If that old geezer keeps this up, he's going to drag everyone down with him. He's old now. How much longer do you think he can protect you? But contrary to what she expected, Shiyini just stuck out her tongue and taunted, Nya nya, I'm not listening to you. A traitor like you deserves to have her cultivation crippled. Her 9th junior sister's attitude made Ye Tianxin suspicious. It hadn't been that long yet. Her little junior sister was already listening to that old man so obediently. What kind of potion did he give her? Meanwhile, Ji Mo Tian Ji was still fumbling around, looking for some rags to cover himself, and the material looked totally cheap. Little junior sister, just look at the state he's in. How is he any different from a regular old man? Trust me, just hit him with one palm strike. Even though Ye Tianxin tried her best to tempt her, it seemed her words were useless. Shiyini just shot back a look of contempt. Pft, 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 you damn traitor! Ye Tianxin frowned, observing Ji Mo Tian Ji. Even though her cultivation was gone, she could still sense that her master's condition was completely different than before. That could only mean some kind of secret potion that she didn't know about had worn off. Just then, Shiyini piped up excitedly, Master, I used the Baizi to bring father back from the manor. Let's go. Ji Mo Tian Ji replied, Yeah. The moment he spoke, the Baizi instantly appeared, making Ye Tianxin's eyes go wide with shock. This mount, it's a legendary grade mount. Since when did the old geezer's mount change to a Baizi? At Jin Dingshan, countless figures were spreading out in all directions, searching in a frenzy. Nothing here, nothing in the east, nothing in the west either. This is so weird. Where the hell did the leaders of Jin Dingshan run off to? Keep searching. The elder has given the order. We must find Ji Mo Tian Ji and Ming Xian inside Mo Tianga today. The elder of the Zhengyi Dao Feng Jinshan sat arrogantly on the throne that belonged to Ji Mo Tian Ji. He growled out a tempting offer. Duan Musheng, just tell me the old demon's whereabouts and I'll spare your life. Standing below Duan Musheng just frowned defiantly. Feng Jinshan, you call yourself a member of a righteous sect, yet you kick a man when he's down. If you've got any guts, let me go. And we'll fight a fair battle for 300 rounds. Feng Jinshan burst into a sinister laugh. Injured and still talking so tough, you think you're qualified. So what? Forget you, even that old demon himself is hiding like a cornered rat right now, isn't he? Duan Musheng smirked contemptuously. Even your big bro Fang To Tuo would have to show me some respect. Hearing this, Feng Jinshan immediately made his move. Who the hell do you think you are? You son of a bitch? Spit out the whereabouts of that old demon in Mingxian, or else this day next year
C.
will be your death anniversary. Even though he was tied up, Duan Musheng wasn't stupid enough to just stand there and take it, dodging gracefully. A smile was still playing on his lips. Go on, try me. How arrogant Feng Jinming angrily tried to step forward, but was quickly stopped by the others. Elder, you can't. This demon can't be killed. Our targets are the Mo Tian Ge and the old demon and the sect master, said to keep him alive. Please reconsider, Elder Fang. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 15 years. Feng Jinming glared at his opponent with hatred. He had planned to use this chance to kill Duan Musheng and avenge his brother. He threatened in a cold, sharp voice, "Let's see how long you can stay smug. If the sect master won't let me kill you, then fine, I'll reconsider. I bet you've never known what it's like to be locked in the nine hells, where you can't die even if you want to, and living is pure agony, right?" Just then, Zhu Jifeng appeared from outside. Elder Zhu. Feng Jinming saw him and immediately asked loudly, "Zhu Jifeng, you're back just in time. Did you find any trace of Ming Xiyin?" "Elders. I ordered my men to search all over Jindingshan, but we found nothing." Zhu Jifeng replied, "Nothing at all. You and I both saw with our own eyes that Ming Xiyin was seriously injured. I don't believe he could have gotten far with those injuries. We have to find him even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground." "I hope so too." Fang Jinming suddenly remembered something. "I almost forgot that old demon killed the sect master of Tianjian men, Luo Changfeng. Who was your respected master?" Zhu Jifeng nodded. "With you two elders here, they can't escape even if they grew wings." Feng Jinshan stepped outside and patted Zhu Jifeng on the shoulder. "Even though you're from Tianjin men, you're much more obedient and sensible than those guys. You two elders flatter me." Zhu Jifeng acted very modestly. The other man frowned. "Very well. I now order you to personally torture and interrogate Duan Musheng." Hearing the order, Zhu Jifeng clicked his tongue and hesitated for a moment. "This little matter," seeing that moment of weakness, Feng Jiming sneered and then cursed angrily. "No wonder Tianjin men didn't want a stray dog like you. I don't even know what the sect master saw in you to promise you the position of an elder. Get lost." Shoving Zhu Jifeng aside, he quickly leaped to attack Duan Musheng. However, Duan Musheng was no pushover, and he quickly counterattacked. He can still fight back. Suddenly, a flying object appeared in the sky. What is that? A legendary class mount. It's a master cultivator. Quick, go inform the elders. It must be a master from our righteous path coming to reinforce us. Who gave you the nerve to barge into my Jin Ding Shan? From a distance, the voice of Ji Mo Tian Ji echoed. The cultivators below laughed in disgust amongst themselves. With such a deep voice, I guess the owner is an old man, but the primal chi hidden in his voice doesn't sound like a master's. Legendary mounts are already rare. A cultivator carrying an auspicious aura and a voice like that. Just who could it be? Duamu Xing quickly recognized the familiar voice, grinning as he shouted loudly, "Master's might, this disciple welcomes Master's return." Everyone was horrified when they heard this. It's the old demon. Although their limbs were trembling, they tried to reassure each other. "Don't be scared, we have an inside source. The old demon is on his last legs. He's been relying on a secret demonic elixir to hold on. Formation masters at the Divine Court realm and above. Assemble." Ji Mo Tian Ji frowned and glanced at Ye Tiangxin. If what she said was true, then Jinding Shan had been invaded by a bunch of cultivators who didn't know their place. After the long and arduous journey, and under the torment of her shattered sea of qi and dantian, she was completely out of breath. The only reason I've held on this long is to see how that old demon is going to handle this mess, and there are only 2 ways he can do it. The first way is to use his last peak experience card, but that's his ultimate ace in the hole. After he uses it, he'll have nothing left to save his own skin. The second way is to ride Baize and get the hell out of Jindingshan. After all, Duan Musheng and Ming Xian are just a couple of scumbags, so who cares if they die? A fierce battle raged in his mind. Use the peak experience card, or just run, run, run. Yet Tiangxin still had enough strength to whisper, "Let me go, you're out of tricks." Shi Yini pouted. "Yeah, nice try." Ji Mo Tianji looked down with his eyes of truth. Zhu Jifeng. Loyalty increased to 15%, a 5% jump from before he left Tianjian Men. Feng Jinshan stepped forward, sneering sinisterly. "I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's the old demon of Jin Ding Shan. I've captured Duan Musheng alive, and we've seriously wounded Ming Xiyin. Jin Ding Shan is now under the control of my Zhengyi Dao. Get down here now." The surrounding crowd also chimed in, trying to crush their morale. Get down here, get down here." Ji Mo Tianji clicked his tongue, looking at them nonchalantly, but inside a storm was brewing. This is a real dilemma. I can't even save 1 peak experience card. So be it. Just then, from below, Zhu Jifeng drew his sword and launched a surprise attack on Fang Jinshan from behind, but unfortunately, the guy had a protective item. Everyone screamed in horror, Zhu Jifeng, what are you doing? Fang Jinshan glared at Zhu Jifeng. How do you explain this? Zhu Jifeng took 2 steps back. I can't believe you withstood that move of mine. Fang Jinshan sneered, has no one ever told you that, for a cultivator having a heaven-grade weapon makes a world of difference? Zhu Jifeng looked shocked. A heaven-grade weapon? Otherwise, why do you think the sect master would only send a divine court realm cultivator like me to Jinding Xian Feng Jinshan? Replied nonchalantly. Up above, Shiyini crossed her arms in disdain. Master, this is just... it's making me so mad. A bunch of divine court realm cultivators daring to talk so big. Ji Mo Tian Ji spoke up. You know about the dragon shield heart? Fang Jinshan laughed out loud. What's so strange about that? Shiyini got a little angry, pouting and cursing. When my master was dominating the world, you were still playing in the mud. Ji Mo Tian Ji nodded as he heard Shiyini's words. That was indeed the truth. When Ji Mo Tian Ji's fame shook the world, none of the people present here had even been born. He spoke again. This master will give you one chance to survive. Put down your weapons, submit to Jin Dingshan, and serve 3 years of hard labor on the mountain. Then today's matter will be forgiven. Fang Jinshan actually treated his words like a joke. Ha ha ha. I think I just heard the funniest joke in the world. The old demon has turned over a new leaf and won't kill anymore. Planning to spare others, submit to Jin Dingshan, and serve 3 years of hard labor. Isn't that hilarious? It's absolutely hilarious. Ji Mo Tian Ji sighed softly. This master gave you a chance. Since you don't cherish it, then prepare to die. Ye Tiangxin instantly noticed the difference. Ah, the aura all over the old demon was radiating out once again. The moment Ji Mo Tian Ji leaped out, he unleashed a divine technique that made her stammer with wide eyes. This is the 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar with 9 leaves. The shock was so great that she fainted on the spot. She fainted. Everyone was completely horrified. Is he going all out, right from the start? Shouldn't he have exchanged a few blows before unleashing the 100 Tribulations Insight? Duan Musheng was fired up. Master's divine might is unparalleled. System. Duan Musheng loyalty increased by 5%. Zhu Jifeng loyalty increased by 5%. Senior's divine might is unparalleled. As Ji Mo Tianji jumped down, thoughts flashed through his mind. The day I became Ji Mo Tianji, my choice was already set in stone. I must walk this path. And so I must keep moving forward. The cultivation world is cruel and unpredictable, filled with predators who devour people whole. Only Jinding Shan has always been my foundation. I will tolerate no one. I must use this final peak experience card. Apart from this, I have 2 other intentions to use this opportunity to warn the world. To warn those who dare to target Jinding Shan. Like crouching tigers, that what I rely on is not some secret elixir, but my own strength and only the strength that belongs to me. That's the only way to keep breaking through your limits. No secret potion or cheap trick in the world can do this, he yelled out. Duan Muxing, your disciple is here. The final chapter of the Heavenly One. Art the sword and spear techniques. I'm only going to show you this once, so watch closely. Duan Muxing's eyes went wide. He was so moved thinking his master was about to personally demonstrate the final sword and spear techniques of the Heavenly One art for everyone to see. Ji Mo Tian Ji channeled his power. Thinking Duan Musheng was one of my first disciples, but he's a bit thicker than the others, even after I gave him the whole final chapter of the Heavenly One art. To practice for all these years, he's never grasped the key points. He's been fumbling around on his own like he's walking in the dark. His progress is way too slow. Then Ji Mo Tian Ji started unleashing his moves. Terrifying waves of power exploded from him. He condensed energy with just his finger, forming it into a sword. The final technique of the heavenly art target, Fang Jinshan. Fang Jinshan freaked out and used his heaven-grade shield, but it was totally useless. No way. Everyone was horrified. That's the Dragon Heart shield, a heaven-grade supreme treasure. Did you see that? Na couldn't see a thing. Just guessing, Ji Mo Tianji retracted his heaven-grade power in less than 2 seconds. Fang Jinshan was scared stiff, not a single scrap of clothing left on him, but he hadn't kicked the bucket yet. Ji Mo Tianji wasn't done. Using his palm as the base, he condensed his chi into pure power. This is the effect when the Heavenly One art is unleashed as a spear technique. It's a freaking area of effect attack. Everyone was scared out of their minds, pale as ghosts. 1,000-layered waves. Just like the name implies. From one stream of energy, 1,000 more burst out. It's like a spear striking in an instant, creating 1,000 spear phantoms. It's the final move. The most important one in the Heavenly One art. You know about it? Not just guessing. I don't know. Just a guess? Everyone started freaking out, telling each other, this is bad run. Even someone in the nascent divinity tribulation realm wouldn't dare to face this attack. This is terrifying. Ji Mo Tian Ji casually waved his hand. A brutally powerful move. Thousand layered waves, stream after stream of energy. Wave after wave of attacks headed straight for Feng Jinshun. But wait, the shockwaves were spreading out to the sides too. Zhu Jifeng was standing right there. His legs were jelly. He didn't dare move an inch. So strong. The attack wasn't even aimed at those other cultivators. It just kept hitting where Feng Jinshan used to be. You couldn't see a thing. You couldn't tell if Feng Jinshan was alive or dead. Did he really need to go this psycho on a measly divine court realm? Dude like Feng Jinshan? There wasn't even dust left where Feng Jinshan was standing. Zhu Jifeng was practically turned to stone. The old senior was obviously still attacking either to show off his power or to teach his disciple. Ji Mo Tian Ji was nonchalant. Did you see that clearly? He thought to himself. 2 moves down in just 3 minutes. Duan Musheng immediately dropped to his knees. Your disciple saw it clearly. Master's personal demonstration is worth more than 15 years of my own training. Very good. Then he flew high into the air. A moment later, Shiyini came over. Master, those cultivators are trying to copy the same tactic they used to surround Jin Dingshan back in the day. Duan Musheng also said with a worried tone. Those so-called righteous cultivators scrambling away are trying to escape. If everyone just splits up and runs, he doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. He can't clone himself, so how could he possibly catch everyone? Sacrifice a few to save the many. It's the perfect plan. They planned it before they even got here. If you can't win, just run. Ji Mo Tian Ji with one hand, blotting out the sky, growled, I already told you. Everyone is staying put. Not a single one of you is getting away. Duan Musheng froze when he saw what Ji Mo Tian Ji was doing. Master, what is he planning to do? High above, Ji Mo Tian Ji gathered a terrifying amount of power. In one hand, Master wants to repair the barrier. How is that even possible? The barrier around Jin Dingshan was created by the ancient masters. The top masters of past generations built it piece by piece. It consumed a massive amount of primal chi and had to be aligned with the perfect time and place. It constantly draws in energy to maintain itself. Back when my 4th junior brother and 5th junior sister were being punished, it took the 3 of us over 3 years just to patch it up. To repair the barrier with the power of just one person would take at least 15 years. Master is old. Shouldn't he be conserving his energy? Why would he do that? Only Ji Mo Tian Ji knew this was his true purpose, his second objective. If the peak experience card could constantly refill his Dantian, taking care of Feng Jinshan wouldn't use up much of the remaining time. Why isn't he using it to fix the barrier? Everyone freaked out, feeling totally helpless. It was obvious they were all going to be buried on Jin Dingshan this time. A crystal barrier suddenly appeared from all directions. How could I waste a golden opportunity like this? We're trapped inside the barrier. We can't get out. Is he trying to shoot fish in a barrel? This is terrifying, Zhu Jifeng was completely in awe. Unlimited power. Back in the day, I led a team to destroy this barrier and used every ounce of my strength, but we couldn't even make it budge. I can't believe Ji Mo Tian Ji could repair the barrier all by himself. Meanwhile, Ji Mo Tian Ji was manically channeling his power, focusing everything on restoring the barrier. This peak experience card is seriously broken. It's an inexhaustible, endless supply. If it wasn't for the time limit, this item would be totally unbeatable. Why would you even need to cultivate? You wouldn't need anything else. Ji Mo Tian Ji thought with a sinister smirk, his body constantly radiating a powerful aura, his face a mask of nonchalance. You don't need anything else, just enough experience cards. Every time energy is consumed, new primal chi replenishes it. In gaming terms, it's basically infinite mana. 25 minutes later, it seemed everyone had helplessly accepted their fate. Wow, it's so beautiful. Hey friends, from the righteous path, you guys are here too. Yeah, we can't escape anyway. Might as well wait to die together. Ji Mo Tian Ji then spoke, Shiyini for the rest of them. Leave no one alive. I've been holding it in for so long. Little Shiyini excitedly flew off. Your disciple obeys. I've been holding back for way too long. Ah, I'm dead. Me too. Let's die together. Just then, Duan Muxing stepped forward and respectfully reported, Master, cough, cough. Ji Mo Tian Ji was a little surprised, not expecting his loyalty level to have reached 80%. His injuries were likely from the previous fight with Feng Tutuo of the Zhengi Dao sect. It's pretty amazing he's managed to hang on this long. Of course, his resilience today was also thanks to the torment Ji Mo Tian Ji put him through back then. If it had been a normal cultivator, they would have been immobilized long ago. He asked, Where's Old Fourth now? Old Fourth fought countless rounds against Feng Jinshan's group. They had strength in numbers, and Old Fourth couldn't hold them off. He was injured and fled. I don't know where he is now, Duan Musheng replied. His gaze unintentionally fell upon the battered, lifeless body of Ye Tiangxin, his sixth junior sister. The sixth junior sister wields the amorous hoop ranked ninth on the blacklist. I can't believe she's this badly injured. Ji Mo Tian Ji was also looking at her. This is just great. Old third, old fourth, and old sixth are all injured. Only little Shi Yini was like a wild wolf, fearlessly starting a massacre inside the barrier. Just then, Zhu Jifeng also knelt down. This junior wishes to surrender and become a subordinate of Jin Ding Shan, ready to obey your every command. Senior. System acquired a subordinate Zhu Jifeng Divine Court Realm. Reward 100 merit points. Ji Mo Tian Ji turned and walked into the Mo Tian Ge. Clean this mess up. As you command. Zhu Jifeng excitedly stood up with his axe. Ha! Another one's coming to kill us. Isn't that Zhu Jifeng, one of us, from the righteous faction? Peak state duration has ended. System name, Lu Zhou race, human cultivation, condensing sense, realm, chi refining and spirit forming, merit points, 6,674. Avatar 3, flowers on the crown, remaining lifespan 5,000. 506 days. Item deadly strike card, 7 passive. Cultivation method, 3 scrolls of the heavenly book. Weapon amorous, hoop. Owner, Ye Tiangxin must be re-refined from the beginning to use. Ji Mo Tian Ji frowned and thought, I need to rethink my trump cards now. The peak experience cards are all used up, and I only have 7 deadly strike cards left. If I run into a strong enemy who can strike 10 to 100 times. In an instant, these 7 charges won't do much good. With no trump cards left, what am I going to do? Jinding Shan. The lair of the #1 demonic master has so many eyes on it, like tigers watching their prey. The Jinding Shan barrier is repaired now. No matter how strong the enemies are, the barrier alone can hold them off for 10 days. Using the peak experience card for 2 days straight in the last 2 weeks scared the crap out of the Righteous Path cultivators. No matter how dumb they are, they wouldn't dare break into Jinding Shan now. Like today, the system killed a Zhenghai realm cultivator, earning me 10 merit points. Ji Mo Tianji stared thoughtfully at the system panel. Over 6,000 merit points, all from the trip to Nduang. I've got the points now, I just need to figure out how to spend them. The lucky draw is too much of a gamble. Sure, continuous draws can build up luck points, but what if my luck just completely sucks? He let out a sigh. I'll just leave it for now. I'll wait for little Shiyini and Jujifeng to clean up the remaining cultivators before I decide. It's been a while since I've been to the secret chamber in Motiange. The Tai sword technique, the Dao heart art, the Qingxin mantra. As I recall, none of my disciples cultivated these techniques. There are also some weapons mostly heaven grade and earth grade. Most nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivators would look down on stuff of this level. They're all covered in dust. I can't even remember where they came from, or what use they'd be out in the world. Ye Tiangxin had stumbled to the base of a large tree. She lay on the ground looking around. This is Mo Tiange. Her eyes welled up with tears. Memories came flooding back. This was Mo Tiange, the place where she performed the discipleship ceremony when she joined the sect. Everything here was still so vivid in her memory. Every tree, every wall, every path. Suddenly a voice spoke up beside her. Sixth junior sister. Ye Tiangxin turned to see it was Mingxian, her 4th senior brother. Mingxian was covered in wounds, his body scraped all over. Junior sister, you're back. That's good. Huh. Ye Tiangxin was surprised. Mingxian still had the strength to talk with his eyes closed. You'll get used to it. You'll get used to it. It's all traps, cough, cough. Traps. Ye Tiangxin looked gloomily at the man before her. Was this really the same 4th senior brother who struck fear into the hearts of everyone? No, was this the Ming Xian of the divine court realm, on the verge of Dao integration? No, was this the master who could bully a swarm of flies just by walking past? In spite of herself, she let out a bitter laugh. So you'd see a day like this, huh? I'm just tired, Mingxian replied, nonchalantly. Ye Tiangxin just sneered. That old geezer left all of you on the mountain to die. And you're still willing to stay here and sell your life for him, are you crazy? You don't understand. We're not the same. A person like me, he said, trailing off. Mingxian suddenly fainted, so devoted to his master. The moment he passed out, the plants and flowers around him grew at an insane speed, covering his body. Ye Tiangxin was taken aback. Is this the Greenwood heart art? Has senior brother already mastered it completely? This is the true nature of the Greenwood heart art. When cultivated to its peak, one can be reborn from a barren wasteland. shedding their old form to emerge with new vitality. At the same time, this means that after fourth senior brother gets through this, he'll step into the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Since when did that old demon get so generous? Little Shiyini was flying all over. She was shouting, Master, nonstop. When she got to the entrance of Mo Tian Ji, she landed and pouted. You big traitor, where's my master? Yitiangson spoke softly. Little junior sister, come over here. Little Shiyini glared at her, sticking out her lips. As if I'd go over there. Yitiangson no longer had the strength to speak forcefully. Tell me, what has that old man been doing all these years? Is he all right? Little Shiyini crossed her arms and looked away. I'm not telling you. Little junior sister. Suddenly Duan Musheng approached. Little Shiyini turned her head, her face lighting up. Oh, third senior brother. Yet Tiangxin couldn't help but laugh when she saw Duan Musheng was still in shackles. Duan Musheng, however, was perfectly calm. Yitiangxin, you betrayed your master and sect. Your crimes are heinous, your heart is vicious. You've angered gods and men alike, and you still have the nerve to laugh. Senior brother, things are like this now, so drop the sanctimonious act. You know better than anyone how that old man treated us, don't you? Yitiangxin replied coolly. Just look at the pathetic state you're all in. That old man's time is almost up, and when it is, I hope you can all still act so high and mighty for the sake of justice. Duan Musheng had been holding it in, but he wasn't going to be nice anymore. Shut your mouth. He then motioned to Shiyini. Master isn't here, so you'll slap her for me. Little Shiyini was taken aback. Just do it. Oh. Little Shiyini nodded and walked towards her senior sister. Normally she'd cut people down without a second thought, but today she couldn't bring herself to slap Ye Tiangxin. She struggled to raise her hand, then landed a slap as light as a feather before quickly running off. Yeah, Duan Musheng reminded her in a low growl. This slap, I hope you remember it. This is the Mo Tian Ji. Pausing for a moment, he used his sound projection technique to speak. This is the place where you once became a disciple, and you still dare to run your mouth. Don't blame your senior brother for being merciless. He figured since she had no cultivation, how could she possibly block his next move? She's totally docile now. Shiyini looked at her senior brother's hands and asked worriedly, Senior brother, should I help you with the lock? No need. This is forged from 1,000-year-old cold iron. In this world, I'm afraid only eldest senior brother's Bu saber and second senior brother's longevity sword can possibly break it. Duan Musheng just shook his head indifferently. Even while talking, Shiyini's sharp eyes caught a figure behind them, some dude trying to sneak away. Freeze. Zhu Jifeng, looking like he was caught red-handed, froze for 5 seconds before turning around and saying respectfully, Greetings, seniors. Shiyini snapped, You're a disciple of Tianjian men. The Tianjian men is a top righteous sect. Aren't you afraid the whole world will laugh at you for joining Jindingshan? Zhu Jifeng was surprisingly honest. Righteous sect my ass. If I was scared of being laughed at, I wouldn't be here. I've already made up my mind by coming here. Where's the old senior now? Please give this junior a chance to explain. Everyone else got it, but Ye Tiangxin was still being stubborn. You're insane. All of you are insane. Countless people are trying to get away from Jindingshan, and you choose to join. Now, you got a death wish or something. Zhu Jifeng, however, was full of confidence and swagger. The old senior saved my life. Ye Tiangxin burst out laughing, but it was a cold laugh. That's hilarious, absolutely hilarious. Meanwhile, inside Ji Mo Tian Ji was just chilling on his bed. 7,540 merit points. I'll sell 2,000 points worth. Weapons? Weapons require a powerful cultivation base to back them up. Otherwise, it's like an innocent man getting into trouble just for having a treasure. One prop card. A reversal card for 500 points. A fatal blow block for 100 points. Pricey, but worth it. I don't have enough trump cards. Invincibility. System invincibility. After use, you gain 10 seconds of damage immunity. 500 merit points per card. Fatal blow. After use, you gain an indescribable power to land a critical strike on the target. 500 merit points per card. Ji Mo Tian Ji looked at the card with interest. This prop card isn't half bad. It's basically an invincibility state. But the duration is too short, only 10 seconds. And what's this indescribable power? As a player, I know that in games when you're fighting monsters, you might get some treasure with an instant kill skill, but does this skill just proc on its own? This card doesn't have a probability limit. Whatever this power is, a prop card, with this description, can't be too shabby. With that thought, he decided to keep it. First class defense. After use for 30 seconds, all damage is reduced by 90%. 500 merit points per card. Second class defense. After use for 30 seconds, all damage is reduced by 60%. 300 merit points per card. These are over 10 prop cards, and they're all defensive types. Based on my current condensing consciousness realm, if I run into a real master, how useful are these prop cards? What good is blocking 90% of the damage? When the remaining 10% is still enough to kill me, this kind of card is even less useful than the invincibility one. Hold on, why are most of these defensive? Am I supposed to just turtle up, fight someone without hitting back, just taking it like a punching bag? Haha, 10 points for a random attack. Ji Mo Tian Ji clicked his tongue. This isn't the style of a grand demonic patriarch, is it? Looking further down, only a few more cards were visible. Questionable. Prop cards, where you can't even see the specific description. Probably like the Tianjie Pasa, or the Wanliu Jizun with hidden descriptions and prices. Any hardcore player knows this means they're high level and deadly. He finally finished making his choices, and next, he would spend all 3,000 merit points. He got 2 invincibility cards and 1 fatal blow card. I wonder what would happen if he used a fatal blow on someone with invincibility active. Ji Mo Tian Ji mused in front of the system panel. How should I spend the remaining 4,540 merit points? I could buy some reversal cards to restore my lifespan. But with just over 4,000 points, I can only buy 9 cards, which is about 2,700 days. So should I try the lottery? Last time I tried the lottery, rigging the draw was a real pain. Time to cultivate the heavenly writing. Increasing my cultivation is the most fundamental thing, yeah. But before that, I'm going to draw some rewards. Meanwhile, in the Dalian Empire, north of Xiyu Province, at the Pingdu mountain range, in the main hall of the Youming Jiao, a stern-faced, white-haired old man sat in a magnificent grand hall. He listened to his subordinate report. Sect Master, the investigation is complete. The Grand Master single-handedly captured the palace master of Yanyue Gong alive, and the invaders from the righteous sect Jin Dingshan and the experts from Tianjian Men, not a single one survived. The man sitting majestically on the throne replied, "Understood." He wore a contemplative expression. He listened as his subordinate continued to report, "Sect Master the Palace, Master of Yanyue Gong is your junior sister. This time the cultivators who besieged the Grand Master were utterly defeated, and the Yuntian and Luo sects are furious. They want to use everyone in Yanyue Gong as a sacrifice for their dead disciples. Do you think we should help out?" After he finished, the hall fell strangely silent. Then the sect master spoke. "She brought this on herself. There's no need to interfere." The subordinate spoke up. "I have one more thing to report." "Speak," he said, narrowing his eyes. "Sect master, according to the secret report
Heaven.
from our spy and the royal family, Consort Yu has colluded with Jinding Shan and even conspired to persuade the emperor to mobilize the imperial guards." As the sect master sat, a dark, resentful aura emanated from him. He asked in a deep, somber voice, "And then what?" The subordinate continued his report. "The Dalian emperor punished Consort Yu with 3 months of house arrest." Then the room fell silent. All that could be seen was the palace architecture around them, resplendent with intricate golden details, creating an atmosphere that was both majestic and cold. Suddenly the sect master spoke. "Dalian is plagued by constant warfare. The imperial guards are the force protecting the capital. How could they be mobilized so easily? Consort Yu shot herself in the foot by doing that. However," he instructed, "Consort Yu is a foreigner from the western regions. Watch her every move." After receiving clear instructions to monitor Consort Yu, the subordinate bowed in obedience. "I will follow the sect master's orders." The sect master turned and walked out to the balcony, gazing into the distance. His low voice carried a final instruction, shifting his attention to another matter. "Also that swordsman who loves to duel, let him go. The Sword Dao sect is full of masters. If he runs into the Sword Devil, he is to avoid him." The subordinate received the important order, understanding the danger and the scheme behind it. "I will see to it at once." Elsewhere in the building known as Motiange, a voice spoke up. "It's normal for Master to need some quiet cultivation after that battle." "Little junior sister, stop, you're making me dizzy. Pacing back and forth like that." Chu Jifeng asked excitedly. "The old senior is incredibly powerful. Nothing will happen to him. Look how sturdy this barrier is," Shi Yini retorted irritably. "Nonsense." Yatiangton spoke up. "If I were you guys, I'd have gone in to check already. He's old. What if something happened?" With a whoosh, a sound rang out. "Let's go in and see." Upon entering, everyone bowed respectfully. Disciple greets master. Disciple greets master. Junior greets old senior. Tiangxin stared at her master's back, not understanding what he was doing. Shi Yini then asked, "Master?" Ji Mo Tian Ji looked exhausted, his hair disheveled. Why can't I draw a single one? Shiyini, standing behind him, was confused. Huh. Then she asked again, Master, what are you talking about? When Tianji turned around, everyone could see his dark ringed eyes and pale sallow skin. He said, It's nothing. Just feeling appreciative. Thanks, Shiyini said decisively. Master, don't be angry. Your disciple has already killed all the invaders. If you're still not happy, I'll go back and stab their corpses a few more times. Xifeng, standing nearby, was completely bewildered. Ji Mo Tian Ji asked in a stern voice, Where's Old Fourth? Duan Musheng reported. Old Fourth was seriously injured while seizing an opportunity. Right now, he's being protected by the Green Wood, so I'm afraid he can't come to see you, Master. Ji Mo Tian Ji announced, Protected by the Green Wood, he has entered a breakthrough state, which will take 7 days. If anyone disturbs him, Ming Xian will never be able to enter the nascent divinity tribulation realm in this lifetime. For these 7 days, no one is to go near the Green Wood. Tiangxin sneered from the side. Such hypocrisy. I bet you'll sneak in at midnight and hit him with a palm strike yourself. Tianji called to Shiyini. Take her to the back mountain to face the wall and reflect. Shiyini ran off, saying, Yes, master. Then Ji Mo Tianji cast a cold gaze at Jifeng. He immediately dropped to his knees and pleaded, Old senior, I Jifeng, from Jindingshan, wish to become a disciple of the Mo Tian Ge. Please accept me as your disciple, old senior. Ji Mo Tianji stroked his beard, his eyes thoughtful as he spoke. Ever since I transmigrated.
Huh?
I've never intended to take on a disciple. According to the timeline, the old demon lord started his plan to recruit disciples when his cultivation reached its peak. With my current cultivation level, it's hard to guarantee I won't end up recruiting someone with ulterior motives. Closing off that line of thought, Tianji spoke. Your talent isn't bad, so why did you cultivate the sword path of the Tianjian men? Your sword skills are already established. To switch paths midway and learn something else would leave you a jack of all trades, master of none. Ji Mo Tianji's eyes were as deep as the ocean, his inner thoughts filled with a sense of sorrow and an understanding of human destiny. He thought, the moon over the sea, this is the end of the world. That old demon lord was truly interesting to leave one spot open. The reason why no longer mattered. Over here, Zhu Jifeng's eyes were a mix of fear and respect as he softly called out to the old senior, his voice trembling with reverence. He didn't answer, just flicked his sleeve. A golden light flashed, and an ancient book flew off the wooden shelf, hovering in midair, before gently landing on the floor. A faint spiritual energy glowed from it, and on the cover, the 4 words, Tai Sword Technique, were clearly visible as if carved by 1,000 years of sword ki. Ji Mo Tianji looked at Jifeng and said slowly, This is the Tai Sword Technique of the Tianjian men. With your talent mastering, it won't be hard. The young man looked up, his eyes shining both eager and trembling as if he could feel the weight of destiny settling on his shoulders. Outside, the night wind blew, carrying a chill and an omen of a changing era. Zhu Jifeng was practically petrified. The sword techniques of the Tianjian men were passed down from master to disciple. You had to master the first level before you could learn the second, and so on. Luo Zhangfeng had never passed down the entire technique. This wasn't just a Tianjian men thing. Almost all the righteous sects were like this, hoarding their secret sword techniques, like treasure. But in the old senior's hands, it seemed like something worthless. His hands trembled as he took the book, flipping through it page by page. With a sword technique like this, why haven't I reached the nascent divinity tribulation realm yet? This is insane. So he immediately knelt down, kowtowing repeatedly, thanking the old senior. Thank you, old senior. Ji Mo Tianji said nonchalantly. You're not a disciple of the Mo Tianga. From now on, you're basically a pavilion master. I accept your command. At the Mo Tianga, aside from the east and south pavilions, you can choose any place you like, Ji Mo Tianji added. Yes, you may leave. At the signal, Zhu Jifeng quickly left, leaving Duan Musheng and Ji Mo Tianji. Master, this Zhu Jifeng is from the Tianjian men after all. I have my own plans, Ji Mo Tianji said, while stroking his beard. Hearing those firm words, Duan Musheng obviously didn't dare to say anything more. He obediently replied, I understand. Ji Mo Tianji's gaze swept over and stopped on the shackles on Duan Musheng's wrists. He paused for a moment, then silently walked inside, thinking to himself, maybe it's time for a change of luck. Duan Musheng said, respectfully seeing you off, master. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He had originally planned to ask his master to help remove these chains, but it seemed better to keep them on for now. It looked like he still had to taste the bitterness of fending for himself, because master will always be master, Noticing the strange look on her senior brother's face, Shiyini asked worriedly, Senior brother, what's wrong? Duan Musheng shook his head and replied softly, It's nothing. I just feel like Master is a bit distracted. Distracted? Did Master give you any new instructions? Shiyini had always been very curious. She immediately asked. Duan Musheng replied with a hint of sadness. On the contrary, he didn't give any instructions. Master only said one thing. What was it? Duan Musheng's eyes were deep and unreadable. He recounted, Master said he seemed dizzy. Hearing her senior brother say that, the quick-witted Shi Yini immediately understood. She figured that Master was old and flying back and forth on the Baize. How could he not get dizzy? That makes sense. Suddenly Shi Yini remembered something else and asked, Senior brother, what are we going to do about that traitor? Let's wait until Old Fourth gets through this ordeal. Duan Musheng wasn't in a hurry. First things first, he knew Old Fourth was smart. If we don't deal with a traitor like that, wouldn't we be letting Master down? But Shigini's young mind was filled with curiosity. She continued to ask, Senior brother, I've always wondered, she clearly wanted to betray the sect, so why was she so determined to see Master dead? Duan Musheng sighed softly, leaving behind only a cryptic sentence. Junior sister Tiangxin is also a pitiful person. With that, he walked ahead instructing, I'm going to treat my wounds. I'll leave things here to you. Shiyini flashed a bright smile, waving goodbye. Take care, senior brother. But then she got a little gloomy, puffing out her cheeks and muttering, Pitiful? I'm pitiful too. Meanwhile, back with Ji Mo Tian Ji, he was still determined to draw from the lottery after spending 3,000 points. He still had 1,540 points left, and his luck value had accumulated to 60 points. He felt like continuing to draw, like this was a total ripoff, but he decided to try one more time anyway. Draw. The system's mechanical voice rang out. This time, it costs 50 merit points, thanks for your business, luck value, +1. The total luck value is now 61 points. Ji Mo Tian Ji opened the heavenly book. He consoled himself, hoping the heavenly book would hurry up and change his luck. A quick glance at the cover showed no new symbols he could understand, but the scribbles inside were still a total mystery. So he had to figure out the meaning on the cover first, then slowly grasp each part. Before he couldn't understand a damn thing until some explanatory text showed up. The heavenly book could actually be understood. It was just ridiculously hard. Lost in thought, he muttered, In the midst of comprehension, one cannot be complacent. 3 days later, Mo Tiango was dead silent. Zhu Jifeng was still lost in his training, and Duan Musheng was in seclusion, healing his wounds, leaving only Shi Yini. She lay near Ming Xian's greenwood cocoon, staring at the ground, then the sky, then the clouds totally bored out of her skull. Suddenly, the greenwood vines surrounding Ming Xian started to move, making her bolt upright and stare. Fourth senior brother. The greenwood was supposed to just stay in one place, and then bloom and grow, but it was getting bigger and growing faster. She remembered Master saying that fourth senior brother needed 7 days to pass his tribulation. How could it be this fast? In the blink of an eye, the greenwood shot up, growing nearly as tall as Mo Tiange itself. With a series of cracks, Ming Xian burst out of the greenwood, his body reborn and brimming with vitality. He let out a satisfied sigh. Man, that feels good. At that exact moment, Ji Mo Tian Ji, deep in the heavenly book, was snapped out of his trance. He subconsciously sent out a voice transmission. You've got some nerve. Seeing Ming Xian out of seclusion, Shi Yini ran over, smiling to congratulate him. Fourth senior brother, you've reached the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Ming Xian grinned smugly. Little junior sister, surprised your big bro is up so soon. Did you master the 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar? Shi Yini asked, inquisitive as ever. Ming Xian nodded, feeling emotional. Being in the nascent divinity tribulation realm feels damn good. With this avatar, I can take on the world. I was underground for ages before you guys got back, and I broke through in less than 7 days. Suddenly, Ji Mo Tianji's voice transmission from earlier shot towards him, and pierced right through Ming Xian's protective energy shield. He was still grinning, showing off to his junior sister, little junior sister, watch this. You've got some nerve. Instantly, his energy shield shattered, and he face-planted. Terrified Ming Xian scrambled to his knees, kowtowing over and over, this disciple was wrong. Aya, this disciple was wrong. Shi Yini quickly jumped down, asking innocently, Huh, fourth senior brother, do you have to kneel to use your avatar? Only Ming Xian knew what really happened. In a split second, his protective energy was completely gone. Master's power is seriously scary. Luckily, he wasn't hurt, so he played it cool, coughing and saying, Just broke into the nascent divinity tribulation realm, still getting the hang of it. Where's Master? And so Shi Yini skillfully recounted everything that happened over the last 2 days. So this happened, and then this. And this? Then what? This. After hearing the story, Mingxian asked, sixth junior sister got her cultivation wrecked and was locked up on the mountain to repent. Mingxian decided, I'm going to go check on her. Leave the mountain to me for the next 2 days. You head to the post station in Tangzi Town and ask around for news. Master will definitely ask when he comes out of seclusion. Shi Yini quickly took off, calling back over her shoulder. You're always the thoughtful one. Fourth senior brother, I'm on my way. Mingxian shouted after her. Stay out of trouble. Don't worry, I'm always good. Mingxian was suddenly terrified that warning just now felt like a secret voice transmission. He had thought that reaching the nascent divinity tribulation realm meant he could finally chill out a bit, but now it seems he was a long way from being able to get cocky. He flew a little further and saw Zhu Jifeng practicing constantly yelling, Hiya! Hiya! He landed and called out, Little junior sister told me you're a once-in-a-century cultivation genius. From Tianjianmen, no less. Zhu Jifeng turned around and upon seeing him immediately dropped his sword and said respectfully, Greetings, fourth senior brother. I wouldn't dare claim that. Perfect timing for a spar. What do you say? Mingxian was just itching to show off his new power, immediately unleashing his powerful 100 Tribulations insight. But unexpectedly, the move made Zhu Jifeng frown. Weird the 100 Tribulations insight is that small. What did you just say? Zhu Jifeng quickly covered his tracks. So powerful, Aya, I'm getting dizzy just looking at it. He wanted to cry on the inside, figuring it was better to hurt himself than get beaten, so he continued to play dead. Mingxian, on the other hand, was feeling pretty pleased with himself, completely oblivious. He thought, is the nascent divinity tribulation realm's avatar really this badass? I haven't even made a move, and my aura already scared him senseless. What a so-called cultivation prodigy. He's nothing special. Inside the Mo Tian Ge, the past few days of comprehension felt like a dream, giving Ji Mo Tian Ji a new perspective on the heavenly writing, but it still contained many profound meanings that were hard to grasp. He still needed to continue comprehending it. He took off his glasses while pondering his 61 luck points and decided to try the lottery. The system chimed in again, this time consuming 50 merit points. Thank you for your patronage, luck points, +1. But Ji Mo Tian Ji wasn't discouraged. He tried 4 more times in a row, wondering if his lottery drawing posture was really the problem system. This time, 50 merit points were consumed. Thank you for your patronage, luck points, +1. System. This time, 50 merit points were consumed. Thank you for your patronage, luck points, +1. System. This time, 50 merit points were consumed. Thank you for your patronage, luck points, +1. System. This time, 50 merit points were consumed. Thank you for your patronage, luck points, +1. You've got to be kidding me, Ji Mo Tian Ji thought, resentfully. Turns out it had nothing to do with his lottery drawing posture. With 66 luck points, the lucky number 6, and a man's sharp intuition, like a sixth sense. This time, it's got to be a winner-draw system. This time, 50 merit points and 66 luck points were consumed. You've obtained a reversal card. This result was a total letdown. All those merit and luck points, just for a single reversal card. Who can I even complain to? I wasn't even this pissed when I failed a +15 weapon enhancement in a game in my past life. This is infuriating. He tried to calm down. Don't get mad. Can't fall apart. I still have 1,190 points. Should I risk another draw or just stop? In the end, he couldn't resist draw. System 50. Merit points consumed. You've obtained a weapon. Unnamed. And you've obtained the Mount Beyond? This is completely unexpected. Ji Mo Tian Ji was speechless for a moment. He didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Can you believe it? Ji Mo Tian Ji couldn't wipe the grin off his face as he received the rewards. Spending 66 luck points only got me a single reversal card, but this time with 0 luck points, I get a weapon and the Beyond Mount. I'm truly speechless. He focused on Unnamed, and a pitch-black shape-shifting mass immediately appeared in his hand. What the hell is this? The system explained the weapon's form can be changed according to your thoughts, and the higher your cultivation, the stronger its power. Ji Mo Tian Ji gave it a squeeze, and sure enough, it transformed into a sword, a shield, then a saber. So that's how it works. This is good stuff. This is a weapon that can freely change its shape, a one-man army. This lottery draw wasn't a waste after all. Now let's test its power. Meanwhile, at the back of the mountain, Ye Tiangxin was repenting. Mingxian walked over, eager to show off junior sister. Want to see my 100 Tribulations insight. Ye Tiangxin looked lifeless, but her words were still sharp. If that old demon sent you to kill me, just get it over with. What's the need to show off? That's not what I meant. Mingxian quickly tried to explain, but Ye Tiangxin had no intention of listening. Do whatever you want. Kill me or cut me up. It's up to you. Junior sister. If Master wanted you dead, he would have done it himself long ago. Why would he wait for me? Ming Xian said seriously. Then why did Master send you here? Ming Xian stepped closer to Ye Tiangxin, explaining softly. I came on my own. We're fellow disciples, after all. I can't just stand by and watch you go down the wrong path. Ye Tiangxin gave a dry laugh. Ha ha, the wrong path. You guys are the ones who are lost. Are you still holding a grudge against Master over that incident? Ming Xian wanted to ease the tension, but Ye Tiangxin turned her head away, making him sigh. He thought to himself, she doesn't want to talk about the past. He then said, I joined the sect earlier than you. I suffered more than you. But have I ever complained? Ye Tiangxin pouted. I think you're the one who curses him the most behind his back. This left Ming Xian speechless. Well, times have changed. Master is really gentle now. Gentle fourth senior brother, your joke isn't funny at all. But Ming Xian replied seriously. I'm not kidding. Master is old. Now he's more open-minded. His attitude is completely different than before. Ye Tiangxin, however, remained stubborn. So what? Why can't you understand what I'm saying? Master might not give a damn about what we did, but I do. As long as that old demon is alive, I can't rest easy. Their conversation was hitting a dead end. Ming Xian lost his cool for a second and slapped his little junior sister. It stung, but Ye Tiangxin just glared defiantly at Ming Xian. He raised his hand for another hard slap, but stopped just inches from her cheek. He put a hand on his junior sister's shoulder and sighed a sad look in his eyes. Ming Xian's voice softened, almost like he was trying to reason with her. You should just ask Master directly and get it over with. I'm done trying to convince you, that's all I'm going to say. You figure it out for yourself. With that, he got up. Ye Tiangxin looked a little lost and called out, Wait, what now? My sisters from the Yanyue Gong will definitely team up to rescue me. If you can please go easy on them. Ye Tiangxin's voice dropped almost begging, but Ming Xian just laughed it off. You're seriously delusional. Right now, they can't even save their own asses. How the hell are they going to save you? Ye Tiangxin looked surprised. Huh. The Yun sect, the Tian sect, the Luo sect, with all those divine court realm cultivators. You think they're going to take their rage out on Master? You're dead wrong. The first target they'll want to wipe out is your precious Yanyue Gong. A system notification popped up. Disciplined the traitor. Ye Tiangxin earned 100 merit points. Back at the Mo Tian Ji, Mo Tian Ji was thinking about his sense-condensing realm. Cultivation, specifically his mastery over it. It was still a long way off. With his current cultivation level, it felt like trying to use a rocket launcher to pluck a chicken. The impeccable Great Dao Sword. The name is fine, I guess. This was the crap he got from the unlucky draw. While he was mulling over the new item, Shi Yin's voice came from outside. Master Fan Tuin from the Jingming Dao is here to see you. Ji Mo Tian Ji walked out, still muttering, totally useless, just as I thought. As for that affliction, I'll look into it more when I have the time. The moment Fan Tuin saw Ji Mo Tian Ji, he excitedly and respectfully cupped his fists. Senior, next to him, Murong Hai was flat on the ground. He stammered in fear. Sir, Shi Yin quickly jumped in to explain. Master, we went to the relay station to gather some intel, and we saw these two kneeling outside the barrier, so I figured I'd bring them along. You're not mad at me, are you? Master Ji Mo Tian Ji gently patted his young disciple's head. He thought I hoped this kid didn't stir up any trouble. Shi Yin just giggled. No way, I actually got a ton of info. Then she started explaining what happened. After hearing Shi Yin's story, Ji Mo Tian Ji ordered the two men, Get up. Let's talk. Fan Tuin relaxed his posture. Yes, sir. Morong Hai, however, was a total wreck. He was just a regular guy after all. Sir, please spare me. It's all my fault. I was blind and didn't recognize your greatness. Ji Mo Tian Ji said casually, I haven't even done anything to you. I was perfectly nice to you on the way here. You're acting like I murdered your whole family or something. He gestured. Yini, take him away. Shigini immediately grabbed the guy and shot into the sky. Yes, master. Let's go. Murong Hai only managed to get out one last sentence. Goodbye, Senior Fan Tuin thought to himself. Maybe joining Jinding Shan isn't such a hot idea after all. Fan Tuin Ji Mo Tianji's voice cut in. Senior Ji Mo Tianji narrowed his eyes. Do you really want to join Jinding Shan? Fan Tuin quickly dropped to his knees, full of sincerity. Fan Tuin willingly wished to join Jinding Shan. I beg for Senior's approval. Ji Mo Tianji didn't reply right away. Even with a 3-yin impoverished body, he's still promising material. So he asked, Everyone in this world is scared of me. The so-called righteous sects all want me dead. Even the very disciples I raised want to turn their blades on me, their own master. If you join Jinding Shan, I will of course protect you. But if one day, the system suddenly pinged, Fantuan's loyalty has increased by 10%. Right away, Fantuan swore an oath. If I ever have second thoughts, may I be hacked into 100 pieces? Ji Mo Tian Ji gave a slight nod. Good. I always keep my promises. Get up. Thank you, Senior. Just then, Ming Xian flew in, bursting with excitement. Master, I've broken through to the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Fantuan could only sneak a peek at Ming Xian, completely in awe of someone who could reach such a level. They're all top-tier masters, and Jin Dingshan alone has several of them. The system then announced that he earned 100 merit points for teaching Ming Xian a lesson. Ji Mo Tian Ji gently reminded him that reaching the nascent divinity tribulation realm means mastering the 100 tribulations insight technique. And each time the avatar is summoned, the realm is different, so there's absolutely no room for arrogance. Ming Xian knelt respectfully and said, "This disciple will remember Master's teachings." Fantuan was a bit surprised. Didn't everyone say that the demon lord of Jin Dingshan kills without batting an eye, is hot-tempered, and treats his disciples with cruel ruthlessness? Why is he completely different from the rumors today? He even felt that this old senior had the air of an elder, the demeanor of a true teacher, compared to those stuffy old geezers from the Jingming Dao. He was way better. Ming Xian then reported, "Master, this disciple heard that the traitor Ye Tiangxin is locked up, repenting in the back mountains, so I went to teach her a lesson to vent your anger for you, Master." Ji Mo Tian Ji finally understood, so it was the fourth disciple who did it. But Ye Tiangxin's matter couldn't be rushed. He added, "Just let her repent in the back mountains." Also about the Sea Mansion, kidnapping the eighth disciple. The fifth disciple was also involved. Hearing this, Ming Xian said, "Master, this disciple has just entered the nascent divinity tribulation realm and was bummed about not having a place to practice. How about this disciple goes and ties up the eighth disciple for you to deal with, Master?" Somewhere else, Zhu Honggong was chilling with a drink when he couldn't stop sneezing. Ji Mo Tian Ji, however, was quite indifferent. "Just leave him be. Disciple understands." Ji Mo Tian Ji turned to go inside. "I'm tired. Dismiss yourselves." Ming Xian obeyed. "Yes, Master." Just then, he turned and saw Fan Tuan giving him a friendly wink. Fan Tuan, on the other hand, was quite terrified. "Senior, you just arrived," Ming Xian asked enthusiastically, as he was in a good mood. "Greetings, Fourth Mister." Fan Tuan spoke timidly and respectfully. I like that title. Pausing for a moment, Ming Xian asked, "So you want to see my 100 Tribulations Insight avatar?" Before Fan Tuan could even answer, Shi Yini flew over in a hurry. "Fourth senior brother." Ming Xian waved his hand. "Little junior sister, you've come at the perfect time. Check out your senior brother's 100 Tribulations Insight avatar. Senior brother may be later. A group of cultivators has appeared at the foot of the mountain, I suspect. Someone's trying to break into Jin Dingshan again." Shi Yini replied, reporting urgently. Hearing this, Ming Xian immediately flew off, looking totally pumped. "Awesome, little junior sister. I'm heading down first. No need to bother Master with this small matter. I can definitely wipe them all out myself," Shi Yini called after him. "Senior brother." They're all female cultivators from the Yanyue Gong. Fantuan had been staring wide-eyed at them the whole time. Not used to this, but Shi Yini was quite hot-tempered, immediately threatening him. "What are you looking at? Keep looking and I'll poke your eyes out." I'll stop looking." Ming Xian rushed off a smug look, spreading across his face as he ran, smiling with determination. Then he took a running leap, unleashing a 100 calamities of hell strike, creating a massive explosion. Then Ming Xian unleashed his ultimate move, the 100 Tribulations, dark and deep avatar. The other side yelled out, "Run." The people below said in a panic, "This 100 Tribulations Insight avatar is relatively small. It must be a great cultivator in the early stage nascent divinity tribulation realm. The Demon Ancestor's avatar is over 100 feet tall, so it can't be him." Someone else chimed in worriedly. "Besides, where are we supposed to run?" Ming Xian slowly emerged from the flames, saying aggressively, "Who dares trespass on my golden mountain?" He gave them a cold, judgmental look, just letting out a humph. All the women were speechless. They could only kneel down, their faces filled with panic and fear. Ming Xian spoke up. "Shouldn't you have something to say? If you're not going to cooperate, then unleash your final move, and I'll wipe you out in a single blow. You were all talking tough just a moment ago." "Huh, so why are you kneeling and begging for mercy now?" At that moment, the girls spoke in unison. "We are disciples of the Yanyue Gong. We beg you, Senior, to help us." The two next to them pleaded, "Please, someone help us." He crossed his arms, frowning in thought. How strange, so they didn't come here to invade. but our 6 junior sisters people. 6 junior sisters' cultivation was crippled by Master, and she was imprisoned in the Reflection Cave, leaving the Yanyue Gong without a leader. The 3 sects in the south of the Dayan dynasty didn't want any beef with Jinding Shan, so they took all their rage out on the Yanyue Gong. The thing is, even if we begged for help, we wouldn't get any from Jinding Shan. Ming Xian's eyes scanned the scene over 100 female cultivators. All of them looked like a wreck, some with their hair all messed up, some seriously hurt, and a few couldn't even stay on their feet. Then he slowly leaned in, bringing up the 6th junior sister, who betrayed their master and got locked up on the back mountain. By all rights, everyone from your Yanyue Gong deserves to be punished. You guys actually have the guts to come to Jinding Shan. You got a death wish or something? Hearing this, one of the female cultivators pleaded with tears welling up. Senior, please for our palace master's sake, help us. Ming Xian glared, his mind racing. This is a surprise. Is the Yanyue Gong that desperate with nowhere left to run? Then he turned away and said, Can't help. Hilarious. Your life or death has nothing to do with me. Consider it a huge favor that I haven't already offed you. A bell chimed in the distance. He turned to see a whole crew rushing over. Huh. A massive carriage was slowly rolling in, surrounded by wisps of dark energy. A voice boomed, The Youming Jiao is here. Seeing this, the female cultivators screamed, Senior brother, please let us into Jinding Shan. I will serve you as a slave. At your command. Ming Xian turned away, scoffing to himself. So these are the famous cultivators of the Yanyue Gong, led by Ye Tiangxin, without a top dog from the nascent divinity tribulation realm, watching their backs. The rest of these divine court realm experts are nothing but small fry, no matter how strong they are. What a letdown. He started thinking, wasn't it the 3 southern sects of the Dayan dynasty that were attacking the Yanyue Gong? Why did the Youming Jiao suddenly show up? The female cultivators were now a crying, panicked mess, and he saw them, shaking in fear like that it was just ridiculous. Ming Xian's expression darkened, but a wicked grin spread across his face. Is there any place in the world scarier than Jinding Shan? They're scared of the Youming Jiao, but not Jinding Shan, huh? He looked up at the approaching Youming Jiao carriage and spoke. Interesting. The top 3 on the blacklist are my master, my senior brother, and Zuo Shinchan. And on that black dragon carriage is Zuo Shinchan, himself number 3 on the blacklist. His mind kept turning. He's also the top expert under the Youming Jiao's leader. Just then, the bell chimed again. Ming Xian rested his hand on his chin, thinking, the Youming Jiao and Jinding Shan have always stayed out of each other's way, so why are they going after the Yanyue Gong? From the crowd, a guy darted out, clasped his hands respectfully, and said, The Youming Jiao has no intention of offending Jinding Shan. Fourth Master, would you please hand these female cultivators over to us? If I wore something like that, I'd probably look even scarier, huh? Then he replied, Fine. The guy said, Thank you so much, Fourth Master. We'll be sure to pay you a visit another day to show our gratitude. Yeah, whatever. Zuo Shinchan asked, Fourth Master, any other requests? Ming Xian crossed his arms. I've been forgetting some of my master's tricks lately. He slung his arm around the female cultivators and led them outside the barrier. My master has started going soft on people lately. He pushed the female cultivators over to the other side, and they started cheering, Fourth Master saved us. Yeah, Fourth Master saved us. The Youming Jiao crew watched from afar, totally fed up. Out of one wolf's den and into another, have these women lost their minds? Zuo Shinchan said. Fourth Master going back on your word like that. Not a great look, is it? Meanwhile, Ji Mo Tian Ji was eating well and sleeping soundly when a system notification popped up. You have received 1,450 merit points from being worshipped. Shi Yini peeked in from behind to report Master Fourth Brother stirred up some serious trouble in the main hall. Ji Mo Tian Ji frowned, looking at the group that had just been brought in, all bowing reverently. The one in the lead asked, What's going on? This is... Shi Yini eagerly recounted the whole story, every last detail. This was her specialty, and it worked like a charm. After Ji Mo Tian Ji heard everything, he got the full picture and thought, the Yanyue Gong cultivators are Ye Tiangxin's people. With Ye Tiangxin locked up, the Yanyue Gong is now in total chaos. And they still dare to show up at Jinding Shan. They've got some serious guts. He just said, You guys handle these little things. Yes, sir. And with that, Shi Yini took off. She was being a total smart aleck. Master, you just chill. I'll go check things out. Ji Mo Tian Ji sipped his water, thinking I've been hitting the lottery draws so hard lately my head's spinning. I need to take a break and recharge. Wasting time on this stupid stuff is worse than trying to figure out the lottery system. Ming Xian, who was inside, called out, "What's up? You look pissed." Outside, there was an army with a long Sheng flying chariot. The guy on it was wearing a tiger mask. He asked, "Fourth mister, can I see your revered master?" Ming Xian's brow furrowed. That voice packed a crazy powerful sound wave. It didn't sound loud, but the primal chi inside it was so intense that even a master at the divine sea realm, with 8 meridians wide open, would get wrecked. So he shot back, "My master isn't someone you can just meet whenever you feel like it." He warned him, "I'm in a good mood right now, so you better scram." Suddenly, this insane force blasted through, sending the terrified female disciples from Yanyue Gong flying. Even Ming Xian stumbled totally shocked. Totally. The guy asked, "Fourth mister, am I qualified to meet your master now?" Ming Xian nodded. Yeah. He had already unleashed his 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar, a 4-leaf black one about 5 jang tall. A master at this level. Besides the old man, only my first and second senior brothers could deal with him. Too bad Jinding Shan wasn't in its prime anymore. He turned and said, "So a nascent divinity tribulation realm expert, huh? If you're here to flex your power, you've come to the wrong damn place." I wouldn't dare. A shady-looking dude jumped out, signaling the flying chariot to back off. The guy announced loudly, "Zuo Sinchan from the Moshe sect here to sincerely request a meeting with old Senior Ji. I hope Fourth Mister can make the introduction. This is a show of my sincerity." Ming Xian stood his ground, not scared at all, but thinking furiously. "Threatening me. You think you can scare me?" Just then, Shi Yini flew over. "Fourth Senior Brother Master says to let him in." Zuo Sinchan smirked. "So you're the 9th mister. I've heard so much about you." Shi Yini asked with wide-eyed innocence. "Whoa, am I really that famous?" Zuo Sinchan chuckled and said, "It's more than that. 9th mister at just 10 years old." You joined Jinding Shan, hit the Mystic and Lightning realm. In 10 days, spirit condensing in 3 months opened all 8 meridians of the Divine Sea in 2 years, and reached the Divine Court realm in 3 years. There's no one in the entire world as brilliant as the 9th mister. Shiyini put her hands on her hips and nodded. "You're a smooth talker, I'll give you that." Master said to meet him in the main hall. Ming Xian, standing off to the side, rolled his eyes and thought, "And this is supposed to be a 4-leaf golden lotus master. What a suck-up." Inside the great hall, Ji Mo Tian Ji was perched on his throne, checking himself out in a mirror. "Haven't sat here in ages. Feels a little cold, kind of weird." Soon enough, the crew from the Moshe sect walked in, about 10 of them. The guy in the lead stepped up and spoke respectfully. "Zuo Sinchan of the Moshe sect pays his respects to old Senior Ji. Have a seat." "Thank you." Even as he said it, Zuo Sinchan's mind was racing, not daring to try and sense the cultivation level of this legendary powerhouse. Just going by instinct, he felt that the aura of this old demonic patriarch seemed kinda normal. But then again, it's totally normal for cultivators to hide their power level, so no big deal. The place itself wasn't fancy at all. It wasn't intimidating either, just looked like any other cultivation sect. Nothing special. And this was supposed to be the Mo Tian Ji, the lair of the demon, whose name alone makes people piss their pants. Ji Mo Tian Ji said impatiently, "What do you want?" Zuo Sinchan stayed super respectful. "The Moshe sect has admired Jin Dingshan from afar for a long time. We're here today to discuss 3 things. First, the Yanyue Gong has been provoking the Moshe sect over and over, now that their palace master Ye Tiangxin has been captured by you senior. It's totally justified she had it coming. As for the other female disciples, we hope you'll hand them over to us." Duan Musheng frowned and cut in. "Yanyue Gong was founded by a traitor from Jin Dingshan. Even if they need punishing, it's not your place to do it right." Zuo Sinchan was perfectly calm. "Third mister makes a good point. Second, we're here on behalf of the Jingming sect. Panzhong is a traitor to them, and the Moshe sect has been given the authority to deal with him. That guy Panzhong actually wanted to join our Moshe sect before. That backstabbing turncoat isn't worthy of a place in the Moshe sect." Ji Mo Tianji was unfazed. "Go on." Zuo Sinchan stood up. "If we can agree on the third matter, the first 2 can be completely forgotten. When you get down to it, the fiendish sect and Mo Tian-ge of Jin Dingshan are the same, both treated as enemies by those righteous path losers. The 10 great masters have clashed with the old senior many times, yet their power hasn't waned, it's actually grown a ton. If Mo Tian-ge agrees to team up with the fiendish sect, no one in this world could stand against them." Duan Musheng frowned and snapped. "What kind of nonsense are you talking? Your pathetic fiendish sect isn't even worthy of talking to Mo Tian-ge." Duan Musheng's blunt rejection made Zuo Sinchan's face fall a little. If I, Zuo, have offended you, I hope the three sirs will forgive me. Mingxian stood aside, calmly. Zuo Sinchan, let me talk to you. Please, fourth sir. Mingxian acted like he owned the place, his attitude cold, firm, and sharp. First, the master of Yanyue Gong is Ye Tiangxin. You have to consider the owner before you beat their dog. Am I right? Of course, Zuo Sinchan couldn't argue with that. He could only admit it made sense. Second, since Fan Tuan has joined Jin Dingshan, he's one of Jin Dingshan's people. Mo Tiange doesn't care about what they did before. If you cause trouble for him, you're causing trouble for Mo Tiange. Makes sense? Zuo Sinchan nodded. Third, and this is the most important thing. You want to team up with Mo Tiange. Sorry, you're not worthy. Ming Xian spat out every word, daring the other guy to act cocky again. Not daring to just agree, Zuo Sinchan was surprisingly calm. Yeah, he smirked, his tone changing. Back when Mo Tiange was at its peak, the fiendish sect, of course, wasn't worthy. But times have changed. Mo Tiange isn't as glorious as it used to be. It's just getting weaker and weaker. No matter how profound old Senior Ji's cultivation is, he can't reverse the fact that other sects are getting stronger and stronger. A truth the entire cultivation world is well aware of. After all, having one more friend is always better than having one more enemy. Ji Mo Tian Ji looked unfazed, taking a sip of his orange juice, before slowly replying, "You're right." Huddled to the side, Shiyini couldn't help but be surprised, thinking to herself, has Master gotten old and confused? That damn fiendish sect dares to come all the way to Mo Tiange and run their mouths. And Master isn't getting mad at all. Zuo Sinchan remained respectful, bowing and saying, I hope the old senior understands the greater good. With a nonchalant look, Ji Mo Tian Ji asked, Zhu Sinchan, do you know why I invited you here? Zuo Sinchan's brow furrowed slightly, his mind filled with doubt. Could it be that the old senior already guessed the purpose of this junior's trip? You cultivate demonic Zen, huh? Ji Mo Tian Ji suddenly asked. That's right. Ji Mo Tian Ji's voice deepened profoundly. Bodhi is not a tree. The bright mirror has no stand. Demonic Zen is rare in this world, and I hear you're the only one who practices the 100 Tribulations Heart Sutra. Old senior, you flatter me, but it is true. I, Zuo, have cultivated demonic Zen for 100 years, and my third place ranking is all thanks to these demonic Zen hand seals. Zhu Xinqian was acting pretty arrogant, not forgetting to show off a bit. Ji Mo Tianji popped a slice of lemon into his mouth and commented, Not bad, not bad. Both Duan Musheng and Ming Xian, standing nearby, were shocked. This Zuo Sinchan guy was talking trash, mocking Mo Tiange for its decline. How could Master not hear it and still praise him? Duan Musheng immediately jumped in. Then let me see what you've got. Zuo Sinchan smirked, dropping a sinister line. I was just thinking of that. Shiyini clicked her tongue, worrying out loud. Master, at this rate, I'm afraid they'll destroy the main hall. Ji Mo Tianji had been enjoying his afternoon tea this whole time and didn't seem to care. It's fine, just let them fight. Zhu Jifeng's eyes were wide with shock. The two of them controlled the energy waves with incredible skill. Every time a blast was about to hit something, it would just disappear. Fan Tuan was also amazed, exclaiming, This is what a battle between masters looks like. The two were fighting, but they were also testing each other. For third sir, to still have this much power while injured is truly admirable. Ji Mo Tianji glanced over to check on his disciple. He was still a little short of entering the nascent divinity tribulation realm, plus he himself had been suppressing him for the past few years. He couldn't break through, so when facing Zuo Sinchan for real, he was still at a disadvantage. Moreover, Zuo Sinchan was clearly still taking it easy. Shiyini was on the sidelines, providing enthusiastic commentary. That hand seal is Zuo Sinchan's attack. His hand seal morphed into thousands of hands, surrounding and attacking Duan Musheng, forcing him to both defend and counterattack. Ji Mo Tianji continued to observe. The moment the hand seal was unleashed, Duan Musheng's protective energy seemed to be completely nullified, and its power was drastically reduced. Not only that, but Duan Musheng was already injured and still shackled in chains. In the end, he was still a realm below. Shi Yini cheered enthusiastically. Third senior brother, get him, get him. In Ji Mo Tianji's eyes, it all made perfect sense. Duan Musheng could be considered invincible below the nascent divinity tribulation realm, being not only good at taking hits, but also incredibly powerful. It was a pity to lose by one realm, but it was no big deal. The path of cultivation is a long one, and the aptitude of these disciples was extremely high. Becoming masters in their own right was just a matter of time. Right then, Ming Xian also jumped in. Let me have a go. Zhu Sinchan spoke up. I never expected Fourth Mister to be at the nascent divinity tribulation realm. If that's the case, then I won't be polite anymore. His Dharma body chuckled and then struck, and it was absolutely massive. His Dharma body horrified Jujifeng. On closer inspection, the source of a nascent divinity. Tribulation Realm's power lies in the Dharma body, one that stood a towering 55 feet tall. It was enough to completely wreck Mo Tian-ge. Fantuan's eyes also widened in shock, but the strange thing was that the black Dharma body stood tall inside the pavilion, like a phantom. This guy is on another level. Jujifeng clicked his tongue. The moment the Dharma body appeared, the tables had completely turned. The terrifying power of the nascent divinity tribulation realm burst forth the hand seal several times larger than before. Fantuan's voice cracked. Fourth Mister's 22-foot Dharma body. His chi and blood are raging, and his arm is pure demonic energy. Zuo Sinchan laughed loudly. Gentlemen, is the demonic sect worthy now? The other two's faces turned grim as they yelled, "Worthy my ah!" Ji Mo Tian Ji calmly observed the situation as that hot-headed temper of Duan Musheng's flared up. It was truly surprising. In front of him, Duan Musheng was always calm, with the demeanor of a senior brother. And yet, he could also act like this. Seeing Zuo Sinchan's despicable behavior, Duan Musheng lashed out with a move. "You brute!" He kept using the chains to gather primal chi, swinging them back and forth. Ji Mo Tian Ji thought to himself while eating a cookie. It's a good thing this place is spacious enough, otherwise with his power alone, even 10 Motiango pavilions wouldn't be enough for him to destroy. Because of the realm difference, Zuo Sinchan was clearly intending to use Duan Musheng for a warm-up and to flex his strength. Let them fight this way, he could gauge the strength and cultivation of his disciples. Besides, on one hand, he could test the strength of the two demonic sect leaders. Although he had repelled the righteous sect's masters, many times demonstrating his powerful dominance, the righteous path and the entire world were convinced that one day, Ji Mo Tianji's time would be up. No matter how strong a cultivator is, without a powerful faction backing them, it's all for nothing. To this day, no one in the cultivation world has been able to break this limit. The demonic sect was the most ambitious sect in the cultivation world. It always relied on absorbing other sects to increase its power. In the past, the demonic sect had secretly clashed with the Youming Jiao, but both sides were wary of each other's strength, so a major confrontation had never occurred. This visit to Jindingshan was real. Wanting an alliance was real, and flexing their muscles was also real. The siege on the female cultivators of Yanyue Gong was just an excuse. But the question is, do I need them? Are they worthy? The world is vast, with so many powerful factions. The demonic sect wasn't the only one who wanted to pull Jindingshan to their side. But in terms of status qualifications and power, no one could match the demonic sect. Relying on some guy ranked third on the blacklist. What a joke. A moment later, Duan Musheng was sent flying, and Zhu Jifeng rushed to catch him. The difference in their realms was just too obvious. He immediately stopped him. Third Mister, don't go back in. You can't make up for a realm difference with skill alone. Zhu Sinchan grew more and more arrogant, forming the clear mind see nature seal as his power surged wildly. Zuo Sinchan wasn't even taking this fight seriously. Are the three misters satisfied? Shiyini rushed forward, worried for her senior brother. Then she yelled, "That's totally unfair. He's in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. A four-leaf Dharma body, and you still have the gall to show off. Third Mister and Fourth Mister are no ordinary cultivators. I was forced to use the formation seal. This move is kind of like the strong preying on the weak, my bad," Zuo Sinchan said with a smirk as Shiyini fumed ready to charge. If my eldest and second senior brothers were here, forget your four-leaf lotus, you'd be on your knees, even if you were a six-leaf Zuo Sinchan, nodded, admitting it. But he also casually channeled his energy, preparing to attack the three brothers again. Just then, Ji Mo Tian Ji finally spoke up. "Zuo Sinchan, your use of the binding seal isn't half bad." Su Sinchan toned down his killing intent, his eyes glinting with a sinister light. "Thanks for the compliment, Senior Ji. If you'd allow it, I'd like to ask for a couple of pointers from you, Senior Ji." His companions were stunned to hear this, as this didn't seem to be part of the plan. Even the strongest expert at the nascent divinity tribulation realm, with a 7 or 8 leaf lotus avatar, wouldn't dare make such a request. What was the second seat thinking doing this? Beating Duan Musheng and Ming Xian was enough. Why was he doing something so extra? Is he fighting now? Zuo Sinchan flew high into the air, his aura arrogant and wild. "Senior Ji, don't you worry. This binding seal of mine can block even a grand divine ability. If I'm not defeated within 10 moves, I'll submit to any punishment." Ji Mo Tian Ji waved his hand dismissively. his voice dropping to a low tone that sent a shiver down anyone's spine. Mo Tian may not be what it once was, but it's still no place for a low-class punk. To act so insolent, Ji Mo Tian Ji took out a fatal strike card. A massive hand appeared, the great unrestrained seal. All of Zuo Sinchan's cronies were terrified and anxious. Second seat. Compared to this great unrestrained seal, the binding seal was minuscule. The great hand seal of the Tathagata Buddha. Don't push it. I'm about to go over the edge. Zhu Xinchan was horrified trying to defend with his myriad binding seals. His four-leaf lotus avatar had already expanded to its maximum size, but he didn't even have a chance to defend. A terrifying explosion erupted, another mountain shattered, and a huge crater was blasted into the ground. Dust and sand flew everywhere as a storm kicked up and then quickly dissipated. Everyone was terrified. What just happened? Zhu Jifeng shook his head clueless as he felt an indescribable surge of power. The people from the Mo Shazong were scared out of their wits, whispering to each other, "Am I still alive?" "Yeah, you're alive, but what about me? What about the second seat? Looks like he got blown away." "He's gone." They hurriedly searched for the second seat. "Second seat. Master, let's go check it out." Ji Mo Tian Ji was also surprised, looking at his own hand and thought, "So this is what indescribable power feels like. I never thought it would be released in the form of the great unrestrained seal, since I haven't even practiced that divine ability. In my memories, my knowledge of divine hand seals was only at a basic level, and while I knew of the ultimate move, I never actually cultivated it. When I struck, I could feel the immense strength of that power. Based on that feeling just now, I can probably analyze it through meditation. It instantly seemed stronger than the peak experience card. When the power erupted, the stronger the opponent, the stronger it became. Too bad I only used one item card. There's not enough data to reference, so it truly is indescribable." Second seat. Second seat. The people from Moshazong flew around searching. Finally, they saw Zuo Sinchan, standing like a statue. His eyes were wide open, staring blankly, his body still frozen in a defensive posture, as if he had turned to stone. His terrified eyes were fixed in the direction of Mo Tiange. Unless you were there, you could never understand the state of mind and feelings of the person involved. But one thing was for sure, the second seat was defeated in a single move, and his clothes were blasted right off him. How pathetic. One of them took off his own robe and said, "This is the time to show leadership. The little things make all the difference. There's a reason I'm the most respected among the four of us." He then went to drape the robe over Zuo Shinchan. "Second seat, you can wear my robe, no need to thank me." But what he didn't expect was that the moment he touched him, Zuo Shinchan disintegrated into the wind. Everyone was horrified. "You made the second seat disappear." "It wasn't me." Zhu Jifeng, standing to the side, was too shocked to speak. Zhu Xinqian had turned to dust, but still to be obliterated by a single slap. Isn't that a bit cruel? Pan Zheng sighed softly. That audacious fool, daring to act all high and mighty at Mo Tiange. He brought this end upon himself. Even Duan Musheng and Ming Xian were a bit stunned, breaking out in a cold sweat. After following the master for so many years, I've never once seen him use a Zen sect hand seal. To think he could suddenly kill Zuo Shinchan, a four-leaf lotus expert, with a single tap. Ming Xian nodded. That's master's temper, all right. They all deserve to die. Duan Musheng also nodded. He had it coming. Ming Xian stepped forward to face the guys from the Fiend Suppression Sect. "You four want to see my 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar." The guys freaked out, stumbling backward in fear. Fourth master." Ji Mo Tianji's voice boomed from inside Mo Tiange. "Go back and tell your sect master to get his people on a leash." Ming Xian was too disgusted to even look at them. Scram, yes. The system announced 1,000 merit points acquired. Ji Mo Tianji frowned, thinking. One item card costs 500 merit points, and killing a nascent divinity tribulation realm expert nets me 1,000 merit points. That's a 100% profit. The item card is awesome, but I gotta be careful with it from now on. The power of that thing is just insane. How am I supposed to use it on someone I don't want to kill? Luring Zuo Sinchan here wasn't just to figure out the Fiend Suppression Sect's motive. I also wanted to test out this card's power. Well, he's dead now, so whatever. Let's just call it a warning to the Fiend Suppression Sect. Just then, Ming Xian came over, all hyped up, singing his praises. "Master, you're on another level. You don't even have to lift a finger most of the time. But when you do, you just obliterate the guy." Shigini pouted and tugged on Ji Mo Tianji's arm. "Master, I want to learn that too." And just like that, he chewed her out. "Don't be ridiculous. You're practicing the supreme purity Jade slip technique, which is all about movement and fist styles. It totally conflicts with Zen arts. Aren't you afraid of going nuts from cultivation deviation? He's one to talk, being the biggest baddie of them all. Shi Yini pouted and shot back, whatever. Duan Musheng suddenly asked, Master, why'd you let those guys go? Ming Xian jumped in to explain. Master just wanted to make an example out of one of them. He doesn't actually want to wipe out the Fiend Suppression Sect. Those guys are super ambitious and always trying to get more powerful, and eldest senior brothers, Youming Jiao, is standing in their way. If the Fiend Suppression Sect gets taken out, who's going to keep Youming Jiao in check? Zhu Jifeng and Fan Tuan nodded along when they heard that. Totally makes sense, yeah, Duan Musheng added. But still, Zuo Sinchan was one of the two top dogs in the Fiend Suppression Sect. You think they're just going to let his death slide? Ming Xian clapped his senior brother on the shoulder, laughing. You're thinking too much, man. So what if they're pissed? What are they going to do? Bring their whole sect to attack, Jin Dingshan. Even Yu Zhenghai wouldn't have the balls to do that. So why would the Fiend Suppression Sect, besides Jin Dingshan, just kick the asses of 10 top masters not too long ago? Even Luo Changfeng, the master of Tianjinmen with his 7-leaf avatar, got wrecked by our master. Who else is going to try their luck? Fan Tuan nodded in agreement. Fourth master's right, that clears things up for me. Zhu Jifeng chimed in excitedly. Fourth master, you're a genius. You've totally put my mind at ease. Ming Xian's eyebrow twitched. Are these two morons trying to kiss up to me? He peeked over at the master. He wasn't mad. Ji Mo Tian Ji was quiet, but inwardly, he was pretty satisfied. This kid really knows how to break things down, and his analysis is super clear and on point. After hearing him out, it seemed like he had a point. He then said, Come here and have a snack. Master, where'd you get these snacks? Just eat. After you're done, clean up all this wreckage. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the guys from the Fiend Suppression Sect were having a hell of a time trying to steer their flying chariot back home. Without their Grand Protector to keep it steady, just getting the damn thing moving was a struggle. They barely got it off the ground and it was crawling through the air. They hadn't even gone 100 miles in half an hour. Come on, everyone, put your backs into it. Power up the dragon chariot. Suddenly a cold, aloof figure appeared out of nowhere. Hey, looks like someone's up ahead. May we have your name? Who are you and why are you blocking our way? One of the Fiend Suppression Sect members shouted. The newcomer said only one thing. My apologies. The Fiend Suppression Sect guys were still trying to be civil, completely clueless about the doom that was coming. If this is just a misunderstanding, we'll take our leave. The guy just said it again. Apologies. But then a strange sword appeared around him. The Fiend Suppression Sect guys stared in terror. The return sword. Get off the chariot. Run for it, but before they could even scramble, they were annihilated. And the guy just said it again. Apologies. What a total psycho. Meanwhile, back at Motiange on Jin Dingshan, Ming Xiyin was making a report. Now that the Fiendish Path sect has retreated, what should be done with the female cultivators of Yanyue Gong? He was a bit conflicted. This isn't like Master at all. Normally, traitors who betray their sect like Ye Tiangxin should be put to death. Ji Mo Tian Ji spoke up. Shi Yini, what's your take on this? Shi Yini put a hand to her chin, thinking seriously. Then she decided, how about we just kill them all? This really left her master speechless. Ji Mo Tian Ji tapped his disciple on the head. Ouch! The other disciples were horrified by this little girl's way of thinking, oohing in shock. Realizing she was wrong, Shi Yini changed her approach. I understand, master. I'll let them go right away. Ji Mo Tian Ji shook his head. When did I ever say I was letting them go? Ming Xian suddenly came up with a plan. Master Mo Tianga has suffered a lot of damage lately. It needs to be cleaned and repaired. Why not sentence them to hard labor? Hearing this, Ji Mo Tian Ji pondered for a moment. What goes through this guy's head every day acting as if I'm some kind of slave driver? Still, it's a good idea. He then said, all right, punish them by making them repair Mo Tianga, then lock them in the reflection cave with Ye Tiangxin. As you command, master. Ming Xian then added, Master, now everyone from top to bottom in the Yanyue Gong is being punished. Ye Tiangxin's cultivation has been crippled, and the reflection cave is brutally cold. If she's locked up for too long, she might not survive. Are you feeling sorry for her? Ji Mo Tian Ji frowned. Ming Xian immediately and respectfully objected. I wouldn't dare. Ye Tiangxin betrayed her master and sect. She deserves a harsh punishment. I have my own plans. As you command, master. With that, Ming Xian quickly left, breathing a sigh of relief. Good thing little junior sister tested the waters first. With master's personality, thus, things are never that simple. Remembering how Zuo Shinchan was turned to dust, it's best to keep a low profile from now on. Back inside, Duan Musheng said respectfully, My injuries haven't fully healed, master. I request permission to leave. Ji Mo Tian Ji stood up. Hold on. He then went to examine the chains on Duan Musheng's arms. These are indeed chains forged from thousand-year-old cold steel. They're nearly indestructible by ordinary weapons. To break them, you'd need a heaven-grade weapon. But it seems I don't have one on me right now, only 2 critical strike cards. The question is, can the item cards even be used on chains? What if it smashes Duan Musheng to pieces? Along with them, Duan Musheng smiled and said, with a move from you, Master, these chains are nothing but scrap iron like paper. Shi Yini also examined them, then suddenly noticed something and shot a glare at Zhu Jifeng. The words Tianjian Men are carved on them. Zhu Jifeng started sweating bullets. This has nothing to do with me. Duan Musheng said confidently, it's no big deal. With Master here, it wouldn't matter if there was 1 chain or 100. 1 palm strike is all it would take. But Ji Mo Tian Ji just turned away. Shi Yini, help your master back. Shi Yini hurried after him. Weird. Duan Musheng was confused. Did I say something wrong? Zhu Jifeng just pointed at himself with an innocent, don't look at me expression. Third senior brother, I can't get these chains off. Me neither. Panzhong nodded in agreement. Duan Musheng clicked his tongue. Get out of here, fine. He looked at the chains and scratched his head, thinking, could it be that because I used these chains to attack Zuo Shinchan so many times, Master is deliberately giving me a hint, meaning that wearing these chains will actually benefit my cultivation master as a great sage pretending to be a fool. It's best not to overthink his intentions. That must be it. No need to rush it. If I have to wear the chains, then so be it. Meanwhile, at the Fiendish Path sect, inside the Fiendish Path Hall, the sect master, the 2 protectors who went to Jindingshan, have met with disaster. 80 miles north of Jindingshan, their carriage and the bodies of 150 subordinates were found. Inside the hall, there was only silence. The messenger continued his report. This time, the 2 protectors collaborated with the Righteous Path sect. They also had the backing of His Highness, joining forces to pressure Jindingshan. To think that old devil would... An oppressive dark aura suddenly filled the hall. Silence. The subordinates outside trembled, trying to compose themselves. Sectmaster, please calm your anger. Sectmaster, please calm your anger. A deep rumbling voice echoed from within. Inform those old fools from the Righteous Path sect. The sectmaster won't get angry over this, nor will I hold a grudge. The Mo Sha sect and Jingming Dao will remain allies as before, however. I hope Jingming Dao can show a little sincerity. Yes, this subordinate has one more thing to report. Speak. Yesterday, 2 masters from Jingming Dao sparred with a swordsman. He was seriously injured, and I'm afraid he can't meet the sect master. The subordinate outside was scared out of his wits. A loud shout from inside. Get lost. When I master this divine technique, I'll definitely grind that old demon's bones to dust. Mo Tian Ji Mo Tian Ji laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. 2,690 merit points. You can't fix bad luck, and you can't change your fate without paying. Using a reversal card, the last draw for lifespan added another 300 days. I have to control the urge to draw prizes. My cultivation level is the most important thing. Buying a replacement critical hit card, the remaining merit points, will be saved to buy a Dharma body. How am I supposed to earn merit points? Missions are still the main way, and these disciples are the main force for completing them. Ye Tiangxin, this is the disciple with a high animosity value towards me. If it were the old Ji Mo Tian Ji with a rebellious disciple like this, 8 or 9 times out of 10, he would have cleansed the sect. Where does the problem really lie? Or is it in the missing part of my memory? At first I thought it was because I just transmigrated and hadn't fully adapted, but I've already gained full control of this body during this time. Why can't I still remember that missing piece of memory? Ji Mo Tian Ji sighed unconsciously. Forget it if I can't remember. Then this is her fate. Ye Tiangxin in the Siguo cave. I told you so. Yan Yue Gong was bound to face this calamity. Ming Xian wrapped the blanket tightly around himself. Seriously, if it weren't for Master, all of your subordinates would probably be dead. Ye Tiangxin didn't move. A bunch of rats who take advantage of others. If I were still there, when would it be Zuo Sinchan's turn to act so high and mighty? Ming Xian sneezed and said, speaking of which, the Mo Sha sect isn't really involved. With Yan Yue Gong, Zuo Sinchan is no match for you anyway. So what about Yun Tian Luo and the 3 sects? Ye Tiangxin replied. The 3 sects in the south of Dayuan have many experts. Small sects can't compare at all. Ming Xian couldn't help but click his tongue. Tiangxin, there's not much your senior brother can do to help you. I originally thought that old master would be wary of the Mo Sha sect and hand over all the female cultivators of Yanyue Gong to them fulfilling their wishes. But who would have thought Haha Master used just one move to turn Zuo Shinchan to dust? What? Ye Tiangxin was astonished. One move. That's right, and that one move was a hand seal from the Chan sect, the Great Fearless Seal. Ye Tiangxin was shocked and said worriedly, "Isn't he afraid of offending the Mo Sha sect? Behind the Mo Sha sect isn't just a few demonic cultivators." Ming Xian nodded. "I've thought about that too. Junior sister Tiangxin, you're still too naive." "What do you mean?" Tiangxin didn't understand. Everything is within the old man's grasp. Ming Xian had great faith in Ji Mo Tian Ji. Suddenly, Tiangxin started coughing. The cold had already seeped into her body. Cough, cough, cough. No matter what, I'll always remember this favor from you, senior brother. Cough, cough. Ming Xian took the blanket off himself, Get, and put it on his junior sister, using his vital energy to soothe her. Suddenly, a few strands of Tiangxin's hair fell out. Ming Xian was a little surprised. Ah, your hair. Yet Tiangxin was calm. It's no big deal. My cultivation was crippled. My Dantian Sea of Qi can't replenish vital energy. It's only a matter of time before I weaken. Ming Xian sighed. Listen to my advice. Just obediently beg, Master. Maybe he'll spare your life for the sake of our master-disciple relationship. Senior brother, have you ever thought about why eldest senior brother and second senior brother left? Tiangxin said softly, leaning against the ice block behind her. Ming Xian turned his head. I don't know, and I don't want to know. You just stay in the cave and repent obediently. When you've thought things through, I'll ask Master to let you out. With that, he disappeared. Suddenly, he came back, a faint light flashing. Almost forgot to take the blanket. Once outside, he looked back. I'm not like you guys. I still respect my master. At this moment, the blanket was hanging on a tree on the back mountain. Mingxin casually strolled in the distance, while Fan Tuan and Zhu Jifeng were exchanging blows, their swords clanging together. Fan Tuan was surprised to see Ming Xian passing by, and he immediately ran after him, calling out, Fourth Master, please wait. Ming Xian stopped and asked, What's up? Fan Tuan's eyes lit up as he continued. I have a request, and I was wondering if you might be able to grant it. But not as he'd hoped. Zhu Jifeng spoke up. Not a chance. Fan Tuan, with a haggard face showing a hint of dejection, said, Is that so? At that moment, he told himself there was no other choice but to swallow his pride and be more direct. So he took a deep breath and bowed a full 90 degrees before Ming Xian. Fourth Master, please let me explain. My body, which has always been susceptible to the cold, has recently entered a stage of unbearable pain. If this continues, I'm afraid I won't be able to last more than 3 months. The sect master once promised to pass the Six Yang art to me. I hope Fourth Master can help me. He pleaded in a panic, Please help me. Mingxian put on an arrogant air, saying, Is it just this little thing? Fan Tuan replied, Yes. Mingxian brushed past him. Since Master promised, he definitely won't go back on his word. 3 months is still a long time. You know, some people never know if they'll see the sunrise the next day. Fan Tuan was too stunned to say anything. Ming Xian didn't stay any longer and flew away directly. Just then, Zhu Jifeng came up from behind and said, I've been saying it for a while. Fourth Master seems calm on the surface, but his words are sharp and his temper is unpredictable. Then he narrowed his eyes, placed a hand on Fan Tuan's shoulder, and said, I suggest you consult Old Ninth because he's naive and kind-hearted, plus the old man in the pavilion dotes on him the most. Just say a few nice things to him, and he'll definitely help. Fan Tuan saw a glimmer of hope. That makes sense. Over with Shiyini, the little girl was kicking the traders and demanding they explain themselves. After a long while, a voice called out, Master, you can come in. Shiyini burst through the door and ran in. I found out about senior sister Zhao Yue. Ji Mo Tian Ji said, Come here and tell me. The little girl slowly approached the teapot, picked it up, and took a huge gulp, feeling refreshed. Shiyini said cheerfully, Senior sister might be in Yuzhou when people at the post station mentioned the Mingyue Palace. I figured it out. Ji Mo Tian Ji grew worried constantly, wiping the beads of sweat from his face, thinking to himself, Zhao Yue does indeed cultivate the Mingyue art. But with her personality, she wouldn't just spread it around. Could this be a deliberate attempt to lure me into a trap like that Empress Dowager Sixi kidnapping incident? The more he thought, the more his head ached this time. It was completely different from the last. The deeper he thought, the more Ji Mo Tianji sank into contemplation, worrying about his old bones. Without a peak experience card, walking into a wolf's den really means certain death. The system panel appeared. New mission, bring Zhao Yue back. Ji Mo Tianji's face darkened, and he demanded, Continue. Shi Yini reported clearly. It seems my senior sister is about to get married, saying she wants to become a saintess. He thought to himself, her current cultivation level is mainly thanks to her cultivation art. The Mingyue art is the essence of heaven and earth. It harnesses the creation of the world and absorbs the essence of the sun and moon. To cultivate this art to its peak, one must naturally be free from distracting thoughts and cannot indulge in matters of love. Then he demanded, continue. Shigini shook her head. I only heard that a grand ceremony is being held at the sacred altar in Yuzhou. A grand ceremony? The little girl continued. By the way,
H.
it seems the demon slaying sect will also be sending people. With a determined look, the little girl turned and asked, Master, how about I go bring senior sister back myself? If I see anyone from the demon slaying sect, I'll kill them all to avenge you, okay? Ji Mo Tian Ji took a sip of tea and ordered, Stop it. Although I don't think much of the demon slaying sect.
But
Their leader is still a seven-leaf golden lotus realm expert at the nascent soul tribulation stage. You're only in the divine court realm if you run into them. How would you even fight? Shigini could only let out an, oh. It's true that old folks always have a lot on their minds. Besides the demon slaying sect, what other powers could be involved? The righteous sect and the Jingming sect. It seems like these orthodox sects are always clashing with the demonic sects. So how the hell could they team up? A war, a brawl, you say? Get Fan Tuin in here. I've got questions for him. Move it and cut the chatter. Yes, sir. Fan Tuin came in his face, all bruised, and cupped his hands respectfully. Greetings, revered master. Are you hurt? Reporting to master. There are too many dangerous spots on Jinding Shan, and this disciple accidentally took a tumble. Ji Mo Tian Ji asked sternly, You're from the Jingguang path. Do you know about the grand ceremony at the sacred altar? Fan Tuin's eyes widened as if he'd been waiting for this topic. It's a long story. Master. Shiyini radiated killing intent from behind him. Make it quick. Fan Tuin calmly explained. Ever since humanity came to rule the world of Da Yun,
but
the other races were driven to the northern and western lands. In the cultivation world, good and evil can't coexist, and every year, countless sects clash with each other, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. To ease the conflict, some of the smaller sects came up with the idea of holding a grand ceremony. On one hand, it's meant to resolve conflicts between the sects, and on the other, it's a way to show goodwill and prevent future clashes. Ji Mo Tianji's gaze turned cold. Do you happen to know if the Jingming Path will be participating in this grand ceremony at the Yuzhou altar? Fan Tuin answered truthfully. This disciple honestly doesn't know because I left the Jingming Path 3 years ago. Still, the Jingming Path is a major orthodox sect. How could they possibly resolve their conflict with the demonic path with such a minor ceremony? Ji Mo Tian Ji wondered. I heard the Saintess is acting as a bridge for reconciliation between the two sides. Is that true? Fan Tuin confirmed that is indeed true. The Saintess will also be the key to a marriage alliance. Shiyini yelled, You traitor! How could you do this? Get out of here! Fan Tuin stood there, stunned, not knowing what he'd said wrong. Please, Pavilion Master Old Senior, reward me with the 6 Yang technique, Fan Tuin begged from outside the main hall. But Shi Yini was merciless, dragging him out by his clothes. You dare bother Master with this kind of crap. Ah. Fan Tuin was dragged away. Shi Yini threw him out forcefully. That stupid technique, go look for it yourself in the West Pavilion's archives. You think you can just ask for whatever you want. From inside, Ji Mo Tianji had observed the situation outside. The cultivation scriptures of the world's renowned orthodox sects. Ji Mo Tianji had plenty. If he kept them all, he'd have more than he knew what to do with. From the bits of information he'd just gathered, he could deduce 2 things. 1, Zhao Yue was likely being forced to become the saintess. 2, she was going to be a sacrifice in that ceremony. So what's the next move? Just then Ming Xian entered. Master, your disciple has something to report. He continued. The traitor, Si Wuya, sent a letter. Please read it. Ming Xian held out a letter, and Ji Mo Tianji took it, reading it thoughtfully. Old Seventh, since leaving Jinding Shan, when has Old Seventh ever meddled in the affairs of Mo Tiange? He's technically a traitor to the pavilion, yet he has the nerve to send a letter back. The kid's got guts. What a coincidence. The letter is also about Zhao Yue. Shiyini asked, Master, what does it say? Ji Mo Tianji couldn't be bothered to explain and just handed it to the 2 of them. Old Seventh has no reason to feed us fake intel. Master, if this is true, then Zhao Yue is in some serious trouble. Ji Mo Tianji frowned. What do you think we should do? He knew that even though Ming Xian could be a bit slow on the uptake sometimes, his ideas were occasionally worth listening to. Ming Xian thought for a moment and said, "When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman wins. They want peace. So let's stir the pot and add fuel to the fire. It's simple, master. You don't need to lift a finger for something this small. Your disciple volunteers to handle it. I'll make sure to get the job done and bring junior sister Zhao Yue back." But inwardly, he was smirking. Heh, master's totally gonna let me go out and have some fun this time, right? Ji Mo Tian Ji, however, saw right through his intentions. As your master, I sentence you to 3 days of repentance in the cave of reflection. Wait, what? Ming Xian was completely lost. Lately, he'd been doing all his tasks perfectly, being super obedient, doing exactly as told, fighting on command, and always ready to jump into battle. He's a master at kissing ass, so why is he getting punished for such an outstanding performance? He said gloomily. This disciple accepts his punishment. Ji Mo Tian Ji casually sipped his water. Ming Xian's loyalty level was fluctuating, although the range wasn't large, it was around 70%, but still hadn't reached 80%. His wavering little heart reeked of dishonesty. Shiyini stayed behind and asked, "Did the letter say it wasn't a trap and they deliberately tied up the fifth senior sister just to vent their anger?" Ji Mo Tianji stood up. "Come with me to the sacred altar." Shiyini was surprised. Master, are we really going out? What's there to be surprised about? Should you tell them no, not necessary?" Ji Mo Tianji walked outside, thinking I should try out that new Mount Beyond. In this vast world, there are many areas that humans can't explore. Those are the breeding grounds for many ferocious beasts, but very few of them can be captured as mounts. Shiyini saw her master summon a mount. She thought it was Baize, but it wasn't. It was a new one. It flew over startling Shiyini. Did Baize transform roar? Shiyini asked in fright. "Master, is it safe to ride? It looks so scary." "Not as scary as you," Ji Mo Tianji said reasonably. "Don't be afraid." The beast growled. As Shiyini climbed on, she yelled, "Master, it's being mean to me." Into the beast began to fly. Ji Mo Tianji held on tight, remarking, "Unexpectedly, the Beyond's speed is on par with Baizi's. If I had to compare their pros and cons, the Beyond is more aggressive. It's unclear what human cultivation realm it's equivalent to, but its intelligence isn't on par with the humans. Baizi is gentle, stable, and very comfortable to ride. It's a support type, but its other abilities are still unknown." Shiyini was quite experienced. This disciple understands master's intention. We can't attract attention. Ji Mo Tianji lowered their altitude, still reminding her Yinan City isn't far from Chengdu. Chengdu is where cultivators from all over the world gather, a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. We have to be low-key on this trip. This disciple understands. So the two of them went shopping. "I want to buy clothes. 1 gold tael. Is that a lot?" "Don't waste your breath." "Master, are we going to play in the capital?" Hmm. Jimo Tianji reminded her, after entering the city, "You can't do this and that. Yes, yes, and you can't. Blah, blah, yes, yes." After listening to the instructions, Shiyini excitedly ran and jumped around. "There's an inn up ahead. Let's go rest there, okay?" Suddenly, a magnificent flying chariot, adorned with gold and jade, appeared in the sky, causing everyone below to look up with interest. A demonic paths flying chariot, that's the flag of the Manhua sect. Don't worry. The struggles of the cultivation world can't affect ordinary people. When will I ever become a powerful cultivator and own a flying chariot? Like that? Sheeny was unimpressed, pouting as she said, "What's so special about that? My grandpa has a goat for a mount." The people who heard this laughed it off. "Little girl, can your goat even carry you?" Sheeny pouted, "Humph, not only can it carry me, it can fly out of Dayan in just half a day." "Keep bragging?" Sheeny pursed her lips and shouted, "You don't believe me. Little girl, you think I can believe that?" Shiyini had already rolled up her sleeves, ready to fight. "I think you will believe it." A soft sigh escaped Jimo. Tianji gently reminded her Yini. He thought to himself, I didn't expect such a figure to come to Runan. Could it be that the Mosha sect holds a grudge over the Xie incident? This style and formation is at least a nascent divinity tribulation realm expert. Hearing her grandpa's call, Shiyini immediately trotted over, her voice clear. "I'm here, Grandpa." As soon as they entered the inn, Shiyini quickly went to the counter, giggling. "Grandpa, let me." The little girl called out in a clear voice, "Hey, innkeeper, get me your best room. I want to stay." The innkeeper replied with a smile, "I'm very sorry, esteemed guest. We're all out of rooms." He explained further, the grand ceremony that happens once every 3 years at the sacred altar is taking place, so the inn is currently full. I hope you can understand. Shiyini's eyes widened as she asked, "All gone, I'm truly sorry." The innkeeper said apologetically, Please try another place. All right. Shigini was a little disappointed and turned to leave. Just then, another figure stepped forward from behind them, bringing with him a powerful gust of energy, like a hurricane. The moment the innkeeper saw the guy, he started trembling and stammered. A divine court realm cultivator? My lord, the man spoke coldly. Innkeeper? A room? Just those few words made the innkeeper rush to nod respectfully. Yes, 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 your presence is a great honor. We currently have 2 sky class rooms left. Please accept them, my lord. The man remained indifferent and cold. The best rooms, 2 of them, no problem. Witnessing this, Shiyini obviously couldn't hold back anymore and questioned the innkeeper. Didn't you just say you were out of rooms? How come he gets one? The innkeeper rushed over, explaining fearfully, Don't be rude. This man is a divine court realm cultivator who has opened 8 meridians. Other guests naturally have to take a back seat. Shiyini pointed angrily. So what? He doesn't need 2 rooms? You're all alone. The innkeeper tried to intervene. Little girl, you. But the man turned his voice as cold as ice. Let me answer you. I carry the ashes of my companion in my luggage. Even though he died in battle, his spirit of facing death without fear has greatly encouraged me. In my heart, he is still alive, so he counts as one person. My sword has fought alongside me for many years, slaying countless foes, so it should have its own room. But a sword never leaves its master's side, so 2 rooms is just right. Ji Mo Tian Ji scoffed to himself. What kind of psycho talks like that? But Shiini, on the other hand, heard his explanation and nodded in agreement. Yeah, he needs 2 rooms, the innkeeper said apologetically. Honored guests, please forgive me. Hold on, Ji Mo Tian Ji said in a low voice. Old man, you got a problem. 1 sky class room. The innkeeper tried to stop him, but honored guest Ji Mo Tian Ji ignored him and simply said, Yini. Just waiting for that signal? Shiyini excitedly swung her arm. An uncontrolled burst of energy erupted, wrecking half the inn and sending the terrified innkeeper sprawling to the floor, his mind reeling in panic. Are top tier masters so common now? The other man was equally horrified, stammering, Divine Court, Realm. After that display of power, Shiyini reined in her energy. The other guy immediately turned to speak to his sword. My brother, when he was alive, deeply respected the strong. He aspired to become a great nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator. My brother and I will share 1 room. The remaining room I'll give it to you, old sir. Seeing how the tables had turned, the innkeeper quickly beamed. That's wonderful. Just wonderful. But Jimo Tianji shook his head. Not enough. I want 2 rooms. He glanced at little Yini, thinking to himself, she may not have much life experience, but she's 28 years old, not a kid anymore. Men and women should have separate rooms. Hearing this, the innkeeper stammered, but I wholeheartedly agree. That's not a problem at all. As he passed the cultivator with the 2 swords, Jimo Tianji casually commented, the male and female twin swords. The other guy immediately whipped his head around, giving him a scornful look. I'll give you that. You've got a good eye. The male and female twin. Swords 1 long and 1 short are engraved with dragon and phoenix patterns. They are peak Earth grade weapons, and could even be considered quasi heaven grade. Jimo Tianji said this nonchalantly, without even looking back. The man clutched his 2 swords, thinking to himself, he recognized these swords. I need to watch what I say and do. Any other time I would have used this sword to teach a lesson to someone who insults it. He then said proudly, these swords have slain countless enemies, and have been tempered for over 15 years. They've long since become heaven grade, not earth grade, like you said. In my eyes, there is no weapon in this world sharper than the male and female twin swords. Shigini asked doubtfully, you use 2 swords all by yourself. The man caressed his sword and explained, I use the long sword, and my brother uses the short one. Jimo Tianji frowned, sighing to himself. You 2 are a real pair of cultivation nuts. How did you even make it to the divine court realm? So he asked, are those swords sharp? The man frowned at Jimo Tianji and then blew on the blade. A gust of wind so sharp it seemed to slice the very air shot out. He said, it can cut a falling hair. And that's just its physical sharpness, which is second to none. Any more questions, old sir? That's enough. With that, Jimo Tianji led little Shiyini away, thinking to himself, it's not often I get a chance to test a heaven-grade weapon, so I might as well try out Nameless. Thinking this, he turned back, took out the Nameless sword, and muttered to himself, if it breaks, then it's clear, Nameless is just a piece of junk, and it's a shame I even kept it. Old sir, you can't, the man panicked. This sword of yours, if it gets destroyed, I won't be able to rest easy. The moment he saw the Nameless sword, the man broke out in a cold sweat, looking completely flustered. Ji Mo Tian Ji casually struck the opponent's sword. Nothing happened. Upon inspection, the nameless sword was undamaged, not even a scratch, and the male and female twin swords were also completely fine. This proved that the nameless sword was at least on the same level as the male and female twin swords. The problem was during the last test in the secret chamber. Why couldn't it even cut through a pile of scrap metal? The nameless sword can change into many forms, so is it better suited for defense? The man spoke up, his voice filled with surprise. Is there really a weapon in this world that can block the male and female twin swords? Seeing his disdainful attitude, little Shi Yini shot back loudly. That's just because you haven't seen anything yet. My grandpa can snap that little toy in your hand with his bare hands. You believe that? Ji Mo Tian Ji looked at their attitudes and pouted at the thought of something. My grandpa would even eat. He saw little Shi Yini's antics, just like two little girls in a movie, bragging about whose brother is stronger. He reminded her, too much talk, let's go. The man unconsciously bowed and added, This junior is Jie Ping. I hope to meet you again, old sir. Ji Mo Tian Ji didn't respond. A moment later, Jie Ping's twin swords made a cracking sound and split in two. His eyes widened in shock. How is this possible? I treated this weapon as my own life, and now it's a broken sword. He couldn't help but pull out the broken blades, muttering, That old sir, as long as the sword exists, so do I. If the sword is gone, I am gone. He stormed outside furiously, looking for Ji Mo Tian Ji. However, halfway there, a purple-haired youth blocked his path. He yelled, Get out of the way. My apologies. The person only said that before walking past him, before Jie Ping could even react. He saw his own body split in two. His subconscious couldn't accept the reality. Move. Why am I seeing the world split in two? This feeling is so strange. Master, where are you? Reporting. A camouflaged person appeared from a nearby wall and announced, My sect master reports that senior sword freak, Chen Wenjie, arrived in Yingnan 2 days ago. Please be wary of the experts from Jingming Dao and Zhengyi Dao. Also, old senior Ji of the Motianga has very likely arrived in Yingnan. The sect master wishes to know what your plans are, senior. The purple-haired youth said coldly. This has nothing to do with him. His bone-chilling voice terrified the hidden person. The purple-haired youth spoke again. Friend, don't be afraid. The wind is strong outside. If there's nothing else, why not come in for a cup of water? This junior has matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. With that, he quickly left, flying into the sky and disappearing. On the street below, the terrified townspeople looked up, murmuring to each other, Look, it's a birdman. The purple-haired youth calmly drank his cup of water and then also vanished. Early in the morning, while Ji Mo Tian Ji was sound asleep, someone knocked on his door. Oh, old sir, may I ask if you saw the culprit who killed Jie Ping? Ji Mo Tian Ji frowned. Jie Ping is dead. He calmly shook his head. The officer spoke up. Jie Ping was a master of the sword, so the person who could kill him must also be an expert. It's normal that you didn't see anything. Ji Mo Tian Ji followed the man to the corpse. He analyzed. Jie Ping was a divine court realm expert after all. To kill him so silently, without even giving him a chance to fight back. The opponent must be a nascent divinity tribulation realm expert. Although Jie Ping's death has nothing to do with me, the killer is a top-tier expert. What if Yingnan is one big trap? Then getting out of this in one piece is going to be tough. The old man asked again, Did Jia Ping have any enemies? The guard growled a warning. Don't ask about things you shouldn't. Ji Mo Tian Ji held out a token, saying casually, I'm asking you a question. You just need to answer. The moment they saw the token, the guards couldn't sit still, terrified. A special dragon pattern, someone from the royal family. Immediately they all knelt, My lord. Shigini clicked her tongue, looking at them lazily. Grandpa, should we beat them up? What was Jia Ping's identity? Ji Mo Tian Ji asked. The man immediately replied, This guy was a master swordsman. He killed his own brother to seize the male-female twin swords. His cultivation is profound, and the authorities couldn't touch him. Then why did he come to Yinan? Ji Mo Tian Ji asked again. This subordinate doesn't know either, the guard said respectfully. Ji Mo Tian Ji thought for a moment. These guards were just small fries. The people who could access the files on cases involving divine court realm cultivators could be counted on one hand, so it's normal for them not to know. Shi Yini excitedly went to examine Jia Ping's corpse again, and then recounted to Ji Mo Tian Ji, who was killed in a single slash. Yup, from here to here, and the attacker even did it openly, right in front of him. Like this, and like this. Ji Mo Tian Ji nodded as if he understood. He guessed the attacker must be a master swordsman with a heaven-grade weapon. In my memory, only a few people fit this description. The sword fanatic, Chen Wenjie. The sword genius, Jiang Aijian, Luo Changqing of the Luo sect. Or maybe that wretched disciple, Wu Shangrong. Suddenly there was a commotion outside. Quick, come see what look over there, Ji Mo Tian Ji ordered. Shiyini to go check it out. Yes. A pagoda-shaped flying chariot appeared in the sky, causing another stir among the crowd. That's the flying chariot of the Great Void Temple. The Great Void Temple. Ji Mo Tian Ji also prompted his disciple to leave. Yes. North of Yinan, Shiyini suddenly spoke up. Master, someone's tailing us, Ji Mo Tian Ji thought calmly. Little Shiyini cultivates the supreme purity jade slip, so her senses are far beyond those of cultivators at the same level, and with her mischievous personality, even if she runs into a powerful opponent. She can use the supreme purity jade slip to protect herself, so he didn't need to waste energy on her. He had planned to fly his mount to the sacred altar, but since someone was tailing them, he might as well take care of that first. A smoke bomb was thrown out. Ji Mo Tianji planned to use it to ditch his opponent. But the victims ended up being him and Shi Yini, cough, cough, cough. The person tailing them stepped out, smiling and said, "Old sir, please stop." Ji Mo Tianji said through his coughs, "The stalker has finally lost his patience. What is it? I want to buy something from you, old sir." The man negotiated with a bright smile. "Not for sale." Shi Yini, feeling antsy, kicked a dog nearby. "Get lost. That short sword of yours could destroy the male-female twin swords. It's a fine blade. I'm willing to spend my entire fortune to buy it." Ji Mo Tianji frowned. "You were there yesterday." The man didn't deny it. He seemed to really enjoy smiling. "That's right. I was planning to talk to you yesterday. But a master was present, so I couldn't make a move and had to lay low." Ji Mo Tianji was cold, his voice betraying no emotion. "You really love swords. You treat them like your life, love them to your very core." The follower scratched his ear and explained, "I was originally going to kill Xia Ping to take the male-female twin swords. I didn't expect someone else to beat me to it. Too bad that master destroyed the pair." "Such a shame," Ji Mo Tianji asked. "Who was it?" "I've never seen them, but it's not hard to guess. There are only 3 people who can wield a sword at that level." The man explained nonchalantly. "One of them is the demonic patriarch of the Mo Tian Ge, Ji Mo Tianji, who is also the one I fear the most." Shi Yini laughed. "Then why aren't you running?" The man looked innocently confused, crossing his arms and continuing. "Why should I run? I've been watching you two for one whole evening. You can't fool me. You little girl are truly at the divine court realm. Old sir, your body is still hale and hearty, but your cultivation is barely at the middle stage. Anyway, back to the point. The second person who could master the sword to that degree is the demon Wu Xiangrong of the Mo Tiange. The third person is..." Ji Mo Tianji frowned. So close, yet so far. The man pointed to himself, introducing himself with excitement. Ji Mo Tianji was puzzled. "You're that sword fanatic? Chen Wenjie? Totally unexpected." The other guy waved his hands frantically. No. Chen Wenjie is obsessed with sword techniques. Not the swords themselves, I'm different. I love swords, and I love sword techniques. A guy like Chen Wenjie, who can't pick a side, is bound to die a pointless death, sooner or later. Ji Mo Tianji stroked his beard, a love for swords that runs bone deep. He finally understood that Aijian Ya, to show his love for swords, had even changed his name. In this cultivation world, he was probably the only one, and it was a sick obsession at that. But Aijian Ya didn't see it that way. He was extremely proud, saying, "No big deal, no big deal." Ji Mo Tianji clicked his tongue and smirked fair enough. He figured the guy was just some idler who knew how to survive in the cracks of this vicious cultivation world. You could tell as much from the fact that he managed to escape the pursuit of the master who killed Xi Ping. He has 2 major hobbies. One is loving swords, and the other is staying out of trouble. To have survived this long without picking a side, that second hobby must be pretty damn useful. As Ji Mo Tianji was thinking, he pulled out the Wei Ming sword. Ai Jianya's eyes lit up. "So beautiful. I love that small and exquisite feel, old master." Ji Mo Tianji said flatly, "If you don't want to die, you better not get any ideas about this sword." The bells from the sacred altar rang out. The sacred altar is a grand ceremony for both the righteous and demonic paths. "So why does it sound like a Buddhist temple?" Ji Mo Tianji frowned, tilting his head to listen. Ai Jianya spoke casually. "Old master, the sacred altar is a chaotic mess, a gathering place for both righteous and demonic. Cultivators, it's extremely dangerous. I suggest you don't go. I heard the saintess being chosen this time is from Jin Dingshan, the 5th she-devil of Mo Tiange. Ha ha ha. A demoness as a saintess. What a strange world." He laughed as he spoke. "But that's good too. If the old master goes there and gets careless and is killed by someone, then I can have that sword. When that time comes, I'll collect your body for you, find a place with good feng shui, and bury you carefully." Shiyini launched a move that sent him flying. She growled, "You're asking for a beating. You're asking for it." Ai Jin Ya said in shock. "This little girl is too feisty, not like a normal divine court realm cultivator. You want to see how bad I can beat you? Don't force me to draw my sword, girl." Ai Jin Ya kept running his mouth while backing away. The bells rang again, and Ji Mo Tian Ji calmly watched Shi Yini torment the guy. He thought this guy is just a nobody, who only loves swords. There's no need to waste an item card on him. With that, he signaled for Wei Ming to appear, and called out, "Yini, we're leaving." So he's a real master, Ai Jian Ya thought to himself. Anyone who can possess a legendary mount has to be a renowned expert. This old master might seem weak, but his background is anything but simple. I may love swords, but I love my life more. Thinking this, the man following Ji Mo Tian Ji clasped his hands and said, "Old master, the sacred altar is extremely dangerous. Maybe we shouldn't go. I have my own plans." With a snort, Ji Mo Tian Ji and Shi Yini flew away on their mount. That guy thought for a moment. Should I follow them or not? What if I run into that old demon lord? I'm not getting involved in their drama. Right? That's what I'll do. I'll wait for him to die, then I'll collect his body. The bells of the sacred altar rang out sharply again, and amidst a whirring sound, monks began to chant. I've got a chill look on my face, just kind of chanting the scriptures. Totally at ease. Can't learn Xiaohong's tricks. Just got to get my head right in this flashy, noisy city, waiting for the wake-up call. I'm looking all chill, skimming through history, using my inner power to do some badass calligraphy, busting out some standard script. I'd even punch Li Bai, and he'd have to take a nap. Let's see who's the baddest around the sacred altar. Yam Angelica Goji Do, Yam Angelica Goji Beans. Watch me down a handful of this Chinese medicine, and it's game over with holy chants echoing all over the place. I've got a chill look on my face, just kind of chanting the Awakening Sutra, totally at ease. You're not learning. Ji Mo Tian Ji frowned, assessing the situation. The Buddhist Great Purification Mantra. The Great Purification Mantra has a seriously powerful ability that terrifies enemies. It's a type of group chant that unleashes a massive area of effect attack. Only those bald donkeys from the Dakong Temple could pull something like this off. Shi Yini naively asked, "What's a bunch of monks doing here?" Ji Mo Tian Ji reminded him, "Don't get antsy. The Great Purification Mantra is only chanted 5 times at most." He thought to himself that this might actually be a good thing, since the Great Purification Mantra can suppress most cultivators, hitting their biggest weakness. The group fight I was worried about is no longer a problem. Something about refining an auntie pill. Member, disaster tough battle. Auntie Deer Antler shouldn't be overeaten. The old master's Dharma name was apparently taken from Yunnan Bayao, stir-fried, Guiling Gao, and also cordyceps. My Sanskrit is taking its own medicine. The weight is just right. Ji Mo Tian Ji couldn't help but sigh. The Dakong Temple hasn't meddled in worldly affairs recently, so why did they suddenly show up here? The Great Purification Mantra is like a million buzzing flies, and who knows who's on the receiving end of it right now, or how they're feeling. It is this light. It is the light. Let's chant together. It is this light. It is this light. La 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 la. A moment later, the air fell silent, the sound completely gone. Shi Yini, standing below, quickly recognized the carriage of the Mo Sha sect. Ji Mo Tian Ji wasn't surprised. It was just as he'd expected. The righteous cultivators nearby, as well as the demonic cultivators, all looked terrible. Some were even panting heavily. The two sides were clearly enemies. Under everyone's watchful eyes, it seemed like they were all on guard against each other. Revealing my identity here would be a disaster. With so many powerful factions around, trying to take Zhao Yu away will be pretty tough. 3 flawless strikes, 3 fatal blows, and a clean getaway that should be enough. The Dakong Temple's flying chariot slowly appeared. A righteous-looking bald man wreathed in flames appeared. Abbot Kong Xuan has given the order Zhao Yue, the holy maiden of this ceremony, will be taken by the Dakong Temple. Fellow patrons, please excuse us. The others obviously protested. Hell no, you bald donkey. You think you can just take the holy maiden? 'Cause you say so. What about us from the righteous path? Ji Mo Tian Ji understood clearly before the Dakong Temple arrived. The ceremony had already reached a critical point, but there was no sign of Zhao Yue. However, the cultivators from the Dakong Temple had arrived, and the Zhengyi sect, Jingming Dao, and Mo Sha sect were all here. Zhao Yue should be inside the holy altar. Shi Yini commented with interest. This is so wild. Suddenly a voice whispered from behind Ji Mo Tian Ji, "Old sir, you might want to back up a little." Zhang Aijian Ji Mo Tian Ji frowned. So he's been spotted. He's obsessed with swords, so it seems the rumors weren't fake. But for a guy who values his life so much to dare come to this holy altar, he's got some serious guts. Zhang Aijian chuckled and said, "Old sir, if it weren't for that sword, I would never come to this nest of vipers." You can still leave, so you should get out of here now. In a little while, those cultivators will seal off the holy altar. Old Sir, the holy altar is just a pretext, and the holy maiden is the bait. Ji Mo Tian Ji remained unfazed. You know it's a trap. If you sell me the sword, I'll tell you. Zheng Aijin was trying to reel in the old man and the kid. You're only at the mid-stage of the condensing consciousness realm. If you don't leave now, no one can save you. This is your last chance to get out alive. Ji Mo Tian Ji calmly stroked his beard. Weren't you eager to hand your life over to me? Zhang Aijian shook his head frantically. No, no, no. I value my life more than anything. I really want that sword, but a gentleman loves his sword and acquires it honorably. Look at that square. They all have the faces of people who are about to die young. Old sir, you're a good person, and good people live long. Ji Mo Tianji's face darkened. As he scoffed me a good person, Zhang Aijian explained naively, this sword is excellent, so its owner can't be a weakling. Ji Mo Tianji frowned slightly. That's your logic. With so many experts here, how can the Dakong Temple possibly succeed? At that, Jing Aijian began to show what he knew. Old sir, look closely. The Jingming Dao and the Zhengyi sect. All of their cultivators at the elder level and above are in the square. The Mosha sect only has one of its 3 head seats here. Dayan is a lost cause. Right now, they're all tied up dealing with other experts. They'll be lucky just to survive, and they still think they can get to the holy altar. Ji Mo Tianji's expression didn't change. Zhang Aijian with a name like that must have a few tricks up his sleeve to make a name for himself in the cultivation world. Word travels fast. Over there, the towering bald donkey Zi Kongshuan declared that Zhao Yue is a demoness from Motian-ge burdened with heavy sins. Many years ago, Master Kong Ming met a tragic end at her hands. Dakong Temple intended to take her in to have Buddha cleanse her sins so she could be reborn, but the righteous path obviously disagreed. The demoness is the common enemy of the righteous path. Dakong Temple never got involved before, but today they suddenly show up acting all compassionate. What a joke. Ha 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 ha. Ji Mo Tianji glanced over the scene. Only the Mosha sect's side remained calm. He mused the second seat of the Mosha sect, Zuo Sinchan. Bum died by my hand. They hold a grudge against Mo Tian-ge, and they're channeling all their hatred onto Zhao Yue, logically following the usual pattern. I didn't expect the Mosha sect to send a 3rd seat this time. I don't recall this person from my memories, perhaps because he wasn't important enough. Not worthy of Ji Mo Tianji's memory. Zi Kongshuan spoke loudly, his tone even loud and steady. This old monk is not here to ask for your permission, patrons, but to inform you. Dakong Temple must take Zhao Yue, the demoness of Mo Tian-ge. Members of the righteous path charged forward, snarling threateningly. Then we'll see if you have what it takes. It's our senior brother, Zheng Fangxing. Everyone cheered enthusiastically. Awesome senior brother has shown himself. Junior brothers of Zhengjie Temple. Let's all cheer for our senior brother. Yeah. Meanwhile, senior brother Zhang Aijian's eyes welled up with tears. So that's the cannon fodder. The great cleansing heart mantra has a terrifying cutting power. This crowd's vital energy is chaotic, so it can be triggered to great effect. Ji Mo Tianji remained indifferent as if he saw nothing. Zhao Yue's affairs were none of his concern. Only Shu Yini was clapping enthusiastically. Zi Kongshuan remained perfectly calm under attack. His Arhat golden body sent his attacker flying. He said, Patron, there is no need to be angry. The demoness is from Mo Tian-ge. Not long ago, you all along with 10 great masters of the nascent divinity tribulation realm were defeated by the old demon. The sect master of Tianjian Men, Luo Changfeng, died a tragic death. Only by handing this demoness Zhao Yue over to Dakong Temple can you ensure your safety. The implication is that if you don't, Ji Mo Tianji will cause trouble. Who among you can stop him? This monk's words were like a jinx. As soon as he was mentioned, Ji Mo Tianji sneezed repeatedly. You bald donkey, your words are really harsh. If we on the righteous path can't stop him, what makes you think your Dakong Temple can? The righteous path members frowned and questioned the bald old man, but Zi Kongshuan remained very calm. Our abbot brother has been in seclusion for 100 years. His cultivation has greatly advanced enough to deal with the old demon. 100 years ago, Dakong Temple's Kong Yuan was a 6-leaf golden body divine monk. Everyone was slightly surprised to hear this, not expecting him to have been in seclusion all this time. Jingming Dao stepped forward. If it is truly Master Kong Yuan can resist the old demon of Mo Tian-ge, then Jingming Dao agrees to hand the demoness Zhao Yue over to Dakong Temple. Ji Mo Tianji frowned. Jingming Dao and Zhengyi Dao were originally of the same lineage, but one must keep their word. If he didn't agree now, how could he face his disciples? Their eldest brother was dead, so they couldn't make the decision. The bald old man nodded. This old monk thanks the patrons of Jingming Dao, Dakong Temple, but will certainly not fail everyone's expectations and will reform the demoness. But at this moment, the third seat of the Mo Sha sect. Duanxing stepped forward. If you want to take Zhao Yue, you have to ask me first. Zikong Xuan turned his head, his gaze cold and sharp. This old monk has already said, I am not here to negotiate with you, but to make an announcement. Dakong Temple always claims that all beings are equal without distinguishing between righteous and evil, and that you stay out of worldly affairs. Are you just bored today? Duanxing growled. Patron Duan, are you trying to stop this old monk? Zikong Xuan turned radiating, killing intent. Duanxing had no patience and gestured for his men to charge forward. You wretched monk, you refused a toast, only to drink a forfeit. Immediately, Zikong Xuan used the Arhat golden body technique again. The Buddhist flames blazed, causing the charging Mo Sha sect disciples to struggle to escape the heat, screaming, ah, ah. Everyone around got a chance to size him up. I never expected Kong Xuan to have such a high cultivation level. If Abbot Kong Yuan were here, how much more powerful would he be? Zhang Aijian remarked excitedly from a distance. The Arhat golden body is comparable to a two-leaf, nascent divinity tribulation realm. Avatar, this bald donkey is no joke. Old Mister get back. The Mo Sha sect clearly came prepared. If that donkey monk uses the heavenly seal, someone with your condensing form realm cultivation will definitely be at a disadvantage. The five who just charged forward are all at the divine court realm, and they're the main force of the Mo Sha sect. On this trip, only the three head seats of the Mo Sha sect are sitting perfectly still, their expressions profound. Ji Mo Tian Ji had his own thoughts on the matter. In his memory, the Da Kong Temple had always stayed out of worldly affairs. Many major events in the cultivation world happened without any sign of them. Rumor has it, the abbot of the Da Kong Temple is a Zen cultivation genius from the Buddhist sect. That guy was obsessed with Zen, and some even say he achieved Buddhahood on the spot. But rumors are just rumors. Back in the day, Zhao Yue ran into Kong Ming from the Da Kong Temple, and the two of them got into a fight. Kong Ming was killed by Zhao Yue. If that guy had really become a mystic heaven realm expert, would he have just let Zhao Yue off the hook? Now the Da Kong Temple is sticking its nose in the grand ceremony, clearly treating the Mo Tiange as an enemy. Zhang Aijian was still nagging from the side. Old mister, we should bail. Duanxing spoke up. My body is unaffected by his moves. Kong Xuan, you're supposed to be all righteous, so stop beating around the bush. The elders from Jingming Dao and Zhengyi Dao were sent by you right. Kong Xuan replied without expression. The Dakong Temple acts openly and honorably. We have no need for such underhanded tactics. Openly and honorably. Duanxing laughed loudly. Then isn't that charlatan ambushing people outside the sacred altar one of your guys? It seems Patron Duan has many misunderstandings about the Dakong Temple if you wish to interfere. Pausing for a moment, Kong Xuan's face tightened, his voice growing heavy. Then this old monk can only see this through to the end. Zhang Aijian leaned close to Ji Mo Tian Ji and whispered, Old Mr. C, told you I was right, didn't I? Sword fanatic. Chen Wenjie's allegiance is unclear. He's connected to a lot of experts from both Zhengyi Dao and Jingming Dao. Sooner or later, he's going to be ground to dust by those two sects. Ji Mo Tianji frowned slightly. Chen Wenjie's allegiance is unclear. As if guessing his question, Zhang Aijian said confidently, Old mister, you should really reconsider selling me that sword. Ask me anything, and I'll tell you. I even know who the wife of Zhengyi Dao's sect master, Zhang Yuanshan, is messing around with. Over on the other side, Duan Wusheng wasn't about to be shown up, brimming with fighting spirit. Baldy, you want to take Zhao Yue? I won't allow it. He then immediately attacked Kong Xuan, catching him a bit by surprise. Peak nascent divinity realm, so he quickly used the Arhat golden body technique for protection. Everyone exchanged shocked glances at the scene. It seems the death of Zuo Xinchan from the Mo Sha sect made them extremely focused on Zhao Yue. No wonder Duanxing wouldn't agree to let her go. Zhu Xinchan was probably the only person in 100 years who cultivated demonic Zen to the level of a four-leaf golden lotus nascent divinity realm expert. And yet he died in the Mo Tiange. How could they not be furious? Who would have thought they'd run into a peak nascent divinity realm expert at such a small ceremony? That's right, senior brother. You called it fast and accurately. The two over there were fighting fiercely with Duanxing, creating hundreds of massive rings of attack, surrounding his opponent, but Kong Xuan didn't yield, his form growing larger and larger, amazing the crowd. Duanxing's figure split into 10 afterimages, then 100, then 1,000, all circling and attacking Kong Xuan. What kind of technique is that? I've never seen it before. First time for you, too. The members of the Mo Sha sect also watched in astonishment, having never seen such a dizzying technique. Zhang Aijian was acting just like a commentator,
Otsung.
saying from the sidelines, "These after images are appearing because the user's speed has reached its absolute limit." Ji Mo Tian Ji calmly stroked his beard and continued, "It's a Taoist technique, the Dao Yin." The fact that the old mister recognized it really opened Zhang Aijian's eyes. Ji Mo Tian Ji then nonchalantly dropped a shocking secret. This technique originated from the Taoist sect, later found its way to the Fuyu tribe, and was eventually lost. Hearing this, a look of astonishment flashed in Zhang Aijian's eyes. He muttered, "The Fuyu foreign tribe under the skies of Dayan. What foreign tribe can live in peace?" Facing his opponent's onslaught, Kang Xuan remained strangely calm. He thought to himself, as expected, of one of the 3 head seats of the Masat sect. This old monk has underestimated your nascent divinity realm cultivation. If that's the case, then I don't need to hold back anymore. The moment the thought crossed his mind, he formed the heavenly sect hand seal, and an aura of pure enlightenment radiated from him. Then hundreds of thousands of arms materialized from the void, converging into a colossal hand that blotted out the sky. The immense pressure bore down directly on Duanxing, yet his body seemed to be bound by invisible shackles frozen in place. Facing the might of the great Vajra wheel, hand seal in a situation hanging by a thread, Duanxing roared and immediately unleashed the full power of his 4-leaf golden lotus avatar. A tall, majestic avatar materialized behind him, meeting Zi Kongshuan's ultimate technique head on. The 2 earth-shattering forces collided, creating a shockwave that swept across the entire area. The blast heavily impacted everyone nearby. Many of the weaker individuals were even knocked back, bleeding from all 7 orifices. The power of the 4-leaf avatar was truly terrifying. Suddenly, someone screamed in terror. "Look inside the most sacred, highest, and largest shrine. It's the holy maiden, the demoness, Zhao Yue." Right now, there wasn't the slightest fluctuation of aura coming from Zhao Yue. Ji Mo Tianji frowned as he observed, thinking it was just as he'd predicted. Her cultivation had been sealed by someone else. Zikongxing yelled, "Patron, why must you make things so difficult for this old monk?" Duanxing shot back with a loud laugh. "You stinky monk, if you've really got what it takes. Then I suggest you take this pack of bald donkeys and get the hell out of here." This old monk, Zi Kongshuan, replied in a calm tone, but it was filled with menace. "If Patron Duan insists on obstructing us, then this old monk will stop being polite." After saying that, he calmly sat down and clasped his hands to enter meditation. Mystical verses began to ring out, the eaves like cliffs, the wind chimes like the ocean. "Unable to wait for your return, the time I've set is a surprise you will leave in silence. The flying chariot of the great emptiness." Temples suddenly began to shake violently as thousands of monks entered meditation in unison. Their voices blended, creating a mysterious melody. An old tale beyond the city walls, where the fog lies too thick to see. You cannot hear the wind, but it is I, waking from a dream, standing by the window, bringing the end to light. The future, as fragile as a cicada's wing, cannot hold. I send you to the world's end, you fade to black and white. In these silent years, a distant love should live. I send you to the world's end, but you are gone, only the echo of a zither remains. Life and death are a mystery, a lifetime to understand. Ji Mo Tianji's brows furrowed as he recognized it instantly. Sanskrit sound, entering dream. This is bad. How can a mid-stage condensing consciousness cultivator possibly resist this? Sanskrit sound. Entering dream is a terrifying sonic technique from the Buddhist school, somewhat similar to the great heart purifying mantra, but when chanted in this form, it becomes an invisible weapon that inflicts massive damage on its enemies. Those with weaker cultivation are immediately overwhelmed by the sonic attack, bleeding from all 7 orifices until they die. However, since Buddhism preaches salvation for all living beings, they didn't want a name containing the word for death, so they changed it to entering dream. Even much stronger cultivators find their minds disturbed by this sound, leaving them dizzy and unable to focus on their opponents, let alone when it's a sonic technique being chanted by a massive group. Its power is far beyond imagination. Ji Mo Tianji thought to himself, "I'm only at the mid-stage of the condensing consciousness realm. There's no way I can withstand this." The Sanskrit chanting grew more intense, like thunder striking the soul. Searching for white pear blossoms, finding only green moss, the sky falls far from the mountain peak. Rain falls on the flowered terrace, my hair now streaked with silver. Hearing thunder, I step into the woods, seeking white pear blossoms, but find only green moss as the sky falls far from the mountain peak. Rain falls on the flowered terrace, and still I sit waiting for you to return. Ji Mo Tian Ji clicked his tongue, a counter technique instinctively surfacing in his mind. He decided to give it a try. Suddenly he remembered little Shiyini and glanced down at her. It was strange the little kid was completely fine. Does she have some kind of protective talisman? The sight made Ji Mo Tian Ji green with envy. He couldn't believe the little girl was completely unfazed. Perhaps because Shiyini's mind was so pure, free of distracting thoughts, which turned into an advantage. Plus, the kid's cultivation level was nothing to scoff at. She was in the early stage of the divine court realm after all. The Sanskrit sound had almost no effect on her. He then turned to look for Zhang Aijian. That guy was always full of tricks, but unfortunately, he'd been too focused on the fight in the courtyard and hadn't paid him any mind. Where did Zhang Aijian go? Could a mid-stage condensing consciousness cultivator really withstand this for so long? Ji Mo Tian Ji instantly pulled out an item card, scheming to one-shot Kong Xuan from the Da Kong Temple. The monks would be like a headless snake, and that damn chant would just break on its own. But the problem was, doing that would blow his cover, and there was no way he could take Zhao Yue away in front of this crowd. Ji Mo Tian Ji walked through the crowd of people writhing on the ground. They were hit by the attack and screaming in agony, their blood staining the ground everywhere. Cultivators from both the demonic and righteous paths were all bleeding from their eyes, ears, and noses. They fled in terror, scattering in every direction as the demonic sound grew louder and louder, 1,000 times more intense. Ah, these bald-headed monks are giving me a splitting headache. Ji Mo Tian Ji walked steadily, looking for a chance to use his damage immunity card. Against this attack, even those at the mid-stage nascent divinity tribulation realm had reached their limit. Someone saw him and asked in surprise, "Hey, old man, you're completely unaffected. We're both at the mid-stage nascent divinity tribulation realm. So why was I sent flying by the Sanskrit sound? This old man is actually fine. How absurd you're in that state and can still talk. Does that even make sense?" Ji Mo Tian Ji was also a bit surprised. That's right. Why am I having no problems? All around the terrifying, dream-inducing sound still echoed in his ears. I'll see you off. 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 The sound grew increasingly urgent. Everyone was attacked even more fiercely, and people were dropping like flies. This was the ultimate effect of the dream-inducing Sanskrit sound. To use a clear mind to know that our minds in the 3,000 great worlds are no different as one unified body, to obtain the wisdom that penetrates all territories with all sounds. Then whether to listen or not is one's own choice. To understand the compassionate Dharma requires no special method. The teachings are like a soaking rain, a wondrous sound, allowing one to comprehend and achieve transcendent purity. Ji Mo Tian Ji was enveloped in his protective qi, and an extremely hot sensation was coming from his dantian's sea of qi. He no longer heard the thundering of the dream-inducing Sanskrit sound. Instead, the contents of the heavenly tome echoed in his ears. The heavenly tome of human knowledge, one of the 3 heavenly tomes. A gentle, cool sensation spread from his dantian to his abdomen, then to his chest, passing through his heart to his mind. I am now completely clear-headed. As for Kong Xuan, he was still using his Arhat golden body technique, surrounded by the immense protective Buddhist chant, I'll see you off, I'll see you off. I'll see you off. I'll travel all over the north, far from the place where someone said you are very tired. Liang Chongduan-Sing was truly no longer lucid. He roared, "You bald donkey, is this what you call saving all living beings? Haha, that's the biggest joke in the world." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward to fight this guy to the death, but in the end, he was sent flying. The backlash sealed his acupuncture points, and the damage from the suppressed sound attack was terrifying. He looked at the bald monk in horror. He's that strong. What is he trying to do? Why doesn't he stop? He should have won already, right? Kong Xuan had no intention of stopping after his victory. He gathered all his strength to attack again when a voice spoke from behind him. That's enough. He turned around and growled, his face ferocious. Does anyone else object? He was a bit surprised. Sir, you're unharmed. This old man is asking you a question. Just answer. Old sir, do you also wish to stop this monk? Kong Xuan frowned suspiciously at the person before him, while Ji Mo Tian Ji, in contrast, nonchalantly opened his system. Truly stubborn. He tapped the card and raised it. Kong Xuan was a bit horrified, suddenly feeling that this old man was not someone to be trifled with. I can't hold back. He acted at once. This time he intended to burn everything. 2 paths became 4. 4 paths became 8. Arhat golden bodies. He charged forward as 6 golden Arhats appeared and surrounded Ji Mo Tian Ji, die old man. But what he never expected was the appearance of the Buddha in the sky, 100 times taller and larger than his golden Arhats. Everyone looked up in astonishment. A golden body of the Buddha. 100 feet tall and 30 feet wide, appeared above the old man. All 8 Arhat golden bodies were completely blocked, just like a grandfather stopping his grandson. An orange head was excitedly commentating, while his senior brother, sweating bullets, asked, "Junior brother, how can you still talk when you're just a head?" The head replied nonchalantly, "Under the radiance of the Buddha's light, I'm probably just having a moment of terminal lucidity." The members of the Mo Sha sect were also left with their mouths agape. A high-ranking Buddhist master. A true high-ranking Buddhist monk indeed. Duanxing gulped even Kong Xuan's voice cracked with fear at the sight of this golden body. It's so huge, the hand of Buddha's light just keeps chasing him. "Ha! What is this?" The orange head finished his commentary with all his might. This monk Kong Xuan is really something else. As he was constantly retreating, he unleashed countless palm seals, and those palm seals all slammed into the giant golden body above, then just vanished, causing no damage and having no effect whatsoever. His senior brother was surprised. "Junior brother, you can still talk for so long." He shook his head frantically. "I don't know, but even if it's the last thing I do, I'm going to finish commentating this match for my brothers to hear." Ji Mo Tian Ji watched indifferently as his opponent dodged. The Buddha's hand is a fatal blow. A guaranteed kill. How can you possibly escape? But why is he using a Buddhist divine ability? As the orange head was passionately commentating, the monk Kong Xuan found it all unbelievable. That palm seal was like it had eyes chasing him nonstop. All he could do was backpedal his gut, screaming at him that this thing was seriously dangerous. The sacred altar was massive, with the plaza stretching for 100 miles. Just when he thought he had dodged the palm seal, it suddenly expanded and accelerated incredibly fast. The further monk Kong Xuan retreated, the more he felt something was wrong. It seemed that the farther he moved, the larger the palm seal became. By the time the palm seal was bigger than him, monk Kong Xuan was instinctively scrambling backward like a madman. That thing was practically in his face. Then it got even bigger, like several times bigger. It gave him zero chance to escape, almost like it knew his every move. Straight up. And this time the palm seal got so freaking huge, there's no way to describe it. You can only call it colossal. Xiao Yu saw it from the side and stammered, Master, before passing out again. Everyone else just kept following the fight through the orange head's commentary. Kongshuan was smashed straight into the ground, and everyone started cheering like crazy. The dream-inducing Sanskrit chant was gone, and the towering golden body of the Buddha had vanished too. The orange head's senior brother looked at his junior brother with tears streaming down his face. "Junior brother, you commentated this match beautifully. Next time, don't commentate again." Ji Mo Tian Ji was unperturbed. 10 seconds is neither long nor short. At this moment, everyone looked at each other and then at Ji Mo Tian Ji. This old man had defeated Kong Xuan with just a single move. A cultivator who can use the great Vajra wheel hand seal with that much power. Who the hell is he? Is he some enlightened master from a Buddhist sect or something? Ji Mo Tian Ji thought for a moment. The matter of the merit point reward could be dealt with later. The vast majority of the cultivators were here. They all saw my ultimate move and have lost all will to fight. Man proposes, but heaven disposes. No one could have predicted that the monk Kong Xuan would use the Sanskrit dream-inducing sound to deal with everyone. However, that's not important anymore. I just used one fatal strike card and one damage immunity card, creating a massive suppressive effect. At this point, surely no one would dare risk starting trouble with me. This was totally unexpected. If anyone's still got the guts to fight, it's probably just that Duanxing guy. The question is, does he dare? Of course, Duanxing wasn't an idiot. He wouldn't dare do anything reckless. This junior Duanxing of the Mo Sha sect, thanks you for your assistance. The Jingming Dao also spoke respectfully. "Thank you, Great Master." The Ji Dao also spoke up. "Thank you, Great Master." However, they were a bit surprised. But why does the Great Master have such long hair? Is it a wig? Are you crazy? Wearing a wig to cultivate? Have you ever heard of an enlightened, high-ranking monk who cultivated for 1,000 years until his hair grew long? Ji Mo Tianji clicked his tongue and thought, since they've mistaken my identity, I might as well roll with it. A great master is supposed to be dignified and compassionate in everyone's eyes. Ji Mo Tianji said, the Buddhist sect prioritizes compassion. Today I was forced to clean up the sect. There was truly no other choice. Great master, why concern yourself with such a trivial matter? Kong Xuan is despicable and shameless. He used the Sanskrit sound to kill and silence witnesses and to take the saintess away. You did what you had to do. A person like Kong Xuan, he's not worthy of being a Buddhist disciple. You taking him out yourself is what restores Buddhism's good name. You're the real enlightened master here. 100 times better than that sanctimonious bald dude. If you hadn't been here today, I'm afraid we'd all have been screwed over. Master with your profound cultivation. What brings you to the sacred altar? Ji Mo Tian Ji played it cool, just passing by. So that's the deal. I've heard that enlightened monks who walk the earth, keep their hair, and love to roam, calling the whole world their home. Meeting you today is a blessing for 3 lifetimes. Ji Mo Tian Ji frowned. Every single one of these guys is a major bootlicker. Can't stay here any longer. There's a nascent divinity tribulation realm expert, Duan Xing, here. The rest of these so-called masters weren't a threat at all. He suddenly remembered little Yini and looked around for the kid, only to find Shi Yini sleeping like a log. The Sanskrit sound dream entry really put someone into a dream, huh? She actually fell asleep. This kid's got some serious nerve. The fight was so intense. How could she sleep through all that racket? The Vajra seal doesn't pick its targets. This is unacceptable. She needs some strict discipline. But now's not the time. He growled, Yini. Shi Yini shot up awake out of pure reflex. Master. Everyone who saw it was a little freaked out, like a corpse coming back to life. Ugh, unbelievable. Ji Mo Tian Ji let out a soft sigh. The people around here sure love to gossip. Who knew the master had a female disciple? Is Buddhism that progressive? Now taking in female disciples. What's the big deal? I've even heard of some masters taking chickens and dogs as disciples. Ji Mo Tian Ji gestured for her to go. Shi Yini was super obedient. Yes, and leaped into the air, flying over to Zhao Yue. Of course, everyone had something to say. Master, what are you? Master, you absolutely can't take her away. Ji Mo Tian Ji shot them a cold look that shut them right up. He said Kong Huan's methods were so vicious. How could that have been his decision alone? That's right. Even though the monk Kong Huan has a high cultivation level, how could he possibly have the guts to make a decision like that on his own? The abbot of the great void temple Kong Yan must be the one pulling the strings. It's a real shame that Buddhism has such a scumbag in its ranks. Abbot Kong Yuan has cultivated for 100 years. I can't believe he'd stray from the path. But if Kong Yuan decides to take his anger out on us, we hope you, Master, will see that justice is done. Ji Mo Tian Ji turned his back to his disciples. What does Kong Yuan causing you trouble have to do with me? This is the most ridiculous thing I've heard all day. If I hadn't been here, you'd all be dead. Besides, we don't even know who brought Zhao Yue here in the first place. You're lucky I'm not settling the score with you guys, and you have the nerve to ask for justice. If Kong Yuan really comes after you for this, just take it as a lesson learned. Now, what's to be done? Master, absolutely not. The righteous path folks were polite, but they were definitely not on board. Zhao Yue is a top-tier demon lord. The 5th disciple of Jinding Shan has done countless evil deeds. If she isn't punished, I'm afraid she'll bring disaster to the world. We urge you to reconsider, Master. Ji Mo Tian Ji was silent. One minute they're begging for justice, the next, they're asking him to reconsider. They really don't know their own place. They say these so-called righteous sects are all prim and proper, and they're not wrong. He turned back his tone dead serious. I'm taking her with me. Any objections? That made them all hesitate, unsure of what to do. The 3 leaders of the Manhua sect. Ji Mo Tian Ji knew exactly what was up. Among all the cultivators here, only Duan Xing had any real skill. The rest weren't even worth a second thought. It would make sense for Duan Xing to try and stop him. Whatever taking out Duan Xing would be a good way to put these righteous path cultivators in their place. But surprisingly, Duan Xing had no objections. He and the Manhua sect bowed respectfully and said, it's only right for the master to take this demoness Zhao Yue. The entire Manhua sect agreed. Seeing this, the disciples of the righteous path went quiet for a bit and started whispering among themselves. Even though the righteous and demonic paths don't mix, today's ceremony was supposed to be a marriage alliance to ease the tension between them. Didn't 2 of the Manhua sect's leaders die at the hands of the Mo Tian Ge, and you're letting Zhao Yue go today? A few of them shouted at Duan Xing, have you forgotten that? So how did Zuo Xinchan die? And what about the 6 studs of our Jingming Dao senior brother? Jing. Hearing this, Duan Hang just burst out laughing. Those 2 leaders who went up the mountain to challenge Mo Tian Ge were just asking for it, a totally pointless death. That senior brother, Jin Jing, yelled out, do you really think you speak for the entire Moshazong? A female cultivator watching the scene couldn't help but blush, thinking, he's so badass. But in the next moment, Duan Hang struck without mercy, directly crushing that Jing's face. The righteous and the demonic can't coexist. I Duan am not some bald monk you can reason with. If you want to preach your morals, go cry to your mommy. I'm sick and tired of hearing it. Ji Mo Tian Ji remained impassive, but inwardly he felt a trace of contempt. You people dare to preach morality to an enlightened high monk, but you don't dare to reason with someone from the demonic path. What's there to talk about logic is completely useless here. No wonder the world is in chaos and the demonic path thrives. I guess we don't have to call them those sickening righteous people anymore. Huh? Duan Hang added, having just finished off another guy. Great master. Your compassionate heart is willing to guide that demoness. This is a blessing for the world. Ji Mo Tian Ji remained expressionless. This guy really knows how to play his cards. Way more sensible than the Jingming Dao and Jengi Dao folks. But I can't let my guard down. If I have to, I don't mind wasting another item card, Duan Hong continued. If the Great Master wishes to take this demoness, then we'll consider the matter with the two leaders, and Zuo Shinchan settled, all thanks to you. Just then, Ji Mo Tianji finally spoke. Your Taoist seal, cultivation, is not too shabby. Hearing this, Duan Hong quickly bowed and prostrated himself, his eyes wide with fear. Off to the side, a few monks whispered to each other. Junior brother, we're both at the Brahma Sea, 8 Meridians realm. Let's use this chance while they're not looking and get out of here together. Got it, senior brother? You're right. Just a few seconds later, those two executed their plan. Now, open all 8 meridians, but they didn't get very far. Ji Mo Tianji's mount materialized, crushing those two flat. Everyone watched in horror. That mount was incredibly savage. To think an enlightened high monk would have such a savage mount, it's totally unexpected. Ji Mo Tianji couldn't be bothered to pay them any mind, taking Shi Yini and Zhao Yue with him as he left. All anyone could do was watch them leave, whispering amongst themselves in a mix of admiration and jealousy. A legendary class mount. Once it leaves the sacred altar's vicinity, if you want to chase it, you'd need a grand divine ability. But those techniques consume an insane amount of power. You can't even use one without a seriously high cultivation level. He glanced back at the kneeling monks. These bald-headed bastards. We can't let them go. Lock them up. Duan Hong frowned slowly, walking towards them. Lock them up. Isn't that letting them off way too easy? The monks were terrified. What do you mean? Obviously, we have to pull the weeds by the roots. Eliminate the problem for good. After saying just that, he took action. Duan Hong was merciless, causing the monks to scream, Merciful Buddha, please don't kill me. Benefactor, put down your weapon. I'll be your horse. Okay? Huh. Ji Mo Tianji, already some distance away, heard the screams. He wasn't surprised. The fury of the Moshizong, after being tortured by the Sanskrit dream soul technique, was bound to be taken out on these monks. Zhang Aijian watched Ji Mo Tianji's mount fly away deep in thought. This doesn't add up. His cultivation is clearly at the mid-stage of qi condensation. So how can he be a Buddhist master? Should I keep following him? What if he turns me to dust with one punch? But then again, he's a high-ranking Buddhist monk, so he probably wouldn't break the precept against killing so easily, right? Yeah, the old master seems righteous enough. It should be fine. Thinking this, he flew after them, but ultimately, by the time he reached the gates of Runan City, there was no sign of them. Gone that fast. Back at the inn, the manager was on his knees, sobbing at the sight of Lord Ji Mo Tianji. You're finally back. If you hadn't returned, this humble servant might have lost his head. What are you talking about? Ji Mo Tianji had just gotten back, and there was already trouble. He frowned instantly. The manager explained, That fiend said you're from the palace, and that this humble one committed a grave sin by offending you earlier. Shi Yini entered, carrying Zhao Yue and knocking over furniture as she went. Ji Mo Tianji said calmly, It's all right. Go to your room first. Yes. Ji Mo Tianji then asked, And the matter of finding the culprit. The manager trembled and said, My lord, how could you discuss such an important matter with someone as lowly as me? I truly know nothing. Ji Mo Tianji didn't press the matter. He knew that after the altar incident, he could rule out Jiang Aijian and the sword fanatic Chen Wenjie. The one who tangled with the Youming Jiao expert definitely wasn't him. So that only left 2 people. The 2 disciples, Sword Devil Wu Shangrong and Zonglua Changgang. Zonglua Changgang is in the south of Daiyan, so even if he wanted to come here, it would take way too long, which doesn't add up. Ji Mo Tianji looked at where Zhuoping died and clicked his tongue. Yesterday, his second disciple, Sword Devil Wu Shangrong, was only a dozen or so meters away from him. Master, Shi Yini suddenly called out, Senior sister is awake. Ji Mo Tianji stepped into the room. Wicked disciple, you're a real good disciple of mine. Before him, Zhao Yue was kneeling on the ground. Her loyalty had increased by 10%, her face filled with remorse. Master, this disciple knows her crime. This disciple knows her crime. Ji Mo Tianji sat down coolly. That's enough. Who captured you? This disciple only knows it was an expert from the Youming Jiao, his cultivation. His cultivation is extremely high, almost on par with Master's. No, Zhao Yue stammered. He's still a bit weaker than you, Master. Ji Mo Tianji poured some water, lost in thought. There are three true masters in the Youming Jiao. One is the sect master Mo Chi, who is rumored to have a seven-leaf, nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivation. The second is the great elder Pan Litian, who is said to have gone into seclusion long ago, and no one knows where he went. Some say Pan Litian's cultivation is higher than the sect masters, but there's no way to confirm if that's true. The third is the second elder Yu Hongyi, the strongest female cultivator in the Youming Jiao. He said, Zhao Yue, as I've told you before, betraying the sect is absolutely unforgivable. Do you remember that? Zhao Yue bowed her head repeatedly. Master, I've been wronged. I had absolutely no intention of betraying you. That day after I finished my mission, I wanted to go home to pay my respects to my parents, and on the way, I ran into an expert from the Youming Jiao. Ji Mo Tian Ji slammed his cup on the table. You dare lie to my face. Seeing his reaction, Zhao Yue turned pale and explained, I went to the Yanyue Gong and junior sister Tiangxin wanted to harm you, master, but I refused to go along with it. It's true I was going home. It's just, seeing her falter, Ji Mo Tian Ji cut in impatiently. You were swayed. Xiao Yu's face drained of all color. In fear she could only kneel and say, This disciple knows her crime. I shouldn't have been so gullible and listened to Ye Tiangxin's slander. If you hadn't harbored treacherous thoughts, you wouldn't be in this mess. Ji Mo Tian Ji wasn't wrong. Zhao Yue could only prostrate herself fully, showing how sorry she was. Yet Tiangxin set up a formation at Qingyang Mountain, and I pretended to agree to activate it. Master, you've treated me so well. How could I ever dare to plot against you? That day I chose not to go rather than commit the crime of betraying my master. Everything I'm saying is the truth. If there's even half a lie, I'll accept any punishment. Ji Mo Tian Ji didn't want to hear any more excuses, and asked again, Who sealed your cultivation? Zhao Yue had no way of knowing. I only know that person is from the palace. I never saw their face. Ji Mo Tian Ji got annoyed. The palace? It's one damn thing after another. All of it is connected to the palace. From investigating the Shu family's kidnapping down the mountain, to Prince Gui's mansion, posing as the Shu family's steward, and now a palace expert sealing Zhao Yue's cultivation. The trail is obvious. The palace is paying way too much attention to the Mo Tian Ge. Zhao Yue continued. After I was captured, the Youming Jiao locked me under the first altar. Ji Mo Tian Ji coldly commanded, Raise your head. Zhao Yue obeyed and raised her head. Ji Mo Tian Ji frowned as he inspected her. In the world of Daiyun, there are many cultivation methods with Taoism being the most dominant, followed by Buddhism. Confucianism is no longer as glorious as it once was, and it's very difficult for the other schools to reach higher levels. Witchcraft is one of them. Zhao Yue thought in horror, moreover, most witchcraft is extremely wicked, and its cultivation efficiency is lower than that of Taoist techniques. Over time, witchcraft practitioners were opposed by righteous cultivators, and the art has been in decline ever since. Its practitioners are becoming fewer and fewer. Shi Yini couldn't help but sigh. I can't believe there's a witchcraft expert in the palace. Zhao Yue knew her fate was hanging by a thread, so she hurriedly prostrated herself. Master, please remove this witchcraft from me. Ji Mo Tian Ji frowned. Her loyalty was genuinely rising. He said lightly, As your master, I've said before, that those with treacherous thoughts will not be forgiven easily. This disciple is willing to accept her punishment. Ji Mo Tian Ji turned and walked back inside. I'll handle your punishment myself. Shi Yini send a message to your senior brother to bring Zhao Yue back to be dealt with personally. Yes. Shi Yini bowed to her master and respectfully saw him off. Afterward, she quickly helped her senior sister to her feet. I know you're not like Ye Tiangxin's senior sister. Even so, I still messed up, Zhao Yue said sadly. If Master hadn't brought me back from the sacred altar, I'm afraid. Hearing this, Shi Yini excitedly recounted. It's okay, senior sister. You have no idea how Master flexed his divine power at the sacred altar. All those so-called righteous sects and demonic sects. They all knelt before him. Zhao Yue was a bit surprised. Little junior sister, you were there too. At that point, Shi Yini, forgetting that she had accidentally dozed off, added, but there were still a bunch of slippery characters buzzing around and causing a scene. So damn annoying. Oh, my little junior sister really is the best to me. Inside, a soldier's face lit up as if he'd struck gold upon seeing Ji Mo Tian Ji. My lord, this subordinate has finally found you. You were looking for me. The man knelt on the ground. This humble one received orders from above inviting your lordship to the general's mansion for a trip to Runan City. Ji Mo Tian Ji casually walked into the room, shut the door, and said, I'm busy. Outside, the man was still persistent. How can that be? For your lordship to go see the general. Wouldn't that be a breach of protocol? Realizing his mistake, he quickly tried to salvage the situation. This humble one was wrong. How could this humble one dare make your lordship undertake such a difficult journey? Ji Mo Tian Ji sneered, unconcerned with worldly matters. Clearly news of the royal token had reached the general's mansion in Runan City. In another half a day, the palace would probably know as well. So would the expert who attacked Zhao Yue dare to show their face. He brought up the system panel and saw he had over 4,000 merit points. Name Lu Zhou. Race human. Cultivation sense. Condensation realm. Chi refining and spirit transformation. Merit points 4,490. Dharma body 3 flowers at the pinnacle. Remaining lifespan 5,804. Days. Items. Critical strike card times 2. Invincibility card times 2. Deadly block. Card times 7. Passives. Bizabian. Weapon unnamed purified. Owner. Yetiangxin requires refinement before it can be used. Cultivation method. 3 scrolls of heavenly writing. Ji Mo Tian Ji frowned, thinking. He had been so focused on the fight. Before that, he'd apparently ignored the system notifications, not realizing the merit points came from those missions. Among them, 1,000. Merit points were for bringing back Zhao Yue 1,000. Points were for killing the monk. Kong Xuan, another 200, were for disciplining Zhao Yue, and the rest came from Bian for clearing out the cultivators who blocked the path. He suddenly felt pretty smug. Bian could also earn him merit points, which was an unexpected bonus. He still needed over 500 more points to be able to buy the 4 symbols, traverse, dharma, body. Moreover, dealing with that monk Kong Xuan had cost him 1 invincibility card and 1 critical strike card. Without the mission reward, it would have been a net loss. Luckily, he hadn't used too many item cards. If the target had been a bit stronger, it wouldn't have been very effective. By that logic, even though the item cards were overpowered, he couldn't just use them recklessly. He still had 2 critical strike cards and 2 invincibility cards left. He had to be more sparing with them. When the dream-inducing Brahma sound attacked, the heavenly writing had nullified all the negative effects of the Brahma sound. Ji Mo Tian Ji suddenly realized, could this be the power of the extraordinary, just as the heavenly writing described? So he tried to circulate his energy, tried to mobilize it, but unfortunately, all he could mobilize was the primal key in his body, the same energy all cultivators use. How was he supposed to use this so-called extraordinary power? He had no clue where to even begin. To be able to dispel the collective chant of the dream-inducing Brahma sound, without even realizing it, this extraordinary ability was definitely not some ordinary power. Merit points, or the heavenly writing which to focus on? Or should he save up for another big push? The pressure was on, and he didn't dare risk it. His current cultivation realm was too low. His physical body needed to be strong enough to handle a higher realm. He had to focus on quickly raising his cultivation level, improving his Dharma body, and strengthening his overall power. No matter how overpowered the item cards were, they were ultimately just an external force. To become truly strong, he had to rely on his own power. He entered a state of comprehension. Dusk fell. Hey, big dog, your mom's calling you for dinner. Immediately after, from outside Ji Mo Tian Ji's room, a soldier's respectful voice called out. Sir General Zhao requests an audience. What is it? Another man in armor, with a more commanding presence, replied. Zhao Sok of New Nam. City wishes to speak with the old master. I wonder if he is available. Just as he finished, Shiyini stepped out from inside and kicked at the other guy, then bluntly snapped, He's not available. You are. Shiyini was clearly an expert at getting rid of visitors. My grandpa's tired. You can't just see him whenever you feel like it. Miss the soldier quickly stepped up to explain, This is General Zhao of New Nam City. Shiyini frowned, looking dismissive. I don't care if he's General Zhao, General Li, or General Wang. I couldn't care less. In the middle of the argument, a voice echoed from inside. Let him in. Yes, sir. Inside the room, Zhao Sok spoke respectfully. Zhao Sok of New Nam City pays his respects to the old master. Old master, please forgive my previous offenses. Ji Mo Tian Ji sounded impatient, schooling him on how to speak. Get to the point. The man started to explain. I've heard that the royal gold medallion is in your possession. Old master. Many years ago, that medallion was personally managed by His Majesty. It could command the capital's imperial guards, and seeing it was like seeing His Majesty himself. Later, it was lost. Ji Mo Tian Ji lost his patience, and had to repeat himself for a second time. I'll say it again. Get to the point. The man maintained his respectful demeanor and continued, in that case, I Zhao will be blunt. Please hand over the gold medallion. You want the gold medallion? The man was a bit wary, replying, Of course, I Zhao wouldn't have the guts. For you to have controlled the royal gold medallion for so many years, you must be an extraordinary figure. I Zhao, I'm acting on behalf of a major figure in the palace. Ji Mo Tian Ji replied coolly. If he wants the gold medallion from me, tell him to come get it himself. Zhao Sok sounded aggrieved. Old master, why must you be this way? I can guess that your cultivation is extraordinary, but because of this gold medallion, you'll end up offending a figure in the palace. Ji Mo Tian Ji just calmly stroked his beard, an action that gave the other man false hope. But a second later, that hope was shattered by a cold command. Show our guest out. Shi Yini immediately pointed to the door and shouted, Get lost. This girl is so hot-tempered, nothing like her grandfather. So unreasonable. Zhao Sok secretly glanced at Hua Wudao, thinking to himself, Wait, that old master's temper is pretty strange too. Just then, Ji Mo Tianji asked from inside the room, Whose soldiers are these? Suddenly a voice answered from outside the door. They're from the palace, too, of course. It was Zhang Aijun wearing a friendly smile. Old senior, we meet again. The sword fanatic, who cherished his sword as his own life, Zhang Aijian. I can't believe this guy actually escaped the wide-range attack of the Fan Yin Rumeng, and even found his way here. He's as persistent as a leech, but also quite interesting. Not a simple man at all. Zhang Aijian smiled and waved at the soldier. Greetings, General Zhao. He walked up to Ji Mo Tianji and introduced himself. Aijian pays his respects to the great master. Shi Yini, who hated shameless guys like him. The most retorted sarcastically, You're pretty thick-skinned. To her surprise, Zhang Aijian casually replied, Well, it's hard to live a long life if you're thin-skinned. Hey brother, what did you just call the old Master General Chao? Approached frowning at Zhang Aijian, but the man was like a ballet dancer. Gracefully dodging, I dodge. I dodge. Then said General Zhao, It's pretty embarrassing to be grabbing and pulling like this. He inwardly snickered. This general seems a bit slow, but there's no need to make an enemy of him. I'll just spell it out. With that thought, he called out, Great Master, what's the matter? General Zhao was confused for a moment. Great Master, from the way you're dressed, you're a government man. You've been talking to the Great Master for this long, and you don't know that the Great Master is a high-ranking Buddhist monk. Zhang Aijian shot him a judgmental look. Ji Mo Tianji finally spoke up. Zhang Aijin, I was just about to ask you about this. Please ask Great Master. If I, Zhang Aijian, know anything, I'll tell you everything. Behind him, General Zhao's subordinate was whispering an explanation. After a moment of whispering, it finally dawned on him. So he's a high-ranking Buddhist monk. I was blind. Great Master, please forgive me. You single-handedly resolved the crisis at the sacred altar and defeated Kong Xuan of Dakong Temple. I am truly grateful. The sacred altar was supposed to be a grand ceremony to ease conflicts, so I didn't pay it much mind. Looking back now, it's actually quite frightening. So many masters showed up for such a small ceremony. Ji Mo Tianji clicked his tongue and sighed softly. This is just great. The misunderstanding about my identity is getting worse. He glanced at Zhang Aijian, thinking to himself, You're a real smooth operator. Zhang Aijian returned the gesture with a flourish. Just trying to stay alive. You flatter me, great master. Ji Mo Tianji got straight to the point. Is Zhiping also from the palace? Zhang Aijian nodded and nudged General Zhao with his elbow. Right. The same went for General Zhao. At his rank, he would have had some contact with figures from the palace. Right. The general frowned, roaring internally. Damn it, you want me to confirm intel on a traitor? He pursed his lips. He replied, To be precise, Zhiping takes orders from a major figure in the palace. After confirming this, Ji Mo Tianji once again fell into deep thought. Whether it was true or not didn't matter anymore. What was certain was that someone in the palace was working against the Mo Tiange and consort Yu from the western regions was the most suspicious. It was also possible someone was using this to sow discord, but it was too early to dwell on these things. The imperial palace had countless masters. They wouldn't get involved so hastily, just because of a single witchcraft curse. Before that, I need to figure out how to accumulate merit points to raise my cultivation level. He spoke again. Zhang Aijian, you cultivate the Daodan art. Great master, you are truly knowledgeable. I am impressed. Suddenly, a soldier ran in from outside, reporting loudly. Urgent report. General Zhao, a message from the east. The fourth villain of Motiange has left Jindingshan and is heading to Yuzhou. General Zhao frowned and turned to yell. Useless making such a racket over a matter this big. Hearing this news, Zhang Aijian wasn't scared in the slightest. It was as if he had already guessed it. The fourth villain of Motiange is named Ming Shiyin. He's a cunning petty guy who's always flip-flopping and can't be trusted. He said, rubbing his chin. The ninth disciple, on the other hand, is incredible. He was the last to join, but his cultivation has progressed the fastest. He's a monstrous cultivation genius, but it's a pity that Shi standing nearby, immediately asked with interest. A pity what spit it out. Zhang Aijin continued his naive and frank judgment, completely unaware of the disaster that was about to befall him. Man, this little girl is too young and reckless. She doesn't know when to stop. Her personality is totally weird. It's a damn shame she joined Mo Tiange. She's going to become a major demon lord and wreck the world. The second Shi heard that she rolled up her sleeves, ready to give this dude a near-death experience, which totally freaked out Zhang Aijian. Whoa. Yo, little girl, what do you think you're doing? Knock it off. Ji Mo Tian Ji said softly. That's enough. Getting shut down, Shi pouted and gave the guy some serious side-eye. General Zhao walked up to Ji Mo Tian Ji. The moment a demon from Mo Tian Ge leaves the mountain, they're definitely up to no good. I'm gonna go warn the righteous sect, and stop that fiend. The guy behind him stammered, General, that demon has been kidnapping tons of girls. Oh, on his way through Qingzhou. General Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God it was in Qingzhou and not Runan City. But what are we gonna do if he shows up here? He rushed outside. Crap, I've got other stuff to deal with. I'm out of here. Ji Mo Tian Ji frowned. Ming Xian hasn't really been up to anything lately. Did he really do something that messed up for no reason? System killed a horse bandit, gained merit points. Killed a horse bandit, gained 10 merit points. Hearing the notification, Ji Mo Tian Ji was a little surprised. Horse bandits aren't women, are they? Zhang Aijian stepped up to stop General Zhao. General Zhao, hold up. What's the big hurry? Zhang Aijian said, all chill and relaxed. The fourth demon of Mo Tiange is obviously targeting Lu Zhou. He's probably heading for Runan City. General Zhao was suspicious. How do you know that? Zhang Aijian replied coolly. The saintess of the Shengdian sacred altar is the fifth disciple of Mo Tiange. One of their own got snatched, so you can bet the old demon lord sent someone to look into it. General Zhao said, that fourth demon's cultivation is insane. Last time he showed up, he was already at the half-step nascent divinity tribulation realm. So much time has passed. He's definitely reached the 100 tribulations insight Dharmakaya cultivation by now. Who the hell can stop him? The dude's logic was airtight, leaving General Zhao speechless and just clicking his tongue. It was just one bad thing after another. Then Jiang Aijian offered a suggestion. He pointed to Ji Mo Tian Ji. You've got a Buddhist grandmaster right here. Why aren't you begging him for help? You'd rather look for someone far away, than get help from the palace. Hearing that, General Zhao got all excited and nodded. Dude, you've totally opened my eyes. Please, Grandmaster, take down that demon, help our Runan city, and bless its people. Ji Mo Tian Ji stroked his beard, thinking, am I seriously supposed to play the hero? And punish my own student, besides Ming Xian, was just killing horse bandits, not kidnapping women. After all this time, Xian had finally learned to pay attention. Didn't Master used to hate stroking his beard? Why is he always doing it now? General Zhao clasped his hands and said, Grandmaster, please help us. I have my own plans. Yini, show them out. Ji Mo Tian Ji didn't agree immediately. That's just how Shi Yini was always quick on the uptake. Go on, get out by. Ji Mo Tian Ji sat there thinking. You could tell the world was totally biased against Mo Tiange, thinking everything they did was evil. Zhang Aijian paced around, calling, Grandmaster, Grandmaster. Shi Yini rolled up her sleeves. It's your turn, come here. Ji Mo Tian Ji called out to Zhang Aijian from his seat. Zhang Aijian just kept on smiling brightly. I knew you weren't some distant, unapproachable guy. I live up on the mountain all year, totally cut off from the world. If you're willing to be my eyes and ears, I'll make it worth your while. Ji Mo Tian Ji said, with a kind of forced smile, thinking to himself, gotta try and look friendly. Don't want to scare this dude away. Yes. Hearing that, Jiang Aijian started sweating buckets. Grandmaster, you're joking, right? You're a Buddhist. Grandmaster, why would you need a guy like me to be your eyes and ears? Ji Mo Tian Ji was losing his patience. So is that a no? Zhang Aijian froze, staring at him. It felt like if he refused, he'd be screwed for life. He said again, Grandmaster, with your status and all you'd have to pay me, right? You can't just expect me to work for nothing. Ji Mo Tian Ji gave this dude a look. He thought back, I remember there are a ton of swords in the Mo Tiange's secret room. I haven't really checked them out properly, but they seemed pretty sick. So he asked, you into swords? Huh. Ji Mo Tian Ji explained casually. Forget it. My other sword already has an owner. But if you become my eyes and ears, I'll hook you up with a good one. How good are we talking? Zhang Aijian asked. It's on par with the twin heroic swords. Deal? Zhang Aijian shot him an enthusiastic thumbs up. This generation has a ton of good swords, some with unique designs, all sorts of patterns, and covering every grade. Heaven-grade weapons are always treasures you can only dream of. After gathering 10 pieces of intel on Ji Mo Tian Ji, he frowned, thinking this was his specialty. So what's the big deal? Nothing hard about it. Zhang Aijin asked curiously. Master, where'd you put that girl from? Before Ji Mo Tian Ji shot him a look. Get lost. Scram. Shiyini also rolled up her sleeves, ready to go. Hey on it. Scramming now. Zhang Aijin quickly got out of there. Walking through the crowd, he started thinking, and suddenly a question popped into his head. How long do I have to do this for? It seems like there's no set time. What if it's for my whole life? Crap, I think I got scammed. Is it too late to go back and argue about it? Inside, Shiyini pouted and said, that guy's got some thick skin. Ji Mo Tian Ji, lying on the bed, said flatly, he's useful. Your disciple will take her leave. After that, Shiyini left. Only then did Ji Mo Tian Ji have a chance to open the system interface. There were no changes in the avatar column. Only the 4 symbols. Traverse was unlocked as before. In the path of cultivation realms, besides comprehending the heavenly scriptures, you can only advance step by step. There's no way to skip levels. He pressed another button in the system to see if any weapons or techniques were unlocked. A weapon and a technique appeared still red like before. Maybe his cultivation is too low, and it's not time to use these skills and weapons yet, which makes sense. Ji Mo Tian Ji took on his villainous disciples when he was at his peak, but he had to be careful not to walk down the same path again. Wait a minute. Ji Mo Tian Ji's cultivation dropped, and he eventually died because his lifespan reached its limit. With this reversal ability, that problem shouldn't exist anymore. So of course, he won't make the same mistake. The question is, what would happen if he just kept using the reversal cards forever? The more Ji Mo Tian Ji thought about it, the more he clicked his tongue. Reverting back to the womb was basically a death sentence. Instead of that, it's better not to use the reversal cards at all. Use 1 card for every year older you get. Doesn't that mean you can live forever? This logic seems flawless. He opened the Heavenly Scripture Comprehension interface again. On the morning of the second day, a rooster's crow echoed. Cock-a-doodle-doo, Ji Mo Tian Ji was sleeping soundly when a disturbance came from outside. Great Master, I beg you to help us. That fiend from Mo Tian-ge has come to Runan City and is now terrorizing the people. Ji Mo Tian Ji opened his eyes calmly. Just let him be. He won't do anything evil. But the voice from outside continued. Master, that fiend is tyrannical and vicious. He's committed all sorts of evil deeds. That fiend entered the city early this morning and even hung 2 human heads on the city gates, scaring the people so much they don't dare to come and go. This fiend's cultivation is extremely high. Ordinary people can't compare to his speed and avatar. Right now in all of Runan City, I'm afraid only you, Master, can suppress him. Master, I beg you to take action. On behalf of the people of Runan City, I implore you, Master. Then another voice echoed from outside. Baldy, what are you screaming about at my master's door? So early in the morning, I'll rip your head off. You believe me or not? Ji Mo Tian Ji stepped out and opened the door. As he spoke, he caught a glimpse of his villainous disciple, Zhao Yue. She and Shi Yini spoke up, Master. The soldier clasped his hands. Great Master. Why is it that when Shi Yini opens her mouth, it's always something shocking? Yes, let me wipe them all out, Ji Mo Tian Ji said, leisurely. But first, we have to get breakfast. The soldier could only stand and wait. The master is willing to help. Yesterday, after returning to his residence, he heard his subordinate's detailed report about the sacred altar incident from start to finish. This master broke the Great Void Temple's Fan Yin Ru Meng and defeated the monk Kong Xuan, and subdued that female fiend, making the 6 prefectures respect him and not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Lin Jia sent word that the token was being held by a high-ranking Buddhist monk, and he had reported it to a big shot in the palace. If I want to get the token back, my hands are tied. He glanced over at Zhao Yue, who was eating breakfast, and thought to himself, this woman with the red lotus mark on her forehead must be the female fiend from Mo Tian-ge, right? The master's cultivation is profound with him here. How dare the 4 great fiends of Mo Tian-ge come here? This time, everything's settled. After that, Ji Mo Tian Ji, ever the opportunist, finished his meal and paid the bill. Zhang Aijian, who was eating at the next table, also spoke up. General Zhao, return my table for me while you're at it. Then he hurried over to Ji Mo Tian Ji. Grandmaster, I'm going with you. The general frowned. Hey buddy, we're going to capture a demonic master. Aren't you scared? Zhang Aijian, on the other hand, was pretty chill. Scared, I'm scared to death. But with the grandmaster here, I'm not worried at all. When the general went to pay, the owner counted for a bit and said it wasn't enough. Give me a discount. Meanwhile, Ji Mo Tian Ji asked, any new information? Someone from the palace came. Zhang Aijian whispered, just loud enough for the 2 of them to hear. Seeing that everyone had boarded the carriage, the general rushed over. Wait for me. Sitting inside, Zhang Aijian started to explain. The sacred altar has someone from the palace pulling the strings. Grandmaster, you've messed up their plans, so you'll definitely face some resentment. It's just that your cultivation is so profound. They wouldn't dare make a move on a high ranking Buddhist monk, no matter what. The general was just getting settled, making a little room for the master and his two disciples. And they all nodded after hearing Zhang Aijian. Zhang Aijian then said fiercely, "The fourth disciple of the Mo Tian Gaming Shiyin cultivates the Greenwood Heart Sutra, and that technique is extremely difficult. It's very hard to counter him at the same level. Grandmaster, when you see him later, absolutely do not hold back. Take him down in one move and don't give him any chance to escape." Ji Mo Tian Ji frowned, puzzled. "You seem to know a lot about the Mo Tian Ge." Jiang Aijian took the opportunity to brag. "To be honest with you, Grandmaster, when Ji Mo Tian Ji was surrounded by the 10 great masters, I was there. That fight was truly one of a kind. 10 great masters, half of them were at the 6-leaf avatar stage, and the other half were at the 7-leaf avatar stage. And yet they still couldn't take down Ji Mo Tian Ji, who was an 8-leaf avatar." Hearing this, Ji Mo Tian Ji nodded. He had memories of that time, but he never expected Zhang Aijian to have witnessed it firsthand. Zhang Aijian continued, "That battle raged on for 3 days and 3 nights, and in the end, they barely managed to injure that old geezer, Ji Mo Tian Ji. To this day, I still don't get it 1 month after the 10 great masters besieged Jindingshan. How did they fail?" Ji Mo Tian Ji was puzzled again. "You're really scared of him." Jiang Aijian nodded. A cowardly look appeared on his face. "Ever since I saw that fight with my own eyes, I swore to stay as far away as possible from people like that. It's just too terrifying. How can such a terrifying person even exist? Maybe that demonic master is here. I've already contacted the Divine Court Realm cultivators in the cultivation world. To search together, we'll definitely catch him soon." General Zhao seemed really hyped for this operation. Ji Mo Tian Ji walked over. The dead man was a horse thief. The other guy didn't seem to care. "That's not important. As long as we can catch that demonic master, any price is worth paying." From behind the soldiers, brought over a sword. "General, your great sword of justice." Ji Mo Tian Ji propped up his chin and frowned, realizing any explanation would be pointless. Suddenly, the lightning-fast figure of Ming Xiyin appeared in the sky. "Ha ha ha, you think you can catch me with just you losers? Dream on." The moment Zhang Aijian heard his voice, he scrambled to get away. "Demonic Master of Mo Tian Ge, get away." Ji Mo Tian Ji grabbed his collar to stop him from leaving. "I thought you said you weren't scared." Yeah, not scared." With Master holding down the fort, "I'm not that scared. It's just that I usually prefer to watch from the shadows. This is my first time being out in the open like this." The soldiers' shouts echoed from the sky. "The demonic master is here." Ming Xian was like an eagle, playfully soaring through the air as the soldiers gave chase. Come on, chase me." General Zhao frantically drew his sword. "Grandmaster, the safety of the people of Runan City is in your hands." Seeing his sword, Zhang Aijian complimented him. "General Zhao, nice sword." Up in the sky, Ming Xian was still looking effortlessly cool. "I'm tired of this game. I'm done playing with you all." Everyone was shocked. "We can't keep up the nascent divinity. Tribulation Realm is too fast." Zhang Aijian's eyes went wide too. "Even for an early stage nascent divinity. Tribulation Realm, Master, the aura he gives off, coming from the Motian Ge, feels much stronger." General Zhao flew up shouting a threat. "You damn thief from the Motian Ge. Prepare to die." General Zhao, nice sword. General Zhao was no slouch either, unleashing his strongest, righteous attack. One sword towards the west. As he spoke, he launched the sword straight up at Ming Xian, but Ming Xian simply blocked it with one hand and shattered the blade. "A cheap trick like this won't work on me." As he looked down, he suddenly noticed something. Why does that old man look so much like Master? This is bad. He immediately scrambled down. Zhang Aijian was terrified, trembling, as he grabbed Ji Mo Tian Ji's sleeve. "The demon is coming down. Great Master, great Master." Ji Mo Tian Ji, on the other hand, calmly stroked his beard, making Zhang Aijian's eyes widen. How can he be so calm? Ji Mo Tian Ji was very confident. It was one thing if his other disciples didn't recognize him. After all, the reversal card had changed his appearance quite a bit. But how could Ming Xian possibly mistake him? Ming Xian bowed his head and kowtowed, saying, "Disciple greets master." "Rise," Ji Mo Tian Ji said with an indifferent nod. Zhang Aijian froze, trembling, as he glanced at Shi Yini, who was clutching his sleeve. "Is it still too late to run?" "Master, should I kill that person?" Ming Xian said with a sinister smile, looking at General Zhao. As for General Zhao, he stammered, that this. Ji Mo Tian Ji sighed. This kid is so eager to kill, so he reminded him, don't make a scene. Master's teachings are correct. Ji Mo Tian Ji frowned at Ming Xian. I heard you've been kidnapping innocent young women, is that true? As soon as Ming Xian was questioned, he immediately dropped to his knees. Disciple has been wronged. It was the horse thieves who kidnapped them, and your disciple just happened to be passing by and saved them. Your disciple was carrying out justice on behalf of the heavens, upholding righteousness. Not only did your disciple not do anything bad, I even did a good deed. The people around looked in horror at the demon from Mo Tiange. So evil only a ghost would believe he'd do a good deed. Ming Xian rarely ever did good deeds, so he desperately tried to explain himself after being accused like this. If Master doesn't believe me, you can investigate. The truth will come out immediately. Get up, Ji Mo Tian Ji gestured. Whether you did a good deed or not, I don't care. Just don't cause trouble and stir up storms everywhere like you used to. Your powerful master won't always be around to clean up your messes. He then turned to look at General Zhao. Let's end it here. What do you think? At that moment, a few people flew over. General Zhao, you've come at the right time. What about that eminent Buddhist monk? General Zhao only said one word, yeah. Ming Xian grinned sinisterly at the crowd surrounding him. Master, these people don't know what's good for them. Allow your disciple to teach them a lesson. You guys get over here. Ji Mo Tian Ji reminded him. Just punish them lightly, as long as you don't spill blood everywhere. And just like that, you could imagine the terrifying things happening just by listening to the sounds. You guys get over here. What are you trying to do? Good and evil can never coexist. Don't touch me. Hey, help. I'm gonna scream. Don't. You guys get over here. Taking this opportunity. Zhang Aijin tried to scramble away, but a voice from behind said, don't worry, and a hand on his shoulder made him tremble. Great master. No Senior Ji. Can I take back my promise? Ji Mo Tian Ji beamed. Is this old man that scary? Zhang Aijian stammered. No, not at all. Ji Mo Tian Ji put a hand on his shoulder. This old man has always valued promises, just as this old man hates people who break their word the most. Zhang Aijin questioned in horror. But you didn't tell me who you were. Ji Mo Tian Ji raised an eyebrow. Did you ask? Zhang Aijian trembled, crying internally as he tried to remember. It seems he really didn't ask, he was trapped. Oh, what terrible luck. How could he have carelessly boarded a pirate ship, even if he escaped now? The thought of them missing him every day in the future was unbearable. Ming Xian flew over Master. Ji Mo Tian Ji nodded, then signaled to bring Zhao Yue back, capturing her with a single move. Ming Xian glanced at his junior sister. Disciple obeys. He quickly recognized it as witchcraft again. Shiini quickly explained, Senior brother, fifth senior sister's cultivation has been sealed. If Master hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid. Zhang Aijian sighed softly. So all this time it was just the big boss saving the little one, but punishing the demoness. I was overthinking it. Ji Mo Tian Ji snapped his fingers. Snap! And Bai Ze immediately appeared, so dazzling that Zhang Aijian had to squint in amazement. Using two types of legendary mounts, he's truly worthy of being the master of Mo Tiange, worthy of being the #1 demon who rampages across the world. Ming Xian ran over excitedly. A divine beast, master. Do you want me to ride Bai Ze back? Ji Mo Tian Ji nodded. Go ahead. Thank you, master. Then they both climbed onto Bai Ze. Xiao Yu said shyly, Disciple knows I have sinned and will reflect on my wrongdoings upon returning to Jin Dingshan. Meanwhile, Ming Xian was completely fascinated with Bai Ze. As she watched them leave, Shiini asked, Master, where are we headed? I still have important business to take care of. Ji Mo Tian Ji replied, glancing at the young man next to him, which made Zhang Aijian flash a forced smile. Shiini nodded. Oh, Ji Mo Tian Ji frowned slightly. What a shame. Shiini asked innocently. Master, what's a shame? Ji Mo Tian Ji watched Zhang Aijian fly up, looking all around, scouting the area, and said, That guy is sharp and cautious too. If he's not following us, then where would he be? Zhang Aijian landed back on the ground. Old senior, are you saying someone from the palace is following us? Ji Mo Tian Ji replied nonchalantly. It's just a guess. Zhang Aijian smiled innocently again and said, What are you trying to say? Ji Mo Tian Ji said slowly. Why can't this Zhang Aijian just admit it? Looking awkward, Zhang Aijian scratched his head and said, Old senior Ji, what are you talking about? I don't get it. Ji Mo Tian Ji stated bluntly. You're from the palace. Zhang Aijian just laughed it off. How could I possibly be from the palace? Ji Mo Tian Ji said nonchalantly. Zhang Aijian is a sharp one. You don't need to spell things out for smart people. He knew what the Great Void Temple monks were up to. He knew about the ceremony, and he was certain Ping was from the palace. Most importantly, when we got in the carriage, he said, "The people from the palace have arrived." What kind of person would know the Qingdan ceremony plans so perfectly? Knowing even the secret palace plots in such detail is enough to show that you've been feeding them information, letting them know everything happening around the fiendess Zhao Yue, which made Ming Xian leave on his Baize while you stayed behind. And so the palace experts never appeared. They obviously figured out who I was without taking any risks, especially after Jiang Aijian found out I was the master of Mo Tiange. He was a total mess. He'd screwed up the palace's plan and he was terrified. All the signs prove it. Jiang Aijian is from the palace. Man, I'm a genius. Shi Yini jumped up and down, happily. Master, you're a genius. Without realizing it, Jiang Aijian sighed. Old Senior Ji, you've got a sharp eye, but you're only half right. I am from the palace, but that was a long time ago. I've been gone for ages. The palace is full of drama. It's no place for a guy like me. In the palace, if you're not fighting each other, you're deceiving each other. Old Senior, do you believe me? In his heart, though, he wasn't so sure. Spilling all this to the old fiend probably won't make him trust me right. I'll be the judge of that. Ji Mo Tian Ji's face was unreadable. Jiang Aijian continued openly. Those ambitious types, I prefer the freedom of the outside world. No strings attached. My friends, though, they prefer staying in the palace, drinking wine, and swapping information in their spare time. Ji Mo Tian Ji frowned thoughtfully. It was all starting to make sense. If Jiang Aijian was just some random cultivator, how could he know the palace's plans like the back of his hand? Jiang Aijian chuckled and went on. Too bad, some of my friends had a change of heart. But it was too late. Some got drunk on power, and others ended up dead. Ji Mo Tian Ji turned away indifferently. Their lives and deaths are none of my business. Jiang Aijian nodded. He didn't disagree. He even approved. It's true. Palace affairs are way more complicated than the outside world. Old Senior, now that you know my identity, can we cancel our previous agreement? Ji Mo Tian Ji and Shi Yini barely glanced at him. What do you think? Jiang Aijian felt helpless. Why did he have to get mixed up with these people? Looks like he was stuck on this pirate ship for good. But if anyone else finds out, my neck might be on the line. Ji Mo Tian Ji was unfazed by this. I don't meddle in such things. As long as you are not an enemy of the Mo Tiange, I won't ask what you're up to. You're from the palace, so you must know a fair bit about the Mo Tiange. You definitely know how the Mo Tiange does things. With no other choice, Jiang Aijian gritted his teeth and agreed. All right, fine. The fine sword the old senior promised. Of course he kept his word, Ji Mo Tian Ji said nonchalantly. Jiang Aijian said loudly, then it's settled. This old man doesn't want to get involved in the palace's affairs, as long as their internal squabbles don't drag Mo Tiange into it. You hear me disobey, and I'll beat you to a pulp. Shi Yini stuck out her tongue and taunted Jiang Aijian. He tried to run and hide, but ended up in her master's hands anyway. Nya, 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 nya. Then the two of them got on their mounts and left. Jiang Aijian sat slumped on the ground, completely shocked that the old senior didn't ask about the palace's business. This is for the best. There's a lot of stuff I wouldn't dare to talk about anyway. Ji Mo Tian Ji sat on his mount, thinking his merit points had accumulated to 5,110. Gaining an informant only added 500 merit points. Still, the cooperation is worth it. It's a win-win. A guy like Jiang Aijian isn't cut out to be my subordinate. As for Shi Yini, her eyes lit up. Master, are we really not going to the divine capital? Ji Mo Tian Ji's face darkened. You little brat, all you think about is having fun? Shi Yini was very curious. Master, that Jiang Aijian guy isn't trustworthy. I know. Shi Yini didn't let up. He's from the palace, working for some big shot. How could he willingly be an informant for you, Master? Struggling with the mount while being constantly questioned was getting on Ji Mo Tian Ji's nerves, and he snapped, You talk too much. Despite that, he was secretly impressed. For little Yini to be able to think about these things was a huge improvement. Meanwhile, at the Fierce Tiger Gang headquarters, Zhu Honggong was squatting on the ground, chin in his hands, wondering, Seventh Senior Brother, your intelligence network spans the entire world, and your information is always reliable. But isn't there something wrong with the news from the sacred altar? How could a high-ranking Buddhist monk just show up? Daikong Temple's Kong Xuan is extremely powerful. A four-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm expert. Could he really have taken Zhao Yue away right in front of both the righteous and demonic paths? No matter how you spin it, I just don't buy it. In contrast to his agitation, the seventh disciple calmly played chess and replied, It wasn't Kong Xuan. Kong Xuan was killed by that high-ranking Buddhist monk. Hearing this, Zhu Honggong jumped to his feet in shock. Kongshuan is dead. How is that possible? The other man maintained his calm tone. Don't worry. My intelligence network is always reliable. But those bald donkeys from Dekong Temple used the reverse sound dream entry technique, making it impossible for anyone to get close. He thought to himself, however, from what my men saw, anyone who can use the great Vajra wheel hand seal must be a high-ranking Buddhist monk. Hearing the seventh's words, the subordinate quickly knelt on the ground and explained, My apologies, sir. I couldn't get any closer. I could only watch from a distance. Zhu Honggong scratched his head, a look of disbelief on his face. Kongshan was killed by one of his own. This whole story sounds a bit ridiculous to me. Suddenly, another subordinate came running in a panic, tripping over a rock in his haste, shouting, Ah, ah, reporting to the sect master sword freak. Chen Wenjie has been killed by the sword devil senior. The seventh disciple replied calmly, I know. The man, his face covered in blood from his injuries, continued, Sect master, I have one more thing to report. Speak. The subordinate reported clearly. The sect master of the Moshe sect Ren Buping has come out of seclusion. Hearing this, the seventh disciple could no longer maintain his composure. He shot to his feet and muttered, He broke through. Seeing the sect master's aura erupt, the man added tremblingly, This subordinate doesn't know if the Moshe sect has made any moves. Not yet. Zhu Honggong was worried about something else. My stone tiger. The seventh disciple ordered, If there's any movement, report back immediately. As you command, after the subordinate left. The seventh disciple sat down lost in thought. In recent years, the Moshe sect has been on high alert, and its power has grown immensely. Experts joining the demonic Moshe sect was like giving a tiger wings. It has long been rumored that the Moshe sect's master Ren Buping was in secluded cultivation, and news would occasionally leak that his cultivation was getting higher and higher, but who knows what's true. The growth of the Moshe sect has also affected the dark web, and even the Youming Jiao. That's why I planted spies there to watch Ren Buping's every move. And it's not just Ren Buping who went into secluded cultivation. Even Dakong Temple's Kong Yuan, the former sect master of Tianjian Men, Luo Xingkong, and the Confucian sect expert Chang Jian, who all participated in the failed siege of Jinding Shan, are all in secluded cultivation, hoping for a breakthrough. But now things are different. A new great practitioner has emerged. If Ren Buping breaks through, what will he do? Continue his expansion, or seek revenge against the Mo Tian Ji? While thinking, he saw that Zhu Honggong was also deep in thought. So he asked, Old Eighth, what's on your mind? I was just wondering if that high-ranking Buddhist monk who used the great Vajra wheel hand seal was here to help Master. Zhu Honggong slowly voiced his thoughts. The seventh disciple analyzed, Master has always looked down on teaming up with others, but things are different now, so it's a real possibility. Besides, it seems like the Mo Tian Ji has some new recruits now. He said this as he walked over and sat down next to his junior brother. Hearing this, Old Eighth was a little surprised. Master took on new disciples again. The seventh disciple's tone was unreadable. Not really disciples, more like just expanding our numbers. Also, the barrier on Jinding Shan has been restored. I'm not sure about the reason. As for everything else, let's just wait until his great tribulation comes, and then we'll see. Zhu Honggong shivered slightly. Expanding our numbers. He suggested, seventh senior brother. What if we go back to the Mo Tian Ji? The seventh disciple just gave him a sidelong glance. He didn't need to say a word to shut his eighth brother up. Zhu Honggong immediately clammed up, thinking to himself, Seventh senior brother, you're scaring the crap out of me, man. At Jinding Shan, inside a secret chamber of the Mo Tian Ji, Ji Mo Tian Ji was checking his system. Merit points, 5,010. This was the haul from the incident at the sacred altar. It wasn't a huge amount of merit points, but 5,000 was just enough to buy the 4 symbols, dominance, dharma body, which could directly level up his cultivation. The problem was, should he blow all his merit points on the dharma body? It didn't really feel worth it. Last time he used 66 luck points to get a reversal card. He could get lucky and hit the jackpot, but with his points stuck at exactly 5,000, he couldn't even afford an extra lottery draw. Besides, Jinding Shan was perfectly safe for now. He could always earn more merit points later, so it was better to play it safe. Upgrading his cultivation was the priority. Item cards were always a gamble anyway. That trip to the sacred altar involved a lot of luck. You don't normally get a chance for a straight-up cultivation showdown like that. With that thought, he went ahead and purchased the 4 symbols dominance dharma body in the system. As soon as he got the new dharma body, Ji Mo Tian Ji could feel his internal primal chi surging like a massive flood. Guided by the new dharma body, it smashed through his Dantian's sea of chi. As his primal chi skyrocketed, it effortlessly shattered the barrier of the mid-stage condensing sense realm. and pushed towards the peak of qi condensation. With that, his Dantian sea of qi was refilled, overflowing with primal qi. A person in this world is basically just a container, and how much primal qi you can hold depends on how much that container can take. The size of your meridians and your Dantian sea of qi are all determined by a cultivator's power. But I'm not some average cultivator. I'm the most powerful demonic master in the world. My Dantian and meridians were forged and tempered ages ago, so when this new primal qi poured in, it was like the Yellow River bursting its dams. Once it started, there was no stopping it. His cultivation began to explode. I get it now. When I first got the system, my cultivation was at the 9th level of body tempering. Body tempering is all about the muscles, bones, and skin stuff that the original Ji Mo Tian Ji had already mastered, so there was no need to train that again. And then there's the 5 apertures: profound opening and qi condensation realms. It's kind of like the 8 meridians of the Brahma Si Qi refining realm, which is all about opening the 8 meridians. Ji Mo Tian Ji had already cleared those ages ago. In other words, how many realms I can level up now just depends on the Dharma body's level and the amount of primal qi I pump into it. There's no way the 8 meridians won't open. With the right Dharma body and enough primal qi, I can reach the 8 meridians of the Brahma Sea. He paused for a bit, then opened the heavenly book again. For some reason, reading the heavenly book always helped him focus, calming his mind and getting rid of distracting thoughts. Meanwhile, in the reflection cave, Zhao Yue cast a worried glance at Ye Tiangxin. Catching her worried look, Ming Xian clarified, "Junior sister Tiangxin's cultivation has been destroyed. She has nothing left. Her body's functions are bound to get weaker, so her ending up like this was expected, you know?" Zhao Yue was horrified. Her cultivation destroyed. The punishment was that severe. She suddenly felt a wave of relief. She was lucky she still had her cultivation. She thought, "I'm not as tough or brave as Ye Tiangxin. If I lost my cultivation, it'd be a death sentence." Ming Xian paced back and forth, lecturing his 2 junior sisters. "Junior sister Zhao Yue, you're already damn lucky to have made it back from Master's clutches, in one piece this time. Master ordered me to lock you 2 in the reflection cave to think about what you've done, so don't go blaming your senior brother for this." Zhao Yue, on the other hand, spoke softly. "I'm grateful to you, senior brother. Why would I blame you? Ye Tiangxin shot her." Senior sister a look, thinking stupid witchcraft. Ming Xian nodded, confirming it was indeed witchcraft. "Junior sister Tiangxin, seems you've learned a thing or two during your years away." Ye Tiangxin just forced a smile. A cultivator's witchcraft control is nearly impossible to break. It's basically the same as having your cultivation crippled. My fate is already sealed. This time it was Zhao Yue who's it going to be next. Zhao Yue said, sorrowfully, "Junior sister, now that it's come to this, why do you still resent Master so much?" Ming Xian frowned, studying junior sister Ye Tiangxin. "Are you really content with living in this cave for the rest of your life?" Ye Tiangxin whispered, but every word dripped with resentment. "In this state, just consider me dead." Suddenly a humming sound came from outside. Ming Xian glanced out, then turned back and said, "So stubborn. You 2 just stay here and repent. I'll come visit you every day." "We'll see you out, senior brother." Ming Xian quickly flew outside, heading toward the source of the sound. Mo Tianga, someone's opening their meridians in Mo Tiange. How could a divine court realm cultivator sneak into Jin Dingshan? You've got some serious nerve. Let's see how I'm going to deal with you. This is the freaking Mo Tiange. How can just anyone waltz in? This is unacceptable. If Master punishes me for this, I'll just have to bear it. Last time the protective barrier of Jin Dingshan shattered, letting that sly bastard Zhu Jifeng find a loophole to ambush Master. I was lucky not to get punished then, but for this to happen now, I don't even need Master's punishment. I'm already pissed at myself. As he flew and thought about this, he ran into Pan Zhong and Zhu Jifeng. He suddenly felt the urge to cuss someone out. "Just wait till I get back. I'll beat you 2 up again." The 2 were completely baffled, fourth mister. "We haven't offended you, have we?" Is there not a single normal person in the entire Motian Gaming Xian zipped over to Shiyini and asked his little junior sister, "Did you see any cultivator break into Motian Gay from over here?" Shiyini shook her head, then praised him excitedly. "Nope. Why? Is your Bluewood Heart technique that awesome?" Senior brother Ming Xian patiently scanned the area. "You really didn't see anything?" "Nope, nothing at all." Shiyini nodded firmly. Ming Xian looked towards the Motianga pavilion and asked, "What about Master Shiyini?" Also looked over and said, "He's resting in the secret chamber." Hearing that, Ming Xian started to go check, but Shiyini stopped him. Senior brother Master said, "We're not allowed to disturb him." Ming Xian put a finger to his lips. "Shh. I'm just going to take a peek. What if a thief snuck in?" And so he scurried to the door of the Motian Gay pavilion. awkwardly peeking inside like he was the thief. Master Ji Mo Tian Ji frowned. A moment ago, there was a burst of aura and primal chi flowed through all 8 meridians. But the strange thing was, even though the original Ji Mo Tian Ji's 8 meridians were already open, they felt significantly weaker. According to the proper cultivation sequence, one should first unblock the Ren and Du meridians and only then unblock the 6 Chong and Dai meridians, the Yang Wei, Yang Chao, and Yin Chao. You need to accumulate enough cultivation base before you can open all 8 meridians. Each time you open one, it requires a powerful breakthrough for your cultivation to rise. It's like digging a drainage ditch too early, only to find you only have a bucket of water's worth of primal ki to fill it. He fell into deep thought contemplating the cultivation sequence. The Ren Du Dai, Yang Wei, Yang Chao, Yin Chao. And Chong meridians, this is completely backward. The avatar's level is too low, restricting the flow of primal chi into the divine court. With 2 meridians, you can cultivate the 5 keys unification, and with 4 the 6 compatible unions. The pinnacle of the 8 meridians is the 7-star soul-turning avatar, but right now, my avatar is only at the 4 symbols manifestation. This major realm spans 3 avatar levels. The power gap between them is night and day. I should just continue reading the heavenly writing. As usual, whenever he focused on reading it, he became completely immersed and couldn't pull himself out, feeling the energy flow from his Dantian's sea of chi through his extraordinary meridians. The energy circulated through all 8 meridians, his mind becoming as calm as still water. Meanwhile, Ming Xian was practically bent over, with his ear to the door, completely convinced that the source of that aura was coming from the secret chamber. Did someone break into Master's secret chamber to steal something? But Master isn't even in there. The door was sealed shut. He couldn't see a thing, his mouth still muttering. Master? Master! Just then a blast of potent chi erupted from within. He was sent flying a good distance, completely shocked. So strong. That primal chi shockwave was way too powerful for his nascent divinity. Tribulation realm, cultivation, and yet he was blown away by a single shockwave. How is that possible? Xian's eyes widened as she watched Ming Xian get blasted away. Fourth senior brother, she saw he was about to crash into the railing. Mo Tiange shouted a reminder. Don't hit the railing, you'll have to pay for it. Hearing that, Ming Xian forced himself to a halt. He cried out as he knelt. This disciple knows his mistake. I suspected an intruder on Jin Dingshan. I begged for Master's forgiveness, but it was silent inside. Ji Mo Tian Ji didn't understand what was going on. Stepping outside to think that sonic wave just now was truly astonishing. He could feel how incredibly powerful it was. But it was definitely not something a cultivator who had just entered the Fanhai realm could produce. Could he be putting on a show? Ming Xian knelt there, thinking Master has always been miraculously powerful. So why hasn't he come out yet? The Master sensed his surroundings. There were no external enemies, no unusual movements. Finally, Ji Mo Tian Ji opened the door and stepped out, his face dark and grim. His eyes fell on the prostrated Ming Xian, who was rambling on. Master is incredibly powerful. This disciple was no match for that sonic wave at all. Shiyini ran over. Master, you're out? Ji Mo Tian Ji spoke forth. Yes. Ji Mo Tian Ji gave him a thumbs up. Not a bad performance. Before Ming Xian could even understand what was happening, Ji Mo Tian Ji added, since you love acting so much, go to the reflection cave and think about what you've done for 3 days. Ming Xian broke out in a cold sweat, feeling completely wronged. This disciple spoke nothing but the truth. I wasn't acting. You dare question me. Ji Mo Tian Ji frowned. Hearing this, the 4th disciple tied himself up and left. I wouldn't dare. This disciple accepts the punishment. I will go to the reflection cave for 3 days. Ji Mo Tian Ji watched him go, originally thinking that this disciplinary action would earn him some merit points, but unexpectedly, there was no notification. The old man pouted, thinking unacceptable. I'll punish him more severely next time. Meanwhile, the 4th disciple went to the reflection cave, thinking sorrowfully. I really thought Master had changed, but it seems I was just overthinking things. Master is as unpredictable as ever. He crawled into the cave, wrapped himself in a blanket, and shivered. He thought for a moment. Not a bad performance. Then he turned to look at Zhao Yue junior sister. Don't blame me for not helping you. Zhao Yue was very understanding. She said, Senior brother, it's already very kind of you to visit. How could I possibly blame you? She then glanced at her junior sister, sitting in a corner inside. I'm just afraid junior sister Tiangxin can't hold on much longer. Ming Xian rushed over, although her cultivation was crippled by Master. Her physical foundation is still there. The reflection cave is freezing, but it's not cold enough to kill her. As soon as he looked, the 4th disciple noticed something unusual. Ye Tiangxin's skin was extremely pale, as white as jade. Her hair was even whiter than the last time he was here. Without cultivation, her bodily functions would weaken, but not to this extent. What's going on? Xiao Yu also asked worriedly. Fourth senior brother, what's wrong with junior? Sister Tiangxin. Ming Xian reached out to check her. I'm not sure, I've never seen a condition like this before. It doesn't look like an injury, nor does it seem like a side effect of losing her cultivation. No matter what, this is definitely not a normal condition. He clicked his tongue. This was really tricky. Her skin had no wrinkles. It was smooth and glossy, looking more and more like white jade. But why is she unconscious? So he scrambled off in a hurry. Junior sister Zhao Yue, take good care of her. I'm going to beg Master for help. Xiao Yu nodded and called after him. Senior brother Junior, Sister Tiangxin committed such a grave crime. What if Master ignores her? Junior sister, Tiangxin's condition is probably not as simple as just having her cultivation crippled. Ming Xian ran outside and ordered the servant girls. This is an emergency. Prepare a stretcher. Fourth master. What do you need a stretcher for? Just do it. Why so many questions? Take my blanket and air it out. I'll come to your room to get it tonight. Ming Xian hurriedly threw off the blanket he was wearing. Meanwhile, over at Ji Mo Tian Ji's place, he and Shi Yini were enjoying the drama, and Ji Mo Tian Ji was still sulking. Just as I thought, that fourth disciple is still not convinced. At that moment, Ming Xian rushed over, knelt down and said, Master, something is terribly wrong with junior sister Tiangxin. He didn't know what his master was thinking. Did he want to torture his junior sister until she wished she were dead, or was he just using this as an opportunity to punish her? If it was the former, then no amount of begging would lead to a good outcome. But if it was the latter, she still had a chance to live. Ming Xian knelt on the ground, not daring to say too much. Unsure of his master's attitude, he didn't dare to plead. Ji Mo Tian Ji then asked, has she thought things through during this time? Hearing this, Ming Xian couldn't help but click his tongue. I often visit junior sister Ye Tiangxin in the repentance. She's way more stubborn than I thought. What's this about seeing things clearly? She has never seen things clearly. So confusing. Ji Mo Tian Ji clenched his fist, searching his mind for any memories related to Ye Tianxin. Too bad there was nothing. He then walked outside. Seeing her master leave, Shi Yini went over to help Ming Xian up. Fourth senior brother, get up quick. The repentance cave is probably as bad as a Yanyue Gong prison. Ming Xian angrily shouted, are you here to cause more trouble? 3 or 4 of you, stay, the rest of you. Get back to what you were doing. Yes, sir. Stepping inside, Zhao Yue was kneeling on the ground. Disciple greets master. Ji Mo Tian Ji paid her no mind, walking past her to Ye Tiangxin's side. Shi Yini was horrified at the sight. Senior sister, what's wrong? But Ji Mo Tian Ji was clearly calm, as if he knew this day would come. Actually, the first time I met Ye Tiangxin, I was even more surprised than I am now. It's just that the situation back then didn't allow me to think too much about it. The first time I met Ye Tiangxin, I just felt she was like a lotus, rising from the mud unstained. More importantly, the system interface showed an unusual notification. Her hatred level had dropped quite a bit. But that's not important. What's important is her race, the Bai Min. Her body is as white as jade, and so is her hair. To put it bluntly, she's from the Bai Min nation. System name Ye Tiangxin. Race Bai Min. Cultivation, nascent divinity, tribulation realm crippled, hatred level 40%. Ji Mo Tian Ji was lost in thought. He had known her identity for a long time, but the missing memories related to Ye Tiangxin meant he could only temporarily lock her in the repentance cave. Ming Xian called out impatiently, Master, don't worry, she won't die. Lock her in the South Pavilion. I want to ask her a few things. Hearing this, Ming Xian obeyed. Yes. Then he quickly ordered people to take her away. Hurry up, take her to the South Pavilion. Zhao Yue. Disciple is here. Zhao Yue, still kneeling, answered, with her head bowed. Ji Mo Tian Ji said flatly, this is the Mo Tian Ge, and it's the only place you can survive. This witchcraft restriction not only seals your cultivation, but it can also reveal your location. Zhao Yue, with a remorseful expression, said, Disciple begs Master to show mercy and remove the witchcraft restriction. Do you think I can remove this restriction? This... Zhao Yue clicked her tongue for a moment, then shook her head slightly. Disciple doesn't know. And so Ji Mo Tian Ji walked out, leaving only one sentence behind. When you figured it out, then you can bring up the witchcraft matter again. The reason was that her loyalty level of around 30% was far from enough. Besides, this was my first time dealing with witchcraft. If it were just killing someone, it would be much easier. One card, one critical hit, and it's over. But removing witchcraft isn't something an item card can solve. Zhao Yue's mind is unstable, so temporarily locking her in the repentance cave is the best option. Shi Yini followed and asked Master, what's wrong with senior sister Tiangxin? At the South Pavilion of Mo Tiange, A worried Duanmu Sheng came running. How is junior sister's condition? Ming Xian said flatly. Not looking good. Hold forth. What the hell happened? Ming Xian sighed softly. I only know that sixth junior sister was brought back by master from Yulongkun, south of the Dutian River in Dayun. She was left on the mountain since she was a child. Hearing this, Pan Zhong said, south of the Dutian River, that's the territory of the Yuntian Sanzong. Shi Yini was the youngest, so of course she didn't understand. Fourth senior brother, senior sister. There are some things I just can't figure out. Ming Xian put a hand to his chin, thinking. All land under heaven belongs to the king. In the past, foreign tribes often appeared near the Dutian River, and cultivators would frequently clash. Not long after Master brought junior sister Tiangxin back, Yulong Kun disappeared. As soon as he heard that, Duanmu Sheng blurted out, could it be Master's doing? A horrified Ming Xian covered his mouth. Shh. A voice immediately came from inside. Have you said enough? Slap each other 30 times, then go to the repentance, cave, and reflect for 3 days. And so the two disciples knelt down at the same time, accepting their punishment. Ming Xian cried inwardly, I'm not afraid of a godlike opponent, just a pig-like teammate. Inside, Ji Mo Tian Ji frowned slightly. After Yi Tiangxin was moved from the repentance cave, her consciousness had recovered a little. But since her cultivation was crippled, her injuries haven't been treated. To have held on until now is truly not easy. He casually denied, I don't have a disciple like you. Ye Tiangxin was indifferent. I deserve this fate. Ji Mo Tian Ji stood up. You damn well deserve it. If you could slaughter all of Yulong Kun, why not just kill me too? Ye Tiangxin asked resentfully. Hearing this, Ji Mo Tian Ji frowned. Strange, I have no memory of this. When Ye Tiangxin said this, it was clearly filled with emotion. Her hatred level was originally only at 40%. Now it has increased a bit. It's clear the key to her hatred lies in those words. He wasn't sure if his past self did it or not, but based on his memories, although Ji Mo Tian Ji was the strongest demonic master in the world, had done many outrageous things, and was strict with his disciples, he hadn't stooped to the level of killing innocent people. It was still that same problem. A part of his lost memory was very important. Thinking about these things now was useless. He could only slowly search for answers. The old man frowned in doubt. You saw it with your own eyes? It's no different from seeing it with my own eyes. Ye Tiangxin said coldly, not even wanting to glance at Ji Mo Tian Ji. Ji Mo Tian Ji, on the other hand, spoke gently. The people who understand me best in this world are the 9 of you. Have I ever tried to hide my actions? Yet Tiangxin was a bit surprised this man considered by the world to be the strongest demonic patriarch, #1 on the blacklist. Did he really need to hide those 2 evil deeds? Ji Mo Tian Ji turned and walked away. Yet Tiangxin, although I won't hide the evil things I've done in the past, it doesn't mean I'll let others sling mud at me. If I find out you deliberately slandered me, bang. Only the sound of a door slamming shut was left, leaving Ye Tiangxin to stare in shock. Finally, she herself began to doubt. On the system for disciplining Ye Tiangxin, he gained 100 merit points. At Mo Tiangge, little Shiyini was massaging Ji Mo Tianji's shoulders, while saying, Master, please don't be angry. If it really comes to it, this disciple will kill that traitor for you. Ji Mo Tianji took a sip of tea and said calmly, Shiyini sent a letter to Zhang Aijian. Disciple will go prepare the brush and paper right away. Ji Mo Tianji ordered him to help investigate the matter of Yulongcun and Du Tianjiang. Investigate quickly and report back quickly. Little Shiyini quickly took out the tools, diligently listening to Tian Dao speak and writing it down. And after finishing the letter, she took it outside, tied it to a bird's neck, and kicked its butt into the sky. Get going. Ji Mo Tianji sat alone, checking the system he had originally planned to continue reading the heavenly writing. Thinking of the scene when Fan Hai opened his 8 meridians earlier, he was confused, not expecting his cultivation to be bound by the avatar. Before, he thought being able to buy the avatar directly was a good thing. After all, there were no bottlenecks. Many cultivators are stuck at a bottleneck their entire lives, unable to break through, but now look at this mess. He didn't have enough merit points to spend only 210. What can I even do with this little bit of merit? He tried the system lottery this time, consuming 50 merit points. Thank you for your patronage, luck value, +1. Ji Mo Tianji frowned, but then saw the system had a conscience. After all, he received the Lao Lung Shu Feng, a binding cage that has a 30% chance to imprison the target when used. The old man drew again. System lottery draw this time, consuming 50 merit points. Thank you for your patronage, luck value, +1. The system really knows how to mess with people. Ji Mo Tianji scowled. Just as I expected, that bad feeling is back again. 3 consecutive draws were all, thank you for your patronage, leaving him with only 10 merit points and an accumulated luck value of 3 points. This is fine too. No need to keep drawing. Lao Lung Shufeng, a 30% binding rate, isn't that a bit too low? It would be pretty embarrassing if the world's #1 Grand Demon Lord failed his move. The system interface continued to comprehend the heavenly writing. Fanhai's 8 meridians were open, but in reality, they weren't truly Fanhai's 8 meridians. What he got was just a ditch with no water. The Xishangzong Hung source had bound the incoming primal chi, and there was no faster way to earn merit points. Then the only way is to continuously comprehend the heavenly writing. At this moment, little Shiyini finished her task outside. Master, the letter has been sent to Zhang Aijian. Ji Mo Tian Ji felt somewhat relieved with Zhang Aijian in charge of the investigation. It probably wouldn't be a big problem. He suddenly thought of giving that kid a good sword, one no weaker than the Shuxiang Fengshuangjian. That wasn't something so easily obtained. The weapon that Wu Ming had swept through last time. The old man glanced at the sword on a nearby table. Huh, a crack? Did Wu Ming cause this? Is the unnamed sword really this powerful? Or was that just a fluke? Here goes. So the old man tested it by striking it again. Perfectly flawless. See, this thing isn't junk. It's a real treasure. It's probably because I broke through so many cultivation realms. The unnamed sword's power has also increased. No matter how weak an 8 meridian divine court realm is, it's still way stronger than the body tempering realm. Ji Mo Tian Ji put it away and casually walked over to check the other items on the weapon rack. They've been sitting here for so long they're covered in dust. He walked around browsing. Ji Mo Tian Ji suddenly caught sight of a long spear. This thing must weigh over 100 pounds. System obtained weapon, Overlord Spear. Recommended owner, Duanmu Sheng. Duanmu Sheng Ji Mo Tian Ji was a bit puzzled. This Overlord Spear is big and heavy, incredibly powerful when swung. An old bag of bones like me is more suited to pointing fingers and running the show. It's really not my style. Compared to the Overlord Spear, I prefer the unnamed. Besides, the unnamed can transform into an even bigger and more powerful weapon. The other items were nothing out of the ordinary. All treasures good swords at a glance. How did this piece of junk even get into the secret chamber? But I don't have time to be picky. I'll have those wretched disciples deal with this some other day. As for Zhang Aijian's sword, that'll have to wait. Whatever time to go cultivate for a bit. The next morning, Shi Yini ran over with a letter. Master, here's the reply from that shameless guy. Read it. Shi Yini playfully cleared her throat. Ahem, ahem, ahem. First, the cultivation world hasn't been able to find anything about the Yulong Kun massacre on the Dutian River. However, the case files in the palace and the local records have some clues. The investigation revealed that the culprit is Ji Mo Tian Ji, which is you. Second, preliminary findings confirm that the evidence was tampered with. Right now, the prime suspect is the He Chi Wei's commander, Fan Tuan. The He Chi Wei reports directly to the emperor and is the power behind the Imperial Guard's dark division. Also, there are 2 other pieces of news. First, Ni Nan from Shaoshuo City has revealed your true identity, but no one believes him. Second, old senior, don't forget my sword, ha ha ha. Ji Mo Tian Ji looked at his little one, who was doing a spot-on impression of Zhang Aijian, and thought with disdain. The first part was respectful enough, but the last part. However, none of that matters. Zhang Aijian really is a talented guy to have figured out where the problem lies so quickly. The old man sat up. The He Chi Wei's Fan Tuan. Shiyini asked, Master, is this person that powerful? I don't seem to remember this character. He's probably just some character with average strength. Ji Mo Tian Ji thought for a moment, then said, Summon old fourth here. Yes. Scene changed to Siguo Keve. Fourth senior brother, come out. Master is calling for you. Yeah, coming. Greetings, Master. Ming Xian quickly arrived before Ji Mo Tian Ji. While sipping tea, Ji Mo Tian Ji announced he had a task for Ming Xian, who immediately pledged to obey. Ji Mo Tian Ji then asked, Do you know the commander of the He Chi Wei Fan Tuan? Ming Xian thought for a moment before replying, Not very familiar. This person seems to be a government official, with little connection to the cultivation world. Ji Mo Tian Ji nonchalantly said while sipping his drink, Inform this person that I, your master, wish to see him. Ming Xian cupped his hands respectfully. Your disciple obeys. With that, he quickly left. I love this kind of path. I just love doing simple missions. And I can even go down the mountain to have some fun. Messenger birds appeared in the sky. This is little Yini's job. Caw, 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 a letter. Shiyini quickly opened the letter. Master, it's another message from Zhang Aijian. Read it, my apologies. I ran out of paper earlier this time. I'm adding more information. Fantuan's original name was Leng Luo, nickname Cold-Faced Yama. 300 years ago, he was #1 on the black roll. Old Senior, you must be quite familiar with this person. This junior won't elaborate further. After reading, Shigini tore the letter to shreds. Where was I 300 years ago? Who am I? That shameless tone really makes you want to beat him up. Ji Mo Tian Ji's brows furrowed slightly. Leng Luo, a familiar figure, flashed through his mind. It's him. Shigini's eyes widened in curiosity. Master, who is this person? Although Jiang Aijian's words were hard to believe right away, Ji Mo Tian Ji remained calm. He analyzed that Jiang Aijian had nothing to gain from this, so there was no reason for him to lie. Where is Old Fourth now? Shigini made a quick swiping motion with her hand, made a whoosh sound, and then explained. Based on Fourth Senior Brother's speed, he's probably already left Lechan. Ji Mo Tian Ji stroked his beard while flipping through distant memories of the name Leng Luo. He was 200 years younger than Ji Mo Tian Ji, but 300 years ago, he was already a notorious demonic master, causing countless atrocities in the cultivation world, famous for his cunning. Wherever he went, he burned, killed, and plundered, stealing treasures and humiliating others. However, this guy had always acted alone, never seen colluding with any faction. With the strength of just one person, he committed countless evil deeds, even escaping the pincer encirclement of thousands of cultivators, surviving spectacularly and firmly holding the #1 spot on the blacklist. Ji Mo Tian Ji had also crossed hands with this guy once, and the result was a draw. Back then, although Ji Mo Tian Ji was older, his cultivation hadn't reached its peak yet. It was only later, when he reached his zenith, that Ji Mo Tian Ji began his own crazy journey, taking in disciples at the Mo Tian Ge on Jindingshan, shaking the world with his fame, and naturally becoming #1 on the blacklist. Since then, Leng Luo vanished without a trace. Several hundred years passed, and his name gradually disappeared from the blacklist, even being forgotten by the world. After all, this world is vast, and anyone who can live past 300 years is a top expert in the cultivation world. Many young people have never even heard of Leng Luo's name. 300 years ago, his realm was already the nascent divinity tribulation realm, with a 6-leaf golden lotus and 100 tribulations inside Avatar. After 300 years, how far has his cultivation progressed? Even if Leng Luo had stagnated and made no progress, he's still not an opponent. That Ming Xian, who just condensed his 100 tribulations inside Avatar, could possibly fight. Somewhere far away, Ming Xian suddenly sneezed repeatedly, for no reason. Ji Mo Tian Ji gave an order. Send a message to Old Fourth. This person is extremely dangerous. Deal with him carefully. Shigini, sitting beside him, carefully wrote down the message. Extremely dangerous, Fourth Senior Brother, run. She looked up again and asked, Master, should we call Fourth Senior Brother back? No need. Ji Mo Tian Ji understood his disciple Ming Xian very well. For better or worse, he's still a nascent divinity. Tribulation realm expert, and after years of torture under Ji Mo Tian Ji, he has developed a slippery personality like a loach. Last time when the experts from the Zhengyi Dao and Tianjin Min besieged Jindingshan, even the third disciple Duamusheng was captured, yet he still managed to escape. Besides, he's only going to notify Leng Luo this time. Even if the opponent sets a trap, catching a famous demonic disciple like Ming Xian would be as hard as reaching for the sky if it weren't for his own leverage over the boy. Along with special item cards, there would truly be no way to catch him. Leng Luo might have broken through to the 7-leaf stage, or maybe even reached the 8-leaf stage, but surpassing the 8-leaf stage is absolutely impossible. Leng Luo is also Fan Tuan, after 300 years. How much more sophisticated have his methods and tricks become? Go on. Shigini obediently took the letter to the messenger bird. One day later in Dongdu, also known as Xiangyuan City, the surrounding cultivators only dared to glance at the cavalry troop, the formidable He Wei, before quickly whispering to each other, Let's go, don't look anymore. Those are the He Wei. The 3 leading them were 3 of the 4 strongest members, known as the 4 Dark Knights. Each had their own specialty and profound cultivation, but no one knew exactly how strong they were. The leader of the 4 knights spoke up. Old 3, how much longer? He thought to himself, Old 3's archery is unparalleled in the world. Once you're targeted by him, there's almost no hope of survival. Just eliminating the rebels in Xiangyuan City shouldn't be a difficult task. Old 4 spoke up again. The Xiangyuan City mission is pretty much complete. When we get back to Shindu, the 4 of us brothers will have a good drink together. I just hope the leader will be satisfied. Yeah, that archery is truly formidable. An arrow of that caliber is really unparalleled in the world. Return to Shindu to report. Yes, sir. Just as they were discussing their plans, a strange laugh echoed from the deep forest. Ha ha ha, big brother. Oh, who dares to block my path? A He Wei knight spoke. Old 3. The 3rd knight picked up his bow and replied curtly, Got it. With that, he drew his bow and shot an arrow. The move was sharp and powerful, the arrow whistling through the air. Fourth brother frowned, knowing only an archer could truly tell if it was a hit. Did it hit? Third brother shook his head slightly. No, the opponent is likely a master of the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Mingxian casually caught the arrow, praising the archery. A lead knight spoke in a deep, gruff voice. Who are you? I am a disciple of the Mo Tian Ge from Jin Dingshan. Where is the He Wei leader, Fan Tuan? Hearing his identity, the four lead knights exchanged shocked glances, and one of them spoke. So you're a friend of the Mo Tian Ge? Mingxian laughed mockingly. Friend? Ha 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 ha! Where is Fan Tuan? His laughter sent a chill down their spines. His voice echoed coming from the left one moment and the right the next, as the surrounding trees began to grow at an unnatural, eerie pace. Only Ming Xian knew why. This dense forest was the perfect terrain for him to unleash the full power of his Azure Wood Heart technique. Not even a six-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm expert could hope to catch me here. In a place like this, I am king. One of the He Wei knights answered, Our leader is far away in Shendu. What business could you have with him? Mingxian darted closer to them, his voice ringing out. Listen up. You have 3 days. The Mo Tiange wants to see Fan Tuan. He'd gathered intel and knew the He Wei would be heading to Dongdu for a mission, so he laid in wait on this main road. After waiting a full day, he was disappointed to find only 4 lead knights and a squad of their lackeys. Mingxian snarled, If I don't see him, you'll end up like this tree. As he spoke, he channeled a massive amount of life force. He instantly choked the life out of a nearby tree, causing it to shatter into countless splinters. The horrifying display of power nearly knocked the men off their horses. One of them quickly replied, Your message. We will deliver it to our leader. And with that, they fled. After they were gone, Mingxian stood alone, deep in thought. If these 4 are this powerful, Fan Tuan can't be some pushover. Master, oh master, what kind of den of vipers did you send me into? Those 4 are all close to the nascent divinity tribulation realm, and the other He Wei are at the divine court realm. And that's not even getting into what's going on with eldest and second senior brother. It seems the He Wei could actually rival the Mo Tian Ge these days. With this level of power and cultivation, there's no way they're just a bunch of nobodies in the cultivation world. So who the hell is this Fan Tuan? The capital city is protected by the Imperial Guard, so the He Wei operates in the shadows, carrying out secret missions without ever revealing themselves. Their headquarters isn't in the city, and only a handful of top officials in the palace know its true location. North of the capital, at the He Wei headquarters, the 4 lead knights knelt in the main hall. One of them reported, My lord, fortunately I have not failed my mission. I led the He Wei to put down the traitors in Shangyuan City. Very good. I have something else to report. Speak. After a slight hesitation, the lead knight said, On our way back, we ran into one of the Mo Tian Ge's devils. He asked me to pass on a message to you. The Mo Tian Ge wants an audience with you. The deadline is 3 days. Fan Tuan was wearing a mask, so no one could read his expression, only hear his raspy voice. It seems my destiny has led me to this trial. Another man below spoke up urgently. My lord, the Mo Tian Ge has reigned supreme in the cultivation world for hundreds of years, raising 9 great villains whose infamy shakes the world. The Grandmaster of the Demonic Path, Ji Tiandao, has an unfathomably deep cultivation. My lord, I urge you to avoid the Mo Tian Ge. Fan Tuan turned his head to look at them. I have received a secret order from the palace. The Mo Tian Ge has interfered with their plans. My lord, the 4 He Wei frowned, clearly reluctant to make an enemy of the Mo Tian Ge. Fan Tuan simply said in his hoarse voice, The Mo Tian Ge is truly a force to be reckoned with. Their 9 great disciples have unfathomable cultivation, and I've heard that Ji Tiandao himself has reached the 8-leaf golden lotus realm. So it's no wonder he was able to fend off 10 top experts by himself. I have no intention of antagonizing the Mo Tian Ge. An enemy that strong should be avoided if at all possible. Hearing him say this, the 4 He Wei frowned, confused, and worried their leader was just putting on a brave face. Even though the He Wei are powerful as a whole, going up against Ji Tiandao would be like throwing an egg at a rock. It would only lead to mutual destruction, and besides, what's the rush? Once the great calamity passes and Ji Mo Tian Ji is dead, won't destroying Mo Tian go be within our grasp? Fan Tuan shook his head, but an order from the palace cannot be defied. If Mo Tian Go wants to meet me, then let's go. At this, the 4 great He Wei couldn't hide their shock even behind their masks. The lead knight spoke up. My lord, based on Ji Mo Tian Ji's age, he'll be dead in 15 years. At most, why do we have to go now? They never expected the palace to order the He Wei to negotiate with Mo Tiange. Was this really just a coincidence? They were Fan Tuan's trusted confidants, so of course they knew his true identity. He was younger than Ji Mo Tian Ji, a prodigy in the cultivation world. When he became the top dog of the blacklist, Mo Tiange didn't even exist yet. The others also supported the lead knight. We agree. He thought to himself the two of them had once fought to a draw. After that, Ji Mo Tian Ji's cultivation somehow skyrocketed and he established himself firmly in Mo Tiange. Although we don't know how deep my lord's cultivation is, we can confirm it won't surpass the 8-leaf stage. Old Four also nodded. I agree. Fan Tuan sat on his chair, his powerful voice booming. I can wait. The He Wei can wait. Even the Emperor can wait, but Da Yun cannot. In 3 days, you will follow me to Mo Tiange. This matter is not up for discussion. Back with Ji Mo Tian Ji, the system chimed. Ming Xian has completed the mission, earning 300 merit points. Ji Mo Tian Ji was chilling under a tree, thinking to himself, except for the evil disciples who left Mo Tiange, the rest are pretty smart. The only drawback is that under his long-term suppression, their cultivation has struggled to advance. However, this situation will soon change. The outside world, wary of Ji Mo Tian Ji's immense cultivation, no one dared to make a move against Mo Tiange easily. But as time passed, probing attempts like before have been steadily increasing. The great lifespan limit is considered a universal truth in the cultivation world. Just then, Shi Yini ran over, holding a small crossbow, her voice filled with worry. Master, I've waited all day and haven't heard back from fourth senior brother. Do you think he didn't get my letter? Ji Mo Tian Ji, however, was calm. It's fine. The system is here. Ming Xian has already completed the mission. As long as he's not dead out there and isn't causing trouble, and comes back in one piece, it's not a big deal. Shi Yini ran up and pressed him. Master senior brother isn't dead, is he? I asked a big idiot earlier. He said the leader of the He Wei Fan Tuan is extremely dangerous, and no one knows his identity. A big idiot, Shi Yini replied casually. That Fan Trong guy? He said fourth senior brother was going to die, so I taught him a little lesson. Hearing this, Ji Mo Tian Ji frowned at his precious disciple. What kind of lesson? Shi Yini puffed her cheeks, pouted, and said softly, just some light scratches. As a result, she got a little scolding from Ji Mo Tian Ji. You're getting more and more unruly. Ah, this disciple was wrong. Suddenly, a surge of power shot up into the sky from behind them. Ji Mo Tian Ji was slightly surprised. Jinding Shan has a protective barrier who's causing a ruckus. Just then, Fan Trong ran over his face all swollen and said breathlessly, Third Master has broken through. Ji Mo Tian Ji frowned. Who are you? Is there anyone in Jinding Shan with a face as bruised and battered as yours? Fan Trong gave a sheepish laugh and explained, Greetings, Pavilion, Master. I'm Fan Trong, I just fell down on my own. Shi Yini grinned from ear to ear. That's great. Ji Mo Tian Ji pouted at his little disciple. You're the one slacking off the most. Aren't you going to work hard to catch up to your senior brothers? Shi Yini gave a mischievous, teary-eyed laugh. I know. Ji Mo Tian Ji pondered for a moment. This disciple Duan Muxing isn't as cunning as Ming Xian, but he's quite stubborn. After repelling the siege of the 10 great masters, his loyalty has been stable without any wavering. Compared to evil disciples like Ming Xian or Zhao Yue, he preferred Duan Muxing. Compared to those in the same realm, Duan Muxing was more stable than Ming Xian, but last time Ming Xian gained insights from the battle at Jinding Shan and managed to break through the Azure Wood Heart technique one step ahead of Duan Muxing. However, Duan Muxing's breakthrough was also expected. He also didn't need to worry about little Shi Yini's cultivation. She was the last to join, but her cultivation progressed the fastest, even surpassing the head disciple of Tianjian men, Zhu Jifeng. My style is nothing compared to third senior brothers. Duan Muxing stepped out, mystical energy swirling around him, and approached his master. He knelt down solemnly and said, Your disciple was fortunate enough to break through to the nascent divinity tribulation realm, successfully condensing the 100 tribulations inside Avatar. Ji Mo Tian Ji nodded. A breakthrough is a good thing, but the path of cultivation is long and arduous. You must not be impatient and must work harder. Duan Muxing kowtowed again. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Your disciple will take it to heart. The system chimed loyalty +1. Ji Mo Tian Ji felt a bit disappointed seeing this. The loyalty only increased by 1 point. It seems that the further along we get, the harder it is to increase loyalty. The Overlord Spear. The master it wants to acknowledge is Duan Muxing. Thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. Duan Muxing cultivates the heavenly sword, which includes both sword and spear techniques. His personality is straightforward and powerful, making him more suitable for the overlord spear than for sword ki. The spear and the sword are different instruments, but they can play the same beautiful tune, different paths leading to the same destination. If Duan Musheng's cultivation can soar, it would be a great help to him as well. Thinking this, he hurried off, saying, "You wait here for a moment. Your master will be right back." "Yes, master." Ji Mo Tian Ji carried the heavy overlord spear. As he got close, he shouted for Duan Musheng so he would know to catch the spear. "Because this old man can't hold it anymore." Duan Musheng watched in horror as the spear flew towards him. "Master, I don't dare. I really don't dare." Sweat pouring down. He gaped as the spear got closer and closer, panicking in his head. "What do I do? What do I do?" Finally, he closed his eyes and reached out to catch it, but the spear didn't hurt him at all. Instead, it rested snugly in his hands. The system chimed. Overlord Spear has successfully acknowledged its master. Heaven Grade activated. Reward 1,000 merit points. Ji Mo Tian Ji then spoke up. "Your master bestows upon you the Overlord Spear. Use it well, and do not disappoint my expectations." Duan Musheng clasped his hands gratefully and said, "Thank you, master, for granting me this weapon." Ji Mo Tian Ji himself also realized that this weapon needed to find its most suitable master to fully activate its grade. If someone else were to force its use, they might not achieve this effect. Upon reaching Heaven Grade, these cold iron chains could also break on their own. Moreover, this reward is very generous. I wonder after Ji Mo Tian Ji dies, how many of these unnamed weapons that don't disappear will be left? Shi Yin's eyes lit up. "Master, I want one too." Ji Mo Tian Ji bluntly shut her down. "Your cultivation is still too low. Don't cause trouble," he thought to himself. "After all, I have quite a few disciples. I must treat them all fairly." Hearing this, Shi Yin's hands dropped, and she nodded reluctantly, yes. On the other side, Zhu Jifeng and Pan Zhong were clapping, as they watched Duan Musheng practice his spear techniques. Suddenly, Duan Musheng stopped. "You two, what do you want?" Zhu Jifeng and Pan Zhong opened their mouths to ask, but what they didn't expect was that Duan Musheng would point his spear and say seriously, "Spar with me. That's it. I'll be waiting for you on the back mountain." "Master, your disciple wants to go practice with his weapon to get familiar with it. I'll take my leave first." After bidding farewell to his master, Duan Musheng left, dragging the other two with him. "Go on." Shi Yini caught another carrier pigeon and exclaimed, "Master, it's a letter from fourth senior brother." She read it aloud. "Let me read it, master. Your disciple has already informed the Heiqi Wei. The Heiqi Wei will soon make a move on Mo Tiange. Your disciple will be on the road, observing their every move." After reading, she clenched her fists and said fiercely, "That Fantuan guy really dares to come. Master, don't hold back this time. Just kill him with one palm strike." Ji Mo Tianji's face darkened. "If I really kill him, who's going to reveal the truth about the Yulong Kun massacre?" Fantuan is also the person known as Leng Luo. He's cunning and cherishes his life a bit similar to Zhang Aijian, but Zhang Aijian has a lively personality, while Fantuan is a schemer. How could this kind of person be so easily provoked into coming to Mo Tiange? Fantuan must have heard about me repelling the 10 great masters. Yet he's not afraid. Where does his confidence come from? He then asked Shi Yini, "My disciple, how has Ye Tiangxin been these past 2 days?" Ji Mo Tian Ji frowned slightly and asked. Shi Yini's expression darkened a bit as she reported, "Her skin is just frighteningly pale, but other than that, there's nothing serious." Ji Mo Tian Ji nodded slightly and said, "I'm tired." Shi Yini bowed her head and respectfully saw her master off. Inside Mo Tiange, the system reported a total of 1,310 merit points. Ji Mo Tian Ji lay on his bed, deep in thought, the reversal cards no longer holding any interest for him. His current state was definitely good enough to secure a foothold in the cultivation world. The only way forward was to diligently try his luck with the system's lottery. Your disciple Ming Xian attacked 2 Heiqi Wei squads on his way back, gained 200 merit points, killed 2 Heiqi Wei plus 200 merit points. Ji Mo Tianji frowned. This Ming Xian was a real handful. He already reported in, so he should have just come back. Why pick a fight with Fantuan's men? If he pisses that guy off, he could get himself killed in an instant, and it'd be his own damn fault. However, Ming Xian was still pretty far from Mo Tiange. Even if he used a peak experience card to go save him, it would still take a while to catch up, even while constantly using Grand Divine abilities. The cultivation world is a dangerous place to begin with. If Ming Xian can escape the Heiqi Wei's pursuit, then at least he'll be able to protect himself in the world of Dayun from now on. He really didn't want anything to happen to the kid. Sure, his disciple was a rule breaker, but with a little proper guidance, He could become a great asset, and he could even count on them to farm merit points for him. On the system interface, his merit points had accumulated to 1,710. He had 2 critical blow cards left, which should be enough for now. As for the imprisoning cage, the success rate is a bit low. I'll grab 2 more. 200 merit points a pop, so he bought 3 of them. 6 imprisoning cage cards should be foolproof, right? Next up, the lottery. If I'm lucky, I'll score a movement technique, which would be a total win. Just 2 pulls, and that's it. 2 days later, Ji Mo Tian Ji was in his study, seriously reading. Each time he entered a state of enlightenment, his mental state improved a lot. This state would vanish once he hit a breakthrough. The 2 most obvious times this happened were when he faced the Buddhist sect's dream-stealing Sanskrit and when his 4th disciple Ming Shi Yin got close to the secret chamber. Outside, Shi Yin reported Master 4th senior brother is back. I know. Ji Mo Tian Ji was still lost in thought. Could the process of enlightenment actually store extraordinary power? Ming Shi Yin returned his clothes, tattered and stained with blood. Even though he looked like a mess, he was still full of energy. Disciple greets master. Get up and talk. Ji Mo Tian Ji frowned, looking at the dirt-covered disciple, looking as pathetic as could be. Luckily, his loyalty hadn't dropped and was actually much better than before. He asked, how close are the Heiqiwei? The Heiqiwei set out early, Ming Xian said quickly. They're less than 10 miles from Jindingshan and will be here any minute. Shi Yini was a little surprised. That fast? Ji Mo Tian Ji, however, was calm as he observed, you've got some nerve stirring up trouble. Ming Xian and Shi Yini instinctively dropped to their knees, thinking, oh crap, master's about to lose it. Ji Mo Tian Ji reminded him, Fantuan's strength is hard to gauge. You just hit the nascent divinity tribulation realm, and you're already messing with this guy. You got a death wish or something. Ming Xian pressed his forehead to the floor. I wouldn't dare, master. I was just afraid he wouldn't show up, so I messed with his men. I didn't dare kill anyone, but those Heiqi Wei guys just wouldn't stop chasing me. I had no choice but to lure them into the forest and take care of them. Ji Mo Tianji's expression darkened as he listened. You idiot. If he really wanted to take you down, Fan Tuan could have done it by himself. Why would he have given you an opening? Ming Xian was a little stunned. Is Fan Tuan really that powerful? Shiini, the intel expert, leaned in and whispered to her senior brother. His real name is Ling Luo. Didn't you read the letter Master sent you? Ming Xian thought of the letter with its awful chicken scratch handwriting and broke into a cold sweat. He'd never heard of Fan Tuan, but the name Ling Luo he had definitely heard before. Back in the day, Ling Luo was a legend, second to none. If Master hadn't suddenly shot to fame with his 9 world-shaking disciples, Ling Luo's legendary status probably would have lasted a lot longer. That guy was a truly powerful and cunning expert with deep cultivation. And I actually killed Heiqi Wei right under his nose. The thought of the consequences was terrifying. But why didn't Fan Tuan make a move himself? Suddenly, the voice of a female attendant came from outside Pavilion Master, outside Jindingshan. Fan Tuan is requesting an audience. Ji Mo Tianji glanced at the guy's barely dressed crew and was shocked. Aren't they cold? Ming Xian stood up and said, Master, how about I send him away for now? Let him come up. Both Ming Xian and Shi Yini charged off eagerly. I'll go back them up. I'm going too. Ji Mo Tianji stayed behind, lost in thought. After all, Fan Tuan was already at the foot of the mountain, and he's a smart guy. He wouldn't be reckless enough to attack my disciples. Outside the Jindingshan barrier, who would have thought Jindingshan had a formation that so perfectly uses the natural advantages of the land? One of the Heiqi Wei said, I heard that even if 10 masters at the nascent divinity tribulation realm joined forces, they'd have a hard time breaking through Jindingshan's protective barrier. This formation is truly a sight to behold. Fan Tuan gave an order. The 4 of you follow me up the mountain. The rest of you will wait here. Yes, sir. Ming Xian appeared, thinking to himself, could that guy up ahead be the legendary Ling Luo? Seriously intimidating. He spoke politely. My master invites you. Fan Tuan, ever the diplomat, replied, the 4th disciple of the Mo Tian Ming Xian. Out of respect for your master, I'll overlook the fact that you killed 4 of my Heiqi Wei. Ming Xian remained perfectly calm. Senior, your generosity is truly humbling. But I was just defending myself. They were chasing me relentlessly. The man behind Fan Tuan shot back. Weren't you the one who broke into the Heiqi Wei palace in the first place? I was just worried they wouldn't report to you, and if my master found out and got mad, I couldn't handle the fallout. And you know what my master is like. I don't think I need to spell it out for you, do I? Ming Xian smirked his tongue as sharp as ever. Fan Tuan ordered his subordinate to stand down and spoke up himself. Your esteemed master has invited me. How could I possibly refuse led the way? Ming Xian opened the barrier and replied, "My master said you can walk up yourselves." He was smiling, but inside he was judging them. He much preferred straightforward guys like Zuo Shinchan. At least Zuo Shinchan was always calling me Fourth Sir, which was way easier on the ears. Too bad he's dead now. Fan Tuan just chuckled, interesting. As one of the Hei Chi Wei passed Ming Xian, he muttered, "Fourth disciple of the Mo Tian Ge. If we get the chance, I'd love for you to show me a few moves." Ming Xian, acting all righteous, replied, "My master told me not to fight people for no reason." Shi Yini zipped by to check them out, and of course, Fan Tuan spotted her in an instant. Who dares to sneak around? Shi Yini landed on a nearby branch and muttered, "So ugly." One of the Hei Chi Wei said, "Sir, these Mo Tian Ge people have no respect." Ming Xian just shook his head and offered a half-hearted apology. "That's just how my little junior sister is. Don't mind her. It's fine. Let's just keep going." Inside the grand hall, Fan Tuan frowned, sizing up Ji Mo Tian Ji. Rumor has it that Ji Mo Tian Ji's great lifespan limit is near. After cultivating for about 1,000 years, his time is up and he's fated to return to the dust. My ability to sense life force is different from ordinary people. And right now, this legendary old geezer really only has about 15 years left. I can't even sense his cultivation level. Forcing a fight with him feels like a really bad idea. He stood in the middle of the grand hall and announced, "Fan Tuan pays his respects to Senior Ji. Have a seat." He then asked, "I heard Senior Ji wanted to see me, so I didn't dare delay and rode here with my Hei Chi Wei without stopping, to get to the Mo Tian Ge as fast as possible. I wonder what guidance Senior Ji has for me." Ji Mo Tian Ji cut right to the chase. "Can you recognize this person?" Fan Tuan glanced over. "I don't." Shi Yini angrily yelled, "That's the sixth disciple our master took in my senior sister, Ye Tiangxin." At that, she spat in disgust. Trader Fan Tuan remained unfazed by this. "So she's the sixth disciple of the Mo Tian Ge. Forgive my ignorance." Ji Mo Tian Ji continued, "Yulong Kun, does that ring a bell?" Fan Tuan frowned confused. Why is the senior asking about Yulong Kun? Ji Mo Tian Ji didn't say another word. He just stared at his villainous disciple sitting nearby, Ye Tiangxin. She became agitated, her eyes questioning Fan Tuan. "Yulong Kun, the entire village of 354 people was wiped out by you, 155 years ago." Her eyes went blank as she thought to herself. "After I left Jindingshan, I immediately started investigating this. I used every method I could, and every single clue pointed back to Master." Fan Tuan remained completely indifferent, so that's what this is about. "I'm very sorry about the annihilation of Yulong Kun, but is that why you summoned me?" Senior Ji Mo Tian Ji was blunt, thinking, "That's right, but what's it got to do with me?" Fan Tuan asked, a little annoyed. Ji Mo Tian Ji said thoughtfully, "According to the palace's investigation, I was the one who annihilated Yulong Kun." Although Fan Tuan's expression was hidden, his body began to twitch subtly, whether from shock or agitation, so Ji Mo Tian Ji enunciated every word. "Is that so? The Hei Chi Wei are the secret force of the Da Yun imperial family, so of course the official records wouldn't show it. It's just a shame that cultivators these days know too much. Everyone knows the Hei Chi Wei are the imperial family's secret force, and the Hei Chi Wei have never crossed the Dutian River." Ji Mo Tian Ji obviously knew he was dealing with a smart guy. From the moment I mentioned destroying Ye Tiangxin, he already understood what I was talking about. Fan Tuan was silent for a moment, then brought up the Yulong Kun matter. "Let's put that aside for now. I came to Mo Tian Ge with another matter to discuss with you, Senior Ji. Speak." Word from the palace is that they will overlook Mo Tian Ge's recent actions, including Ming Xian killing 4 of the Hei Chi Wei knights. None of it will be pursued. There is only one condition: that from now on, for the next 15 years, Mo Tian Ge must not trouble the Dayan imperial family. Only then did the men with Fan Tuan understand their leader's actions. So this was what it was all about. This was their mission. There are so many cultivators in Dayan. Some fear the palace's power and won't get involved, while others are summoned to serve within it, to become the private force of some big shot. Fan Tuan continued, "The Hei Chi Wei do not wish to become enemies with Mo Tian Ge, nor do we have the right or the power. This is a request from the Hei Chi Wei, and we hope you will grant it." Senior, Ji Mo Tian Ji nonchalantly sipped his water, and the atmosphere grew quiet for a moment. The silence was shattered by Ming Xian's wild laughter. "Ha ha, the last guy who spouted this crap is already dead. You want to end up like him?" Fan Tuan cupped his hands and said, "I wouldn't dare." Ji Mo Tian Ji sat high above, majestic and imposing, his voice deep. "Ling Luo, are you threatening me?" He understood that no matter how humble Fan Tuan's tone or how respectful his attitude, anyone with a brain could understand the real meaning behind his words. It was a threat. The power of Mo Tian Ge was terrifying, and not just because of Ji Mo Tian Ji or his 9 disciples, even excluding Yu Zhenghai and Wu Shangrong. No faction would dare to underestimate Mo Tiange. So what gave Fan Tuan the guts to say this, to ask Mo Tiange to leave the imperial family alone? What do you mean by this? Fan Tuan replied, if you already know my identity, Senior, why do you insist on making things difficult for this junior Lang Luo? That name disappeared 300 years ago. All those old grudges are in the past. Senior, you are older than I am. I should really be calling you elder brother. The title from the blacklist is nothing to be proud of. It's a stain on my life. Ming Xian was a smart guy and understood everything just by listening from the side. He sneered. Such righteous and high-sounding words, it's enough to make your head spin. This guy was once #1 on the blacklist, a total villain. And now he wants to just cut ties with it all. How hilarious. Van Tuan continued. As for threatening you, the Heiqiwei wouldn't dare. We are merely relaying the imperial decree. If you refuse, Senior, then I have nothing more to say. Ming Xian lost his patience. In the martial world, blades have no eyes. What's the point of all this nonsense? You know you're going to get rejected, so why waste your breath? Duan Musheng also spoke up. You want Mo Tiange to stay out of the palace's business. If we agree to that, does it mean that if someone from the palace comes to stab me later, I just have to take it? What our 5th junior sister, Zhao Yue, had her cultivation sealed by the palace and was sent to the sacred altar for a marriage alliance. Who's responsible for the annihilation of Yulong Kun, and who's going to explain it? Duan Musheng's words were clear, and his reasoning was sharp, leaving Zhu Jifeng and Pan Zhong stunned. The usually quiet 3rd master had actually said all this. Ji Mo Tian Ji was very pleased with his disciple. He asked Ling Luo, did you hear that? Clearly, Ming Xian chuckled to himself. On the surface, it looks like Master agrees with us. But then again, that's almost never the case. One careless word, and you could bring disaster on yourself. Fan Tuan remained stubborn. I cannot defy the imperial decree. Senior, why must you insist on opposing the palace? Faced with this attitude, Ji Mo Tian Ji rose from his seat, his movements light and calm, as he uttered a single word, no. What are you, deaf? His nonchalant attitude actually made those guys a little cautious. Ji Mo Tian Ji immediately asked, was Yulong Tun destroyed because of the Heiqiwei? Hearing this, Ye Tianxian's eyes widened, her heart thumping wildly, realizing there was truly a hidden story behind what happened to Yulong Kun. Fan Tuan didn't bother hiding it anymore. He replied, how could the Dayan Empire possibly tolerate other races? The Dutian River is crawling with them. Hearing this, Ming Xian gave the guy a scornful look. That was basically an indirect confession. He's a smart guy who knows that arguing the facts or denying it is pointless in this situation. If they didn't have enough evidence and reason, why would they have summoned him here? Ji Mo Tian Ji asked again. The palace selection incident, was that your doing? Fan Tuan admitted it directly. It was me. You can investigate the power struggle within the palace. Don't you think plenty of the old seniors in the palace have eyes and ears everywhere? Ji Mo Tian Ji questioned, so you're the one who threw mud at me. Ji Mo Tian Ji had a lifetime of misdeeds, and even the bad reputations of his grand disciples were all pinned on him by the cultivation world. His infamy gradually grew. Ji Mo Tian Ji, lying on his chair, looked pale and indifferent as some schemers took the opportunity to pin their crimes on him. One more misdeed, one less, what's the difference? With so many incidents, he no longer wanted to explain to every single person. He told himself, too bad that's not me. Fan Tuan stood there,